Please like and share the video, and follow the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks, and leave a comment with the novel you want to hear. I will upload it soon based on your request. Chapter 371. Returning to the Soaring Dragon Continent, Yue Yang immediately teleported to Tian Luo Imperial City the moment he came out of Tong Tian Tower. Originally, there were a few warriors from the Warriors Guild who saw Yue Yang coming down from the 6th floor of Tong Tian Tower and wanted to hold a welcoming ceremony. They wanted to take the opportunity to ask Yue Yang about the 6th floor of Tong Tian Tower. Yue Yang didn't have time to care about them. He hurriedly accepted their name cards and left after saying, "I have something urgent." The few warriors respectfully sent Yue Yang off with their eyes. Although they didn't know who Yue Yang was, Titan Yu, the third young master of the Yu clan. In the Soaring Dragon Continent, if there was anyone who didn't know about him, they would be blind and deaf. The second time he attacked the Yu clan castle, the third time he killed an innate ranker, chasing after the Eastern Goblin tribe, attacking the Demon Palace, defeating the Big Dipper Alliance, fighting against Shun Tian, killing his fake father, all these heroic deeds had long been told by the mercenaries and warriors. Some of them had even been recorded in the history books. In the academy, student Yue Yang's battles were taught by the teachers as a typical battle example. His summoning, his cultivation, his beasts, his battle skills, everything had become a model for the warriors of the world to imitate and learn from. Weak plant-type beasts, tragic special-type beasts and useless inherent skills, under Yue Yang's influence, had all turned over a new leaf. Even the three worst battle skills in the world, the steel chopping blade technique and the crushing stone hammer technique, which mercenaries disdained to train in, had their status increased rapidly. All because of Yue Yang's words. Once, a student from the Ivy Academy's death class came to the Yu clan castle to visit Yue Yang and asked, "What is the best battle skill?" At that time, Yue Yang's answer was, "The best battle skill is the one that can defeat the enemy." The Prince of Zijin's 8 crescent blade techniques might not necessarily be stronger than the steel beheading blade technique, and the Thunder King's sky-piercing hammer technique might not necessarily be better than the stone-crushing hammer technique. Battle skills were dead, but the most important thing was how to use them. Between an innate's steel beheading blade technique and a warrior's 8 crescent blade technique, which was more powerful? There is no such thing as the weakest battle skill, there is only the weakest warrior. Similarly, there is no such thing as the weakest beast, there is only the weakest master. As long as one puts in enough effort, even a warrior who trains in the steel-chopping sword technique and contracts a dog can become an elder or even higher. Yue Yang said that to motivate the students. He was afraid that the elites in the death class would be too eager for success and bite off more than they could chew, so he deliberately said some harsh words. He never thought that these words would be spread by the students of the death class. Not only the Ivy Academy, even the other academies in the Soaring Dragon Continent used these words to educate their students. The elites in the death class had a certain foundation, and they also had good teachers like the old cunning fox, the eagle-eyed guy and Grandma Wu Tang. It was certain that they would become successful. If there were no accidents in the future, they would at least become level 6 elder rankers. Hence, Yue Yang dared to say with certainty that they would become elders if they put in more effort. The same theory might not be applied to other people. If a guy with low potential learned the steel-chopping sword technique and contracted a dog beast, his future would definitely be ruined, unless he could put in more effort than others by 1,000 times, like the ascetic practice saint, who had trained hard at level 1 for more than 10 years, only then would he be able to change his fate. It was impossible for everyone to become a level 6 elder. However, Yue Yang's words and actions had indeed changed a lot of bad habits in the Soaring Dragon Continent. At least when it came to contracting beasts, people no longer favored the bird-type and beast-type beasts. When the Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen reappeared in the world in Yue Yang's hands, when she easily defeated the almost invincible King of Black Light, when Yu Bing's Treant shone brilliantly in the 100-school elite tournament, warriors in the Soaring Dragon Continent no longer dared to look down on plant-type beasts. Through the Yu siblings, people saw a fact. Plant-type beasts were not only not weak, they were extremely strong, far stronger than the bird-type and beast-type beasts. As for insect-type beasts, it was the same. The Reaper Mantis that could hunt down giant dragons showed everyone how strong insect-type beasts were. Yue Yang rarely went out, so he didn't know how famous he was in the Soaring Dragon Continent. It could be said that the 3 great kings, including Zheng Wuyu, were not as famous as Yue Yang. Some people might not know the other kings, but almost everyone knew who the Yu clan's 3rd young master was, a 20-year-old innate ranker, the unbelievable Yu clan's third young master, gave many people great encouragement, especially the younger ones. The example of the Yu clan's third young master told the world a truth. As long as you work hard, nothing is impossible. Hence, it would be hard for Yue Yang not to be famous. After teleporting to the imperial city, when Yue Yang told the guards that he was the Yu clan's third young master and asked the Tian Luo emperor to allow him to enter the mirage to see Fourth Mother, the guards were in an uproar. What? After a moment of shock, everyone stood up and saluted Yue Yang under the lead of a general. If it wasn't for this third young master, the Eastern Sky King, the Western Sky King and a few other rankers from Tian Luo Kingdom wouldn't have been able to return from the ancient passage. Forget about saving Tian Luo Xingkang, old General Ma and his 3,000 soldiers at Hope Town. Forget about saving the 100 schools' elite students at the Champion Island. Forget about destroying Zijin Kingdom, Green Summit Sect, Western Lion Pagoda and so on. Just his identity as Luo Hua's city mistress, fiancé was enough for them to pay their respects. City Mistress Fallen Flowers was the pride of Tian Luo Kingdom. If it wasn't for the fact that she wasn't interested in the throne, she would have been the next empress. What made the people of Tian Luo most proud was that City Mistress Fallen Flowers had already become an innate. This was personally announced by the Heavenly Imperial Guardian Night Empress. Night Empress' original words were, "I have good news for the people of Tian Luo Kingdom. Today, we have an innate ranker who is fully qualified to become our Heavenly Imperial Guardian. My little Fallen Flowers, with her own hard work and the help of her fiancé Yu clan's third young master, has become an innate ranker. This is the second young innate in the history of the Soaring Dragon continent after the Yu clan's third young master." 3 days after receiving the news, it became a day of celebration for the people of Tian Luo Kingdom. Although she was not as exaggerated as Yue Yang, City Mistress Fallen Flowers, as a woman, had surpassed countless powerful people in the world and became an innate. This kind of outstanding talent was hard to come by. How many powerful people were there in the Soaring Dragon continent? And how many rankers could only sigh at the sight of an innate? Countless of them. They either dominated a region, had amazing talent, or trained hard for hundreds of years, but it was still difficult for them to reach the innate realm, turning from youths into white-haired old men. City Mistress Fallen Flowers. Although she was not as abnormal as the Yu clan's third young master, it was definitely a miracle in the Soaring Dragon continent for a young girl to reach the innate realm. Tian Luo Emperor Hua Shuri did not receive Yue Yang. He only asked people to bring him to the Imperial Palace's back garden to wait, and then sent Fourth Mother and the little girl out from the mirage. Yue Yang did not understand why Hua Shuri did not want to see him. That old fellow Zheng Wuyu always looked for him. They were both emperors, but why was there such a big difference? Could it be that Hua Shuri had some secret that he was afraid of him seeing? Everyone thought that Yue Yang's inherent skill was secret's inherent skill, which allowed him to see other people's secrets within a certain range. Yue Yang seriously suspected that the Emperor Hua Shuri was a female. Previously, when he accidentally entered the Night Empress Mirage, he felt that something was wrong. It was a pity that he did not pay much attention to it at that time. Later on, he did not have the chance to see Hua Shuri, this low-key emperor. Hearing the sound of footsteps, Yue Yang stopped his random thoughts. He turned around and looked up. Fourth Mother, who was slightly thinner, was wearing a plain white robe. She was holding the little girl Yu Shuang's hand and walked towards him. When Yu Shuang saw Yue Yang, she immediately pouted and her eyes turned red. She cried and threw herself into Yue Yang's embrace, crying her heart out. Don't cry, baby, don't cry. Yue Yang hurriedly comforted her. San-er, my San-er has grown up. Fourth Mother looked at Yue Yang for a long time. Her eyes were also red, sparkling and translucent tears were rolling down her beautiful eyes. However, she bit her lips and did not cry in front of Yue Yang. Only then did Yue Yang see her plain white robe. He was shocked. Fourth Mother, what's going on? Your fourth uncle has left. Fourth Mother closed her eyes. 2 lines of clear tears slowly slid down her jade-like face. What? Yue Yang was shocked when he heard this. Although fourth uncle couldn't get better after taking his special medicine, the poison in his body shouldn't worsen. How could it be? Could it be that after he entered the prison Emperor Divine Palace, something happened to the poison in fourth uncle's body? The medicine that the Qilin girl taught him was not effective. When he came out from the prison Emperor Divine Palace, if fourth uncle's illness was in danger, why didn't anyone inform him? Originally, He wanted to find the best medicinal ingredients in the 6th floor of Tong Tian Tower to refine the earth lotus poison repellent pill that the Qilin girl mentioned. He never thought that fourth uncle would actually leave. San don't think too much. Your fourth uncle and Miss Feng gave up voluntarily, it's not your fault. Fourth mother was afraid that Yue Yang would let his imagination run wild and blame himself. She hugged him lightly and told him what happened. After you entered the prison Emperor Divine Palace, there were two innates who brought your fourth uncle and Miss Feng here. They said that if they couldn't obtain the heaven ascension art of the heaven stairway, they would kill your fourth uncle and Miss Feng, as well as the baby in Miss Feng's belly. At that time, the heavenly imperial guardians of Da Sha and Tian Luo Kingdom came out, but those two were very powerful, they couldn't save your fourth uncle and Miss Feng. Are these two innates called Shun Tian and Thousand Goblins sect leader? Yue Yang felt that only these two fellows had the ability to fight against the heavenly imperial guardians of the two kingdoms. No, it was said that they were the subordinates of the Black Hell King. The Black Hell King was the prison emperor divine general from 6,000 years ago. Only Ji Zun and Night Empress could fight against him, but they didn't come back. I don't know about the heaven ascension art, I only know that my sister had carved it on the steel in the Valley of 100 Flowers. In exchange for the safety of your fourth uncle and Miss Feng, I had no choice but to tell you this secret. Your fourth uncle and the Feng clan's Miss had sworn not to be enemies. The Feng clan's Miss had cut open her stomach and gave birth to a daughter. She passed away in a weak state, and your fourth uncle passed away with her. San from now on, only the few of us will depend on each other. Your fourth uncle will never come back, he will never come back. Fourth mother hugged Yue Yang and wept bitterly. Her tears fell like rain, wetting Yue Yang's shoulders. Fourth mother, Yue Yang felt extremely guilty. Although he had tried his best to save his fourth uncle, he didn't do his best. He felt that there was still time, especially since the poison was slow acting. Although the situation wasn't good, with the Qilin girl's guidance and the improvement of his alchemy skills, he thought that he could slowly cure his fourth uncle and Miss Feng when he found the best medicinal ingredients. Yue Yang's idea was to first do his own things and improve his alchemy skills. He didn't expect that his fourth uncle, who had treated him like his own son, could not wait any longer and left. Although he was a guy from another world, he was still grateful to his fourth uncle for raising him. If it wasn't for the pitiful guy asking for the Spirit Beast Awakening Knowledge Pill, fourth uncle wouldn't have died. After the incident, with such a promising son, as his adoptive father, fourth uncle never made any requests to Yue Yang. He even rejected his help and didn't allow Yue Yang to stay by his side. He was afraid that he would infect his hopeful son. The silk of a spring silkworm ends when it dies, the tears of a candle dries up when it turns to ashes. This thought flashed across Yue Yang's mind. Although Li Shengyan wrote this poem to describe undying love, it could also be used to describe family. Fourth uncle was a filial son, a good husband and the best father, no matter if it was the pitiful guy in the past or the current Yue Yang, even if he didn't know that his adoptive son was different from before. Fourth mother, I will definitely take revenge for fourth uncle and Miss Feng. I will definitely behead the prison emperor divine general and his subordinates as a sacrifice to my fourth uncle. Yue Yang's heart was burning with anger. He didn't want to provoke the prison emperor divine general at first, but this guy just had to come knocking on his door. No matter how powerful he was, he was definitely going to die. Silly San your fourth uncle and I only hope that you can live a good life. We don't want to take revenge, you are the only man in the family now, you have to take care of your sisters. If anything happens to you, how do you expect us to live? How do you expect me to explain this to my sister? Promise me, don't take revenge, otherwise your fourth uncle won't be able to rest in peace in the underworld. In his will, he warned you many times not to mention anything about taking revenge. San can you listen to fourth mother for once? Fourth mother didn't allow Yue Yang to take revenge. Although she was sad, she could see the truth. Even the heavenly imperial guardians of the two kingdoms couldn't take back fourth uncle and Miss Feng. How hard would it be for Yue Yang to take revenge alone? Thus, she would rather endure this suffering and let Yue Yang and her daughter live a good life. She didn't want to take revenge, at least, she didn't want to think about it now. Fourth mother, don't cry, I will listen to you. Yue Yang agreed, but he couldn't suppress the anger in his heart. With great difficulty, fourth mother finally stopped crying. The little girl was tired from crying. She had already fallen asleep in Yue Yang's embrace. There were still a few tear stains on her face, making Yue Yang feel sad. If he had worked harder, maybe she wouldn't have lost her father. Originally, fourth uncle was just like an NPC to Yue Yang. But now, Yue Yang felt the sorrow of his loved ones passing away. Seeing fourth mother's heartbroken crying and the little girl's sobbing, Yue Yang couldn't maintain his calm as a man from another world. In this soaring dragon world, that warm little house in Whitestone City was his second home. Although he was a man from another world, the people around him were his loved ones. He definitely couldn't let something like fourth uncle happen again. Protecting fourth mother, protecting the little girl and Yu Bing, protecting his family, this was his responsibility, a man's responsibility. Yue Yang suddenly felt that he had grown up. He felt that the responsibility left behind by fourth uncle had suddenly been placed on his shoulders. In the past, Yue Yang also had a similar mentality. However, only after fourth uncle passed away and he was the only man left in the fourth branch, did he truly understand what responsibility was. His state of mind rapidly changed. Through this incident, Yue Yang had a realization that he never had before. He had grown up in an instant, he had truly grown up. Now, he could finally be called a man. Although there was no movement on the surface of his body, in Yue Yang's heart, there was an earth-shattering change. Responsibility allowed him to break through his previous mentality. His realm had risen to a whole new level. Chapter 372. At first, Yue Yang wanted to bring fourth mother and the little girl away from Tian Luo Imperial City and live in the grimoire world, but fourth mother did not agree. Night Empress also said that it is very safe in the mirage, even innates would not be able to enter easily. No matter if I stay in the Yu clan castle or follow you, it would greatly affect your training. Fourth mother does not want to affect you. I only hope that you can live up to expectations. Come over when you are free. In the future, when you have the strength to fear no enemies, we will move back to our home in Whitestone City. Alright, Yue Yang did not insist and stayed in the mirage to accompany fourth mother for 2 days. In the end, he held the little girl's hand and returned to the Yu clan castle. Elder Yu Hai looked even older. His back was still straight. He took out the will that his fourth uncle had left for Yue Yang and nodded, I'm fine. When your grandmother and your father passed away that year, I had also endured those 2 blows. Your fourth uncle's matter won't crush this old bag of bones of mine. As long as I am alive, the Yu clan will still exist. If I leave, you will be the one to look after this clan. Zheng Wuyu and the old cunning fox also came over to comfort him, but they did not say anything long, they only patted Yue Yang's shoulder. After reading the will, Yue Yang was silent for a while. After that, he asked the stewards to send out invitations to the 4 great clans, 3 great imperial clans and 4 great sects to come to the Yu clan castle to witness the little girl contracting a grimoire. If it was someone else, they would definitely scoff at this. How could contracting a grimoire be done so easily? Even if the members of the 4 great clans could be contracted easily, it would not be done so easily. It was everyone's first time witnessing a grimoire being contracted. However, this invitation came from the world's most abnormal and unfathomable Yu clan third young master, so no one doubted this possibility. In this world, was there anything more unfathomable than becoming an innate at the age of 20? The miracles that the Yu clan's third young master had created were not just 1 or 2. The extraordinary feats that he had done could not even be counted by the fingers and toes of ordinary people. For example, the Demon Palace's great demon King Baruth had once issued a serious protest to the Innate Alliance's elder Nangong, claiming that Yue Yang had killed his way into the Demon Palace for no reason, smashed the Demon King's statue, killed countless demons from the demon army, and even stole their beasts and killed their allies who were seeking protection from the demon abyss. The great demon King Baruth said that this had seriously violated the Innate Alliance's treaty. The Soaring Dragon Continent's rankers must give him an answer, otherwise the demon abyss would use all its strength and officially invade the Soaring Dragon Continent. It had always been the Soaring Dragon Continent's rankers protesting against the Demon King. Seeing the Demon King protesting against the Soaring Dragon Continent's rankers, this was the first time in 1,000 years. People didn't know what Elder Nangong said to Great Demon King Baruth, but Baruth didn't mention anything about invading the Soaring Dragon Continent for revenge. However, everyone knew one thing. That was the Yu clan's third young master, who had dared to barge into the Demon Palace. Forget about whether this brat had taken liberties with the Demon Queen, Demon Concubine or abducted the Demon Princess. How many people in the Soaring Dragon Continent could invade the Demon Palace and return safely? It seemed that in the past 300 years, there was only one abnormal person like the Yu clan's third young master. Everyone could not worship the emperor, but there was no one who did not worship heroes, especially human heroes who could enter and exit the demon palace as if there was no one there. No matter who was jealous or disdainful, if they wanted to find fault with the Yu clan's third young master and wanted to use this opportunity to show off their awesomeness, everyone would shut their mouths. There was only one sentence: if you have the ability, why don't you go to the demon palace? Moreover, Yue Yang was an innate ranker with limitless potential. Ji Zun was his introducer. Even if Yue Yang did not send out invitations, everyone would have taken the opportunity to come and build a relationship with him. If this brat could build a good relationship with him, then everything would not be a problem. Tian Luo Kingdom's East and West King, Old General Ma and Hua Shu Ri's envoy, Feng Xiaoyun, Feng Kuang and Feng Qisha from the Feng clan, Shui Wendao from the Shui clan, Yan Qianzhong and Yan Po Jun from the Yan clan, White Stone City Master, Master Golden Blade, Eagle-Eyed Man, several princes from Da Sha Kingdom, Zijing Kingdom's envoy, Lion Pagoda's Outer Elder, Floating Mist Sect's Elder Ku Ming, Crystal Palace's Dragon Ambassador Bai Bo, Spirit Pavilion's Cold Star Swordsman. Those who came to visit were even the big sects, big clans and city masters that Yue Yang did not invite. They came uninvited. On the surface, they came to watch the ceremony, but in reality, they wanted to take the opportunity to build a closer relationship with the Yu clan and squeeze into the upper-class circle of rankers. For example, the Hai clan that Fatty Hai was from and the Yi clan that Yi Kong was from were small clans that no one cared about in the past. Now, because the disciples of their clans had a good relationship with Yue Yang, they had become upstarts. They even received the warm welcome of many small clans and small sects. Many rankers brought their own children. Of course, they did not expect Yue Yang to take a fancy to their children and betroth his sister Yu Shuang to their own children. No one dared to hope for this. If he was not an innate, he should not think about his sister, otherwise they would not be a good match. These people's intentions were to let Yue Yang see if he had special potential. If he could give a few pointers to their children, then they would benefit from it for the rest of their lives. One must know that the most abnormal thing about Yue Yang was not his own cultivation, but his ability to find talents. Trash like Yi Kong and Fatty Hai, as well as ordinary mercenaries like the Li brothers who would disappear if they were thrown into a crowd, had all become geniuses after a few months of training under Yue Yang's leadership. They were so strong that they were almost on par with Shui Tanlang, Yan Po Jun and Feng Qisha, who had been carefully nurtured by the four great clans. Looking at plant-type beasts, everyone said that they were trash, especially the thorny flower. For thousands of years, all the rankers said that it was the best of the trash and could only be used as a teaching tool in the academy. Who would have thought that with just a few tricks from Yue Yang, he could even create the legendary Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen that could kill the Blood Prison Demon King. This was the reason why the Yu clan's third young master was so awesome. Not only was he abnormal, he could also make his companions abnormal. Other than a few powerful people, Elder Yu Hai did not go out to welcome the guests. Yue Yang was even more lazy to move. He was an innate, so he had this privilege. If he ran out to welcome everyone, wouldn't he scare the guests to death? Would they dare to enter the door? Second uncle Yu Ling was extremely busy. Yu Ling's position as the substitute clan master was smooth sailing. He was also good at diplomacy and banquets. After a few family changes, he had become more open-minded and less arrogant. Even if it was a guest from a small clan or a small sect, he would still welcome them warmly. This made the Yu clan's image rise in the hearts of the people. Yu Tian and Yu Yan, who had their strength crippled, had also become a lot more obedient, wholeheartedly training in low level. Now that they were greeting the guests, they did not mind coming out to help. As for innate, they did not even think about it. They hoped that they could become a level 7 overlord or a level 8 emperor in their lifetime. That was their dream. Of course, their original dream was also like that. Yan Po Jun and Feng Qisha specially visited Yue Yang. Originally, they wanted to greet him as their father would greet him. However, Yue Yang was very generous this time. He personally helped them up and talked to them, showing that he wanted to guide them. This made the two of them extremely moved. As for Yan Qianzhong and Feng Xiaoyun, they were so moved that their eyes were brimming with tears. There was a saying in this world, it's not afraid to compare goods, it's more afraid to compare people. Even among the three great killing stars, Shui Tanlang's strength was already at the top. Forget about becoming a level 7 overlord or a level 8 emperor. Shui Tanlang was about to become an innate. It was only a matter of time before he broke through, but now, Yan Po Jun and Feng Qisha were struggling. Even Yi Kong, Fatty Hai and the Li brothers who were trash had caught up to them and even surpassed them. How could Yan Qian Zhang and Feng Xiaoyun not be anxious? Feng Xiaoyun was still fine. Although the Feng clan and the Yu clan's relationship was not as close as the Shui clan, it was still passable. The Withering Bones Feng Kuang and Yu Yang were even good friends, but Yan Qian Zhang had a headache. The Yan clan and the Yu clan did not see eye to eye, so they were always thinking of ways to attack the Yu clan. His son Yan Po Jun and Yu Yang even had a little conflict, so this matter was really unbearable. The Yan clan will forever remember today's kindness. Seeing that Yu Yang did not mind going over, Yan Qian Zhang almost patted his chest and called Yu Yang his boss. Brother Po Jun's talent is outstanding, he is a dragon among men. He can even become an innate in the future. Uncle, you don't have to worry about this. If there are any small setbacks, Yu Yang will also help Brother Po Jun break through to the innate realm. Uncle, please sit down, I will talk to Brother Po Jun and Brother Qisha. Yu Yang did not want to teach Yan Po Jun at first. Feng Qisha was still okay, but Yan Po Jun and the others were not very sincere in the past. However, after the incident with fourth uncle, Yu Yang had matured a lot. In any case, no matter how much Yan Po Jun trained, he would not be able to achieve much. Yu Yang estimated that even if Yan Po Jun was extremely lucky, he would only be able to reach innate level 5. If he was a little bit weaker, he would only be able to reach innate level 3. With this kind of strength, in front of the current Yu Yang, he would be killed instantly. He was not a threat at all. By the time he reached the innate realm, Yu Yang would have already killed his way to the heaven realm and started a war with the three great leaders of the heaven realm, Ming Yu Guang, Void and Zhu Shao. By the time Yan Po Jun reached innate level 5 in another 200 to 300 years, Yu Yang estimated that he would have conquered the entire heaven realm. If that was the case, why would he care about Yan Po Jun? It would be better to give him a small favor and let him protect the soaring dragon continent for him. It was better to have a friend than an enemy. If people like Yan Po Jun were to be roped in by the demon abyss or the other tribes, he might cause trouble. Instead of that, he might as well control him and let him work for him. Wouldn't that be better? The four great clans were the foundation of the Da Sha Empire, they had to be maintained. Right now, because of his appearance, the four great clans were on good terms with each other. It was the golden period. Once the soaring dragon continent's overall strength rose, the demon abyss would not be able to sit still. If those old fellows died, without a few juniors like Yan Po Jun and Feng Qisha to support them, even if he went to the heaven realm, he would not be able to be at ease. Brother Po Jun, Brother Qisha, this way please. Yu Yang talked with the two of them for an hour, making Feng Qisha and Yan Po Jun feel as if they were suddenly enlightened. They were extremely grateful towards Yu Yang, they almost did not stop thinking about him. Fourth mother did not come back to attend the ceremony, so Yu Yang specially went to see her. Fourth mother was touched by Yu Yang's actions, but she also felt that he was a little mischievous. Yu Shuang was still young, what did she know? The house was full of people and countless rankers, it would be best if she did not cry in front of the guests. Fourth mother's worries did not appear. On the contrary, Yu Shuang, this mischievous little girl, was not afraid of any powerful or famous person. Even if Zheng Wuyu, the Da Sha emperor, sat on her knees, she would still pluck the beard of an innate. As for Yu Yang, he had no choice but to carry her on his shoulders and let her ride on his wildebeest. Choosing an auspicious time, under the gaze of thousands of rankers in the soaring dragon continent, Yu Yang held his sister's hand and walked out of the hall. Accompanied by the old cunning fox, Zheng Wuyu and his grandfather, Elder Yu Hai, they walked towards the martial arts training plaza that could hold tens of thousands of people. Step by step, they walked towards the center of the arena. Yu Shuang, this girl, did not have stage fright at all. Her white hands were still holding onto a stick of candied haws that Yu Yang had specially made. If the clan guards cheered loudly, she would bite on the candied haws and imitate Zheng Wuyu, the emperor's style, waving to the audience a few times. I am very happy to invite everyone to witness my 8th sister's grimoire contracting ceremony. 4th uncle has left, leaving me 2 lonely little sisters. I, Yu Yang, am not talented, but I am afraid that I will disappoint 4th uncle's trust. I hereby vow that I will do my best to protect my two little sisters and bring them up on behalf of my father. I don't care about their achievements, I just hope that they will be happy, healthy and safe every day. I also hope that all the sisters in the world will have brothers to protect them. I also hope that they will be safe and happy. Yue Yang picked the little girl up and used a wet towel to wipe her dirty mouth clean from eating. Then, he kissed her bright and clean forehead. Brother Xiao-san, let me kiss you too. Hooray! The little girl kissed her brother coquettishly. She felt that it was not enough and kissed him again. Below the stage, the applause was like thunder. Seeing this warm and touching scene, many of the elders' eyes reddened. Especially the fifth elder, he even secretly wiped his tears. Yue Yang brought the beaming little girl to the center of the arena. Then, he took out the bronze grimoire that he had brought back earlier from his lich ring. The grimoire contracting ceremony had begun. Chapter 373. Yu Shuang followed Yue Yang's instructions and gently placed her hands on top of the bronze grimoire. Close your eyes, don't think about anything. Why don't you think about what you like to eat? What delicious food do you like brother to make for you? Think about it. Yue Yang's words were actually just for everyone to hear. He lightly blindfolded Yu Shuang's eyes and continuously transferred innate qi between her eyebrows. That was the true basis of the contract. A long time ago, the little girl Yu Shuang had helped Yue Yang to open up a few of his meridians. He would definitely be able to contract a grimoire, but the duration of the contract was not certain. Furthermore, a normal contract was not enough to shock him. Yue Yang hoped for something more powerful. He wanted everyone to be shocked by his sister's contract. Yue Yang had already tested it countless times on Shui Wuxia, Princess Sissy, Fallen Flowers and Sickly Beauty. To him, innate qi was nothing. If he was not afraid of others finding out, Yue Yang would have taken the opportunity to use Nirvana Flame to purify Yu Shuang's body. Of course, there was no need to rush. The golden light slowly overflowed from Yu Shuang's hands and gradually increased. In the end, it was as gentle as the lake or the sea. It did not have the cold and overbearing feeling of other rancors. It only overflowed and expanded like a cloud or fog. When it reached its limit, all the golden light shot up to the sky. That pillar of light was incomparably tall, more than 10 meters tall. Everyone who saw this golden pillar of light, no matter who it was shocked. What did the golden pillar of light represent? It represented the potential of a contractor. Normal contractors did not have the existence of a light pillar. Normally, their bodies would flash with light and they would soar 2 to 3 meters for less than a few seconds. It was already very rare for a contractor to reach 3 meters. Those who could reach 5 meters and above were already extremely rare geniuses. Those who could surpass 10 meters had the possibility of becoming an innate ranker. The ascetic practice saint had praised the old cunning fox for reaching 20 meters when he was promoted to innate. He felt that the old cunning fox had the possibility of becoming a heavenly imperial guardian in the future. Today, Yu Shuang contracted a grimoire with a golden pillar of light that was tens of meters tall. Although the beam of light from contracting a grimoire was not as accurate as the beam of light from leveling up to an innate, it was not much worse. If he was not crippled by some unknown factor in the future, leveling up to an innate would definitely not be a problem. If the light pillar when advancing to innate was 100% accurate and represented a person's future growth, then the light pillar when entering the grimoire of opportunity represented one's potential. It could be filled with potential for a lifetime, or it could be transformed into growth. Potential, if there was, it wouldn't necessarily be amazing, but if there wasn't, it would definitely be tragic and tragic. No matter what, the potential of the golden light pillar that was dozens of meters tall was enough to stun all the experts present. Grimoires could not be contracted according to the owner's wishes. Some made the contract during the day, others at night, some made the contract while awake, others in their sleep. Generally speaking, it was difficult for contestants to see their own contract light pillar. As for outsiders, unless they coincidentally saw it, or like Yue Yang invited everyone to watch, it was difficult for them to see other people's contract light pillars. If they did not see it with their own eyes, the experts present would not dare to believe that Yu Shuang, this little girl, actually had such high potential. Looks like it's 3 times mine. The old cunning fox could not recover from the shock for a long time. Brother Hai, I can't help but envy you. It's fine if your grandson is abnormal, but now even your granddaughter is so powerful. Zheng Wu Yu guessed that this potential was most likely related to Yue Yang. Yu Shuang, this little girl, definitely did not have this kind of terrifying potential. Of course, he would definitely not expose it. On the contrary, he would even help Yue Yang to keep this big secret. I really didn't know. Elder Yu Hai smiled bitterly. He also somewhat understood that it was Yue Yang's doing, but he did not think that this brat could cause such a big commotion. The golden light pillar flowed backwards, causing Yue Yang, the little girl's body, to tremble. She weakly fell down and fainted. Yue Yang knew that the grimoire had inputted some knowledge into her brain. Her little brain was still unable to bear it, so she fainted for a while. This was a type of brain protection. Among the people who contracted grimoires, there were only a few who had this kind of situation. This also proved that the grimoire had inputted more knowledge into the owner's brain. That was why it became like this. Everyone's knowledge was different. Some people didn't even have the chance to faint even if they wanted to. After the bronze grimoire was successfully contracted, the pages automatically flipped. Yue Yang, who was carrying the little girl, looked down and was also shocked. Although she was mischievous and a little gluttonous, this little sister of his really gave Yue Yang a big surprise. Yu Shuang, this little girl, was not the least bit inferior to her older sister, Yu Bing. She was different from Yu Bing, who had passed the 12 zodiac temples and obtained dual inherent skills. Yu Shuang, this little girl, was born with dual inherent skills. Pearl inherent skill using pearl-type treasures, summon the spirit of a beast to battle. Innate skill level 1. Sweet inherent skill. When the owner of the inherent skill is hungry, there is a certain probability that a weak beast or item will temporarily transform into a sweet dessert. Before the dessert returns to its original state, if the transformed dessert is eaten, it will cause irreparable damage or permanent digestion. This inherent skill will become stronger as the level increases. Current innate skill level 1. I'm going to faint. When Yue Yang saw this, he sweated profusely. This inherent skill really had Yu Shuang's style. Ha 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 ha. The Eastern Sky King and the others swarmed up to see. They were first dumbstruck, then burst into wild laughter. The old fox's tears even flowed out. This was too funny. Although any kind of inherent skill was possible, they had never seen such a playful inherent skill like Yu Shuang's before. Of course, no one in the audience dared to look down on this sweet inherent skill. It was fine if it was a normal item, but if it was some kind of divine weapon that was turned into a dessert and eaten by this little girl, that would be too miserable. As for beasts, it was also unbearable. Beasts that were stronger than Yu Shuang would probably be fine, but beasts that were weaker than her might be turned into dessert and eaten by her one day. Fortunately, this inherent skill had a lot of restrictions, otherwise it would be too overpowered. The rankers discussed spiritedly. Everyone was optimistic about the sweet inherent skill, because they had long since come to a conclusion that the more restrictions an inherent skill had, the more useful it was. Yue Yang's view was different from everyone else's. He thought that the sweet inherent skill was only a good inherent skill. The truly awesome one was the pearl inherent skill. An inherent skill with more restrictions was indeed a better inherent skill. However, Yue Yang also knew that the more simple and useless an inherent skill was on the surface, the more awesome it was. After waiting for a long while, Yu Shuang finally woke up. Yue Yang made her lightly flip the page, and the guardian beast appeared in front of everyone. It was a little person with beautiful shells as wings, and its name was Pearl Beauty. Pearl Beauty. Special type, humanoid intelligent creature, silver rank level 1, living entity. Offers 3 rainbow pearls to its master every day. Skill, auxiliary spirit. Following Yu Shuang's summon, this little thing appeared in a flash in a bright purple light. From the looks of it, it was only the size of a finger. It was similar to the Thumbelina in the fairy tales, except that it had beautiful shells as wings, and its body was as small as a dragonfly. It was petite and exquisite, and it held a big silver pearl in its hands. In front and behind its body, there were also 3 purple, blue and gold pearls revolving around it. When this Pearl Beauty appeared, it bowed to Yue Yang and the others. It looked very polite. Then, it gracefully flew in front of Yu Shuang and extended the pearl to its master. Who knew that it was actually playing with Yu Shuang? When Yu Shuang extended her hand, it flew away a little, making Yu Shuang unable to touch it. Yu Shuang insisted on catching it. She chased after it all the way down from the stage, laughing like a bell. Overjoyed, everyone looked at each other in fear. Such an intelligent beast. Heavens, how far was this Pearl Beauty from becoming a holy beast? Even if there was a gap, in the future, becoming a holy beast would probably be a sure thing. Being born a silver rank beast was already exaggerated enough, but the most shocking thing was still her intelligence. The Pearl Beauty was born with intelligence. This was something that others could only dream of. Seeing that the Yu clan's younger generation had so many geniuses, many people couldn't help but sigh. As expected of the 4 great clans that had thousands of years of inheritance. Just a random little girl could surpass thousands of descendants. How long would it take for a child like Yu Shuang to appear in the Soaring Dragon continent? If it wasn't for the Yu clan's 3rd young master who was even more abnormal, she would probably be qualified to be the Yu clan's #1 in hundreds of years. This generation of Yu clan's younger generation was really incredible. Each one was stronger than the other. Previously, they thought that Yu Tian and Yue Yang, the 2 world's top 10 outstanding Yus, were already powerful enough. They never thought that Yu Feng, who had such high potential, would suddenly appear. Before Yu Yang appeared, he was the Yu clan's hope. Not mentioning Yu Yang, the abnormal Yu clan's 3rd young master, Yu Bing, who had turned the tables in plant type, treant, intense poison and combat skills, had almost beaten Feng Qisha to the ground. Now, there was Yu Shuang, who had 2 inherent skills, plus the intelligence of the Pearl Beauty and a potential pillar that was tens of meters tall. It would be difficult for this little girl to be useless in the future. Come, my darling, come to me. Zheng Wuyu's Empress' motherly instincts were aroused. She hugged the little girl and kissed her. She then said to Yu Yang, 3rd young master, I really like this darling. How about letting her be my goddaughter? Darling, do you like being a princess? If this little body of hers were to wear princess clothes, being a princess is not fun. Yu Shuang immediately shook her head. There are a lot of delicious food and sweets for a princess. Do you want to be one? Before the Empress finished speaking, Yu Shuang's eyes lit up and immediately nodded in agreement. There was no other way, sweets were invincible to her. Zheng Wuyu and Elder Yu Hai looked at each other. It was not impossible for the Empress to recognize a goddaughter. It was just that the seniority was messed up. However, the seniority was already messed up. Princess Sissy was Zheng Wuyu's daughter, but she had to marry the Yu clan's 3rd young master. Zheng Wuyu also called Elder Yu Hai his brother Hai. It was not a big deal for the Empress to recognize a goddaughter now. It was just that the seniority would be messed up. Since it had already come to this, Zheng Wuyu did not care about the seniority being messed up. Seeing that the Empress recognized a future innate as her goddaughter, all the women present were extremely regretful. Of course, no matter how regretful they could not snatch her from the Empress. Moreover, even if they wanted to recognize her, the Yu clan's 3rd young master might not agree. This girl was his precious darling, how could an ordinary person recognize her as their goddaughter? Those who understood this point all started to applaud one after another, congratulating the Yu clan. Yan Qian Zhang and the other clan masters of the great clans clenched their fists tightly, forcefully suppressing the idea of marrying the Yu clan. Forget it, the little bastard at home was not worthy of her. Mentioning it would just be asking for trouble. It was better to be honest and not look for trouble. If the little girl Yu Shuang successfully contracting a grimoire had shocked everyone so much that they needed to spend a lot of time to digest it, then the next sentence that Yu Yang said completely shocked everyone silly. Everyone suspected that they had heard wrongly, including the old cunning fox, Zheng Wuyu and Elder Yu Hai. However, when everyone saw the other party's shock, they understood that they did not hear wrongly. What did you say? Eastern Sky King grabbed Yu Yang's collar. Brat, what do you want to do? Nothing, I just wanted to give it a try. Yu Yang's smile was as bright as the sun. Even though everyone saw his smile, they couldn't help but shiver. Yu Yang swept his gaze across everyone, and finally said with certainty, you didn't hear wrongly. Just now, I said that I have a good-for-nothing beast. Its strength is extremely weak, so I had no choice but to let it try to contract a grimoire and increase its strength a little. Yu Yang turned around and shouted towards the crowd, Wei Tai Lang, you damn dog, hurry up and come up here. I am busy and you actually dare to laze around and sleep. Hearing this, Wei Tai Lang eagerly came up to the stage. Everyone was dumbfounded. It wanted to contract a grimoire. Chapter 374 What did it mean for a beast to contract a grimoire? Divine beast. The difference between a divine beast and a holy beast was that a divine beast had a grimoire, while a holy beast did not. Ordinary innate rankers would train by themselves in the early stages, and in the later stages, they would rely on holy beasts to guide their master's growth, merging with the holy beast's abilities and slowly advancing to the innate realm. Only a few people could rely on their own strength to train, but this kind of amazing person was as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. Among the innate rankers, those who could advance to the innate realm without relying on external forces were definitely 1 in 100. With the help of a sacred beast, it was possible for a martial artist to reach the innate realm. What would happen if he had a divine beast? No one knew the answer. That's because, apart from the extremely powerful supreme martial artist of the human race, it was estimated that no other innately possessed a divine beast. At least, it was not recorded in the records of the innate alliance. Every cultivator believed that as long as they had a divine beast, they would be able to reach the supremacy realm. Even powerful people like Sun Tian and the Thousand Goblins sect leader were no exception. They felt that the biggest difference between them and a supreme martial artist was that they lacked a divine beast. Today, the Yu clan's third young master had actually said in front of all the higher-ups in the Soaring Dragon continent that he wanted his beast to contract a grimoire. In other words, he was prepared to nurture a divine beast in front of everyone. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes and heard it with their own ears, they wouldn't have believed that this was the truth. Also, if this wasn't said by Yue Yang, but by someone else, even if it was an innate, everyone would think that that person was crazy. Was it possible to let a beast contract a grimoire and let a beast be reborn into a divine beast? Anyone else would say that it was impossible. No matter what method it was, people had tried it before. In the past 1,000 years, no one had succeeded. Only one person had a divine beast, and that was Ji Zun. No one knew what method she used to cultivate her divine beast. Of course, Ji Zun would not tell others. The reason why people knew that Ji Zun had a divine beast was because of the invasion of the demon abyss. Back then, Ji Zun wasn't even Ji Zun yet, and he didn't have such a reputation. The powerful demon kings in the demon abyss gathered together and broke the innate alliance's treaty to attack the Soaring Dragon continent. The entire Soaring Dragon continent was in danger of being destroyed. Before this, the Aojia continent and the Ji Yufeng continent, which were also inhabited by humans, were also destroyed by the invasion of the demon abyss demon army. The weaker Soaring Dragon continent was in a precarious situation. At that time, Sun Tian, the Thousand Goblins sect leader, Chong Ni, the Black Prince, and she and the other innate rankers didn't interfere with the demon king's actions. In the innate alliance, only Elder Nangong came to dissuade them. He even took the initiative to stand on the Soaring Dragon continent's side to defend against the demon king's invasion. This battle was even more dangerous than the one 3,000 years ago. If the human warriors were defeated, then the whole Soaring Dragon continent would fall into the enemy's hands and become a wasteland. Humans would become the demon's slaves or even food. However, this battle did not really start, because Ji Zun appeared. She summoned the divine beast and easily killed the 2 strongest demon kings, intimidating all the powerhouses. Her unfathomable strength and the legendary divine beast suddenly appeared in front of everyone. Whether it was the human martial artists or the demon army, they all trembled in fear. From then on, there was another, supreme, in the world. She was extremely domineering and rewrote the innate alliance's treaty. Until today, all the innate rankers had to abide by the treaty. Even if they started a war, they had to abide by the treaty. Otherwise, Ji Zun would personally kill the person who violated the treaty. What made all the innate rankers relieved was that Ji Zun didn't care about anyone. She didn't restrict anyone's progress. She only wanted to explore the higher levels of Tong Tian Tower and explore the legendary Heaven Realm. Although it was a long time ago, the rankers who knew about the incident were still full of respect for the divine beast. The divine beast was a living being of another realm. It was unimaginably strong. Let me introduce to everyone, this is my family's watchdog. It's called Wei Tai Lang. Its strength is very weak. As you can see, it's only bronze ranked level 3. When Yue Yang said this, Wei Tai Lang immediately nodded his head and used a foreign language proficiently, woof, meow, to greet everyone. No one could understand Wei Tai Lang's foreign language, but everyone knew that this beast was psychic. Not only was it smart, it was ridiculously smart. In other words, it was cunning. Other than not knowing how to speak human language, it basically knew all the tricks that humans knew. It was also the best at flattering its master. It wasn't a holy beast and couldn't transform into a human, but it was smarter than a holy beast. It even knew how to disguise itself. It was obviously a powerful sky demon wolf king. Not to mention normal warriors, it had even killed low-level innates. However, this cunning fellow had disguised himself as a bronze-ranked level 3 ironback demonic wolf. If it wasn't for the Fact that it had an even more abnormal and exaggerated master, people would really be worried that this Wei Tai Lang would become the destroyer of the soaring dragon continent and cause a huge mess. With Yu clan's third young master around, people didn't think much of Wei Tai Lang. After all, like master like slave, master was abnormal, there was no reason for his beast to be trash. Wei Tai Lang was very powerful, but compared to Yue Yang's other beasts, it wasn't very outstanding. For example, there was the golden crown thorny flower queen that evolved from a spitting thorny flower, the bloody queen that evolved from a golden king beast to a holy beast, the one and only Tong Tian beast, and the barbarian cow that evolved from a guardian beast. Yu clan's third young master's beasts weren't something that normal people could imagine. As for the dragon-eating reaper mantis, needless to say, it couldn't compare to Wei Tai Lang at the moment. If it wasn't for the quintet-seeking golden mice, the platinum-ranked reaper mantis would probably be at the bottom. People knew that Yue Yang had a beast, but they didn't know that it was even stronger. Very few people like Zheng Wuyu and the old fox knew that Yue Yang had an extremely strong diamond-ranked demonic Lamia Loli. Normal warriors didn't know. Furthermore, no one knew that the demonic Lamia Loli had a diamond-ranked grimoire. Otherwise, everyone would probably faint from fright. The warriors of the soaring dragon continent had never seen the golden crown thorny flower queen, bloody queen and the barbarian cow in action. Hence, everyone ranked Wei Tai Lang first. They felt that it was the strongest. The mercenaries talked about Grey Wolf's deeds with great relish. Everyone knew what it did and what it ate every day. Some busybodies would even come to the Yu clan castle to see Wei Tai Lang abuse Yi Kong, Fatty Hai, the Li brothers, Shui Tan Lang, Prince of Tian Luo and the other young elites of the soaring dragon continent. The strong Yi Kong and Fatty Hai were beaten up by Wei Tai Lang every day, battered and exhausted. Shui Tan Lang and Prince of Tian Luo were the same. If they didn't know better, they wouldn't believe that the person covered in injuries and exhausted in the training field was one of the three great killing stars, Shui Tan Lang. Occasionally, people would see Yan Po Jun and Feng Qi Sha coming to the Yu clan castle to be abused. The two of them were even worse. In front of the bronze rank level 3 feet Wei Tai Lang, they couldn't even withstand a single blow. Not to mention them, even the old fox who had already become an innate couldn't do anything to Wei Tai Lang. This was the Yu clan's third young master's beast. A beast that had never been contracted but was loyal, had no noble birth but had terrifying combat power. It was not specially trained but was extremely intelligent. Wei Tai Lang, of course, other than the abnormal Yu clan's third young master, no one else had such an abnormal beast. However, even so, it was still a little difficult for everyone to believe that Wei Tai Lang could contract a grimoire. No matter how intelligent, cunning or strong it was not the standard to contract a grimoire. It wasn't even a holy beast, it couldn't even transform into a human, it couldn't even speak the human language. How could it contract a grimoire? Even if it could contract a grimoire, could it understand the words on it? Could it use a summoning grimoire? That was definitely impossible. Only a holy beast that had transformed into a human and possessed high intelligence had the qualifications to contract a grimoire. In other words, even Shun Tian's guardian beast, Emperor, couldn't contract a grimoire. How could Wei Tai Lang, the third young master's watchdog, contract a grimoire? Everyone, please bear witness. I'm just trying randomly, I might not succeed. Yue Yang took out a bronze grimoire. People thought that the higher the level of the grimoire, the longer the potential and the better the guardian beast. However, Yue Yang knew that it was the exact opposite. The higher the level of the grimoire, the harder it was to contract a grimoire. In any case, unless it was like Yue Yang's grimoire, it would fall back to a bronze grimoire. Using a gold grimoire or platinum grimoire would be a waste. Under everyone's gaze, Wei Tai Lang stretched out a wolf claw. After a long while, there was no reaction. Everyone secretly heaved a sigh of relief and felt their hearts feel better. Luckily, Wei Tai Lang wasn't so abnormal that he would immediately transform into a holy beast. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to live anymore. Wei Tai Lang, you're really an idiot. Stupid dog, you wasted my time. To think that I still had a little bit of expectation. Can't you work harder? Yue Yang's anger soared to the heavens as he beat up Wei Tai Lang, causing it to be covered in cuts and bruises. Others didn't know. They thought that Yue Yang was angry and wanted to vent his anger on Wei Tai Lang. Only Wei Tai Lang knew that this was a special reward from its master. The harder it beat, the more innate chi it would receive, and the more comfortable it would feel. If it was someone else, they wouldn't even have the chance to get beaten up. Woof. Wei Tai-lang, who had been sent flying more than 10 meters away, ran back eagerly, showing off that it would put in more effort this time. If it's still not enough, this young master will kill you and eat dog meat pot. Yue Yang's words made everyone sweat profusely. Only the Yu clan's third young master would dare to say such words. If it was someone else, forget about dog meat pot, they might even make human meat pot. Furthermore, it was such a strong beast, not only did he not contract it, he even beat it to death. This really made people feel sorry for him. Even if he had a good beast, he shouldn't waste it like this. People could never understand why Yue Yang only liked beautiful beasts, and why he didn't contract such a good beast like Wei Tai-lang. They couldn't understand why he beat it up. Even if Wei Tai-lang wasn't strong, wasn't smart, and didn't know how to bootlick, he shouldn't beat it to death. If other people's beasts were to be looked down upon by their masters, their loyalty would also drop. Damn, if this happened to Wei Tai-lang, even 10 million beasts would have betrayed him long ago. When Wei Tai-lang saw people's overflowing love, he couldn't help but feel a little annoyed. When its master beat it, that was an expression of love. What are you guys doing? What can you do about it? Eat this. If you can't eat it, this young master will really eat dog meat pot tonight. I'm not joking with you. Yue Yang stuffed something into Wei Tai-lang's mouth. His speed was so fast that people couldn't even see what it was. However, if they knew that this was the astral nucleus of the Heaven Realm ranker, xianxia, who was a level 8 innate, they would definitely vomit blood from internal injuries. Meow. Wei Tai-lang swallowed it in one gulp and pretended to be a cat, rubbing itself against Yue Yang's legs with all its might. Scram. Yue Yang kicked it with his thighs, sending it flying 100 meters away. Woof woof. Wei Tai-lang felt extremely comfortable. Originally, the energy from the innate level 8 star nucleus almost caused his body to explode. However, the innate chi from this kick suppressed the energy from the star nucleus, causing Wei Tai-lang to feel extremely comfortable. Taking advantage of the suppression time, Wei Tai-lang quickly ran back. Its front paw reached for the bronze grimoire, but its eyes looked at Yue Yang, indicating that it was ready and waiting for its master to order the contract. Everyone held their breaths, and the entire place was dead silent. Zheng Wuyu, Old Fox, Elder Yu Hai, Eastern Sky King, Western Sky King, Feng Xiaoyun, Shui Wendao, Yan Qianzhong and other rankers of the Soaring Dragon clan all clenched their fists. Feng Kuang, Eagle-Eyed Man and Dragon Ambassador Bai Bo leaned forward so much that they almost fell. They forgot everything else as they watched. Witnessing this important moment, everyone could see that Yue Yang was definitely not joking. He definitely had confidence, otherwise he wouldn't let Wei Tai-lang come out to contract the grimoire. Everyone didn't know what he had fed Wei Tai-lang. They only knew that the energy in Wei Tai-lang's body had suddenly increased by 1,000 times. Perhaps, a historical moment would be born in the next second. Would the Soaring Dragon Continent's first divine beast be witnessed by everyone? Would it really succeed? Yue Yang stretched out his leg and pressed Wei Tai-lang's front paw onto the bronze grimoire. On the surface, he was purposely torturing Wei Tai-lang, but in reality, he was using his innate chi to help Wei Tai-lang, just like how he helped Yu Shuang previously. Only the most meticulous people would notice this detail, such as Zheng Wuyu and Elder Yu Hai. They immediately looked at each other and nodded at each other. Success. As long as Yue Yang made his move, the contract would be 90% successful. Golden light spread out from Wei Tai-lang's front paw. It wasn't very bright, instead, it was a little dark golden, and a little dull. However, this dark golden light was very realistic. When it shone on everyone's face, it was as if they were smeared with a layer of golden liquid, turning everyone into a metal statue. A pillar of light shot up to the sky, everyone raised their heads to look, and all of them sucked in a breath of cold air. God, that height was even higher than the little girl just now. Where would the human warriors put their faces? The dark golden pillar of light suddenly shot back. Wei Tai-lang's body shook violently, and a large amount of flames and thick smoke came out of his mouth and nose. His tail became illusory, like a shadow or fog. In an instant, it turned into a metallic texture. Without waiting for people to react, it turned into a mercury-like appearance, as if it was about to melt. When the mercury was about to drip onto the ground, it turned into dark golden sand under everyone's dumbfounded gaze. The bronze grimoire gradually changed shape, becoming smaller. The pattern on it was completely different from the human's bronze grimoire. A faint circle of light surrounded the bronze grimoire. Slowly turning the pages, the sharp-eyed warriors could see Wei Tai Lang's image on the grimoire. Right now, even a blind person could see that Wei Tai Lang had successfully contracted a grimoire. A historical moment in the Soaring Dragon continent had officially begun. Finally, under the witness of all the warriors, a divine beast was born in front of everyone's eyes. It was Wei Tai Lang, a beast that did not contract with its master, but was nurtured by its master with all his might. A beast that would never tire of being beaten or scolded by its master. A beast that was smarter and more cunning than humans. A beast that surpassed humans in contracting a grimoire. Because of its master and it, a glorious page would be written in human history. Of course, Wei Tai Lang did not care about those things at all. After successfully contracting a grimoire, Wei Tai Lang, who was beside himself with joy, turned into a long body. Like a sea cucumber, wriggling on the stage. In the next moment, it turned into a pair of wings, flying upside down in the sky. In the next moment, it turned into 3 heads, calling out, meow, woof, in the middle, and huo, in the right, harmonizing with each other. In the next moment, it turned into a sandstorm, flying upside down in the sky, and purposely blew up the skirts of beauties, using this to please its master. It knew that this was its master's hobby. Die right now. Do you think this young master's limelight is something that you can steal? I'll let you be so arrogant. Yue Yang flew into a rage. How could he, the master, endure such an arrogant beast? Meow. Wei Tai Lang lowered its head and tucked its tail between its legs, just like a child who had done something wrong. It received a good beating and scolding from Yue Yang. Wei Tai Lang didn't do it on purpose. It was just too happy. Finally, the compassionate empress couldn't stand it anymore and stopped Yue Yang's scolding. Otherwise, Wei Tai Lang would be out of luck for a long time. Wei Tai Lang took the opportunity to carry Yu Shuang on its back and pretended to be the most obedient guard dog. Finally, it appeased Yue Yang's anger. Forget it, let's see what kind of inherent skill and guardian beast this damn dog has. As soon as Yue Yang said this, all the people who were still in a daze rushed over as if they were shocked by a sudden bolt of lightning. Every summoning grimoire would activate an inherent skill and grant a guardian beast. Could it be that this Wei Tai Lang also had one? Chapter 375 Wei Tai Lang contracting a grimoire was a fact. Zheng Wuyu and the old cunning fox quickly recovered from the shock. Anyway, it was not strange for Yue Yang to do something shocking. This brat was abnormal. To be able to become an innate at the age of 20, it was not strange for Wei Tai Lang to contract a grimoire now. This was probably just the beginning. In the future, maybe the Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen and the Bloody Queen would each have a grimoire. What is it? This king wants to see what kind of inherent skill this big dog has. The Eastern Sky King was one of the few fierce people who did not care about Yue Yang at all. From his point of view, so what if this brat was powerful? No matter how powerful he was still his son-in-law. This brat had kidnapped his only precious daughter, and he had not even settled the score with him. This is, the Western Sky King who was squeezed on the other side immediately widened his eyes. Transformation inherent skill. Transforms under certain conditions, level 1 inherent skill. It looked extremely simple, but everyone knew that this transformation inherent skill was not simple. Thinking back to the transformation of Wei Tai Lang's body, it seemed that there was more than one. It could stretch, grow wings to fly, transform into a Cerberus without a problem, it could even transform into sand and become a tornado. These already included strengthening type, element type, beast type and special type. With this transformation inherent skill, it was almost impossible to find Wei Tai Lang's weakness. Even if there was, it could be adjusted through transformation. In this way, Wei Tai Lang, who had no weaknesses, would have an unlimited increase in battle power. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Abnormal, this transformation was definitely an abnormal inherent skill. When they looked at their guardian beasts again, almost no one fell to the ground. They had seen people attack people, but they had never seen such an attack. Forget about a wolf contracting a grimoire, it even had such a good inherent skill in a guardian beast. How could the human warriors accept this? Split true body, special type, bronze rank level 1, half living body. Split from the main body to create a true body image. It has 1/3 of the main body's battle power and the same inherent skill as the main body. The number of summons and duration are related to the level. Skills. Split true body. Everyone was stunned by Wei Tai Lang's inherent skill in guardian beast. To be honest, They had never seen such a wretched inherent skill in beast before. Grey Wolf was already arrogant enough. If Grey Wolf were to summon the exact same doppelgangers and fight them, without being able to distinguish which was real and which was fake, even an innate ranker who was stronger than Grey Wolf would die a horrible death. One must know that guardian beasts would never truly die. If they had fought for a long time and only killed a guardian beast, while the real Wei Tai Lang was still safe and sound, any enemy would probably vomit blood and die from that kind of attack. What was even more frightening was that there was more than one clone. From the looks of it, it was possible to summon more than one clone at this level. If a group of Grey Wolves surrounded him, only one of them would be real. The others were all doppelgangers, and all of them had 1/3 of its combat power. If they were to fight, the enemy would probably be tortured to death. Woof! Wei Tai Lang extended his front paw and summoned his guardian beast. The dark golden light flashed and disappeared. On Grey Wolf's body, another, Grey Wolf, that looked exactly the same jumped out of the air. Everyone stared at Wei Tai Lang and the doppelganger for a long time, but they could not tell which was real and which was fake. It looked like both of them were real, as if Wei Tai Lang was a pair of twin brothers. However, everyone could tell one thing, because the real Wei Tai Lang did not move. Everyone looked at the Wei Tai Lang who was still pressing his front paw on the grimoire. Luckily he was still holding the summoning gesture, otherwise they would really be able to tell which one was real and which one was fake. Who are you trying to fool? Yue Yang kicked the flying Wei Tai Lang. Only he who had the heaven eyes divine vision knew that this was the real one. Meow. Wei Tai Lang who was seen through quickly pretended to be obedient, but the other Wei Tai Lang who was still in the summoning state disappeared under the anti-summon. Everyone was sweating profusely, feeling ashamed. Who would have thought that a dignified human, who had seen so many schemes and plots in his life, would actually be tricked by a dog's little trick? This Wei Tai Lang was really wretched. It actually let the doppelganger press its paw on the grimoire while its real body jumped up. If they really fought, the opponent who recognized the real body would definitely be toyed with by this wretched and perverted fellow. In this world, was there any beast that was more cunning than it? Shun Tian's emperor had transformed into a human, was also good at combat, could even speak, and had a certain level of intelligence. But would Shun Tian's emperor know how to use this kind of tactic to trick people? Although everyone was not familiar with Shun Tian's emperor, they believed that the emperor would definitely not use this kind of tactic, even if it was a holy beast. This was the difference between a holy beast and a mythical beast. Maybe the current Wei Tai Lang could not win against the emperor, but what about in 10 years? In the future, when Wei Tai Lang grew up, it would definitely kill the emperor. Everyone could guarantee this. Don't be afraid of a strong beast, only afraid of a smart beast. This famous saying had existed in the Soaring Dragon continent 5,000 years ago. Even today, it was still effective, and even more accurate. The difference between Wei Tai Lang and the emperor was that even though the current Yue Yang was not as strong as Shun Tian, everyone believed that Yue Yang would be able to catch up and surpass Shun Tian, the great emperor of Ziwei. In a few years, the only person who could make Yue Yang struggle to catch up was Ji Zun. It was believed that when Ji Zun volunteered to be Yue Yang's Tong Tian Tower introducer, she already knew about this. It was just that the warriors in the world did not know about it at that time. The most terrifying thing about Yue Yang was not his combat power, but his potential. He still had endless potential that had not been converted into combat power. For innate rankers like Shun Tian and the Thousand Goblins sect leader who had almost exhausted their potential, other than jealousy, there was nothing else they could do. Potential was not equivalent to combat power, but it would determine a person's future. Yue Yang's actions had completely shocked the entire Soaring Dragon continent. It was fine if he had a sister with extremely high potential, but he also had a beast that could contract a grimoire. The Soaring Dragon continent had publicly witnessed the birth of a divine beast, Yu clan's third young master. Would anyone still doubt this person's strength now? Who would be jealous of him? If he really had the ability, why didn't he bring a divine beast for a walk on the streets? Da Sha Kingdom and Tian Luo Kingdom had both held a celebration ceremony. Even the Zijin Kingdom's envoy had a slightly sour tone, publicly declaring that this was a miracle for the Soaring Dragon continent. My son-in-law, this was the Eastern Sky King's recent catchphrase. Are you talking about Princess Sissy? No, I've never heard that she and that brat Yue Yang are in a relationship. There's no such thing. When others congratulated him, his future father-in-law, Zheng Wuyu expressed that he had no idea at all. He even said that Princess Sissy was currently cultivating and hadn't seen Yue Yang for a long time. Otherwise, she would definitely have attended Yu Shuang's grimoire contract ceremony. There's no doubt that Wei Tailang is a divine beast. As for why third young master didn't contract it, it's useless for you to ask me. If you could understand third young master's thoughts, then you would be third young master. One of the Yu clan's guards, Lin Miao, expressed that if anyone was worried that Wei Tailang would betray them, that would be a pain in the ass. I want to marry brother Yue Yang. This was Zijin Kingdom's Princess Fei Yan. She was only 6 years old this year. I'm friends with him. The warrior guild's white-robed brother, Shan He, said that he knew Yue Yang, but no one believed him. Yes, third young master obtained Yu Gong's puppet grimoire. He inherited Yu Gong's knowledge and created and modified new puppet beasts on the original basis. After the birth of the divine beast, second uncle Yu Ling announced that the Yu clan's puppet beasts would be upgraded. There would be a large number of bronze-ranked puppet beasts for sale. There would even be silver-ranked and gold-ranked puppet beasts for sale. I want to save money and get a gold-ranked puppet beast. I want to ride it to marry my future wife. Who do you think I am? I know Yu clan's third young master. I'll fight with anyone who doesn't believe me. The bandit leader Tai Dan, who had already kidnapped 19 girls to be his concubines, patted Black Hair's chest, indicating that he also knew Yu clan's third young master. Forget about it. The mercenaries laughed until they fell down. Students, I'm very happy that everyone came to my class. You must know that in the past, there had never been so many people who came to my class. Even if there were, they would only come here to sleep. An old fox who had already become an innate ranker but still continued to teach students was the most popular teacher in the world. Right now, the Ivy Academy was extremely powerful. Everyone was trying their best to squeeze students into the academy, but the Ivy Academy refused to accept them. This made many people speechless. Fortunately, the old fox did not restrict anyone from his class. People from other academies could also come and listen to his class, regardless of whether they were students or teachers. The old fox would usually emphasize on this point, students, let me remind you again. Don't try to imitate Yue Yang. You can't copy him. Everyone should train with their feet on the ground. It's impossible for everyone to be like Yue Yang. This is definitely impossible. If you guys could become like Fatty Hai and Yi Kong, I would be very happy. Especially the students who were originally from the death class. You should know what kind of strength Fatty Hai and Yi Kong had in their previous class. They were trash. That's right, but they had put in a lot of effort. If you guys don't want to be left behind by them, then you have to train hard. There are no shortcuts. Even Yue Yang had trained hard. He had put in a lot more effort than you guys can imagine. You guys should never be arrogant and complacent, and don't worry about the future. In front of you, Yue Yang had already pointed out a bright path for you guys. As long as you guys train hard, you guys will definitely succeed. When the old fox was using Yue Yang's example to teach his students, Yue Yang brought Wei Tailang and bid farewell to Fourth Mother, heading towards the 6th floor of Tong Tian Tower. He still had to continue training. Fourth Mother was unwilling to stay in Yue Yang's grimoire world because she was taking care of the baby left behind by fourth uncle and Miss Feng. She was afraid that it would affect him. She decided to stay in the Mirage until Yue Yang had the ability to be fearless against all enemies. Only then would she live with him. Yu Shuang, the little girl, was temporarily taken care of by Sickly Beauty. Yue Yang would teach her temporarily, and they could slowly find a good teacher in the future. The little girl couldn't bear to leave her mother. She cried for a long time, but in the end, she still obediently left with her brother. The cruel reality of a world where the strong preyed on the weak forced Yue Yang to make this decision. Only the strong could live better. Become stronger. No matter if it was a child or an adult, they had to become stronger. They had to become stronger than their enemies. Yue Yang brought Wei Tailang, who was disguised as a bronze rank level 3, back to the 6th floor of Tong Tian Tower. He teleported to the underground city of the Thunder Fortress. The anxious toad merchant Jada almost crawled up to welcome him. The first thing he said was, "Mr. Tai Tan, your mind has rebelled, please decide whether to suppress or appease them. Also, your arena, your gladiators and your beasts are almost at their limit. If you don't want to pay them, at least let them eat something." My gladiator arena. Only then did Yue Yang remember that he had won all of Ndong's assets. Because he was worried about Fourth Mother, he left in a hurry and didn't have time to deal with it. Chapter 376 Inches. It's all my fault that I didn't make it clear that day. Endong's assets have already been transferred to your name, including the West Wind Mine, the underground arena, 10 shops and more than 200 stalls. There are also more than 3,000 underground huts and 5,000 slaves. Many of the slaves have already escaped, and some have sought refuge with others. However, I estimate that there are still 3,000 people who have nowhere to go. Mr. Chen said that in the Qi land continent, Endong still has a large amount of land and assets waiting for you to take over. It's just that after Mr. Chen left that day, he hasn't returned, and the detailed accounts are still in Mr. Yan Zheng's hands. Ah, Mr. Yan Zheng is the new housekeeper that Mr. Chen hired for you. Jada talked non-stop, and after listening for a long time, Yue Yang realized that he had won back a huge mess. You mean, Endong left behind a huge mess, and he has no money to spend, right? Yue Yang asked. It's not like that, Endong is a bastard, extremely extravagant. Just the decoration and collection of this mansion is worth at least 2 million gold. You must know, the carpet here is made of velvet. Cough, we still have money, but Lord Demon Eye came here yesterday and took away most of it, saying that it was the compensation for Nightmare and Tiger Nyen's death. I feel that this is not right, that loss cannot be counted on Mr. Titan. You must know, you are Endong's biggest creditor, but Lord Demon Eye is one of the 3 leaders of the Thunder Fortress, and his position is only below King Chongni. Since Lord Titan is not here, I have no way to reject him. Jada's face was filled with fear. He was afraid that Yue Yang would kill him in a fit of anger. How much money did he take? Yue Yang asked again. 3 million, maybe 4 million. Endong's 2 concubines, the 2 demons, they knew where Endong kept his treasures, and when Mr. Yan Zheng arrived, he had already taken away most of it. Jada saw that Yue Yang was still alright, and that no one was jumping up and down in anger, and added another sentence, maybe he even took away some valuable jewels and magic crystals. Then how much money is left now? Yue Yang thought that he wouldn't immediately become a pauper. 1,689,951 gold. Jada sincerely hoped that his future master would not be too angry when he heard this number. After all, the remaining money was less than half, and there was still a rebellion going on in the mines. What about the new butler, Mr. Yan Zheng? Yue Yang felt relieved after hearing that. Fortunately, there was still a lot of money left in this mess. He was detained while he was negotiating with the rebels. Judd wiped the sweat off his forehead. If Mr. Titan doesn't mind, why don't you transfer the underground arena to me to tide over this crisis? You should know that our 100 War Guild has always been very interested in the underground arena. Of course, if you are willing to sell the mine to us, that would be even better. An arrogant merchant strode in from outside the door. He had a smug look on his face, and he looked at Yue Yang as if he was a noble looking at a country bumpkin. As for Jada, who was lowering his head, he was completely ignored. Yue Yang did not recognize this arrogant fellow. He was even more disgusted by his arrogant look. Wearing the Gemini mask, his emotions were as calm as an ancient well. He wanted to see who dared to come and negotiate with him. Was the mine's rebellion related to this fellow? Yue Yang glanced at the arrogant fellow indifferently. His strength was not high, he was only a level 6 elder, but he had 2 level 7 overlord guards. I am Fu Luo from the 100 War Guild. I am the person in charge of the 100 War Guild's Thunder Fortress branch, a level 8 gold star merchant. This fellow used 1/5 of the whites of his eyes to look at Jada with disdain. The meaning behind his words seemed to be telling Yue Yang not to compare him with Jada, this lowly fellow. You want the arena, what's the price? Yue Yang frowned. Wearing the Gemini mask, no one could see his expression. 1,500,000 gold star coins. Fu Luo gave an extremely low price. No, this price is only enough to send off beggars. Jada was afraid that Yue Yang would suffer a loss and hurriedly interrupted, Mr. Titan, please forgive my frankness and straightforwardness. This price absolutely cannot be agreed to. The stupid Endong spent 4 million gold star coins to buy it from someone else. After renovating and remodeling it, he also bought a large amount of gladiators and beasts. The price of the arena is at least 5 million gold star coins. A price of 1,500,000 gold star coins, to you, is a kind of humiliation. Pay attention to your words, you toad. Let me tell you, you better shut up, otherwise I will throw you out. A lowly level 3 merchant like you, and that lowly toad merchant behind you, dares to clamor with our top 10 ranked 100 war guild. Annoying toad, do you know what is called the rules? Do you know what is called the rage of a strong person? You are provoking, insulting, and challenging the prestige of our 100 war guild. As long as we wave our hands, we can destroy you and the toad merchant guild behind you into ashes. I am warning you, immediately scram to one side. There is no place for you to speak here. That man called Fu Luo probably thought that Jada was a merchant bidding. He didn't seem to know that Jada was Yue Yang's representative. He arrogantly scolded him. In front of the buyer, Yue Yang, he still dared to be so unbridled. It seemed that he was usually an arrogant and tyrannical person. Jada was so scared that he didn't dare to speak and retreated to one side. He secretly raised his eyes and looked at Yue Yang. It seemed that he hoped that Yue Yang would stand up for him and say a few words of justice for him. Or perhaps he would point out that he was Yue Yang's subordinate. Without the support of a strong person, with his meager strength, wanting to contend against the 100 war guild was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Jada, this person was someone that Yue Yang wanted to use. Although he had never been an official before, Yue Yang had read many official documents and knew a few ways to use people. Yue Yang purposely wanted to cool Jada down. He didn't immediately speak up. He wanted to first let the man called Fu Luo misunderstand him even more and let that guy's arrogance rise even more. Jada saw that Yue Yang didn't open his mouth to support him and his expression immediately became gloomy. He clearly understood that the 100 War Guild was different from the Indong. It was one of the top 10 merchant guilds in the entire Tong Tian Tower. Even if they only used 1% of their strength, they could still suppress the Golden Toad Merchant Guild. Tai Tan could ignore the Indong, but he definitely couldn't ignore the people from the 100 War Guild. Of course, in his heart, Jada still hoped that Yue Yang would speak up for him, even if it was just one sentence. He already had the intention to rely on Yue Yang and was waiting for a suitable opportunity to express his loyalty. He hoped that it was now, but unfortunately Yue Yang didn't open his mouth. When Fu Luo saw that Yue Yang didn't open his mouth to speak, he thought that Yue Yang was also intimidated by his 100 War Guild's prestige. His attitude became even more arrogant. He purposely used the attitude of lecturing a junior. Young ranker, I have heard that you have strength. However, can you compare to the master behind our 100 War Guild? That is the innate level 8 Lord Judgment. He, the Black Prince and Lord Shun Tian are best friends and are also allies. I believe that you are not unfamiliar with the names of these three rankers. If I may say something disrespectful, they are existences even more famous than the Thunder Fortress's master, King Chongni. Yes, there is no benefit in becoming enemies with our 100 War Guild. On the contrary, if you cooperate with us to do business, then it will be a mutually beneficial ending. It's not unreasonable for us to offer 1.5 million for the underground gladiator arena. The three strongest gladiators have already been killed by you. Most of the gladiators took the opportunity to escape when you were not around. There were even some people who stole a portion of the strong beasts. Most importantly, after this incident, Chongni ordered that in the future competitions in the arena, no physical objects can be used as collateral. In order to avoid similar risks, these losses have directly affected the selling price. Fu Luo talked non-stop, continuously lecturing Yue Yang, this rookie in the business world. One last thing, other than our 100 War Guild, there will not be a second person who will buy the arena. I believe that Mr. Titan will understand my meaning without me saying it too clearly. We see that Mr. Titan is strong and is in urgent need of money, so we offered a high price to build a good relationship. Mr. Titan, the price of 1,500,000 gold we offered is definitely the highest price in the entire Thunder Fortress. It is also the only price. Other than us, there will not be anyone else who will offer a second price. Fu Luo's meaning is that this underground arena is theirs. If Yue Yang does not sell it to them, then he definitely cannot sell it to anyone else. Furthermore, there will not be anyone who dares to bid in front of their 100 War Guild. If the previous words were said to be a lesson, then the last few words were undoubtedly a threat. Seeing that Yue Yang did not speak, he thought that Yue Yang was afraid of his 100 War Guild, so he emphasized his tone and warned this brat to be more sensible. Yue Yang simply wanted to laugh out loud in his heart. He originally wanted to use him to subdue Jada, but he did not expect this fool to really cooperate. Judgment, Yue Yang had heard of this innate rancor. It was a guy who thought that he was righteous. He was originally called Audit, but after he became an innate, he changed his name to Judgment. Judgment was indeed a level 8 innate, but his level 8 innate was not that strong. Being a level 8 innate, Chong Ni was much higher than him in terms of ranking and strength. In the 6th floor of Tong Tian Tower, this Judgment was rated as the weakest level 8 innate. This was just like the Ghost Dragon in the game Heroes of Might and Magic 3. Although it was a level 7 creature in name, it could not be compared to the Leg Hair Uncle, Great Angel, Black Dragon and Titan. The 100 War Guild founded by Judgment was indeed one of the top 10 guilds. But at the same time, it was also the weakest among the top 10 guilds. Of course, compared to non-innates, Judgment was still in existence that people could not look up to. No matter how weak he was still a level 8 innate rancor. What made Yue Yang frown slightly was another person's name. Black Prince. Yue Yang now knew that the black shadow that attacked him with Shun Tian that day was not the Thousand Goblins sect leader, but the Black Prince. This Black Prince was a mysterious innate with great strength, but no one knew where he came from, because those who knew him were all dead, all killed by this guy. The Black Prince was a homicidal maniac ranked in the top 10 of the Bloody Fallen list. His ranking and strength were far above Chong Ni, and he was on the same level as Shun Tian and the Thousand Goblins sect leader. This guy was the person that Yue Yang had just decided to kill. When he was visiting Fourth Mother, Tian Luo Emperor Hua Shuri had sent a letter to Yue Yang. In the letter, Yue Yang had obtained a part of the Black Prince's secret information. How did Hua Shuri know about the Black Prince's information? Was it from the Night Empress? Yue Yang did not care about that for now. However, Yue Yang would definitely take revenge for the Black Prince's sneak attack that almost killed him and the Impatiens. If Mr. Titan has made a decision, please sign your name on this transfer contract. Fu Luo's tone sounded like he was giving charity. If he had not heard from others that this Titan had killed the strong Nightmare and Tiger Nian in front of everyone, he would have directly lowered the price to 500,000 gold coins. Fu Luo looked at the young man wearing a golden mask and sneered in his heart. So what if he was strong? Could he compare to his master, Judgment? If this brat wanted to make a name for himself in the 6th floor of Tong Tian Tower, he was still too inexperienced. He would have to pay his tuition fees first. Pa! Yue Yang raised his hand and gave Fu Luo a heavy slap. Fu Luo's teeth were broken and blood spurted out from his mouth. The two level 7 overlords hurriedly came forward to protect their master. Yue Yang stretched out his hands, one in each hand, and lifted the two of them up as if they were chickens. He lifted them up high and smashed them heavily onto the ground. The two heads crashed onto the velvet carpet and the obsidian floor, smashing into pieces like watermelons. You dare to hit me? Fu Luo still could not believe that this was the truth. This brat dared to hit him. You still need to look at the master when you hit a dog. He was the representative of Judgment. I should hit you. If I don't hit you, you will be sad. Yue Yang gave Fu Luo a few slaps on his face, causing him to lie on the ground. Then, he used his feet to kick him a few times. When Fu Luo wanted to struggle and escape, Yue Yang warned him. I announced that the person in charge of the 100 War Guild's Thunder Fortress branch, Fu Luo, has severely tarnished the innate rancor Titan's reputation. He must receive the most severe punishment in order to quell the rancor's anger. If you dare to escape, then fine, I will take revenge on the 100 War Guild 100-fold. At the same time, I will put you on the wanted list in the Warriors Guild. What? Fu Luo was shocked. He did not understand why the other party would be so furious. It was fine if he did not want to sell the arena, but did he have to do this? Jada was so agitated that his whole body was trembling. He knew that Mr. Titan was not a kind person, nor was he a weakling who would be bullied by others. Forget about this Fu Luo, even if it was Nightmare and Tiger Nian who were both innate rankers, Mr. Titan would still dare to kill them in front of everyone. Ignoring the fact that this would smear Demon Eye's face, and even made the rich and Dong a pauper. To be able to take out a martial spirit pill so casually, to be able to make Mr. Chen look at him in a new light, to be able to make the Thunder Fortress Master Chong Ni secretly praise him, would Mr. Titan be afraid of a small fry like Fu Luo? Although Judgment was strong, would he fall out with Mr. Titan just for a subordinate, a mere person in charge of the Thunder Fortress? Maybe Mr. Titan's backer was even more powerful than Judgment. When Jada thought of this, His eyes immediately lit up. He clenched his fists tightly. If he was a little hesitant before, then he would not be any more now. He had already steeled his heart to follow Mr. Titan. As the saying goes, it's good to enjoy the shade under a big tree. Mr. Titan, who did not even care about judgment, was definitely the master that he would serve for the rest of his life. He definitely could not miss this opportunity. Jada, Yue Yang called out casually. Yes. When Jada heard this, he felt his blood rushing to his head. He was so excited that his throat became a little hoarse. Hang this idiot up and beat him up. If he dares to resist, chop off his 4 limbs and feed them to the dogs. Yue Yang patted Jada's shoulder with his big hands and said very seriously, as my friend and my specially appointed business partner, you are also an incomparably honorable existence. Listen, whoever dares to embarrass you, that is equivalent to making things difficult for me. Please remember this, Jada, you are already my friend. If someone dares to scold you, then you must give him a slap. If he dares to hit you, then you must chop off his hand. I, Titan, do not have cowardly friends, I only have noble and dignified rancors. Straighten your back, bring out your imposing manner and punish this idiot ruthlessly. Yes, Jada's eyes were brimming with tears. He felt that his tumbling blood was about to burst his chest. He used all of his strength and shouted. Yue Yang pretended to be serious on the surface, but he was secretly happy in his heart. Although he did not have the aura of a bastard, he could still use a little trick to get a merchant to help him with his chores. Next, it was time to deal with the matter of the mine. Those slaves in the mine did not rebel earlier or later. Instead, they got into trouble when he was not around. Could it be that someone was secretly causing trouble? Chapter 377. When Jada, who had beaten Fu Luo up, returned, Yue Yang had already searched in Dong's mansion. To be more accurate, he had used the quintet-seeking golden mice to search the whole place. Dong was an extremely cunning and unscrupulous businessman. A cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. Yue Yang didn't believe that he only had one hidden treasure house. Furthermore, a hidden treasure house that his 2 concubines knew about. Could it be Dong's doing? Yue Yang was suspicious. He first sent Jada away and summoned the quintet-seeking golden mice. Discovered a secret door, discovered a lot of gold, discovered various energy items, discovered special items, discovered precious ores. The quintet-seeking golden mice quickly crawled on the floor and found 2 secret doors in a short while. Other than the original treasure house, these were the 2 secret treasure houses. On the grimoire, new targets were continuously shown. New items were continuously discovered by the quintet-seeking golden mice. There was a small secret door in the hall. Its mechanism was very well hidden. It was actually hidden behind an oil painting. The surface of the wall was smooth. The mechanism was actually a nail used to hang the painting. When Yue Yang pressed the nail, the mechanism vibrated slightly. The wall silently caved in, revealing a treasure room the size of a box, revealing the treasure house behind. The space inside was not big. It could barely fit one person. However, it was filled with blue ores. Needless to say, these were the unique, thunder ores, of the Thunder Fortress. They were all of the highest quality. Although Yue Yang had never seen them before, he knew from the puppet grimoire that the quality of the thunder ores had nothing to do with their size. It was only related to their purity. The purer they were, the bluer they were, the higher their quality. Although this was the first time Yue Yang, who had the Heaven Eye's divine vision and the quintet-seeking golden mice, could tell the quality of the ores with one look. Among the ores, there were some that were so blue that they were almost transparent. They were the best of the best, and there were only 2 of them. One was the shape of a pearl. It was the size of a thumb and had the highest purity. The other one was not very regular. If one was ruthless enough to carve it into the shape of a diamond and use it to enhance the effect of lightning, it would probably make all the lightning-type rankers go crazy. These 2 thunder ores had already surpassed the level of ores. They had reached the level of the highest quality gemstones. Each of them was a priceless treasure. The other few fist-sized ores were also deep blue. Although they were not transparent, they were all top-grade ores. If they were used to refine weapons and equipment, or to create lightning-type puppet beasts, they would definitely be the best choice. The remaining dark blue thunder ores were of slightly inferior quality. Of course, they were much better than the ordinary thunder ores that only had a smear of blue color, but they were already much, much better than the ordinary thunder ores. Imagine, if these thunder ores were not thunder ores of the highest quality, Dong wouldn't keep them so carefully. Yue Yang unreservedly accepted all of Ndong's painstaking collection, keeping them into his pocket. If it wasn't for the fact that the bed of 50 platinum grimoire was too big, Ndong wouldn't have collapsed. However, Ndong would dong. Moreover, he was most unlucky to have caused the deaths of Demon Eye's supporters, Nightmare and Tiger Nian. Now that Demon Eye had lost 2 of his generals, his strength was greatly reduced. Once he lost his power in the Thunder Fortress, he would definitely not let Ndong off. In front of the rage of a rancor, Ndong would not be able to do anything no matter how rich he was. This was not something that money could solve. Demon Eye was originally the leader of the 3 leaders of the Thunder Fortress. Since Chong Ni had the intention to advance to the 7th floor of Tong Tian Tower, it was highly possible that Demon Eye would be the next city lord. Now that his strongest supporter, Nightmare Tiger Nian, had both died, Demon Eye was probably done for under Mountain Elf and Blood River's attacks. Demon Eye even vented his anger on Yue Yang, the new titan. Robbing Ndong's mansion was a test. If Yue Yang took a step back and tolerated it, Demon Eye might do something else. The mine rebellion could also be caused by Demon Eye in the dark. Yue Yang did not care about Demon Eye and the others. They were all elite monsters. They were similar to the flaming corpses, blood birds and countess in the darkness. They existed to drop equipment for players. Yue Yang found a special item in another treasure vault under the floor tiles in the kitchen. This was the biggest reward of the day because he could not see what it was with his Heaven Eye's divine vision. It was a ball-shaped item, black and swarthy. There were heaven runes on its surface. Yue Yang could not remember the name of this item. However, he felt a sense of familiarity from the pitiful guy's mother's memory inheritance. What exactly was it? A ball that sealed a rancor's soul. Like the pearl that sealed the dark golden specter. Yue Yang then took out the silver moon accessory that the silver dragon sisters gave him. It felt a little similar, but different. Forget it, I'll study it slowly. Before Jada came in, Yue Yang kept all the equipment, jewels and gold coins in the second treasure vault into the Lich Ring. What made him disappointed was that there was only 1 gold-ranked equipment. The rest were silver-ranked or bronze-ranked. As for the jewels that only women liked, Yue Yang did not care about them at all. Unless it was the White Dragon Pearl, Green Dragon Pearl, Vermilion Bird Pearl, White Tiger Pearl and Black Tortoise Pearl. Yue Yang did not count how many gold coins there were. He only knew that there were 2 big boxes of them. These gold coins were different from normal gold coins. They all had a special dwarf rune on them. It seemed that they were worth a lot more than normal gold coins. The rest were gold-ranked herbs like elephant tusks, rhinoceros horns and deer antlers. There were also some precious herbs and a small amount of pills. There were even items that made Yue Yang sweat to death. For example, spider eyes, scorpion tails, fairy nails, skeleton ashes, fairy spit, witch's blood, and other weird collectibles. Seems like Ndong's kidneys are very weak. There are actually quite a lot of aphrodisiacs and wine in the treasure vault. Yue Yang took out a big jar of tiger penis wine. When Jada came in, Yue Yang had already finished looting. No one knew. The loot was good. Yue Yang was quite satisfied. After all, the 2 top-grade thunder gems and the spherical special item were a pleasant surprise. The only regret was that he did not find any precious herbs or pearls. It must be known that Yue Yang must collect them, and they must be a set. After helping the old dragon turtle complete the Prison Emperor Divine Palace and letting the old fellow take away the Prison Emperor Divine Staff, he gave him the Black Tortoise Pearl. Zheng Wuyu gave him the White Dragon Pearl, but it could not replace the Azure Dragon Pearl. Right now, Yue Yang still lacked the Azure Dragon Pearl, White Tiger Pearl and Vermilion Bird Pearl. What should we do with the mines in the arena? Jada now had the attitude of a merchant employed by Yue Yang. For the arena, let the people feed the beasts first. Feed whatever they lack. As for the gladiators, if they want to leave, give each of them 10 gold coins. If anyone thinks it's too little, tell them to come and find me. If they want to stay, that's fine too. But they must pass my test later. I won't feed those useless people who waste rice for nothing. No one should think of working under me. It's the same for Ndong's servants and slaves. If they want to leave, give them money. If they want to stay, they must test their loyalty and ability. Yue Yang was also trying to warn Jada not to let this fatty get carried away. Yes, of course, loyalty is very important. Jada was not worried at all. He had already thrown caution to the wind. Loyalty was definitely not a problem. As for ability, he was definitely not good at fighting. But when it comes to business, that was his strong point. I'll go and take a look personally. Yue Yang felt that the Thunder Fortress was his first step to the 6th floor of Tong Tian Tower. Trying to play tricks with him. Let the monsters here understand who the real player is. Yue Yang would not really stay here to be a mine owner or a slave. However, he had to follow the steps when fighting monsters. He couldn't just rush to fight Changni alone. He had to slowly deal with the small monsters and fight the boss at the end. Only then would it be interesting. If he could kill all the big and small boss in the Thunder Fortress, not to mention the rewards from the Warriors Guild, just the loot from the Thunder Fortress would be enough to make Yue Yang rich. In Dong, he was just the beginning of killing monsters and looting. There were 5 underground mines. The central mine belonged to the owner of the Thunder Fortress, Changni. It was the biggest mine and had the most ores with the best quality. The remaining 4 were Demon Eye's East Tai Mine, and Dong's West Wind Mine, Mountain Elf and Blood River's South Sea Mine, and the Underground City Master, Ancient Beast, Ma Long's North Desolate Mine. Other than the central mine, the South Sea Mine was the biggest one. It was jointly won by Mountain Elf and Blood River. In comparison, the West Wind Mine was the smallest. Its ores were only a third of the others. It was originally won by Ndong and another ranker called Shi Li. However, Shi Li died suddenly and the shares of the mine went to Ndong. Everyone suspected that Shi Li was killed by Ndong. Furthermore, this matter was supported by Demon Eye. The one who did it was Nightmare. However, there was no evidence and Shi Li's descendants were not powerful enough. No one came to fight for it, so Ndong got a great bargain. Mr. Titan, do you think that there is someone secretly supporting this rebellion? Jada introduced to Yue Yang along the way. He did not dare to say it too clearly, as he was afraid that someone with a sensitive hearing would hear it. It's just a small trick, not worth laughing at. Yue Yang of course acted as if he was the most arrogant person in the world. Yes, Jada admired Yue Yang's attitude the most. As a ranker, he should be arrogant and arrogant. This kind of master was awesome. The underground mine was a few kilometers deep. There was a huge entrance and densely packed tunnels. It was as complicated as a spider's web. The tunnels were dry and had little water. There were many glowing ores. Although it was dark, one could still barely see things with their eyes under such light. There were some special turpentine torches at the corners. Most of the rebels were slaves. There were at least a few thousand of them. A small number of them were under the protection of the supervisors. The 2 orcs who were leading the rebellion were level 7 overlords. They both had silver-ranked great swords. A Tauren supervisor was about the same, but his equipment was slightly inferior. He only had a bronze-ranked great axe. Over 100 strong orc guards turned from overseers to mutinous soldiers. Other than that, there were also hundreds of strong slaves with all kinds of weapons and armors. They followed closely behind the 3 rebel leaders. There were even more slaves hiding in the dark, watching everything numbly. When they saw the arrival of their new master, Yue Yang, they were even a little shocked. Many of them were trembling. Among you, who are the brothers Sha Pu and Sha Er? Yue Yang did not need to look to know who the twin brothers were. He only said it on purpose to test the other party's reaction. You are, Sha Pu, who had a scar on his face, stood out. He and all the other rebels were very confused. Why would their new master send such a weak human to negotiate? His strength was at most level 6 elder. As for his beast, it was even worse. That wolf was actually a bronze-ranked level 3 ironback demonic wolf. This kind of beast could not even survive in the 6th floor of Tong Tian Tower. What was the use of bringing such a trash beast? It did not look like a pet at all. The strangest thing was that this human who came to negotiate was wearing a gold-ranked mask. It was a waste for him to wear such a thing on his face. He would probably be robbed the moment he stepped out. Who was this brat? The new master seemed to be called Titan. He was said to be an innate ranker who could kill Nightmare and Tiger Nian. Could this brat be that ranker's younger brother or son? Chapter 378 Inches Mr. Titan. Just as Jada was about to introduce him to Yue Yang, the twin brothers suddenly pounced on him as fast as lightning and attacked him. The 2 normal level 6 rock guards beside Jada were mercilessly sent flying, landing more than 10 meters away. The one without a scar on his face took out a large sword and placed it on Jada's neck. The other one pointed his sword at Yue Yang. With the large sword pointed at his throat, Yue Yang would die as long as he stabbed him. However, not only did Yue Yang not tremble in fear, he even revealed an arrogant and superior aura and said calmly, is this considered as taking hostages? Mr. Little Titan, please don't do anything stupid. The man with a scar on his face was the eldest of the twin brothers, Sha Pu. He snorted coldly. I know you have some martial arts, but don't even try to struggle. Otherwise, I don't mind making a bloody wound on your body. I don't mean to offend this noble young master, but please learn to be smarter. Why do you want to rebel? Yue Yang changed his question. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, when Sha Pu heard this, he was stunned at first, but then he started laughing maniacally, as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. Not only him, even his brothers, the ox-head man and all the other guards all laughed out loud. Some of them even cried from laughing. Behind Yue Yang, a black shadow flashed. An extremely sharp dagger was placed horizontally on Yue Yang's neck. A black shadow used his hand to press against his back, and a delicate and pretty face slowly stretched out from the black shadow. Leaning towards Yue Yang's ear, the black shadow used a cruel and merciless tone to mock him. Young master who doesn't know what hunger is, as long as I throw you into the bottom of the mine for 2 weeks, you will understand why we want to rebel. What right do you have to exploit us like this? Why, just because you have a high status? Just because you have a strong power? We are also dignified beings, but we are treated as slaves by you. We are locked in this dark mine as slaves, working for you year after year, mining for you. Do you know how many people died of exhaustion in this mine? Their bones can be piled up into a small hill. They have created countless riches for you, but what have you done for them? Have you ever paid a salary? No, we haven't even had a full meal. Look at yourself. You're wearing dragon leather armor and a golden mask. These are their blood and sweat. Don't you feel ashamed, you ignorant little vampire? When Yue Yang heard this, he clapped his hands and laughed. Could it be that I've encountered the legendary slave uprising? This is a good principle. I was almost moved. Seeing that Yue Yang wasn't being honest, the black figure behind him gave him a vicious punch. However, the black shadow was surprised to find that his hand was in pain, but the other party did not seem to feel it. The black shadow was even more annoyed as he pressed his dagger against Yue Yang's skin. Don't talk nonsense, or I'll kill you. Don't think that you're so great just because you have an innate rancor as your elder. In my eyes, you're just a trashy second generation. Please don't attack him, Mr. Titan. He's not someone you can offend. If you hurt even a single hair of his, all of you will die without a burial ground. Didn't you want to talk terms? State your conditions, Mr. Titan will make the decision for you. Of course, Jada knew that the strength of these few people in front of him was definitely not enough to control his master. He cooperated and shouted loudly, pretending to be terrified. That performance was definitely at the level of a movie king. We want 5% of the mine's shares to maintain our lives and salaries. The boss, Sha Pu, stated his first condition. Impossible. Yue Yang didn't wait for him to finish speaking before rejecting him. You won't shed a tear until you see the coffin. If you say another word, I'll cut off your tongue. The black shadow behind angrily used his knee to push Yue Yang's lower back, intending to press Yue Yang to the ground. Who would have thought that his strength would not be able to move the captive in front of him? I'm very scared. Yue Yang's tone of voice and his unwavering performance made the black shadow go crazy. 5% of the mine's shares, mainly used to compensate for the deceased workers, and to ensure the living conditions of the disabled workers. You must agree to this. Sha Er's younger brother, who didn't have any scars on his face, emphasized. This was the crux of the negotiation. Of course, Jada wouldn't agree. He only slyly expressed that he would seek the opinion of his superiors, and that he couldn't make the decision. The mine's workers must have rest time. They must rest for 2 days a week, and work no more than 16 hours a day. The ox-head man stated another condition. Every time a high-quality ore is discovered, the mine owner must reward the workers according to the ore's value. The reward must be at least 1% of the ore's value. The black shadow who caught Yue Yang also had a condition. We must continue to be the supervisors, and you must not take revenge on us or the workers in the future. This requires the mine owner's personal signature as a guarantee. Sha Pu, who had a scar on his face, looked at Yue Yang. After a slight pause, he continued, other than the above conditions, there's another important condition. The mine owner must provide us with enough food. Not every race eats meat, and not every race is vegetarian. Our food needs are different, so the mine owner must ensure that we have enough food. If any of you want to drink milk, I'll have to help you find a nanny. Is that what you mean? Yue Yang asked. You, The black shadow was so angry that he almost exploded. That sharp dagger was about to pierce into Yue Yang's body. If he didn't bleed this brat a bit, his anger wouldn't be appeased. Sha Pu's giant sword swung upwards and blocked the dagger with great agility. As the chief leader, Sha Pu waved his hand, "Don't hurt him. There's no need for us to vent our anger on a rich second generation who doesn't know the meaning of poverty. Bring him down and lock him up with Mr. Yanzheng." He then waved his hand at Jada and said, "Go back and tell your master that if he agrees to our conditions, then all of us will be able to resume our jobs. If not, then we will fight to the end. Even if he sends his soldiers to suppress us, we would rather all of us die and spill our blood all over this mine than to be enslaved like before." Jada looked at Yue Yang and said hesitantly, "Brother Sha Pu, I understand that you guys want to fight for your salary. After all, no one is willing to work for free. However, you guys went overboard by capturing Mr. Titan. You have to know that the one who exploited you is Indong, not us. We just took over this mine from Indong." Sha Pu heard and sighed, "That's true. However, I'm sorry, even if it wasn't you guys, we would have revolted too. We have been preparing for half a year and have been waiting for the right time. Even if you guys didn't come and it was still Indong, we would have raised the same conditions. This isn't fair. This matter has nothing to do with us." Jada felt dizzy when he heard that he had become Indong's scapegoat. This was too unlucky. "Go back and tell Mr. Titan that if you want the mine to work normally, then you have to agree to our conditions. As long as you are not a short-sighted person, you will understand our sincerity. We just want to live. That's all. As long as there is a reward and a guarantee, the workers will work hard. After all, this is the home of many people. Some of them even had fathers or grandfathers who lived here. Aren't they the owners of the mine? Aren't they entitled to some shares? Instead of oppressing the slaves and making them work weekly, why not give them a way to live and let them work hard? Isn't that better?" Sha Pu said softly, "If Mr. Titan feels that we have offended his dignity as a master, then we can accept the punishment. Even if we are beheaded, we will have no regrets. As long as he agrees to our conditions. Do you think he will agree?" Jada looked at Yue Yang and asked. "It might be a little difficult, but I hope he will agree. I hope you can tell him our sincerity. If he needs a group of people to work hard for him, then he will have to pay them a sufficient commission. The mercenary guilds outside are the same. They treat us like cattle and sheep, as slaves. Even if we die, the slaves will still riot in the future. Over the past hundreds of years, haven't there been a lot of slave riots? Give them hope, a home, and a way to live. Mr. Titan the Great will be able to obtain countless ores and eternal loyalty. Why wouldn't I be happy?" Sha Pu thought for a while and waved his hand at the black figure, "Let Mr. Little Titan go. If Mr. Titan is willing to agree to our conditions, then we will immediately release Mr. Yanzheng and beg for forgiveness." "No, that's not good. We definitely can't let this brat go." The black figure screamed, "This is different from our plan. Brother Sha Pu, you said that you will lead us to victory. Perseverance is victory. Why don't we persevere? Why should we give in to the enemy? All right, this is my decision." Sha Pu waved his hand, "I will say now, let him go." "I will not let him go," the black figure's anxious voice sounded. "I only have 2 brothers and you 2 is my family. Why should I let you sacrifice yourselves? They are in the wrong. We are righteous. Why should we give in to the enemy? Brother Sha Pu, if you die in battle, I will feel honored. But if you die to appease the anger of an innate rancor and protect his face, I will only feel ashamed. Without you, what will I do in the future? Have you ever thought that he will lie to us? When the strongest of you die, they will massacre us and continue to enslave us." "That's right, that's what I think." Yue Yang nodded in agreement. "Shut up." The black figure was so angry that his lungs almost exploded. "My dearest sister, this is actually our last chance. Just be like Mr. Little Titan and I will understand. If Mr. Great Titan doesn't give us a chance, then he will directly send his guards or even kill us himself. He is an innate rancor who can kill nightmare. Among us, none of us is his match. I guess Mr. Great Titan doesn't want the relationship between us to be too strained. He needs workers, and we need to survive. If he can agree to our conditions, we will do our best to serve him. This is a chance. I hope that we can change our original plan and show more sincerity to Mr. Great Titan. That's why we will let him go. If we succeed, we will get jobs and freedom. Of course, if we fail, We will all die. Sha Pu, who had a scar on his face, slowly looked at the guards and slaves. He said softly, "It depends on your choice. Maybe there is a 1% chance of success. You can also choose another path. Whoever is willing to leave the rebel team, I promise I will not pursue the matter. I will give him money to leave. If he is willing to continue working, then I will guarantee that he will have enough food. As for the conditions for shares, don't even dream about it. Even an idiot wouldn't agree to it. You don't have the ability to protect the shares in your hands. Come on, those who want to leave, step forward. Jada, give them money, each of them 5 gold coins. Those who want to leave, immediately take the money and scram. Those who want to stay, obediently become slaves and do hard labor. We don't have money, but we can provide food. We are different from that idiot and Dong. We are benevolent and benevolent people." Yue Yang had the appearance of a rich second generation. Needless to say, when Yue Yang opened his mouth, many people really stood up. Even the ox-head leader stood up. The Sha Pu brothers looked at him in shock. When Sha Er's younger brother wanted to attack the ox-head leader, Sha Pu, who had a scar on his face, stopped him. Forget it, everyone has their own ambitions. Seeing that more and more people followed the ox-head leader, preparing to take the money and leave to fight for their freedom, the black figure screamed crazily. He grabbed onto Yue Yang's collar and lifted him up. He then pointed a dagger at his throat. "Whoever dares to leave this place, I will kill him. Women shouldn't be too fierce, otherwise no one will like them." Yue Yang realized that the girl in front of him was not bad looking. Not only did she have delicate features, she also had a pair of long slender legs. Although she was wrapped in coarse cloth, one could tell that she was a seductress from her tight calves and perky round butt that made people's desires soar. Her sharp chin and big eyes filled with tears made her look like a seductive vixen who didn't care about her life. Not only did Yue Yang tease her, the next sentence he said almost made the dagger girl cry in anger. This was because Yue Yang said, "Your looks are so-so, but your breasts are too small. People say, big breasts have no brains, but why are you so brainless with such small breasts?" Wei Tai Lang lazily laid on the ground and yawned. Seeing that there was no fight, it continued to yawn. I will kill you." The dagger girl was so angry that she almost wanted to bite Yue Yang to death. However, she knew that she couldn't touch this spoiled brat. Although she was extremely angry, she didn't really make a move. "If you use your pair of slender legs to clamp me to death, then it doesn't matter." Yue Yang's current performance was like a rapist who was about to succeed. "Do you think that I don't dare to kill you?" The dagger girl felt that she had to stab a bloody hole in this brat's back. Before Yue Yang could even touch her, he fell down stiffly. The dagger girl was shocked. She didn't stab him. Why was this brat's chest bleeding? The Sha Pu brothers and the ox-head men's faces changed. There was an assassin. There was actually an expert hidden amongst the guards, taking the opportunity when Mr. Little Titan came to negotiate to kill him. This time, it was over. Jada was also shocked. However, when he saw that Wei Tai Lang was still dozing off out of boredom, and Mr. Titan's chest was bleeding profusely like a fountain, he immediately calmed down. Although Jada's 2 rock guards were beaten up just now, they were now showing their might. Their attributes were earth, so they could sense the presence of an invisible enemy from the slight vibrations on the ground. They flew up together and punched the ground with their 4 fists. The mine trembled and dust flew everywhere. A tall and skinny man wearing a black cloak appeared in a dark corner with his face covered. The long dagger in his hand was glowing with a dark green poisonous light. This person was the assassin. Damn it, the Sha Pu brothers knew that this battle was over. If Little Titan died, then Mr. Titan would definitely take revenge. The innate rancor would be furious, and corpses would be strewn all over the mine. This invisible assassin was definitely here to cause trouble. The Sha Pu brothers thought back to their previous preparations. They had not been successful until a few days ago, when they obtained a secret route and obtained a lot of weapons and food. Now, they understood everything. They, the hard workers, had long been used as pawns by others. The dagger girl saw that Yue Yang's chest was bleeding profusely. She covered it with her hands but could not stop it. She shouted in fear, "Are you going to die?" Yue Yang pretended to be in pain and sighed, "It's a pity that I still have a great wish that I have yet to fulfill." The dagger girl was afraid that Yue Yang would die, so she hurriedly urged, "Tell me quickly, do you still have a wish? Tell me quickly, let me see if I can fulfill it for you." Yue Yang nodded, "You definitely can." He stretched out his bloody hand towards the dagger girl, pretending to be on the verge of death. I want to confirm if your chest is really that small. I did not see it clearly just now. Let me touch it, if not, I will not die in peace. The dagger girl's first thought was to find a big hammer to smash this brat's head, then chop him into 18 pieces and feed him to the dogs. Chapter 379. Just as the dagger girl was about to throw a stone at Yue Yang's head angrily, she suddenly realized that Yue Yang's legs were stretched out, as if he was dead. She was so scared that her hands went limp, and the stone almost hit her toes. She tried to kick Yue Yang's body. Hey, are you really dead? My poor Mr. Titan, the fat-toed Jada cried loudly as he rushed forward. This performance was 100 times better than Yue Yang, who was pretending to be dead. Even if the best actor came, he would probably only be able to carry Jada's shoes for him. The dagger girl immediately panicked when he scared her. She explained anxiously and fearfully, "This fellow, he did not die because of me, it really wasn't me. I only wanted to scare him just now. Who knew that there was really an assassin? Is there really no hope? Then what do we do now? I don't know any healing skills, and I don't have any healing type beasts. Someone come, quickly save him." She only thought of saving him now. Her reflexes were as thick as a dinosaur's. Luckily she did not look like a dinosaur, but more like a charming little fairy. On the other side, the Shapu brothers and the ox-head man surrounded the assassin and attacked him. Although the assassin's strength was not as good as the three of them, he was very slippery and did not fight them head-on. The Shapu brothers could not do anything to him. Reinforcements arrived very quickly. 2 men who were as strong as the Shapu brothers rushed in from outside the tunnel. They punched heavily and sent the rock guards flying, meeting up with the assassin. This time, the strength of both sides was almost the same. The assassin was slightly stronger. "This is a gift from our master, Blood River. I hope you like it. Hee." The assassin took advantage of the chaos to summon his smoke beast and escaped quickly. Don't chase. The Shapu brothers knew that they would not be able to win even if they chased after them. On their side, they had more than 100 subordinates surrounding them. They also had the help of the 2 rock guard leaders. The enemy could also come and go as they pleased. What could they do even if they chased after them? Before this battle even started, they had already fallen into the enemy's trap. The slaves who rebelled were just pawns. They became the sacrificial pawns to sow discord between the new innate ranker, Titan, and one of the 3 leaders, Blood River. No matter what the result was, they would not be able to escape death. The only thing they could do now was to flee for their lives. Negotiation had already become an extravagant hope. The Shapu brothers looked at each other and nodded. Then, the eldest Shapu said, "Everyone, Mr. Little Titan's assassination is against our original plan. If Mr. Great Titan knew about it, he would definitely be furious. The anger of an innate ranker isn't something we can handle. If you have the ability, please leave this place immediately. If you have a family and cannot leave, please return to the cave and hide well. Do not let anyone know that you were here before, because the plan has changed. The 2 of us are willing to take the blame. Everyone, let's go quickly. If we delay any longer, it will be too late." When the 100 or so guards heard this, they panicked. More than 10 of them immediately ran away. After they left, the remaining people were even more frightened. Like a swarm of bees, dozens more left. In the end, they came to bid farewell to the Shapu brothers and left with a sigh. Some of them didn't even look back. They were afraid that the innate rankers would arrive immediately. They even abandoned their weapons and ran for their lives. The ox-head man was followed by a group of guards. They looked at the Shapu brothers and then at the trembling slaves behind them. The ox-head man said, "Shapu and Sha'er, leave with us. If you stay, you will definitely die. This isn't our fault. Even a blind man would know that this is a trap. The anger of an innate ranker isn't something you and I can handle. If no one stays behind to take the blame, I'm afraid that no one here will be able to live. Someone has to take responsibility for this. We can leave, but there are still many laborers here. They have families here and can't leave. I promised them that I would stand up for them. Now, we have to stay behind and fulfill our promise." Shapu, who had a scar on his face, waved his hand and said, "Go. This started because of us. Mr. Little Titan was assassinated. We couldn't save him in time and the assassin even escaped. We can't let no one stay behind to take responsibility. Then, good luck." The ox-head man quickly led his team and left. He was afraid that the innate ranker, Mr. Great Titan, would arrive if they stayed any longer. Brother, the dagger girl finally recovered from her fear. You leave too. Leave this place immediately. Sha Pu ordered without any hesitation. Go back to the Ji Feng continent and never enter Tong Tian Tower again. No. The dagger girl's tears flowed like a spring. She screamed in despair, unless you leave with me, I won't leave either. I can't leave you guys and go home alone. We promised Mother that we would enter Tong Tian Tower together to train and go home together. Fool, now is not the time to be impulsive. If you don't leave now, we will all die here. The second brother, Sha raised his hand angrily and was about to slap his sister. Don't do it. The eldest brother, Sha Pu, pushed his brother's hand away and smiled at his tearful sister. If Mr. Great Titan is reasonable, he won't kill you too. We are also willing to stay behind and do hard labor to make up for this mistake. We will meet again one day. You should go back first. We have been away from home for more than a year. The hard labor might take a few years. Don't let Mother worry. So, you have to go back first. No, you guys are lying to me. You guys definitely won't come back. That fool is already dead, how can you guys still be alive? The dagger girl cried. Hurry up and leave. The younger brother, Sha realized that something was wrong with the situation and shouted at the slaves. A shadow dashed over from afar. The people realized that this shadow looked exactly like Mr. Little Titan, who was lying on the ground. He had the same golden mask, the same body shape, and the same outfit. He looked even more similar than the Sha Pu brothers. It was as if he was the same person. However, his strength was worlds apart from the one lying on the ground. Even a blind person could see that the Titan that came later was definitely an innate rancor. Just the aura of him flying over was like a hurricane that blew all the slaves to the ground. When he stared at the Sha Pu brothers, even the strong Sha Pu brothers felt suffocated. The ox-head man and the guards who had already escaped to the entrance of the mine knelt down in fear, not daring to move at all. This Mr. Titan who came later casually tossed 3 bloody heads at Sharp's feet. Judging from the way they died, they belonged to the assassin and his 2 fellow assassins just now. Not only the Sha Pu brothers, even Jada was a little dumbfounded. Why were there really 2 Mr. Titans? If it wasn't for the fact that he could smell the blood from Yue Yang's body with the Toad clan's natural ability, he would have been worried that Yue Yang would really die. Respected innate rancor, I admit that this is our fault. If you want to punish us, please punish me. I am their leader. Sha Pu braced himself and paid his respects to the innate rancor Titan before kneeling down to ask for forgiveness. As he kneeled down, he signaled his brother to step back and led his sister back into the crowd. No, it's all my fault. If I didn't catch that fool, he wouldn't have been assassinated. If you want to kill, kill me. The dagger girl rushed out and blocked her brother's way. It's over. Everyone's head exploded. If she said it like this, not just her, everyone would lose their lives. The Mr. Titan that came later's aura changed slightly. His killing intent exploded 1,000 times. Everyone trembled in fear as they knelt down on the ground. In front of an innate rancor, no one could even think of resisting. Even the Sha Pu brothers were completely disheartened. If the other party wanted to kill them, he could kill them with just one finger. It would be even easier than killing an ant. Would resistance work? Furthermore, it was a fact that they killed Mr. Little Titan because of the rebellion. This mistake could not be forgiven no matter what. The dagger girl was so scared that she trembled and almost fell to the ground. In the end, for some reason, she bit her lips and bravely puffed out her chest, which wasn't too big but was like a bamboo shoot. She shouted, "If killing me alone can appease your anger, then do it. I'm willing to pay with my life for that fool. Mother F***cker, who's an idiot?" Yue Yang suddenly stood up, giving the dagger girl a big scare. You didn't die." The dagger girl immediately became happy. Nonsense. Yue Yang realized that this girl's reaction was different from normal girls. It was very interesting to tease her. Then quickly tell your brother that you didn't die. Tell him not to kill us. Oh yeah, didn't you get a dagger in your chest? How can you be fine? The dagger girl became more and more confused. She realized that the dragon armor on Yue Yang's chest wasn't even broken. Where did the blood that gushed out like a waterfall come from? Sha Pu and Sha looked at each other and smiled bitterly. They were different from their thick-skinned sister. They immediately understood that this was a trap. Mr. Titan knew that someone was playing tricks in the dark, so he sent his brother to put on a good show. In the end, everyone was fooled. The conspiracies behind the scenes were exposed, and Mr. Titan the Great was caught red-handed. Meanwhile, Mr. Titan Jr.'s death, no, his assassination, put all the laborers and slaves in the most disadvantageous position. Although Mr. Little Titan was fine, who knew how much hard labor he would have to do to repay this debt, it seemed like Mr. Titan never thought of killing the slaves who rebelled, but continued to enslave everyone. Otherwise, even if everyone had 100 lives, they would have died a long time ago. The Mr. Titan, who came later was actually the evil Gemini image that Yue Yang summoned using the Gemini mask. The shadow had half of Yue Yang's strength, but it was hard to tell the real from the fake. However, Yue Yang didn't have the possibility of revealing the truth. He deliberately created this illusion, especially the enemy. If the enemy knew that there were two Mr. Titans, they would have a headache. The evil Gemini image patted Yue Yang's shoulder lightly before disappearing in a flash. Just like before, it was unimaginably fast, and no one was able to react in time. Yue Yang continued to act as the bad guy. All those who abandoned their brothers, get lost. We don't need cowards who run away in the face of danger. Regardless of whether you're a guard or a slave, get out of my sight. As for you guys, because of your mistakes and bold offenses, especially you actually grabbed my collar and scolded me. Do you know what happened to the last person who scolded me? All of you, serve hard labor for 100 years. Use the money you create to compensate for my mental damage. This is not fair. They can leave, but we have to stay here as slaves. A guard stood up and pleaded weakly, I also want to leave. Scram immediately. Yue Yang sent him flying with a kick and cursed, whoever wants to leave, scram immediately. As soon as he heard that he could forget about the past and leave, he could regain his freedom. Many slaves and guards rushed out and rushed to the Ox Head men's group. Although it was not good to bear the bad reputation of abandoning their comrades and running away in the face of danger, it was all worth it if they could gain their freedom. Notoriety was something that the Thunder Fortress, which was a den of thieves, did not lack at all. Betrayal, abandonment and selfishness were all products of the Thunder Fortress. Things like justice, fairness and sacrifice were rare. Other than more than 1,000 slaves who could not live after leaving the mine, and more than 10 guards who were loyal to the Sha Pu brothers, the rest of the people had left. Among them, it was not that they did not want to leave, but they could not. They had no one to rely on, and other than mining, they had no other skills. Leaving meant that they would starve to death. Staying here to do hard labor was miserable, but wasn't it the same in the past? It was just a different name. Maybe this little titan would be more merciful than Ndong and let everyone eat their fill. Being a slave and doing hard labor, as long as they could eat their fill, it was enough. Could it be that they really wanted to get shares and bonuses? You guys, go and release Mr. Yan Zheng. Yue Yang first ordered the Sha Pu brothers, then pointed at the dagger girl. You, from now on, will be my female slave, follow me back. No. The dagger girl's mind flashed with the image of her being held by an iron chain while this damned little titan was holding a whip and dragging her to the streets. She immediately screamed in fear, I don't want to be a female slave for a second generation like you. Dream on, I will not be your female slave even if I die. You pervert, if you dare to take another step forward, I will kill myself. Mr. Titan, this girl is boorish and has no chest, she is not suitable to be a female slave. I have a half-elf girl. She has a youthful face and huge breasts. She is obedient and good at cooking, tailoring and other life skills. If I use her to take care of your daily life, you will definitely be satisfied. Mr. Jada immediately recommended his biggest trump card to Yue Yang, and swore that the half-elf girl with a youthful face and huge breasts was a virgin. According to what he said, this half-elf girl had been raised as a woman since she was born. She had not even seen a real man before. She was just waiting for Yue Yang to be the first one to open her eyes. Youthful face and huge breasts. Actually, Yue Yang was not unfamiliar with this, because the great Sora Aoi sensei had once comforted an otaku's soul. However, what would a half-elf girl with a youthful face and huge breasts look like? Yue Yang immediately nodded his head, looking as if he was bewitched by her beauty. Alright, this girl who looks like she has neither a chest nor a brain is definitely not good enough. I don't care about her at all. Let's take a look at your half-elf girl. Does she really look like a child with big breasts? The dagger girl was so angry that her lungs were about to explode. Her small breasts were her fatal weakness, who would have thought that this damned brat would continuously attack her? I'll kill you. She rushed forward crazily, swearing to kill this hateful pervert. Chapter 380. Yue Yang returned to Endong's mansion. Behind him was the dagger girl who insisted on taking revenge even after being beaten 10 times by him. She didn't understand. She was obviously stronger than this brat, so how could she be beaten by him? Furthermore, he didn't seem to have used his full strength. I will kill you, pervert, and get rid of a scourge for the people. The dagger girl swore that she would definitely kill this brat to prevent him from harming the women of this world. As for whether she was angry at him for saying that her chest was small, she would definitely not admit it. Mr. Little Titan, I hope that the laborers can eat their fill. The Sha Pu brothers also followed. They didn't mention any shares anymore and had to face reality. That depends on my mood. Yue Yang was very arrogant. We will work hard, even harder than before. As long as everyone has food to eat and the sick can be treated, then our mining speed can be doubled. I guarantee that it will be even more than before. The Sha Pu brothers felt that it was okay for those who were not united to leave. Although there were only 1,000 people left, if they all listened to their commands, mining would definitely not be a problem. Let her become a female slave. I will enslave her until she suffers unbearable pain, until she goes crazy. Haha. Yue Yang expressed that he had the tendency to abuse others. Dream on. The dagger girl was very angry when she heard this, but she didn't rush forward to stab Yue Yang's chest with her dagger anymore. This was because after 10 failures, she completely understood that she wasn't this brat's opponent. His strength might not be high, but he had countless treasures. Any treasure could help him defeat her. Although she had a fiery temper, she didn't have the special hobby of being abused, even though she knew it was impossible. The Sha Pu brothers smiled bitterly at each other. Of course they knew that this Mr. Little Titan didn't lack women at all. He was just too free and bored, so he had to tease his own sister. If he was really a playboy, he wouldn't do this. However, their thick-skinned sister couldn't understand the other party's teasing at all. She insisted on competing with the other party, which was exactly what the other party wanted. However, if she didn't retaliate after suffering a loss, she wouldn't be their sister. It was just that her personality was really, fortunately, she met this boring Mr. Little Titan. If he was a real playboy, she might have been caught and made a slave. Mr. Yan Zheng was that serious and old-fashioned man. He had been locked up by the Sha Pu brothers for a few days and had just been released. His face was still expressionless, and he only walked out after Yue Yang and the dagger girl finished their fight. I have a suggestion. Every worker who works normally will be paid 1 gold coin a day. They will be paid when they are injured, but they will not be paid when they are sick. Every time a worker dug out a top-grade ore, they would receive 1,000th of the reward. If they did not report it, they would be severely punished. When the laborers had saved enough money, they could apply to leave the mine or apply for residency. In addition, laborers are allowed to set up stalls outside the mine and exchange daily necessities with each other. He listed a lot of terms that were beneficial to the laborers. Of course, these were even more beneficial to Yue Yang. As long as these laborers could resume their work, this amount of money was simply a drop in the ocean. Of course, compared to Endong's stingy behavior, this term was much better. He believed that with this term, the laborers would not rebel anymore. One more term. Those who do not contribute for a month, get them to scram. I will definitely not support lazy people. Yue Yang did not have any opinion on paying them to work. Don't worry, as long as we follow what Mr. Yan Zheng said, we will all work hard. Sha Pu believed that if the laborers knew that there would be a salary and reward for their new master, they would definitely work hard even if they were to die from exhaustion. In the past, Endong did not even have enough food to eat. He directly caught slaves and threw them into the mine to dig for ores. When they died, he would be replaced with another batch. It's useless to just talk. Yue Yang asked Jada to chase the Sha Pu brothers out of the door. When the dagger girl saw that her brother had left, she stomped her feet and chased after him. Although she was a little careless, it did not mean that she was not smart. She was afraid that Yue Yang would close the door and release the dogs, or put a metal chain around her neck, so she quickly slipped away. She had to put her revenge aside first. Before she left, she kicked Yue Yang, still filled with hatred. Looking at this brat's expression of enjoyment, she was furious, who knew that she had used too much strength in her kick. Not only did she miss her kick, Yue Yang even lifted her leg, causing her to almost fall on her buttocks. This time, she was really embarrassed. She quickly climbed up and ran out of the door with her face red and ears hot under Yue Yang's loud laughter. Naturally, she hated him even more. She swore that if she had the chance, she would definitely kill this brat so that he would not be so arrogant. As soon as she left, two men came from behind. Posting. Blood River and Mountain Elf jointly invited Yue Yang to attend the annual auction in the Thunder Fortress, the City of Depravity, the day after tomorrow. Didn't your master ask you to say anything? Yue Yang asked. With Mr. Titan's intelligence, he would definitely understand that this is an enemy trying to sow discord. My master, Blood River, is very hospitable. Not to mention a distinguished guest like Mr. Titan, even a normal merchant would be treated with respect. Why would he try to assassinate you? The tall man on the left replied word by word. It seemed like this guy was also a manager who followed the rules. Where's your master? What did he say? Yue Yang looked at the short and fat man. Mr. Titan, my master, Mountain Elf, has long admired you. He is willing to form an alliance with you two Mr. Titans and share our benefits. The short and fat man was full of smiles. Let's not talk about forming an alliance first. We have no interest in the Thunder Fortress. We are just passing by. Maybe we will be tired one day and we will leave. I don't care about your business, but if you provoke me, my brothers will definitely kill your whole family. Yue Yang smiled indifferently and waved his hand like a superior. The two of them hurriedly took their leave. After settling the matter of the mine, other than obtaining a fixed income from the mine, Yue Yang also successfully formed a grudge with Demon Eye. This way, he would have a reason to take revenge. Fight monsters and snatch treasures. Yue Yang's purpose of coming to the Thunder Fortress was very clear. Furthermore, after killing monsters, he could also exchange for treasures at the Warriors Guild or the Mercenaries Guild. There were quite a number of wanted criminals on the Bloody Fallen list here. Many of them were not rewarded with money, but with treasures. For example, Nightmare, Tiger Nian and the others were all people with high rewards. Demon Eye and the others were also people with high rewards. Yue Yang could be said to be killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Yue Yang didn't care about the battle arena because he was prepared to sell it. Firstly, it could eliminate some people's worries and prevent them from thinking of entering the Thunder Fortress. Secondly, the battle arena didn't earn much money, but it could be easily used by enemies. He didn't want to be like Indong, who was caught by others. Everything was left to Jada and Yan Zheng. Jada was in charge of money and business was his forte. He was also very loyal to Yue Yang. Yan Zheng was an old-fashioned butler. If it wasn't for Mr. Chen's introduction, he wouldn't have helped Yue Yang. However, he was the kind of person who would work for anyone once he had a job. After leaving the Thunder Fortress, Yue Yang returned to the plaza on the 6th floor of Tong Tian Tower. In front of him, the golden elf Bao was still holding the signboard looking for Yue Yang. However, her tone wasn't as polite as before. On it was written, "Liar Titan, if you don't reply, I'm going to get angry." There was even a drawing of Bao'er's cute angry face. With regards to this big lowly golden elf, Yue Yang was very happy. Teasing this big lowly was also a joy in life. Fatty Hai, Yi Kong and the others were either sitting or lying down lazily on the ground. Their bodies were covered in blood, it seemed like they had just gone through an intense battle. Fortunately, none of them were injured. The golden elf Anna was using her beast skills to heal them. The ox-head Fan Lun Tai was eating a piece of roasted meat as she muttered, "That liar might have already gone to the 7th floor of Tong Tian Tower. It's a waste of time for us to wait for him here." "Oh right, damn fatty, what was that move you used just now? Hey, I'm talking to you, how dare you ignore me?" Seeing Yue Yang walking over, Fatty Hai was stunned for a moment before laughing out loud. "Ah, it's just a small trick. It can't even be compared to your barbaric charge." Chirp. As Yue Yang walked past Bao'er, he even rubbed the signboard lightly and whistled. "Can you look where you're going?" Bao'er hated people walking so close to her. She put down the signboard to check if it was damaged. She even wiped the places that she touched, implying that she couldn't let outsiders dirty the signboard. If it wasn't for the lack of water, she would probably have to wash it again. Seeing Yue Yang whistling and teasing Bao'er, Fan Lun Tai immediately threw the roasted meat in her hands towards Yue Yang. She was about to flare up. Yi Kong held back his laughter and hurriedly stopped her. "Don't be rash, this might be a misunderstanding." The ox-head Fan Lun Tai pushed him away. "Monkey, stay away. You guys don't know this, but this isn't the first time this brat has done this. Last time, he purposely rubbed against Bao. This time, he's doing it again. If it wasn't for the fact that we have more people, he might have even stretched out his hands. Don't be afraid, Bao, I'll help you teach him a lesson. This brat is very weak, he only has a body full of treasures. If I stretch out my hand, his balls will explode and he will die. When Yue Yang heard this, he was so scared that he shivered. Dying by exploding his balls, it was really too awesome. He pretended to be so scared that he cut a sorry figure and ran into the warriors' guild like a wisp of smoke. Seeing that he ran so fast, Fan Lun Tai waved her fists angrily. She felt that if she wasn't tired from fighting, she would definitely tear this brat's ribs apart. Fatty Hai, Yi Kong and the Li brothers laughed out loud, especially Fatty Hai, who laughed so hard that he rolled on the floor. Shui Tan Lang, Prince of Tian Luo, Ox Head Party leader Liao and Lin En had just gathered from afar. Seeing that they were laughing so happily, they asked curiously. Ox Head Party leader Liao and Lin En didn't think that it was funny, so why were Fatty Hai and the rest laughing so hard? Not only them, even Shui Tan Lang, who had been frozen for thousands of years, had a smile on his face, making Lin En sigh in amazement. Is it really that funny? The four orc girls who loved to laugh looked at each other in confusion. Funny, I'm dying of laughter. Fatty Hai laughed until his whole body went limp, lying on the floor unable to get up. Anna furrowed her pretty eyebrows, as if she had understood something. In the Warriors Guild, O Zhen wasn't around. Instead, a shrewd yet slightly arrogant man received Yue Yang, the mercenary who claimed to have completed a bounty mission. He felt that there was no need to claim the bounty on the second floor of the Warriors Guild after completing the mission of collecting chicks and ducklings. This was the place where the real rankers came. A level 6 elder like Yue Yang should be envious of others going up to the second floor. Of course, he still maintained his politeness and didn't show his displeasure. He asked casually, "What bounty mission did you complete?" Hearing Yue Yang's words, this guy was almost scared to the ground. This was because Yue Yang said, "I've completed a few, but I'll claim Nightmare and Tiger Nian's bounty first. If you don't mind, I'd like to exchange all the bounty for wisdom fruits." He took out Nightmare and Tiger Nian's severed heads from his lich ring and placed them in front of the receptionist. That guy was so scared that his face turned pale. "Nightmare and Tiger Nian, you killed 2 innates." That guy was so scared that he couldn't speak. "Lower your voice. If I want to publicize it, I'll hire someone else to do it. I don't need you to speak so loudly. Take out the bounty I want, your job is that simple." Yue Yang's tone was very light, as if he didn't kill innates, but 2 chicks. Here. That receptionist quickly verified the bounty and recorded it on Yue Yang's star badge. Then, he opened a secret door and took out a bag filled with wisdom fruits. With trembling hands, he passed it to Yue Yang. Yue Yang didn't even bother to count the number of wisdom fruits. After storing them into his lich ring, he turned around and left. That receptionist asked weakly, "Respected innate ranker, can you forgive my offense and give me an autograph?" Yue Yang waved his hand, "I forgive you, we'll talk about it next time." The receptionist bowed excitedly, deeply, and with incomparable respect, he saluted Yue Yang's back. After Yue Yang walked far away, a few receptionists who were so scared that they didn't dare to move all gathered around and looked at the 2 heads on the counter with trembling eyes. Until now, they still couldn't believe that this was the truth. Nightmare and Tiger Nian, these 2 murderous innate rankers, were actually killed. The arrogant Yue Yang met Fatty Hai and the others not long after he left the shop. He couldn't escape in time and was caught red-handed by Fan Lun Tai, the ox-head girl. "Brat, let's see where you can run to now." Ox-head girl Fan Lun Tai grabbed onto Yue Yang's collar. She was prepared to use the most terrifying technique in the world, the Great Strength King Kong Claw Egg Breaking Technique, to deal with Yue Yang. This was a vicious move. Fatty Hai and the others quickly stopped her. Even Shui Tan Lang helped to persuade her. This concerned his future brother-in-law's happiness, they had to persuade him. "Do you guys know this brat?" Now, even the thick-skinned ox-head girl Fan Lun Tai felt that something was wrong. If that's the case, he does look familiar. Fatty Hai circled around Yue Yang twice. Tisk. Ox-head girl Fan Lun Tai knew that she didn't know him. Wearing a broken mask, it's really ugly. Bao felt that Yue Yang must be disfigured, or he must be the son of a nouveau riche. Otherwise, why would he be so ostentatious? This brat's strength is so trashy, why didn't others snatch his mask? This is a gold-rank treasure. Could it be that the security of the 6th floor of Tong Tian Tower has suddenly become better? The 4 orc girls laughed out loud. Hearing their words, Anna's heart stirred slightly, and her doubts were suddenly cleared up. Just when Fan Luntai let go of Yue Yang and told him to scram, she stretched out her hand and stopped Yue Yang, who was pretending to be scared. Yue Yang suppressed his voice and said, "You want to snatch my mask? This is the entrance of the warrior guild. Although you guys have a lot of people, the guards of the warrior guild will come out if I shout." Bauer spat lightly and said, "Who cares about your treasure? Scram quickly, I hate you, the son of a nouveau riche the most. Who are you trying to show off to? I don't care about your stupid mask." Anna smiled and gestured for everyone to be quiet. She then said gently to Yue Yang, "Don't be afraid, I just want to ask you a few questions. You can leave after I'm done." Yue Yang still wanted to refuse, but Fan Luntai waved her giant hands, indicating that if he didn't accept the interrogation, she would smash his eggs. Fatty Hai and the others were so happy that their intestines were cramping, but they couldn't laugh out loud. They held it in with all their might and stood at the side to watch the show. Chapter 381 Inch's little brother, what's your name? Anna's first question. Shan Chu. Yue Yang separated the word, you. This name is so old-fashioned. Bauer pouted cutely, feeling that this was a country bumpkin's name. I think it's very nice. Yue Yang said proudly, angering Bauer, who rolled her eyes at him. Where are you from? Anna's second question. Ji Feng continent. Yue Yang lied without blinking. I know that place. It was invaded by demons, but the residents are mostly humans. There are also a few human countries, such as Noah country and Babel country. Ji Feng continent's most famous specialty is the coral orchid sea anemone. It is a precious creature that can be used as medicine to cure cold snake venom. However, most nobles use it as ornaments to decorate their homes. Oh right, Ji Feng continent's red stone is also very famous. Almost everyone has one. It is the symbol of Ji Feng continent's rankers. Anna's words made Yue Yang's head hurt. She was too knowledgeable. If he did not handle it carefully, he would easily give himself away. Yes, the coral orchid sea anemone can not only cure cold snake venom, it can also attract golden-edged starfish. This kind of starfish's crystal core is an extremely rare metal melting attribute. It is a must in the manufacturing process of some weapons or puppets. Yue Yang had seen Yu Gong's notes in the puppet encyclopedia and hurriedly threw away his bag. Because of the demon's invasion, in order to prevent women from being raped by demons, it is said that early marriage is common in Ji Feng continent. Males and females get married at 8 or 9 years old. Is this true? Lin En suddenly asked. Yue Yang sweated profusely. God knows if Ji Feng continent had such a custom. Student, does such a thing really happen in the Ji Feng continent? Fatty Hai chimed in, forcing Yue Yang to answer. No, the demon's invasion was mainly in the cities. Most of the commoners escaped to the mountains. Although early marriage is common, it is not as exaggerated as 8 or 9 years old. Yue Yang forced himself to answer. He made this judgment based on the fact that the dagger girl still relied on her 2 brothers and did not have a husband to take care of her. Ji Feng continent should not have early marriage at 8 or 9 years old. Even if there was, it would not exist among rankers. Besides, even if they were married, wouldn't the devil abduct the bride? Early marriage was common among many races, and it was definitely not unique to the Ji Feng continent. The reason for early marriage to escape from the persecution of the evil demons was extremely comical. It was as if the evil demons were all law-abiding good children. In fact, the main purpose of the demons' conquest was to eliminate the experts of the other continents. They eliminated the hidden dangers of strong enemies, controlled the development of the local area, and allowed their own race to give birth to more strong people. They ruled over other races, not to exterminate them, and not to rape women. With the size and aesthetics of the demons, it would be strange if they liked human women. Women that demons liked had to be tall, have horns on their heads, be covered in scales, and have a spiked tail behind their buttocks. It would be best if their bodies were covered in flames. Human women had snow-white breasts and plump buttocks, but to demons, those were all fleeting clouds. Every race had a different sense of beauty, it was just that there were more races like humans, and there were more of them. The beauty of human women was more in line with the tastes of most people. Dwarves, gnomes, goblins, boars, ox heads, werewolves, and other races didn't even look at human women. They weren't just an ordinary kind of ugly, let alone the metal race, tentacled race, finned race, and earth-drilling race. Yue Yang had read a lot of history books, but he rarely saw the evil demons invading purely to kill, eat, or rape. There was no meaning in massacring civilians. The evil demon army would indeed massacre a large number of people, but the people they killed were soldiers and experts. As long as their strength exceeded a certain level, they would be massacred. Then, they would forever control the development of the area, not allowing experts to appear in the area, and would kill them once they appeared. They disdained to massacre the weak, just like how humans would not painfully kill all the ants on the ground. The evil demons would kill people, eat people, and even rape women, but these were not the purpose of waging war. It was just a venting of their beastly instincts on the battlefield. The majority of the evil demons did not have any intelligence, and only followed orders. The ones who truly controlled the evil demon race were the higher-ups. Their ranks were demon generals, demon commanders, demon marshals, and demon kings. Those were the true masters. Normal evil demons were also slave soldiers with tragic fates. Once they were born, they were destined to become tools of war. In any war, there would be killing, cannibalism, and beast rape. These were present in every race, not just the evil demons. Even in the soaring dragon continent, when countries went to war, the victors would also do many evil things. That was why, the evil demons were definitely evil, but the people of the Jiu Feng continent might not marry early just to escape from the evil demons' humiliation. What would 8 or 9-year-old children know? Forget about the few who matured early, some of the slower ones might only know how to pee in the mud. Things like the bride's virginity, only the evilest humans would have them. It can't be, the Jiu Feng continent is so backward. In our soaring dragon continent, there are many 8 or 9-year-old children who have already become parents. Fatty Hai boasted non-stop. 8 or 9-year-old children who have already become parents, and then go to the streets with their children, is that what you mean? Yue Yang was furious. We are only discussing it, don't be angry. Fatty Hai asked again, this student, are you married? Is your life enjoyable? Scram. Yue Yang was furious, and sent Fatty Hai flying with a kick. Hey, you still dare to hit me? The ox-head girl realized that something was wrong. Why was this brat so hot-tempered? They were talking nicely, but he wanted to hit her. Everyone be quiet. Anna gestured for everyone to stop quarreling, and asked the questions herself. She tried to be serious, but her eyes always had the smile of an elder sister seeing a mischievous younger brother. Shan Chu, when did you come to the 6th floor of Tong Tian Tower? Do you have a team? If not, how about joining our team to train together? Although we are not strong, we are very united. Wait, I don't want this useless fellow to join our team. The ox-head girl Fan Lun Tai was the first to object. We also don't agree. The 4 orc girls also felt that this decision was too hasty. This son of a nouveau riche wants to train with us. When we go to the Spider Valley to do the quest later, I think he will definitely cry in fright. Bauer always had the habit of looking down on her new teammates. Actually, she was not that brave, but acting like a veteran to teach newbies a lesson was her hobby. What do you guys think? Aren't you guys usually the most talkative? Anna realized that Fatty Hai and the others who were usually the most talkative actually did not speak up. Cough, I finally found a fellow who is weaker than me, isn't that good? This way, I will feel very superior. Fatty Hai laughed out loud. When Anna heard this, her eyes immediately lit up, as if she was even more certain about something. Even Lin En and Liao frowned slightly. One must know that this Fatty Hai was the one who hated others joining his team the most. No matter what the quest was, no matter how dangerous or difficult it was, he would never join a newbie. He would rather grit his teeth and fight bitterly. I give up. Yi Kong shrugged his shoulders. I support Sister Bauer, we must not let him join unless he brings out something good. When Prince of Tian Luo said this, Bauer immediately clapped her hands and cheered. Actually, Bauer did not object to this, son of a nouveau riche, joining their team. What about you? Anna asked the strongest person in the team, Shui Tan Lang. If this cold man did not speak for a day, it would be a piece of cake. Let him be. When Shui Tan Lang opened his mouth, Lin En was dumbfounded, as if he had seen a miracle. As for Anna, she seemed to have guessed that Shui Tan Lang would say this. Everyone, let's vote. Anna expressed that she was very supportive of the people. Hey, I don't think you guys have asked for my opinion. Yue Yang felt wronged. What was this? Were they forcing him to join them? The weak have no right to speak. Bao was afraid that he would not agree, so she blocked his mouth with a sentence. Ha ha ha. Fatty Hai laughed so hard that he almost fell down. He never thought that Yue Yang would be defeated. If people knew that the invincible and arrogant Yu clan's third young master had been defeated by a little girl from the elf clan with words, to the point that he couldn't even speak, most of the people in the soaring dragon continent would probably laugh their heads off. He can join, but he has to be in charge of cooking. With his strength, he is only suitable to be a cook. The ox-head Fan Lun Tai saw the situation and reluctantly agreed. Yes, he is suitable to be a cook. Fatty Hai nodded his head furiously. He could not wait to record this moment and bring it back to the soaring dragon continent to play. I like sweet food, I want it to be light. Bao instructed Yue Yang. The four of us like barbecued meat, large amounts of barbecued meat. The four orc sisters did not hold back. Are you guys done? Yue Yang was almost driven mad. Let's go, we are going to the Spider Valley to do a collection mission, we can't delay it any longer. Bao directly ignored his protest. Look. Yue Yang suddenly pointed to the sky. Everyone was curious and looked towards the direction he was pointing. But they did not see anything, yet this brat seemed to be very serious. Could it be that there was really something in the sky? Even Fatty Hai was fooled. He raised his head to look. What are you looking at? Bao felt strange. There was clearly nothing in the sky. Gray plane, look over there, it's gray. Yue Yang's finger moved in the sky and pointed towards the west. I don't see anything. There's nothing. Is it an invisible beast? Did you guys see it? My eyes almost popped out. What exactly is it? Just as Fan Lun Tai and the others were discussing amongst themselves, Bao suddenly screamed. Everyone turned their heads to take a look, only to discover that the fellow who had just said that there was a plane in the sky with a straight face had escaped. His speed was extremely fast, bringing along his bronze-ranked level 3 ironback demonic wolf. He dashed into the teleportation circle like a wisp of smoke, disappearing without a trace. Anna and Lin En were sweating profusely. However, the two of them looked at each other and laughed. Especially Anna. She patted Bao head, who was about to cry, and comforted her with a smile. He will come back, he definitely won't be able to escape. We will catch him next time. Yue Yang returned to the Thunder Fortress and resumed his awesome innate rancor identity. His words were also completely different. Jada said with a bitter face that the registration of the Titan Chamber of Commerce had failed. This was because the Titan Chamber of Commerce had existed a few hundred years ago, but it was very small and not famous. Regarding this reply, Yue Yang made a very powerful decision. Let the Titan Chamber of Commerce deregister, or buy it over. If it doesn't want to be bought over, then let it disappear forever. Yes, Jada felt great following this kind of master. If his master wasn't arrogant and was a modest gentleman, would he still be called master? That would be trash. Just as Jada went out, manager Yan Zheng brought a few slaves in, saying that they were presenting their treasures. They had previously dug up some good ores, but they hid it secretly and did not give it to Ndong. Now, they were presenting it to their new master, hoping to get 1,000th of the reward according to the verbal agreement. Yue Yang felt that the reward was a positive move. If every slave hid a piece, it would not be a good idea. Hence, he agreed to the reward system previously. He didn't expect the results to be so good. Just as he came back, people came to present their treasures. Before he transmigrated, Yue Yang had heard of many similar cases. Gold or diamond miners would always think of ways to bring the ores out. They would stuff their nostrils, mouths and navels. There were even people who would cut their calves and stuff the diamonds into their flesh to bring them out. Ndong was cruel. Yue Yang believed that the slaves in front of him were not the only ones who hid the ores. He generously gave them the reward, and even gave them a few gold coins. The few slaves were so happy that they kowtowed continuously. They felt that following Yue Yang was like stepping on a bright path. They had food to eat, wages to pay, and rewards for digging up good ores. Compared to before, this life was like climbing from hell to heaven. When the few slaves went back to brag about it, the effect of this advertisement was really great. This time, not just a few, but hundreds of slaves came forward to present their treasures. Manager Yan Zheng was dumbfounded. He would never have thought that those starving slaves who were about to die would actually hide the best quality ores, and the supervisor did not even notice. The most exaggerated thing was that there was an old and crippled slave. Half a year ago, This old fellow had lost his ability to work and was on the verge of death from a serious illness. He was thrown into a pile of corpses and laid there for a few days. However, he did not die and crawled back to the underground tunnel by eating carrion fruits. Because he had lost his ability to work, he could only eat soil to fill his muscles. He was so hungry that he was practically skin and bones. Afterwards, the dagger girl could not stand it anymore and took pity on him. Occasionally, she would give him some food, and that was why he was able to persevere until now. He actually had a top-quality thunder diamond that even Yue Yang was shocked by. This thunder diamond was priceless. It can't be. The dagger girl accompanied him to present his treasures. When she saw this huge thunder diamond, she was also stunned. What do you want? Money, status as a resident, or a woman? Yue Yang did not immediately accept the thunder diamond, but asked for his conditions instead. Master, you are a good master. I have never seen such a benevolent master in my life. I hope to stay and work under you. Although my legs are crippled, my eyes and hands are still fine. I can still work. I know where the ore vein is. It's at the collapsed fifth cave. That place was deliberately collapsed by my father and my uncle. They found a good ore vein inside. My father did not want Dong to get it, so he collapsed the pit, causing an accident. He and my uncle were buried there forever. Now, I am willing to lead everyone to dig the fifth cave again. We want to return the best ore to master. I dare say that it is the best ore vein in the entire underground city. As for my request, my master, please allow me to collect all the bones of the laborers, as long as they can be stored in my crypt. I don't want money, I don't want anything else. If master can forgive this lowly person's offense, I hope to redeem Miss Sha Yi's slave identity. Let my savior, Miss Sha Yi, continue to be the supervisor of the mine. She will be the best supervisor in the world. All of us will be grateful to her, just like all of us are grateful to you, master. The old slave respectfully prostrated on the ground and said something that made Yue Yang stunned. The dagger girl named Sha Yi had already burst into tears. On one side, there was a clean and priceless thunder diamond. On the other side, there was a crippled, dirty, and smelly old slave. Chapter 382. After Yue Yang obtained the priceless thunder diamond, he did 3 things to raise his reputation to the peak. The first was to make a uniform for all the hard laborers. Although this uniform was not worth much, and the clothes of thousands of people added together would not even be enough to make a dragon leather armor for Yue Yang, it represented the master's recognition and reward. For some talented old miners, they could even embroider a golden border on their clothes. Once they got their hands on the red clothes and gold-rimmed uniforms, all the slaves started wailing uncontrollably. Yue Yang was the first master to make clothes for the slaves in the hundreds of years of the Thunder Fortress. The second thing was to give the slaves names. This was also the first time. Many of the slaves didn't have names. Of course, they had nicknames or some form of address, but they never had real names. When the butler Yan Zheng announced that the benevolent master, Mr. Titan, allowed everyone to have a name, and everyone could come and register after thinking of a name, at this moment, all the slaves were trembling. Although they didn't know their own names, when they saw their names appearing for the first time in the book in Yan Zheng's hands, they all felt like they had been reborn as human beings. In fact, in the eyes of the slave masters, they were just living mining tools. All the mine masters treated them as tools, regardless of whether they were dead or alive. Even the commoners who originally had names, but were captured and brought here, had long forgotten everything in their long mining lives, until today, when Yue Yang allowed them to have a name. They then realized that their master had given them a name that was equivalent to life, an identity that was equivalent to life. With this identity, they were different from the others. With a name, they could be considered as real living beings, and not those mining tools that were forgotten by the world, existences that were like ants. Many of them didn't have names, so the butler Yan Zheng had to give them one. At the same time, they were given a serial number. If it was a free commoner, he would definitely feel humiliated and oppressed, because this serial number was the most obvious part of the clothes, just like the mark on a donkey butt. This was a special mark that belonged to the master. But the slaves liked it very much, very much. What they were most afraid of was that their benevolent master, the Titan, would abandon them. They were afraid that they would be abandoned by their master and once again be reduced to mining ants in the underground city. The third thing that Yue Yang did was to give the old slave a name and a puppet beast. The old slave was given the name Pai Ping. This was the bad taste of the guy from another world. Of course, nobody knew about it. This puppet beast was specially made by Yue Yang. Although he had made it casually and it was relatively simple, Yue Yang's ability to make puppets was extremely strong. He had casually made a bronze-ranked level 2 puppet. However, it did not have any combat power and could only be used as a means of transportation and mining. This reward had caused a wave of praises from the slaves that made them have goosebumps all over their bodies. There was no need to advertise, no need to explain. Now, all the slave laborers were relieved. As long as they worked hard, they would definitely be liked and rewarded by their master. Everyone hoped that they could be like Old Pai Ping, who was personally given a name by their master, and obtain a newbie puppet beast created by their master. None of them dared to say it, but all of them were working towards this goal. That was a unique reward. It could even be said that it was the highest honor. The thing that made the slave laborers most excited was that Yan Zheng the butler announced that if anyone could make outstanding contributions to their master, they would have the opportunity to have an audience with their master. Every year, 10 people would be selected. Being bestowed a name, a beast and the right to have an audience with their master had become the greatest desire of the slave laborers. While the slaves were working crazily for the sake of glory, those slaves who had betrayed and left deeply regretted it. No one would have thought that the new master, Titan, would not only not kill the rebellious slaves, he would also treat them so generously. Salary, bonuses, uniforms, and all kinds of glory, it simply made people jealous. Not to mention the slaves, even the patrolling guards in the underground city could not hide the envy in their eyes when they talked about the changes in the West Wind Pit. Who wouldn't be willing to follow such a master? Look at that damned fatty from the Toad clan. In the past, he was simply a lowly and pitiful worm. Now, he was arrogant, walking with his head held high and his stomach bulging out, swaggering around. Even the elite team leader, Bao Ji Yu, had to call him Mr. Wei in a friendly manner when he saw him. If it was in the past, he would not even look at the Toad merchant from the corner of his eyes. Calling him fatty or stinky Toad was already giving him a lot of face. The gladiators in the arena now behaved like obedient children. It was said that Titan's master wanted to inspect them. If they wanted to live a good life, they had to meet the master's requirements. In the end, the gladiators who fought non-stop every day hugged their companions 10 times a day. Especially their enemies, they would smile brightly and shake hands again and again. Everyone hoped that their companions would not do anything stupid during their master's inspection. Otherwise, everyone's efforts would be wasted. Those who took the money and left became the target of ridicule. There was no medicine for regret in this world. Those who had betrayed and become the subordinates of others were even worried that if Mr. Titan were to pursue the matter, they would really die. Although Titan treated his subordinates well, it did not mean that he was easy to bully. Look at Nightmare and Tiger Nian, the two innates were killed just like that. Furthermore, did Master Titan even need to fight now? As long as he gave the order, the gladiators, who were like hungry wolves, would rush forward to fight for the best performance. In the underground city now, the most famous person was not the underground city master, ancient beast, Ma Long, but Master Titan. If there was anyone who dared to say that he did not know Master Titan, he would definitely be blind and deaf. This kind of idiot who wasted rice might even be beaten up by others. Master, City Master Ma Long has sent an envoy over. Jada had also followed old Pai Ping's way of addressing him as master. The way he addressed him as master was even more impressive. It sounded like he was the owner of the place. Go and settle it, don't bother me. Yue Yang was thinking about how to deal with the Thunder Diamond. This was a good treasure for fusing and upgrading weapons. If it was given to Shui Wuxia, it would be a great help to her. However, Shui Wuxia was not by his side. Furthermore, there was no need to worry about Ji Zun not having any treasures. This Thunder Diamond should be used by himself first. After all, Yue Yang could use it to upgrade his weapons. The Crescent Moon and Wei Jin Magic Ash could both be fused with the Thunder Diamond. With it, other than his own Yang Fire ability and Yin Ice ability, his weapons would also have an additional lightning attribute. If he managed to slash it, his enemies would probably feel good for a long time. Even if they did not die, they would still remember it for the rest of their lives. The Crescent Moon was only gold ranked. It was enough for him to use in the 6th floor of Tong Tian Tower, but it might be weaker if he went higher. The Wei Jin Magic Blade was currently Platinum ranked, but because it had 2 spirits, it could definitely reach Diamond ranked in the future. Furthermore, the 2 spirits of the Wei Jin Magic Blade were very powerful. Although they were Platinum ranked, They were definitely the best platinum ranked and were close to being holy ranked. The Thunder Diamond seemed to be a little weak when fusing with the Wei Jin magic blade because it did not have a spirit. Yue Yang had always wanted to add a new spirit to balance it out and increase the Wei Jin magic blade's power to the maximum. The Thunder Diamond was a little wasted when fusing with the Crescent Moon. Its quality was extremely good. A natural Thunder Diamond could only be formed after millions and millions of years. After fusing with the Thunder Diamond, the Crescent Moon would probably be platinum ranked at most. It would probably be a little difficult for it to reach diamond ranked, unless Yue Yang could obtain a legendary martial spirit and put it in the Crescent Moon, turning it into a treasure with a consciousness. Forget it, there will always be better treasures in the future. Yue Yang decided to level up the Crescent Moon first. At most, he would go to the Heaven Realm to hunt for treasures. The Crescent Moon had the ancient rune, Everlasting, and the Heaven rune, Frost, and Sharpness. To a normal weaponsmith, even a dwarf blacksmith, it was an existence that could not be reforged. If one wanted to embed a Thunder Diamond on the Crescent Moon, it would be hard to achieve even if one used all the methods in the world. Other than Yue Yang's Nirvana Flame, Yue Yang spent a long time, and finally succeeded in embedding the Thunder Diamond into the Crescent Moon when he was so tired that his limbs were weak. Lightning flashed on the blade as it glided. A crackling sound could be heard. The coldness of the ice frost was several times colder than before, and the sharp edge of the blade seemed to be able to cut the space apart. When that Nirvana Flame in Yue Yang's hands gradually stopped reforging, the Crescent Moon seemed to have developed a spirit of its own. It hummed loudly, as if it was cheering for leveling up. The current Crescent Moon had successfully leveled up to platinum ranked. Furthermore, it was not a normal platinum ranked weapon, but a top-grade platinum ranked weapon. Although it did not have two-grade weapon spirits like the Wei Jin magic blade, it seemed to have developed a tiny bit of consciousness. This made Yue Yang very puzzled. He did not understand how this weapon spirit was born, but he did not dare to use his innate chi to investigate it. This was because Yue Yang was afraid that his devour, inherent skill and innate chi would destroy the tiny sprout of consciousness. He decided to wait for that strand of consciousness to grow first before slowly exploring it. Should he find a chance to ask Jizun? Regarding the knowledge of weapon spirits, Yue Yang had learned a lot from the pitiful guy's mother's inheritance. However, there were no relevant records regarding the birth of consciousness in weapons. Maybe it was because Yue Yang had not completely digested it, that was why he did not understand this aspect of knowledge. Hissing whistle, Yue Yang raised the Crescent Moon that had just leveled up to platinum ranked. With a thought, he wanted to test its new power. He casually slashed at the wall. That sturdy, stone wall was like a knife cutting through tofu. It didn't take any effort at all as it pierced through the wall. The most ridiculous thing was that when Yue Yang retracted his Crescent Moon blade, he realized that the stone wall that was more than 10 meters thick had been completely pierced through by the innate chi blade. A bolt of lightning shot out 30 meters away and hit a ghost bat that was hovering in the sky. The ghost bat that was flying at an extremely fast speed was instantly turned into ashes. Its size remained the same. In an instant, it collapsed and turned into ashes. When Jada heard the commotion, he thought that there was an assassin and rushed in. When he saw the Crescent Moon in Yue Yang's hands, he could not help but shiver in fear. When he saw the long and narrow crack on the wall, his legs immediately weakened and he fell to the ground. Get someone to mend the wall. Yue Yang casually ordered. Yes. Jada finally reacted and replied loudly. When Yue Yang left, he swallowed his saliva and stretched out his hand to pluck up his courage to touch the crack on the wall. He still could not believe it. Who knew that there was still a bolt of lightning left on the wall, causing his fat hand to feel as if it was bitten by a monster. Jada shouted, "Oh my God," and crawled out of the room. When night fell, not only did Jada order someone to mend the wall, he even looked for Yue Yang and bowed respectfully. "Master, the half-elves have arrived, please go and inspect the goods." Yue Yang was slightly stunned. Did this fellow really care about it? He was just finding an excuse previously. Forget it, he was just pretending to be a master. If he did not even accept a half-elven female slave, people might even suspect that he was incompetent. This kind of master was not good enough. He waved his hands. "I know, you can leave now. Oh right, you will accompany me to the auction tomorrow." When Jada heard that there was a door, he immediately bowed and left excitedly. Yes, normally, Yue Yang would definitely return to the grimoire world. However, today, he thought about it and walked towards the bedroom. He reckoned that there would be a half-elven female slave waiting for him there. To see what a half-elven looked like, of course, Yue Yang said that he was just curious. He would not admit to the temptation of a child's face and big breasts. Chapter 383. Yue Yang hadn't returned to the master bedroom, but it wasn't because Ndong had used the things inside. In fact, when Yue Yang took over, Jada had changed everything that could be changed in the entire mansion, intending to serve his master well. Right now, he was the #1 person in charge of the Tita Chamber of Commerce. Although it had just been registered, and no one in the world knew who it was, he knew that it wouldn't be long before the Tita Chamber of Commerce made it into the top 100, and maybe even the top 10. Looking at Master Tai Tan's attitude towards the 100 War Guild, he knew that innate level 8 judgment wasn't even in his eyes. If he didn't have enough confidence, would he dare to enter the Thunder Fortress and start a massacre to steal the treasures? One must know that the owner of the Thunder Fortress was Changni, who had the power of a level 8 innate. What was even stranger was that after killing Nightmare and Tiger Nian, Demon Eye didn't even dare to let out a fart. Vaguely, he even had the intention of returning the money to Lord Titan. Following such an awe-inspiring master, would he, Jada, be afraid that he wouldn't be able to make a name for himself? At the entrance of the luxurious master bedroom stood a few able-bodied women and maids. When they saw that Yue Yang had arrived, they quickly bowed and retreated. There were also 2 good-looking women inside. They bowed and left, gently closing the wooden door behind them. The wide ivory bed, the silk curtain made of natural silk embroidered with golden roses, and the velvet quilt was slightly raised, as if it was wrapping a small body. They wouldn't strip this girl naked and send her in, would they? Yue Yang remembered a certain time in the Manchurian Qing dynasty. If the imperial palace wanted to pamper any concubine, they would ask the eunuchs to strip her naked, wrap her in a blanket and send her to the imperial bed. It was said that if the concubine did not bribe the eunuchs would trip her up. For example, asking the emperor in advance so that the emperor would not be vexed and lose interest and leave, not giving the concubine a chance to be favored. Or after being favored, the eunuchs would tell the emperor the time so that the concubine would lose the chance to be conferred a title. As for the darker side, once the concubine fell out of favor, the eunuchs would do everything in their power to take revenge. Any one of those methods would make one's hair stand on end. To Yue Yang, those emperors were all idiots. Who knew if the eunuchs would have a taste halfway through? Although the eunuchs were incompetent, if they were to give a woman they had slept with to the emperor's head would definitely be green with envy. If the imperial concubines were not willing to sacrifice themselves to serve the eunuchs, they would probably end up in a miserable state. How could the smart imperial concubines not obey? Under these unspoken rules, the emperor was a cuckold madman. Look at how well they did in the other world. Eunuchs were nothing to them. They trained female servants from the moment they were born, and they did not see any men. They lived in the female palace, and when they grew up, they sold off all the maids who had participated in the training. The first man she laid eyes on would be the master she would follow for the rest of her life. That was called opening one's eyes. This kind of training was very powerful. Just like the emperor's selection of women, half of the unspoken rules were the endless process of being cuckolded. Even if one's body was not damaged, some parts of it would probably have long been trained and developed by others. Therefore, those emperors were big tragic people who collected cuckolded. As that master, Xiaonu likes to sleep and accidentally fell asleep just now. A soft moan sounded from under the blanket. Following that, a snow-white body sat up from under the blanket. She very respectfully faced towards Yue Yang's direction and welcomed him like a female slave. Although there was a layer of light muslin, Yue Yang could still clearly see that extremely valiant human weapon. Because she was lying on the bed, the human weapon had been squeezed, forming a deep ravine that made people suffocate. Even with Yue Yang's willpower, he couldn't help but swallow his saliva secretly. This human weapon really killed people invisibly. Yue Yang couldn't help but open the muslin, wanting to see more clearly this rumored half-elf with a child's face and big breasts. Her skin was glowing, her snow-white skin was even whiter than a blanket made of velvet, sparkling like jade. There was not a single flaw on her body, as if it could be broken by the wind. It seemed that the female palace who trained the female slaves knew how to display a woman's true charm. If they had stripped this half-elf naked and sent her here, then her charm would be greatly reduced, and it would easily cause dissatisfaction from high-level perverts like Yue Yang. True charm was when one was faintly discernible. This point was displayed incisively and vividly by this half-elf in front of him. She didn't have any clothes on her body, but there was a thin belt tightly binding her skin, covering some of her most important and secret places. Under the cover of this belt, the half-elf female slave's body not only lost half of her charm, but also increased her allure by a lot. Especially the two human weapons in front of her chest. Under the restraint of the belt, they could practically kill people. If she wanted to shake her breasts, she could shake them, and if she wanted to tremble them, she could tremble them. That was definitely the highest realm where she could do anything she wanted, an elf's slender body, a human's snow-white breasts, and a fairy's pure appearance. This, when all of these were combined, was a half-elf girl. The half-elf girl with the ribbon tied around her eyes moved her nose slightly. On her pure and sweet face, her soft cherry lips revealed a joyful smile. "Are you my master?" "I'm so happy, my master is an innate rancor. Your smell is really nice, I'll remember it, I'll never forget it in the future." "How do you know that I'm master? How do you know that I'm an innate?" Yue Yang was slightly surprised. This girl could smell out his strength with her nose. "The grandma in the female palace told me that today is the day I leave the palace. My master will be a good man with an indomitable spirit, a rancor." "Master, your strength is deeply hidden, but I have the innate skill of recognizing smell, so I can distinguish master. Although I can't really understand everything, I can judge that master is a powerful innate rancor. As for whether you are my master or not, from the moment I remember your smell, it will never change. The memory of a master and servant can only be used once in a lifetime. Some people choose to open their eyes to remember, but I feel that sometimes the eyes will deceive me, so I decided to use smell to remember. Smell will never lie, it comes from a person's heart, not only through the smell emitted by the body, but also a person's spiritual energy, including many." The half-elf girl with the ribbon tied around her eyes seemed to really have this talent. At least this kind of understanding was not something an ordinary person could have. "Do you know what my name is?" Yue Yang asked. "I don't know. Master's smell, to me, is another name." The half-elf girl bowed respectfully. As she bowed, her smooth back concave into an extremely beautiful arc. Even the most picky person in the world would not be able to find a single flaw on her body. Especially her full moon-like buttocks. When this movement slightly lifted, that kind of temptation could simply overwhelm all living things. The ribbon was light, it covered her wonderful groin and contrasted with her snow-white buttocks. It could not be seen in the realm of mystery, but in one's imagination, it could make any normal wolf's blood boil. Accompanied by a faint but refreshing virgin body fragrance, the whole room inexplicably became wonderful, as if even the soul was burning. A unique fire of life emerged in the depths of the eyes, igniting the whole body. Yue Yang's composure was extraordinary, but he could not help but clench his fists, using this to suppress the beating of his heart. It would be a lie to say that this half-elf was not tempting enough. That pure appearance and that enchanting body formed an extremely strong contrast, making people have an endless desire to possess her. However, Yue Yang was not a fool who would bite off any woman that was given to him. He had to find out if this woman had any ulterior motives. "Do you have a summoning grimoire?" Yue Yang originally wanted to ask who the grandma in the female palace was, but changed his mind and asked about the grimoire. Instead, "No, but grandma can know all of our inherent skills and train us to use them. My inherent skill is smell recognition, and my beast is a special type butterfly demoness, bronze rank level 2. Its battle power is not strong, but it can help me fly for a short period of time. It can also help me do many things." The half-elf girl nodded obediently and answered one by one. "If you were given a choice, would you choose freedom, or be a female slave who serves others?" Yue Yang suddenly asked. "You are already my master. If I am abandoned, I will commit suicide to keep my chastity. There is a saying in Tong Tian Tower, a virtuous woman will not marry a second husband, and a chastity slave will not serve two masters. If master is still worried about me, please bestow me a dagger." The half-elf girl slowly stretched out her slender arms. Her 10 slender fingers were as soft as orchids. Even if they were not the most beautiful pair of hands in the world, they were nothing more than that. With such a pair of hands, could she really cook delicious food? Could she really sew and do needlework? Yue Yang's eyes flashed with killing intent. He raised the crescent moon blade and slashed it towards the half-elf girl's head faster than lightning. With the power of the platinum-ranked crescent moon blade, even a lesser innate would be killed instantly, not to mention a weak half-elf girl who only had the strength of a level 3 hero. However, the half-elf girl did not have any fear. Even if Yue Yang's killing intent had already penetrated her skin and entered her internal organs, causing her to suffocate. Her delicate and innocent face revealed a sweet smile, as if she wanted to leave the most beautiful moment of her life to her master. Even if he pulled out his sword in anger and killed her on the spot, she would not have any regrets. The crescent moon blade flashed and disappeared. There was no blood splattering on the spot as expected. Instead, the silk that was tied in front of the half-elf girl's eyes broke into two and fell onto the bed. The half-elf girl covered her eyes with her jade-like fingers and slowly separated them. Little by little, he revealed an innocent smile, like a flower bud slowly blooming. Then, a gentle laughter like a spring flowing over a stone rang out. "Thank you for opening my eyes, Master. I can see Master's appearance now. Although you are wearing a mask, I can see it. It is exactly the same as when I sensed your aura. Do you want to remember this appearance of mine forever?" Yue Yang tapped his Gemini mask lightly. "No, the moment I open my eyes, Master's entire image will surge into Xiaonu's mind. External makeup and masks won't work." The half-elf girl looked at Yue Yang with her sapphire blue eyes without blinking. Her small hands reached down and picked up the silk and passed it to Yue Yang. When Yue Yang looked at it, he realized that there was a heaven rune circle drawn on it. He couldn't help but be slightly startled. It seemed that there were quite a lot of strange people in Tong Tian Tower. The grandma, who trained female slaves, could actually master such a profound heaven rune. It seemed that she was really a character. "What's your name?" Yue Yang kept the broken silk. He knew all the heaven rune patterns, but it was worth learning to use it so flexibly. "The female slaves in our female palace do not have names. Master, please give me a name." The half-elf girl raised her small face and looked at Yue Yang, like an obedient kitten waiting for its master to pet it. Yue Yang resisted his desire and retracted his hand that was about to reach out. If he touched it, it would not be as simple as just touching it. Giving a name was very simple. Yue Yang almost blurted out, "You will be called Aoi from now on." However, he changed his mind. Forget it, he should just let the name Aoi become a memory. If she was not called Aoi, then what should he call her? 10 minutes later, Yue Yang, who had returned to the grimoire world, immediately carried Sickly Beauty and rushed to the bed. Sickly Beauty indicated that she had not slept well. Seeing that her clothes had flown away, she asked him shyly, "Who seduced you?" Yue Yang kissed the beauty. "I don't have time to talk now." Chapter 384. The next day was the Thunder Fortress, Depravity City's auction. However, the auction during the day was mainly for the merchants and subordinates of the rankers to interact with each other. They used the celebratory wine party as an opportunity to communicate with each other, spy on each other and exchange information. There were also temporary alliances and some auctioned items. Among them, there were countless shady dealings and the bullying of others, which were often vividly displayed at this time. For example, when some rankers fancied some treasures, their subordinates would secretly warn others not to raise their paddles to bid for it, or else they would fall out with them. Of course, these threats were only effective against the weak. The real auction would start at 9 p.m., and this auction would last for 3 days. The best treasures or female slaves would be auctioned at the end. Jada and Yanjung the butler would be the representatives during the day. Yue Yang lazily got up and gave the maids one task, which was to make clothes for the new half-elf female slaves. The legendary maid dresses, sailor dresses, princess dresses and so on. Things like bows, cat ears, bells, and lace were essential. Actually, Yue Yang thought that he should make a few sets of policewoman or air stewardess uniforms for the fierce Shai, or even a queen's uniform. Things like high heels, fishnet stockings and a black leather short skirt would probably be eye-catching if they were worn on her slender waist and slender legs. As for a collar with nails and a whip, it would be too awesome. It would definitely make everyone shout, "Whip me, Your Majesty." It was undeniable that this was Yue Yang's bad taste. However, to the healthy maids and maids who were bought and sent along with him, their master's orders were the embodiment of supreme authority. "Master, are you going to make clothes for me? I'm so happy." That half-elf girl with a childish face and big breasts was wearing a tight-fitting robe, revealing her lethal weapon that could kill all living beings in an instant. Yue Yang's wolf blood boiled as he looked at her. He almost couldn't stop his eyes from rolling. "What are you doing?" Yue Yang was very curious. He saw that the half-elf girl was drawing. On the easel, she had actually drawn out his real appearance. His facial features were exactly like a real person, and his charm and temperament were completely revealed. He was secretly annoyed and immediately glared at her and ordered, "Who allowed you to draw? Erase this painting immediately." The half-elf was so frightened that she stuck out her tongue cutely and raised her hands in surrender. "I won't do it again. It's just that when Master goes out, Xiaonu has a painting by my side. It feels like Master is always by my side, so when Xiaonu works, I feel especially energetic." She ran out like a little deer, and in the blink of an eye came back with a plate of piping hot pastries. Yue Yang was slightly surprised. This girl really knows how to cook. After a pause, Yue Yang put the dessert into the ring. The little girl should like this kind of sweet dessert. Besides, it was a kind gesture. Erase the facial features. Yue Yang really wanted to reach out and knead the towering snowy peak, but in the end, he just caressed the half-elf girl's head and strode out. "Thank you, Grandma. I've met the best master I've ever met." The half-elf girl spun around happily, and her big eyes turned into crescent moons. "Master is so cool, but he's also very meticulous. He even made clothes for me." She bounced out like a little deer, and tied up her hair. She chewed on a silk handkerchief and held a basin of water in her hands, as though she was going to clean the room. She rolled up her sleeves and clenched her fist. "This is the first day I've met Master. I have to work hard and make Master like me." The maids were used to her actions, and they were diligently cleaning the hall outside. Their actions were very neat, and they worked well together. Their efficiency was very high. They were different from the obedient half-elf girl. There was another little girl who was about the same age. Although she was equally cute, her personality and temper were completely different. Not to mention housework, it was already very impressive that she could walk without bumping into a tree or getting lost after turning a corner. She, of course, was the golden elf Bao. When she saw Yue Yang coming out from the teleportation circle, she, who was originally holding the sign up high, immediately threw it away. She ran over and grabbed Yue Yang's arm. "Where are you running to? I've waited for a long time, and I've finally caught you. Everyone come quickly, this is the little swindler from yesterday. I've caught him." "You are?" Yue Yang was an expert at pretending to be ignorant. "Look, there's a gray plane in the sky." Bao pretended to be serious and imitated Yue Yang's tone from yesterday. However, in the end, she couldn't help but laugh out loud. She couldn't help but laugh, and even blamed Yue Yang. She punched him twice with her small fist. "Don't try to trick me again. I'm very smart. Any trick can only be used once. If you try again, it won't work. Why don't you try saying there's a gray plane in the sky?" Yue Yang retracted his arm. "Little friend, you've got the wrong person. I don't even know you. Why are you talking nonsense with him? Drag him away." Oxhead Fan Lun Tai waved her hand. "We're still short of 100 spider teeth. If we're late, we might not be able to complete this mission. Let's go." "Hey, I object." Yue Yang used the Hua Sha Celestial Empire's godly skills. "Objection invalid." Bao made a cute face. "Because you're our appointed cook." Yue Yang looked at Fatty Hai, who was twisting his buttocks, and Yi Kong, who was snickering. He knew that his bad friends had betrayed him. He kicked Fatty Hai's buttocks angrily, making him squeal like a pig being slaughtered. As for Anna and Lin En, they pretended not to know. Out of everyone in the team, Bao was probably the only one who was kept in the dark. As for Oxhead Fan Lun Tai, she probably guessed it a little, but she didn't question or expose Yue Yang's identity. Spider Canyon. This was a dangerous area with a treacherous terrain. There were endless sandstorms on both sides of the plateau, and there were countless high-level beasts. There were also quicksand traps everywhere, with sand-burrowing demons waiting for their prey. In the middle was a canyon, the widest of which was no more than 200 to 300 meters. The narrowest was about 50 meters. It was deep, but it was a few thousand meters deep. When the cold mountain wind passed through the canyon, it made a hair-raising whistling sound. Of course, these were all ordinary. What really ate people without spitting out their bones were the densely packed snaggletooth spiders. These spiders were mostly bronze ranked level 7. Although their levels weren't high, they were very powerful. Moreover, there were probably more than 100,000 of them, and they could be found all over the long canyon. Numbers could decide everything. In the canyon, the silver-ranked level 7 human-faced spider and gold-ranked level 7 devil-eyed spider king were mostly hiding in the shadows. Once their prey came near, they would bring their underlings out of their nests. Of course, there was also the stronger spider queen here. It was said that she was platinum-ranked level 7. There were only 2 outcomes for adventurers who saw the spider queen. One was that they were lucky enough to escape, and the other was that they became food in the Spider Queen's stomach. There was no third outcome. At the moment, there was no one who could kill the Spider Queen. It was said that there was an innate who wanted to kill the Spider Queen and take the royal pearl from her stomach. In the end, he returned with heavy injuries. He was poisoned for 3 months, and he almost lost his life. After that, no one dared to have any ideas about the Spider Queen. Fortunately, the Spider Queen rarely appeared, so the Spider Canyon could barely be considered a yellow warning zone. It was not a red death zone. You have to follow me closely, don't run around. Otherwise, if the spiders eat you, it's none of my business. Although Bao was mischievous, she was kind-hearted. As a veteran, she took good care of the newcomer, Yue Yang. At the very least, she was willing to protect Yue Yang. No need, I have Wei Tai Lang. Yue Yang expressed that he didn't need anyone's protection, but he didn't reject Bao's offer to look at the scenery. A bronze-ranked level 3 ironback demonic wolf, are you sure it won't tremble in fear of the snaggletooth spider? Bao glared at Yue Yang. In the 6th floor of Tong Tian Tower, she had never seen such a weak beast. Woof, woof woof. Wei Tai Lang protested loudly, but Bao ignored it. Following the small mountain path that the mercenaries walked year after year, the team slowly advanced. After an hour, they finally reached the bottom of the Spider Canyon. If not for the red phosphorus torch, even if Fatty Hai and the others were 10 times stronger, they still wouldn't be able to enter the Spider Canyon. The snaggletooth spiders and the human-faced spiders hated the red phosphorus flame. The mercenaries only needed to wave their torches to force them to retreat. If they were to forcefully attack, hundreds of thousands of snaggletooth spiders would engulf an entire army. Spider-eating birds and parasitic wasps were also the nemesis of the snaggletooth spiders. However, predation worked both ways. The spider-eating birds circling in the sky could catch the young of the snaggletooth spiders, but they could also be trapped in the snaggletooth spiders' webs and become the prey's food. As for the parasitic wasps, they would definitely die. The only result would be that they would successfully lay eggs in the target's body, allowing their offspring to be reborn. Yue Yang couldn't be bothered with the natural laws of nature. He only came here to hunt for treasures. The snaggletooth spiders and human-faced spiders were nothing to him. Only the gold-ranked level 7 devil-eyed spider was his target. Not only could the devil-eyed spider's eyes be used in medicine and equipment forging, it could also contain a king-ranked poison pearl in its poison pouch, which was a rare treasure. As for the Spider Queen, Yue Yang felt that he might not be able to meet her. Furthermore, that kind of super-strong beast that could defeat an innate would probably have already gained intelligence. It might even be a holy beast, so killing it would not be easy. She would definitely not be like the boss in games, waiting for others to kill her. Seeing how the old dragon turtle ran back to the soaring dragon continent to recuperate after being injured, Yue Yang knew that holy beasts were all extremely cunning existences. Their intelligence was not inferior to humans, and they could even transform into human form, making it hard for people to tell them apart. There is a mercenary team fighting in front. It seems like they are fighting for treasures. Yi Kong, who was scouting the way, came back with a piece of bad news. Let's take a detour. Oxhead party leader Liao immediately made a decision. Anna looked at Yue Yang. Seeing that he did not have any objections, she nodded and agreed to take a detour. Without the stimulation of human blood, the snaggletooth spiders would normally be afraid of the red phosphorus fire and would not be willing to provoke the mercenaries who came to collect their spider teeth. However, once they smelled blood, they would definitely become restless. They might even surround and attack the mercenaries. Just as they took a detour and walked in the opposite direction for less than 3 minutes, the group of spiders on the cliff seemed to have been awakened by something. Like a tidal wave, they quickly swarmed towards the place where the battle was taking place. Tens of thousands of spiders were jumping and running on the cliff walls. The scene was extremely spectacular, especially in a terrain like the Spider Canyon. It looked as if the spiders could cover the sky and the sun. 3 mercenary teams gathered together. Everyone was holding their weapons nervously and waving their red phosphorus fire torches. Fortunately, there was no group of spiders attacking Yue Yang and the others. However, it was hard to guarantee that the spiders would ignore the threat of the red phosphorus fire and continue to devour the humans. The red phosphorus fire torches were definitely a threat to the snaggletooth spiders. They were afraid of fire and relied on the fine hairs on their legs to sense the air flow and search for their enemies. Once they were on fire, they would fall into panic. However, The red phosphorus fire torches of a few mercenaries were insignificant to the tens of thousands of snaggletooth spiders. As long as the group of snaggletooth spiders went berserk, even if there were 100 times more mercenaries, they would still perish. Everyone, form a circle and hide behind that big rock. Calm down, no one is allowed to attack. A mercenary leader shouted loudly. Save me, I have used up my fire torches. After I get out, I am willing to pay you with 1,000 gold. From afar, 3 women in black rushed over in panic. 2 of them looked like female guards. They wore black leather armor that covered their entire bodies. They held sharp blades in their hands and their expressions were cold. Even in such a dangerous situation, they did not say a word. The one who asked for help was the woman in black who was the leader. She wore an expensive black dragon leather armor. With one look, one could tell that she was not an ordinary mercenary. She looked more like the daughter of a powerful warrior or the princess of a king. Her soft purple hair fluttered in the wind. Her eyebrows were picturesque. Her light green eyes radiated with electricity that could captivate one's soul. She was wearing a black dragon leather armor that revealed her sexy figure. Her plump and long legs were taut. Together with her proud chest, slim waist, round buttocks, slender feet and jade-like arms, she formed the image of an exceptionally enchanting and sexy girl. When the mercenaries saw her, they were instantly dazed. Some of them drooled like a waterfall. When Yue Yang saw the appearance of this purple-haired girl, his body trembled slightly. His gaze was as cold as ice. Chapter 385. Fatty Hai and Yi Kong looked at Yue Yang. They seemed to be trying to confirm something, but when they saw Yue Yang's cold gaze, they were shocked. When they looked at the purple-haired sexy girl again, they were filled with fear. Shui Tan Lang clenched his fists tightly, as if he was controlling his emotions. Anna and Lin En did not notice this at first, but when they saw Fatty Hai and Yi Kong's expressions, as well as Shui Tan Lang and Prince of Tian Luo's fists clenched in alert, they immediately turned to look at Yue Yang, seeing that he was standing slightly in front of Bao. The two of them looked at each other, then looked at the purple-haired girl in black. Their gazes were filled with bewilderment and fear. The ox-head Fan Lun Tai and the 4 orc girls did not react at all. They did not realize that something was wrong. Bao reaction was jealousy and jealousy. The purple-haired girl's sexy figure and enchanting eyes made her, a golden elf, jealous. When it came to beauty, everyone was equal, even the golden elves were slightly better. But when it came to sex appeal, even 10 golden elf girls added together could not compare to this sexy girl in black dragon armor. She ran all the way here, but not only did she not seem to be in a sorry state, she even had a kind of beauty that could captivate people's hearts, making them want to protect her. Bao turned to look at Yue Yang and saw that he was staring blankly. She was annoyed. She raised her small fist and knocked on his head. Hey, come back to your senses. Let's see if we can walk out of the Spider Valley alive. Useless fellow, look at Brother Fatty. Although Brother Fatty is usually like a big pervert, he is serious at important times. Unlike you, your eyeballs are about to fall to the ground. No, I am also drooling. Wow, this girl is so hot. Fatty Hai, who was dumbfounded, suddenly laughed out loud, even wiping his mouth. Yeah, I think so too. Yi Kong suddenly hugged Fatty Hai's shoulders and started to kick dance with him. I will never understand the boring way of thinking of humans, the ox-head Fan Lun Tai snorted angrily. Why are you still looking at girls at a time like this? Can't you see that there are snaggletooth spiders everywhere? The 4 orc girls also rolled their eyes. Ever since Fatty and the others had appeared, they had never looked at them with admiration. After all, the orc girls were top-notch beauties, but these humans didn't know how to appreciate them at all. Tauren leader Leo frowned. He felt that today was a little troublesome. The appearance of this woman probably wasn't a good thing. After all, many conflicts between mercenaries were caused by women. To put it nicely, human beauties were beauties. To put it bluntly, they were a source of calamity. Let's go. It looks like we won't be able to collect any spider teeth today. Let's go do the stone puppet quest. Shui Tan Lang, who usually did not make any decisions, spoke up. He suggested that they leave Spider Valley, and Prince Tian Luo also expressed his agreement. There are so many spiders. How do we leave? Bao felt that they should at least wait for the spiders to calm down. It was too dangerous to leave now. I have a teleportation scroll. As for you guys, I don't care. Yue Yang was rich and overbearing. He had a few teleportation scrolls that cost 100 gold coins each. Can you guys bring us along and leave? We are too scared. We want to leave this place immediately. Don't leave us behind. Okay. The purple-haired girl wearing the black dragon leather armor suddenly left the mercenaries who were trying to flatter her and walked towards them, asking for protection from Yue Yang's group. Listen, if you guys know what's good for you, then scram. The three mercenary leaders were furious. Originally, when they saw that there were two breathtakingly beautiful golden elf girls in Yue Yang's group, they were already drooling. As for the weak guy Yue Yang who was wearing the Gemini mask, they were even more tempted to snatch him away. However, the aura that Shui Tan Lang emitted from Yue Yang's side made them feel pressured. They thought that it would be hard for them to swallow, so they gave up on the idea of attacking. Now, after the three mercenary leaders exchanged glances, they felt that if they worked together, they might be able to get all three beauties, no matter if it was the beautiful girl wearing the black dragon leather armor or the two golden elf girls, they were all the best. If they could get one of them, they would even be willing to lose 10 years of their lives. As the saying goes, men die for wealth, birds die for food. Killing people and robbing them of their treasures was a common occurrence in the 6th floor of Tong Tian Tower. The three mercenary leaders looked at the sky and realized that the spider wave was slowly passing. It seemed that the threat of the spiders was gone for the time being. Just in time, they could take this opportunity to do it. Following the three of them's hand signals, dozens of mercenaries with perverted smiles and bloodthirsty killing intent slowly surrounded them. In their eyes, this team with golden elf beauties only had one strong enemy and two good fighters. That cool-looking human youth was a tough bone to chew. The other ox-head leader and the handsome golden elf guy looked like they were not weak either. They did not care about the others. For example, the ox-head girl, the orc sisters and the two tall and skinny men carrying huge pillars on their backs. Their abilities were not high, and each mercenary could probably deal with one of them alone. The golden elf girl's vine bow was just a decoration, nothing to be afraid of. The fatty and skinny one's abilities were even worse, they could not withstand a single blow. As for the idiot wearing the gold-ranked mask, everyone ignored him. He was a level 6 beginner elder, he could be sent flying with a single slap. These mercenaries had made up their minds to take advantage of the chaos and kill this team, then snatch the three best quality women. In the past, they had done this many times. What are you guys trying to do? I beg of you, you must protect this weak girl, don't let them humiliate us, I will definitely thank you when I return. The purple-haired girl had a pitiful look. She walked towards Yue Yang and bowed timidly, as if she wanted to seek protection. Don't worry, I will definitely protect you. These bastards are really daring, I will punish them on behalf of the heavens, and destroy them. Bauer heroically raised her vine bow. Yue Yang really did not know whether to laugh or cry. Who was protecting who? Why didn't they think about this purple-haired girl's background? She did not need his protection, this was just a trap. Who would win? He still did not know. If not for the curiosity in his heart, Yue Yang would have already made his move. However, he decided to wait and see. This was a good opportunity to learn. If he could see through the truth, it might be very helpful to nurture holy beasts or even mythical beasts. The Bloody Queen, the Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen, and even the barbarian Cow Shadow, Yue Yang would not be satisfied with their current state. He would definitely level them up to become top-grade holy beasts, top-grade divine beasts. Boom! Shui Tan Lang's body exploded with cold air, causing the temperature of the entire space to drop by a few dozen degrees. Frost and snow swirled in the air. He stared coldly at the mercenaries surrounding them. Scram immediately, or die. Bauer clapped her hands and praised, Brother Tan Lang is so cool. Beat them up, beat them all up. Also, Brother Fatty and Brother Monkey, charge forward. Yi Kong sweated profusely. Cough, didn't I tell you to call me Brother Yi? I'm not Brother Monkey. The three mercenary leaders estimated that this ice-type brat in front of them was very strong. Even if the three of them worked together, they would have a headache. Although they had the advantage in numbers, if they fought, they would probably suffer great losses. At that time, if there was an internal strife, they might even be crippled. They were a little hesitant. Although beauties were good, they had to be alive to enjoy beauties. Just as they were about to retreat, the purple-haired sexy girl suddenly opened her mouth. Once she spoke, she immediately angered them. That purple-haired girl ridiculed. Kill all these trash. Impotent trash like them still dare to have ideas on this lady. Her words immediately made the three mercenary leaders explode with the greatest anger in their lives. Originally, They wanted to let this top-quality beauty go, but since she was looking for death, then they wouldn't be polite anymore. If the team was crippled, they could still find people to rebuild it, but if they missed the beauty, they might never see her again. Furthermore, if they were mocked by others for being impotent, then what was the point of being a man? They might as well hold in their pee and die. The mercenaries surrounding them were also so angry that their eyes were bloodshot. They originally didn't want to let this seductive beauty go, but now they wanted to show her what they were made of. Kill. The mercenaries didn't wait for the mercenary leader's order as they roared thunderously and rushed forward. The beasts beside them were the first to rush forward. I'll get rid of you first, then fight the boss. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? Fatty Hai roared, his hidden strength exploding. If Yue Yang wasn't here, he would still have some misgivings. But now, it was equivalent to clearing the monsters before fighting the boss. He remembered that Yue Yang often said when they fought the Zodiac Temple that if they didn't clear a large number of monsters before fighting the boss, they wouldn't be powerful enough. Courting death. Yi Kong also laughed coldly. Their speed wasn't any slower than the fastest Shui Tan Lang. Their hidden chi instantly exploded to the limit, pushing them towards the enemy. A few giant lions were sent flying into the air. Fatty Hai's hippo meteor fist smashed heavily on the chest of a mercenary leader. That mercenary leader was immediately shocked. He never thought that this wretched fatty's strength was actually above his. At the same time he was sent flying towards the stone wall, Yi Kong's figure appeared behind him. A heavy punch. Together with Fatty Hai, they attacked the mercenary leader's head from the front and back. Boom! The head exploded into pieces. The mercenary leader, who was a level 8 emperor, was killed on the spot by Yi Kong and Fatty Hai before he could even use a single move. He didn't die unjustly. Yi Kong and Fatty Hai's strength was originally above his, and this guy had completely miscalculated. One wrong move and the whole game was lost. On the other side of the battlefield, the other mercenary leader, who was sent flying by Shui Tan Lang, was still frozen when he was hit by a meteor falling from the sky. He was smashed into meat paste and died tragically on the spot. This was the combined attack of Shui Tan Lang and Prince of Tien Luo. Its power was not inferior to Fatty Hai and Yi Kong's combined attack. In the Great Totem Battle technique, the power of a combined attack was far greater than a single person. When 2, 4, or even 6 people used their battle technique together, the power would multiply. The last mercenary leader, who was buffed by a gold-ranked Kodo beast, was the strongest among the 3. Ox-head leader Liao and Fan Tilan attacked together. The giant axe collided head-on, but was sent flying by him. This guy still didn't know that his 2 strongest companions had already died. He still followed his original plan and pounced towards the purple-haired girl in black, reaching out his hand to grab her. Beauty, you're mine. His plan was very good. If he attacked the 2 golden elves, he would definitely provoke the other party's whole team to fight to the death. If he took the opportunity to grab the purple-haired hot girl while his companions delayed the enemy's hands and feet, then quickly use a teleportation scroll to leave, that would definitely be the best plan. As for his companions, he didn't care if they lived or died. It would be best if both sides fought to the death and attracted the snaggletooth spiders. If they all died, he would be able to enjoy this sexy beauty alone. Save me. The purple-haired sexy beauty wanted to go around Bao and hide behind Yue Yang. Wei Tai Lang, you stupid dog, what are you waiting for? Yue Yang kicked the lazy Wei Tai Lang away and pulled Bao into his embrace at the same time. Get lost, stupid dog. The mercenary leader didn't care at all. Bronze rank level 3 iron-backed demon wolf. Even a sneeze from him could kill it. Who knew that even the ox-head party leader Liao and Fan Lun Tai, who were known for their brute force, couldn't resist the mercenary leader? A bronze rank level 3 iron-backed demon wolf easily sent him flying, as if the mercenary leader's gold-ranked Kodo was made of paper. With just a light claw, the mercenary leader looked as if he was hit by a mammoth. He crashed onto the stone wall with a loud rumble, causing a large piece of rock to collapse. The whole valley shook non-stop. When the mercenary leader painfully struggled to get up, Wei Tai Lang was standing on a high ground, raising its hind legs. A stream of yellow liquid splattered on his face. The stench of urine made the mercenary leader almost faint. I'll kill you, you stupid dog. The mercenary leader, who was strengthened by his Kodo beast, didn't even have the time to swing his fist before he was pressed down by Wei Tai Lang's claws. Boom. The ground shook again. The mercenary leader's head exploded into a pulp as he died on the spot. Bao Er's small mouth formed a cute O shape. Not only her, Even Anna and Lin En were dumbfounded. What kind of demon wolf was this? Bronze rank level 3 could actually kill a level 8 intermediate emperor ranker in an instant. Chapter 386 Inches We Surrender. The mercenaries were beaten to the ground by Fatty Hai, Yi Kong, the Li brothers and Shui Tan Lang as if they were the autumn leaves being swept away by the autumn wind. Too late. Shui Tan Lang was as cold as ice, attacking mercilessly. Wei Tai Lang killed one with a swipe of his claws. Fatty Hai, Yi Kong and the others attacked with all their might, killing them all regardless of whether the enemy resisted or not. Anna and Lin En wanted to dissuade them, but when they saw the purple-haired girl staring at Yue Yang, they immediately turned their attention to them. The purple-haired sexy beauty had a seductive smile on her face, her big eyes staring at Yue Yang. Yue Yang's expression was more serious. He held Bao tightly, not letting this naughty girl leave his side. Bao struggled a few times. At first, she thought that Yue Yang was taking advantage of her, so she bit his arm with her little white teeth. But when she saw Anna's hand gestures, she realized that something was wrong. However, she was very confused. They had clearly won. What was going on? Could it be that the son of this nouveau riche knew this purple-haired demoness? Don't worry, I won't hurt her. Seeing Yue Yang's unapproachable expression, the purple-haired girl smiled slightly. Her enchanting smile made people's hearts beat faster. Scram. This was Yue Yang's reply. When you left that day, I thought I would never see you again. I'm so happy to see you today. Little girl, do you still remember the silver dragon in the jadeite forest? I'm a friend of the silver dragon, I'm not a bad person. The purple-haired girl saw Yue Yang's expression and changed her mind to Bao. When she said this, Bao really remembered and exclaimed, You're the Black Shadow sister in the Dragon's Cliff, no wonder your voice was a little familiar. Here's the money. Yue Yang took out some gold coins and passed them to Bao. Help me count. What? Bao was puzzled. I'm preparing to sell you. Please help me count the money. Yue Yang replied in a deadpan manner. When everyone heard this, they burst out laughing. Why do you want to buy me? Bao was even more puzzled. This reaction made Fatty Hai and the rest all fall to the ground. Good heavens, if this lass was sold by someone, she might really help the person earn money. The purple-haired girl was also amused. She stretched out her hand, wanting to stroke Bao's head, but who knew that Yue Yang would immediately block her hand. Fatty Hai, Yi Kong and the others also slowly surrounded them. Everyone summoned their grimoires one after another, summoning their strongest beasts and using them to strengthen themselves. The Li brothers even stabbed the huge totem pole into the ground to increase the combat power of the entire troop. Shui Tan Lang had gathered his strongest frost chi energy. Prince of Tian Luo's meteor was ready to strike at any moment. Bao didn't understand, and the four orc girls were also confused. Oxhead Fan Lun Tai was confused. Only Anna and Lin En cooperated with Fatty Hai and the others, preparing to restrain the two female guards in black who had been silent all this while. The purple-haired woman glanced at Fatty Hai and the others indifferently, and laughed lightly. Do you want to bully us with numbers? Fatty Hai smirked. It seems like we really have the advantage in numbers now, look at the sky. Yi Kong punched him. Fatty Hai looked up at the sky and immediately shivered. This was because the top of the canyon was densely covered with spider webs. Tens of thousands of snaggletooth spiders were surging down like a tide. Thousands of human-faced spiders and hundreds of king-rank demon eye spiders were charging at the very front. The densely packed giant spiders covered the entire canyon, leaving not a single empty space. Wherever they passed, layers upon layers of spider webs blocked the sky. Not long later, the whole canyon became a huge net. The prey was in this big net. The purple-haired girl raised her hand and all the spiders stopped. They were 10 times more orderly than a well-trained army. She pointed at Fatty Hai and Yi Kong and smiled at Yue Yang. Other than you, none of them can beat me. If I wanted to kill them, I could have done it yesterday. Sister Bao is so cute, why would I hurt her? Actually, I just want to make friends with you. We can exchange what we have. Yue Yang pulled Bao, who was extremely happy after being praised, not letting her leave. Bao was so angry that she kept stomping on his feet. This ambiguous position made her feel awkward. It was as if he was hugging her and not letting go. No matter how Bao reacted, Yue Yang only stared at the purple-haired girl as if she was his most dangerous enemy. He could not relax for even a moment. Wei Tai Lang also stared at the two black-clothed female guards. He growled in a low voice, warning them not to move. Is this how you make friends? Yue Yang pointed at the spiders. Who would bring tens of thousands of spiders to make friends? You are also very dangerous. If I don't have some small spiders to protect myself, I'm afraid you will kill me. The purple-haired woman grumbled with a bit of grievance. Then, a peerless smile bloomed on her face, making her look exceptionally enchanting. You're wary of me, and I'm even more wary of you. Why don't we have a good talk? I want to learn what you know. If you want to be my baby, I won't be stingy. Yue Yang, don't be courteous with her. Kill her. It's rare to meet a big boss. Tens of thousands of spiders is nothing. Fatty High's mouth was very hard, but his legs were trembling in fear. One snaggletooth spider was nothing to him, but there were tens of thousands of them here. I want to prove my strength first. Maybe you will be interested in becoming friends with me. The purple-haired girl disappeared. She appeared behind Fatty High's back and pressed her jade-like palm against Fatty High's back. Fatty High breathed out, using the defense of the iron rhinoceros to resist. At the same time, he used Hippo Meteor Punch that was 10 times faster and stronger than before to attack the purple-haired girl behind him. Yi Kong and the Li brothers who were standing beside Fatty High also attacked the purple-haired girl with all their strength. They knew that this was definitely a super strong big boss. They would definitely not be able to defeat her, but with Yue Yang here, they were not afraid at all. She was as fast as a phantom. The purple-haired girl pressed Fatty High to the ground. In an instant, she had already pushed Fatty High 50 meters away. Fatty High's face plowed a deep hole in the ground. Yi Kong and the Li brothers' attacks had just landed on empty air. The difference in speed was too great. One was as fast as lightning, while the other was as slow as a snail. Before he could retract his fist, Yi Kong realized that the purple-haired girl's hand had already pressed on his face. His head hit the ground. Yi Kong realized that he had already smashed into the stone wall. His head felt as if it had been hit by a huge hammer. He saw stars and his limbs went limp, unable to attack anymore. The Li brothers were also kicked into the air by the purple-haired girl. They had been tortured by Wei Tai Lang many times during their training, but it was impossible for Wei Tai Lang to knock them down so quickly. Furthermore, it seemed like she had not used her full strength yet. Shui Tan Lang and Prince of Tian Luo did not make a move. The purple-haired girl flashed and appeared in front of Yue Yang. Only 3 seconds had passed. Within 3 seconds, Fatty High and Yi Kong, who were the strongest in the team, as well as the Li brothers who had great teamwork, were all defeated. This was the opponent's strength. Anna and Lin En were shocked beyond belief. Everyone knew that this purple-haired girl was not a simple person, but they did not expect her to be so strong. No wonder she said that she could kill everyone easily. She was really that strong. She was so powerful. Could she be the legendary Spider Empress? The beautiful demoness they met today was the Spider Empress that even an innate ranker would be defeated and run away. Do I have the qualifications to be your friend? The purple-haired girl looked at Yue Yang and asked with a smile. Try punching me. Yue Yang passed Bao to Anna. I'm no match for you. However, since you asked me to hit you, I'll give it a try. Before the purple-haired girl could finish her sentence, her figure had already disappeared. She appeared behind Yue Yang, clenched her fist and punched towards Yue Yang's back. Her move was exactly the same as when she attacked Fatty High just now. Too slow. Yue Yang dodged to the side and grabbed the purple-haired girl's hand with his right hand. He threw her fiercely. The moment the purple-haired girl fell to the ground, Yue Yang took out his platinum-ranked crescent moon sword and slashed downwards. The purple-haired girl's figure disappeared. In an instant, she was already 100 meters high in the sky. Yue Yang, who was on the ground, had also disappeared. He chased after her and used his earth-splitting slash on her head. The purple-haired girl took out her silver spikes from her thighs and blocked Yue Yang's attack. Her body fell to the ground like a meteor. She pressed her hands on the ground and stabilized herself. She realized that there was a pair of long legs in front of her. It was Yue Yang's legs. With a kick that was even faster than Buddha's shadowless kick, the purple-haired girl was sent flying. You've angered me. The purple-haired girl screamed hysterically in midair. Her speed was 10 times faster than when she was sent flying. In a blink of an eye, she flew back and grabbed Yue Yang's thigh, throwing Yue Yang against the stone wall. As Yue Yang bounced back, she sent a side kick towards Yue Yang's face. However, Yue Yang had already lowered his head. After avoiding the fatal blow, he used his hands and shoulders to support the purple-haired girl's thigh. He lifted the beauty up high and smashed her under his feet. Boom! A deafening sound shook the whole Spider Valley. Forget about the center of the fight, even Fatty High and the others who were far away couldn't stand steadily and almost fell to the ground. Countless snaggletooth spiders fell from the sky, causing waves of disturbance among the group of spiders. Especially when they sensed the sorry state of the purple-haired girl in the huge pit, they showed signs of going crazy. The purple-haired girl slowly raised her hand and all the spiders immediately quietened down. She stood up, she spat on the mud in her mouth and slowly took off her black dragon leather armor, revealing her sexy body that was only wearing a singlet. What made people dizzy was that when the black dragon leather armor was thrown on the ground, it sounded like it was 100 times heavier than metal. Fatty High and the others were almost scared out of their wits. This purple-haired girl was actually wearing such a heavy black dragon leather armor to fight with them. How could she still have such terrifying speed? I'm going to get serious. It's been a long time since I met a fun opponent. Although I can't beat you, I definitely won't let you bully me like this. The purple-haired girl tied her hair up again. She even seemed to want to take off her pants. It seemed that the black dragon leather pants were also heavy clothes. She was prepared to release all of them and fight with Yue Yang. I'm not fighting anymore. Yue Yang turned around. He decided to stop here. He already knew his opponent's strength. The purple-haired girl's strength was probably close to innate level 7. He really didn't understand how this girl could cultivate to such a high level. Of course, if they really fought, Yue Yang would definitely be able to defeat her. It was just a matter of time. Most importantly, this girl's speed was very fast. It would take a lot of effort to fight. Yue Yang suddenly stopped fighting. The purple-haired girl held up her pants with both hands, not knowing if she should take it off or not. After a long time, she finally reacted, "Why aren't you fighting? I still have a lot of ultimate skills. Furthermore, I still have domain of power that I haven't used yet." Yue Yang waved his hand. "You win, alright." This answer made the purple-haired girl extremely bored. She put on her black dragon leather armor and walked over with a face full of displeasure. She kicked Yue Yang's calf fiercely, as if she wanted to get back at Yue Yang for beating her up. When everyone looked over, she immediately regained her superior expression and seriously extended her hand. "Please allow me to introduce myself. I am Zhang Ying, the leader of the Spider Valley. Some people call me the Spider Empress, but I am actually a dragon, a hornless dragon with a bit of mixed blood. My grandmother is the Spider Empress. The silver dragon you saw last time was my aunt. She was giving birth at that time. If you are interested, we can exchange for various items you need. For example, I have all kinds of dragon skin, dragon teeth, dragon horns, dragon scales, dragon tendons, dragon blood. I also have all kinds of spider items, magic crystals, ring accessories, weapons, herbs and ores. What do you need?" Yue Yang did not shake her hand and asked directly. "A summoning grimoire." The purple-haired girl pointed at Wei Tai-lang and looked into Yue Yang's eyes. She said word by word, "I want to be like that wolf and successfully contract a summoning grimoire. You definitely have a way to turn me into a divine beast." Wei Tai-lang is a divine beast. Ox-head Fan Lun Tai and the Orc sisters almost fainted from shock. They really could not tell that this despicable dog was actually a divine beast. Wei Tai-lang is so powerful. Bauer had completely forgotten that she said Wei Tai-lang could not survive in the 6th floor of Tong Tian Tower. "Do you think a summoning grimoire is so easy to contract?" Yue Yang rejected her flatly. "Of course it's not easy, but you definitely have a way." The purple-haired girl smiled. Her dusty face was as dazzling as the sun shining through the clouds when she smiled. She forcefully held onto Yue Yang's hand, indicating that they had successfully formed an alliance. Then, she revealed a big secret. "I know that the Mother Earth potion will appear in the 7th floor of Tong Tian Tower very soon. As long as you drink it, not only me, even your other beasts can become holy beasts or even divine beasts. Cooperate with me, only I know that place. The Mother Earth potion is very rare and extremely precious. It only appears once every 10,000 years. If you miss this chance, you will have to wait for another 10,000 years. Mother Earth potion." Yue Yang's heart palpitated. No matter if it was the medicine encyclopedia, the pitiful guy's mother's inheritance of knowledge, or the Qilin girl, they all highly praised this potion. Everyone said that this was the best holy medicine and divine elixir below the heaven realm, appearing once every 10,000 years. The Mother Earth potion could only be produced in a place that was filled with spiritual energy. It gathered the essence of heaven and earth. If an ordinary person consumed it, they would be able to live for 500 years. Its grade was above God's dew, God's wine and immortal spring. In this world, only martial spirits and God's blood could be compared. Martial spirits and God's blood could only be found in God's ruins. If not, one would have to go to the heaven realm. The Mother Earth potion was the only holy medicine that could be obtained in Tong Tian Tower or outside of Tong Tian Tower. However, it only appeared once every 10,000 years. Only the fated one could obtain it. Now, it was actually going to appear somewhere in the 7th floor of Tong Tian Tower. If the warriors in Tong Tian Tower knew about this news, many of them would probably go crazy. Who knew how much blood would be stirred up in Tong Tian Tower? How many people know about it? Yue Yang felt that if this was true, then he would definitely not miss it. Only I know. The purple-haired girl shook Yue Yang's hand fiercely. If you let me become a divine beast, we will split the Mother Earth potion equally and form an alliance. If you are in trouble, I will definitely help you. Look at these spiders that fill the sky, aren't they the best soldiers? I only want to become a divine beast, I have no other requests. What do you think? Let me think about it first. Yue Yang really wanted to agree immediately, but he endured it and put on a high profile first. Listen, I want to become a divine beast. Don't even think about it. The purple-haired girl shook Yue Yang's hand vigorously, almost causing Yue Yang's bones to fall to the ground. Everyone wanted to agree on behalf of Yue Yang, but who knew that he would turn around and say that he would go back and think about it? Everyone was really angered to death. He actually refused such a good thing. Chapter 387. Yue Yang had a selfish thought in his heart. A powerful spider queen like Zhang Ying. Alright, a powerful and independent hornless dragon. It would be a lie if she was not tempted. This stunning beauty's sexy figure, enchanting little face, and super valiant strength were all fatal temptations. If he could help her become a divine beast, her strength would probably increase by leaps and bounds. Currently, she was already a Holy Beast 7 stars, which was equivalent to a human innate level 7. Once she contracted a grimoire, under the purification of innate chi and nirvana flame, she would be reborn and her future would be limitless. Moreover, there would be the Mother Earth potion later. Once she consumed it, it would be hard for Zhang Ying's strength not to soar. Yue Yang would not be at ease if he only wanted to turn this girl into a mutually beneficial ally. Especially with Zhang Ying's high intelligence and independent thoughts. It would only take a second for an ally to become an enemy. For such a powerful beauty, the only thing that could make Yue Yang feel at ease was to turn her into his own beast. It would be best if he could use Phantom Shadow to take over her body and turn her into his guardian beast like Bloody Queen Red. Only a guardian beast would never betray its master and would truly live and die with its master. Yue Yang did not expect to be able to change Zhang Ying's thoughts. Moreover, he would not suppress a beast's personality, just like how he did not suppress Bloody Queen Red's thoughts. His only bottom line was the contract. Of course, if Yue Yang suggested to contract with her, Zhang Ying might reject immediately and feel a strong resistance in her heart. Although becoming a divine beast was good, the price of freedom was higher. She had always been an emperor-level existence, it would be hard for her to accept being contracted as a beast by a human. When he used Phantom Shadow to take over Bloody Queen Red, he met with strong resistance. However, Bloody Queen Red was on the verge of death and the situation forced her to merge with Phantom Shadow instead. That was how she became Yue Yang's guardian beast. With Bloody Queen Red's success as an example, Yue Yang would definitely want to repeat the same trick. He would not say anything now and let this girl be anxious first. He would slowly nurture her and let her have a good impression of him first. When that time came, she would not have such a strong resistance when fusing with the Phantom. Yue Yang was not in a hurry. He slowly waited for an opportunity. It was impossible to form a contract with such a strong beast just like that. It required a process and a good opportunity. Without waiting for Bao and the others to react, Yue Yang left using the teleportation stone and returned to his mansion in the Thunder Fortress. Here, he was not little Bao, Er's cook, but the Supreme Master. In order to seduce Zhang Ying, he deliberately left Wei Tailang behind. Wei Tailang would definitely summon his grimoire proudly and let everyone see his might. Zhang Ying would definitely be envious of him. Yue Yang's conscience was very bad. Of course, he didn't think that he was a good person. If he gave people a good person card every day, that would be a real tragedy. Master, the clothes are done, but there are still some details that need to be worked on. A few maids respectfully brought the clothes over. I have already prepared the hot water. Master, please take a bath. The half-elf girl was very good at serving people. When Yue Yang saw her wearing the new-made clothes and bowing to him with a smile, his wolf blood boiled. A warm feeling rose from his lower abdomen and spread throughout his body. She wore a black apron with white lotus leaf lace, a white hat with small holes, and a red scarf that looked like a flame around her neck. Below that, there was a beautiful cleavage that could make one's soul tremble. If he buried his head in it until he suffocated, how happy would that be? Cough, the clothes are not bad. Yue Yang suppressed his thoughts of suffocating from happiness and caressed the hair on the half-elf girl's head. Thank you, master, I am too happy. It seemed that the half-elf girl still wanted to go in and help him take a bath. Her face was red and her fingers were slightly trembling, as if she was very nervous. However, her slender legs still followed bravely. Yue Yang suddenly turned around and said with a deadpan expression, "Did you know? The maid outfit needs to be matched with white high stockings. Short stockings are not good enough. Furthermore, it needs to be matched with black shoes. It would be best if it were a pair of leather flat heels. Through the contrast of black and white, it would bring out the beauty of the legs. If the high stockings also had some lace, it would be even more perfect." When the half-elf girl heard this, she was stunned for a moment before nodding her head excitedly. "I will go change immediately." When she ran into the bedroom like a deer and changed, Yue Yang had already finished bathing and returned to the grimoire world to play with sickly beauty. After being seduced by the sexy and enchanting hornless dragon Zhang Ying and the half-elf maid, it would be strange if Yue Yang could still resist. Fortunately, sickly beauty did not leave and continued to serve her husband with endless gentleness, allowing her lover to enjoy a happy life. Otherwise, a certain wolf would definitely push down the half-elf girl to vent his anger. Outside, the half-elf girl was dejectedly criticizing herself. "I am such a failure. I actually did not help Master bathe. This was originally a good opportunity." After a while, she clenched her small fists and raised her morale. "I must work harder tomorrow and make Master like me even more." Waiting for the maids to bring in dinner, the half-elf girl ate carelessly while flipping through the book. From time to time, she would sigh in admiration. When she saw the content recorded in the book, "When Master returns from battle, you must welcome him respectfully and give him your sweetest smile. That is the beginning of warming Master's heart. Don't forget to help Master bathe and give Master a gentle and silent massage. After Master is relieved of fatigue, you must also serve Master a prepared dinner. The dishes are as follows. When Master is bored or lonely, use your great chest and take the initiative to give Master a suffocating hug. You must let him bury his head in your chest and let him feel happy. At this moment, you are Master's little mother. Never forget to comfort Master's heart. Never let Master feel lonely. Always let him know that you are always with him. It is indeed worthy of being Grandma's treasure." After the half-elf girl finished sighing, she clenched her small fists with determination in her eyes. "Tomorrow, I must work hard." After flipping through the book again, the half-elf girl's face gradually turned red as if it was on fire. She peeked at the door and realized that there was no one. She quickly closed the door and hid on the bed with the book. Lying under the blanket, she peeked and unconsciously exclaimed, "Wow wow, so this is also possible. Seems like waiting for Master is really a profound knowledge. This position, will Master like it? That's great, my breasts seem to be big enough and meet the requirements. I have an advantage in this position, but I don't know if Master will like this kind of service." When Yue Yang's battle ended, he appeared in the hall feeling refreshed. The half-elf girl's blush had not subsided yet. She unconsciously looked at a certain part of Master's body and used her hand to compare the difference in height between her and Yue Yang. When she saw Yue Yang looking at her, she waved her hand in a panic to indicate that she was fine. When Yue Yang turned his head, she whispered again, "Master is too tall. Seems like there are many positions that can't be used. If I stand on my tiptoes, I might be able to, if only I could grow a little taller." Butler Yan Zheng and Fat Toad Jada had already gone to the auction and did not return. The slaves who dug out good ores asked the dagger girl, Xia Yi, to report to Master Titan. Originally, Xia Yi did not have a good impression of Yue Yang. She even thought that Mr. Great Titan was the strong one, while Mr. Little Titan was a second generation who could not even defeat her without treasures. However, Mr. Great Titan had been handed over to Mr. Little Titan to manage. She had no choice but to continue to quarrel with Yue Yang, this little Titan. After these few days of fighting, although she continued to look down on Yue Yang, if she did not quarrel with Yue Yang for a day, she would feel that something was missing. Hence, when the slaves dug out good ores, she would take the initiative to bring them over. Firstly, it was to help the slaves get their reward, and secondly, it was to quarrel with Yue Yang. She did not neglect her work and fighting. Perhaps this was the kind of person who was born to be enemies. Xia Yi despised Yue Yang for spending a lot of money to buy a big-breasted female slave. A child's face with big breasts. Wasn't it just that her breasts were bigger and her face was purer? Could it be that flowers would grow on his face if he looked at this kind of female slave for too long? He was a pervert who had never seen a breast in his life. Xia Yi classified Yue Yang as a breast fetishist. She maliciously guessed that this brat had never drunk milk since he was born, and all his milk had been snatched away by the strong Mr. Great Titan. This was why he was so perverted. Of course, she would never admit that she was jealous because of her small breasts. You came at the right time, take off your clothes. When Yue Yang said this, Xia Yi's beautiful big eyes immediately burned with anger. Do you think I am your female slave, that you can take off my clothes and do whatever you want? Dream on. Xia Yi's first action was to reach for her dagger. Although she knew that she was not this second generation's opponent, she would definitely resist. Why don't you try it on? Who cares about your book-like body? Your chest is as flat as an airport. Yue Yang severely criticized Xia Yi's self-defense against a pervert. Xia Yi was furious. Although she did not know what an airport was, flat chest was a fatal description for her. If the half-elf girl did not pull her away, she would have fought with Yue Yang to the death. It was a little small, not as exaggerated as this half-elf girl, but it was definitely not flat chest. Xia Yi felt that her breasts were not bad. Although they were not very big, they had a beautiful shape. The color was fresh and tender, round but not drooping. They stood proudly and proudly. They were top-quality treasures. Who would have thought that this pervert did not know how to appreciate them, and even specially used them to criticize them? She could not stand this breast fetishist. She was definitely angry, but it did not stop her from changing her clothes. This brat made her new clothes. Why should she be polite to him? Taking advantage of him was his good fortune. After the indignant Xia Yi changed into the new clothes, even she herself was shocked. This valiant and heroic girl in the mirror, was it really her? He wore a tight-fitting uniform that he had never seen before. He wore a flat black hat with a strange but spirited golden badge on the front. He wore a well-ironed jacket, and his black clothes were studded with silver studs. The stars on his stiff epaulets were dazzling, and the golden tassels were wrapped around his chest like a golden rainbow. The tight pants on her buttocks showed off the slender length of her legs. Xia Yi felt as if she had become another person after she stepped into the black mid-heeled leather shoes. When she put on the clothes, she felt energetic and full of energy. An indescribable aura radiated from within her body. Even she herself felt that this set of clothes was very suitable for her. It was more suitable than the warrior's clothes or the black thief's clothes. Gently inserting the silver dagger into her belt, Xia Yi slowly straightened her chest, raised her head, and naturally closed her legs. She looked at the person in the mirror. In the mirror, there was a valiant and handsome girl. She was so unfamiliar that she did not dare to recognize that it was herself. Not bad, but it's a pity that it's still lacking. Yue Yang reached out and touched Xia Yi's collar, straightened her collar, and adjusted the brim of her hat. The white shirt inside with a fiery red tie will look more powerful. You still lack a pair of white gloves. You must wear white gloves for it to look good. Originally, this action of touching her chest and face would make Xia Yi fly into a rage. But for some reason, Xia Yi found herself answering him in a low voice, "Is that so? I'm going to attend the auction later. You, follow me." Yue Yang reached out and caressed the half-elf girl who was unwilling to appear in public. His action was like a master caressing an obedient kitten. But when he turned around, he immediately ordered Xia Yi. No. Xia Yi heard his rigid tone of command and got angry. She immediately rejected him, but for some reason, her legs quickly followed him. Chapter 388. The Fallen City was located in the center of the Thunder Fortress. It was the residence of the rich and powerful in the Thunder Fortress. It was a paradise filled with material desires. There were only things that could not be bought with money. From the winding tunnel to the surface, the highest peak of the Thunder Fortress, King Chongni's palace, could be seen. At the bottom of the mountain, there was a small lake that belonged to King Chongni and no one dared to live there. The other 3 directions were filled with all kinds of tall buildings. The most prosperous central area was the Fallen City. If one only owned a mansion in the underground city and did not own any property in the Fallen City, then no matter how rich he was, he would only be a nouveau riche. Dong definitely owned a house in the Fallen City and even owned 2 shops. However, before Jada could accept it, Demon Eye's underlings had already plundered everything. Now even a blind man could see that one of the 3 leaders, Demon Eye, had an irreconcilable enmity with Titan. Demon Eye originally supported Dong. It could be said that Dong's biggest ally was Demon Eye. Now that Dong had fallen and Titan had replaced him, Demon Eye, who had lost his right-hand man and defeated Nightmare and Tiger Nian, had already announced to his friends that he would teach the new Titan a lesson, to let him know what it meant by, a strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake. Mountain Elf and Blood River, who were also the 3 leaders, had an opposite attitude. They had publicly welcomed Titan and even joked that they did not mind forming a new 4 Aces, expressing their support. Underground City Master Ma Long maintained a neutral attitude. Since Titan was not interested in fighting with him for the position of Underground City Master, he did not feel threatened at all. Moreover, he had the intention to purchase the arena and had already sent people to negotiate with Titan's underlings, the Toad Merchant and the Butler. They were just short of finalizing the price. If they really fought, he might even help them secretly. The Fallen City was indeed prosperous, but Yue Yang did not care about it. These things were all fleeting clouds. Tong Tian Tower only believed in one thing, and that was power. If Chongni and the 3 leaders were to die, this place would immediately become a bloody slaughterhouse where mobs would kill and loot. Master, this way please. Jada the fat man welcomed Yue Yang into the hall. When he first saw the valiant and heroic Xia Yi in the female police uniform, he almost couldn't recognize her. He thought that Mr. Titan had found a new beauty, but after taking a closer look, he realized that it was Xia Yi who quarreled with his master every day. Xia Yi looked at the fat toad's shocked mouth and couldn't help but feel a little proud. He jumped off the carriage and followed Yue Yang into the courtyard. There was an unwritten rule in the auction house. The powerhouses would arrive later, and the merchants and martial artists with the lowest abilities must arrive early. When they saw the powerhouses enter, they all stood up to pay their respects. Of course, his opponents probably wouldn't stand up. For example, when all the merchants stood up and applauded politely to welcome the innate ranker, Yue Yang, into the arena, only a dozen of Demon Eye's subordinates remained seated. Not to mention the merchants around the auction house, even the dignitaries sitting in the private rooms waved their hands out of the windows. An innate ranker who could kill Nightmare and Tiger Nian might be one of the 4 trump cards of the Thunder Fortress in the future. They had to build a good relationship with him in advance. When Yue Yang walked into the VIP private room on the 2nd floor, many people started to whisper to each other. They were talking about Yue Yang's mysterious identity, appearance and power. Not long after Yue Yang entered the arena, Underground City Master Ma Long, the 3 great leaders Mountain Elf and Blood River arrived one after another. Chongni did not come. Demon Eye's position was the highest, but he came late, showing that his position was the noblest. It was a man of a different race with red eyes. He was about 3 meters tall and had horns on his head. Both sides of his forehead and his chin had fleshy feelers that hung down. On his shoulders, there was a neck-like ring of bones that connected with the bone armor on his shoulders. On both of his arms, there were horny protrusions and his nails were sharp and jet black. Yue Yang noticed that this Demon Eye had a shiny ring. It seemed like it wasn't just a gem ring but a storage ring with special abilities. A platinum-ranked treasure, Yue Yang felt that this platinum-ranked treasure was enough for him to kill Demon Eye. A person like Demon Eye would definitely have a lot of treasures in his ring. Demon Eye greeted Mountain Elf, Blood River and Ma Long respectively. On the surface, he looked like a forthright ranker. However, he didn't greet Mr. Titan. It was as if he had never heard of Mr. Titan's name before. Everyone was secretly watching the show, thinking that there would be a good show to watch. "Ha, Boss Demon Eye, please allow me to introduce someone to you. Mr. Titan, who had just replaced Dong as the pit master of West Wind, is here too. Boss Demon Eye, would you like to greet Mr. Titan as a form of friendship between the Thunder Fortress and us?" Mountain Elf was a skinny man with a body as hard as steel. He had long arms and a pair of sunken eyes. Although he didn't show it on the surface, his strength was on par with Demon Eye's. Indeed, Mr. Titan is a respectable person. Blood River agreed. Blood River was a handsome man. He looked like a middle-aged uncle, but the mustache above his lips was very handsome. His eyes were like lightning and he wore a fiery red robe. His palms were like jade, delicate like a woman's hands. This pair of womanly hands was his strongest point. The heaven-engulfing flames palm was his famous ultimate skill. Demon Eye knew that Mountain Elf and Blood River said this on purpose to sow discord and make his relationship with Titan worsen. He snorted and pretended to be generous. He waved his hands and laughed. I really didn't know that Mr. Titan was here. If not, I would have done my best as a host. As for Ndong being replaced by someone else, I heard it from my subordinates. In the end, he didn't even greet Yue Yang. He just laughed and returned to his VIP box. Everyone looked at Yue Yang. They all wanted to see how the newcomer, Mr. Titan, would react after being ignored in public as an innate ranker. Jada, as a newcomer, shouldn't you give a gift to your seniors? Take the firewood at the corner of the door and give it to Leader Demon Eye as a token of my sincerity. Yue Yang said. Everyone was stunned. Give a gift. Give firewood as a gift. What did he mean? What do you mean by this? Jada handed the firewood to Demon Eye's underling in a dignified manner. Demon Eye's underling was enraged. My master said that in my master's hometown, status is important. Gold branch for gold branch, trash for trash. This firewood is the most suitable gift for your master. Jada threw caution to the wind. He knew that if Demon Eye didn't die, he would be the one to die. However, he had no choice but to take a gamble. If Demon Eye were to die, then Master Titan would become one of the three leaders. He, Jada, would also rise in status and become a powerful person who was second only to one in above millions. I will kill you right now. That guy was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. Stop, I will accept this firewood. Tell your Mr. Titan that this thing can be used to beat dogs in the future. Demon Eye stuck his head out of the window and sneered. It's a good thing to receive a gift. I don't have it even if I wanted it. Blood River laughed and tried to smooth things over. He and Mountain Elf looked at each other and nodded their heads. Everyone present also felt that there would be a good show to watch in the future. They were secretly thinking about how they should stand in the future. They couldn't stand on the wrong side, or else it would be terrible. If they chose Demon Eye, if Titan won, all of Demon Eye's underlings would be wiped out. That was for sure. If Demon Eye won, they didn't stand on the right side and chose Titan's underlings instead, it would be a disaster. So, standing on the right side was also an extremely high skill. The auction started in this atmosphere of open and secret strife. The toad merchant Jada had already fallen out with Demon Eye, so he didn't hold back. Whenever Demon Eye's underlings wanted to bid, he would raise his paddle to disrupt them. Yue Yang granted him a certain amount of authority, and Jada didn't really want it. He just wanted Demon Eye's underlings to bleed a little. He raised his paddle very precisely. He definitely wouldn't compete with Blood River and Mountain Elf's underlings. On the contrary, he formed an iron triangle with both parties, suppressing Demon Eye's underlings to the point that they almost went crazy on the spot. Demon Eye didn't expect Yue Yang to be so daring to challenge him in public. He didn't know whether to advance or retreat and could only bite the bullet. In his heart, he was secretly estimating Yue Yang's real strength. If this brat's strength was really similar to his, with the help of Blood River and Mountain Elf, it would really be a little dangerous. However, once his strong reinforcements arrived, this brat would definitely die a horrible death. He had strong reinforcements as his biggest trump card, so he wasn't afraid at all. As long as they didn't fall out and start a fight, everything would be fine. Demon Eye had been enduring. If it was him in the past, he would have already attacked the opponent who provoked him. The next auction item is the Dark Prison Royal Jelly, a level 6 elixir. When consumed by a woman, they will become youthful, and when consumed by a man, they will become more powerful. The rarest thing is that this is the only bottle in the entire 6th floor of Tong Tian Tower this year. The starting price is 1,000 gold, and the lowest bid is 100 gold. The auctioneer continued to introduce the item. Yue Yang listened and was slightly moved. To others, the Dark Prison Royal Jelly was a medicine that could recover energy and vitality. It was limited to nourishing yin and strengthening yang. However, to Yue Yang, who was proficient in medicine encyclopedias and had inherited knowledge, this Dark Prison Royal Jelly had 3 other unknown effects. Although it needed to be refined with other medicines, this was a must and the main ingredient. Once it was made into the bewitching fragrance pill, it would be a fatal temptation to all insect-type beasts. It would be extremely effective in contracting, guiding or fighting. It could also be made into an even rarer, Empress Charm pill, which could increase the level of insect-type beasts. It could even be made into the Dark Prison Death God pill. This pill required the addition of Death God's blood sickle flower and evil green plague mushroom. It could instantly kill insect-type beasts. Even Gold King beasts were no exception. Only holy beasts that had transformed into humans could barely resist it. Yue Yang didn't care about the auction at first. He only wanted to kill Demon Eye or cause trouble in the Thunder Fortress. He wanted to kill more fallen warriors and earn more rewards for himself. Now that he saw something really good, he was naturally tempted. Chapter 389 Inches. Do you want the royal jelly? Xiaoyi sat for a long time and felt bored. Seeing that Yue Yang seemed to like the Black Prison royal jelly, she couldn't help but want to beat him up. As expected of a pervert, all he wanted was this kind of aphrodisiac. With the mentality of, I can help you get it, but you have to pay for it, she raised her paddle and shouted a price that shocked even herself, 3,000 gold. Wow, the people below were all stunned. No matter how good this thing was, it was still a consumable item that could be drunk just by raising one's neck. The aphrodisiac effect was only for one night. Was there a need for such a high price? Could it be that Mr. Little Titan liked sex toys and liked to use the Black Prison royal jelly to boost his popularity? Or was it that he had too much money and thought that gold was not gold? Everyone was curious. Mr. Little Titan, who had not expressed any interest in any item the whole night, actually asked the female guard to raise her paddle. What was the reason for that? Jada, who was below the auction house, was also a little surprised. However, he had already experienced Yue Yang's willful way of thinking, so this was nothing to him. Moreover, the Black Prison royal jelly was indeed a good elixir that could be consumed by both men and women without any side effects. 3,500 gold. Demon Eye's underlings finally seized the opportunity and frantically increased the price. 4,000 gold. Xiaoyi sneered in her heart. Anyway, I am not the one who is spending money on this item. If you want to increase the price, I will accompany you. It would be best to make this guy completely bankrupt. Who's afraid of who? Moreover, this guy is rich. Not to mention 4,000, even if the price increased to 40,000, he would not be poor. When she first called out the price, she was still a little timid, afraid that Yue Yang would scold her. However, when she stole a glance at Yue Yang, she saw that his eyes were full of smiles, as if he didn't care about this small amount of money at all. She immediately relaxed. Since he didn't object, she would continue to call out the price. We bid 4,500 gold. Demon Eye's underlings immediately piled up the price. Do you think it's that easy to get what you like? No way. 5,000. Xiaoyi bid at lightning speed. 5,500. Demon Eye's other underlings stood up and bid, not to be outdone. We don't want it anymore. Xiaoyi suddenly gave up, which made Yue Yang a little surprised. Why is this girl not stupid? Xiaoyi proudly snorted. That fellow's expression is very cunning. He must be waiting for me to raise the price to 6,000 before he stops bidding. He must be secretly mocking me for being an idiot bidding at a high price. I won't fall for it. It doesn't matter if you don't get it. If you really want it, ask your brother, Mr. Titan, to snatch it back. Since you've fallen out with Demon Eye, it's a good time to snatch his things. Butler Yan Zheng, who was standing at the door, stared at Miss Xiaoyi, dumbfounded. He wondered if this lady had been with Master for too long and had gradually turned bad. In less than 3 minutes, a sneaky guy suddenly ran over. He quietly stuffed a piece of paper into Yan Zheng's hands. It turned out that there was a black market merchant who said that he had a big bottle of Dark Prison royal jelly, and was willing to sell it to Mr. Titan at the base price of 1,000 gold. He also wanted to befriend Mr. Titan at the same time. Xiaoyi was speechless. This brat was too lucky. He wanted to bid for it at a high price but couldn't get it back, but someone actually sold it at the base price. He almost said that he was giving it to him for free. It seemed that even if she wanted to spend money for him, there was nothing she could do. The next item to be auctioned is the highest grade meteorite essence iron. It is extracted from the core of a meteorite that weighs 1 million tons. It weighs 1,628 kilograms and has a purity of 99%. It is the highest grade material for forging gold-ranked weapons. This is the highest grade meteorite essence iron. I believe that everyone knows its value even without my introduction. The starting price is 5,000 gold. Each bid cannot be less than 300 gold. The highest bidder wins. The auctioneer removed the red cloth on the long piece of meteorite essence iron. It immediately attracted everyone's attention. Although meteorite essence iron was not as good as meteorite essence gold, it was still an extremely rare treasure. The most important thing was that there was enough meteorite essence iron. Many rankers' weapons needed to be heavy. They were not used to using light weapons. Moreover, there was the problem of consumption and the success rate of forging weapons. For example, 1,628 kilograms was enough to forge 2 heavy weapons. For those who were tall and big, they could forge a giant axe or a mace with a long handle. Their combat power would increase a lot. For those who were used to using short weapons, they could use the leftovers to forge armors. Meteorite essence iron was also the highest grade material for defense. Yue Yang gave Xiaoyi a limit. She could call for anything below 100,000. Who knew that Xiaoyi was born to be a troublemaker? She didn't even think about it and shouted out the number, 100,000. Instantly, everyone was shocked. Everyone believed that the price of this piece of meteorite essence iron would reach 100,000 at the end of the bidding. However, she called 100,000 at the beginning. How could they accept this? The auctioneer was stunned for a while. He said absent-mindedly, This lady has called out the highest price in the auction. 100,000. Congratulations. This number, this is a very good number. If there is no higher bid, then the meteorite essence iron belongs to this lady. Is there anyone who wants to bid more than 100,000? 100,000 first, 100,000 second, is there really no one who wants more than 100,000? Demon Eye did not care about Xiaoyi at all. He only stared at Yue Yang and coldly called out a number, 110,000 gold. 200,000. Yue Yang showed the world what it meant to be rich and overbearing. Hey, Xiaoyi was anxious. This thing was not worth 200,000. If she really bid for it, she would suffer a huge loss. She could not stop him in front of everyone. She could only step on his feet to signal him not to fight. This thing was really not worth that much money. Even if he had money, he should not squander it like this. She was even a little worried that this pervert would be scolded by his brother, the Great Titan, when he returned. 210,000. Demon Eye did not show any weakness. Money was also a number to him. Not to mention his own wealth, he did not even spend a single cent of the millions he had just robbed from Indong's treasury. He was not afraid of competing with Yue Yang at all. I bid 220,000. Ordinary people did not even dare to bid. Even if they wanted it and had money, they would not dare to bid. Only Blood River, who had the same status as Demon Eye, dared to bid. Demon Eye stared at Blood River, then stared at Yue Yang. He snorted and sat back down. He was looking for Yue Yang, not Blood River, so he endured the bid. Congratulations, leader Blood River. The auctioneer was sweating profusely. This atmosphere made him very nervous because he could lose his life at any time. You should congratulate Mr. Titan. I have decided to give this meteorite iron essence to him. Blood River said. Demon Eye's face immediately turned green. Looks like I have to give Mr. Titan a small gift too. If not, everyone will think that we are stingy. As the host of the Thunder Fortress, it would be too shabby if we don't even give him a small gift. Mountain Elf was even more generous. He gave the green dragon pearl that he bought with 500,000 gold to Yue Yang as a gift. Demon Eye's face changed again when he saw it. If he did not find a way to retaliate, it seemed like he would not have a place to stand anymore. The two leaders who had the same status as him had already publicly supported the new Titan. It was obvious that they were trying to suppress him, the number one leader. It seemed like he would not be able to be kind today. Just as Demon Eye's eyes flickered and he was thinking of a plan. Suddenly, there was a burst of laughter outside the auction house. A kind of giant dragon-like pressure instantly filled the entire area. Other than Blood River, Mountain Elf, Ma Long, Yue Yang and the others, the rest of the people felt as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. That kind of pressure was invisible, but it made everyone feel suffocated. The auctioneer raised his hammer but found that he could not knock it down no matter how hard he tried. Many people were familiar with this kind of pressure. It was something that only the owner of the Thunder Fortress, Changni, would have. However, Changni's pressure was more tyrannical and violent. It had the demeanor of a king. This kind of pressure was invisible and soft, making people feel cold. The pressure disappeared in an instant and everyone could breathe normally again. A young and handsome man in white walked in with a large group of people bowing and sending him off. He ignored everyone and only nodded and smiled at Demon Eye, who jumped down to welcome him. "Brother Demon Eye, long time no see. I heard that you were depressed recently, so I came to drink with you to relieve your worries. Come, this is our demonic palace's special grade wine, demonic brew. I specially came to drink with you." Behind the white-clothed man, there were two enchanting beauties. They were only lightly dressed, revealing their wonderful figures. Their breasts and buttocks were faintly discernible. Especially when they walked, they were extremely seductive. Of the two of them, one was holding a golden dragon wine pot and the other was holding a silver dragon plate with two jade cups on it. Blood River and Mountain Elf's faces changed when they saw this person. Especially when this man in white completely ignored the two innate rancors that Blood River and Mountain Elf knew. He only drank and chatted with Demon Eye in public. This made them feel extremely embarrassed. However, no matter how embarrassed, how bitter and how helpless they were, they could only swallow this mouthful of bitter water. This man in white was not an existence that they could fight against now. "Brother Sky Dragon, I thought you would only arrive yesterday or the day after tomorrow. You came just in time, I am very grateful. Come, quick, please take a seat." Demon Eye excitedly clinked his cup with the man in white and downed it in one gulp. He felt that his luck had taken a turn for the better. Now that strong reinforcements had arrived, he had nothing to worry about. Demon Eye invited the man in white to his VIP box and glanced at Mountain Elf and Blood River proudly. Of course, his enemy, Yue Yang, was showing off even more. His gaze seemed to be saying, "Let's see how you die later." A peak level 6 innate, Xianxia saw the man in white's innate heavenly badge and trembled in fear. She hurriedly pulled Yue Yang's hand and said, "Let's go, this is not a strong enemy that you can offend. Quickly go back and report to Mr. Great Titan. Is there a small fry? If you are in trouble, I will definitely help you." The man in white did not even look at Yue Yang. Based on his aura, Yue Yang was only a level 6 elder. In his heart, this was an existence that was even weaker than an ant. He was even a little curious as to why Demon Eye would be afraid of such an enemy. Could it be that there was a strong enemy behind this masked man? Demon Eye did not explain clearly in his letter for help. He only mentioned that there was a pair of mysterious twin brothers, but now it seemed that it was really strange. One was a level 6 elder, and even if the other was an innate, how strong could he be? Nightmare and Tiger Nian were really killed by this pair of twin brothers. This was really puzzling. Demon Eye nodded. This is only a small mouse. The big mouse is still hiding in the cave. Moreover, the wild dogs are barking very hard. I have not been sleeping well recently. Sorry for making Brother Sky Dragon laugh. The man in white laughed as if there was no one else around. It's a small matter. I will help you catch the mouse. I guarantee that it will be a piece of cake. Blood River and Mountain Elf's faces turned even uglier. Not only were they not as powerful as Sky Dragon, they were also afraid of the power behind Sky Dragon, the demonic palace. This power was not to be trifled with. Even the arrogant King Chongni would cordially ask about the sky demons in the demonic palace when he saw this man in white. It was said that Chongni had trained with Sky Wrath and Sky Calamity in the past, and they had some friendship. Hence, he looked at Sky Dragon in a different light. Looking at Yue Yang, Blood River and Mountain Elf prepared to leave. It seemed that they had to give in today, or else they would be at a disadvantage. However, Yue Yang stood up. Xianxia could not stop him no matter how hard she tried. Not only did he stand up in front of everyone, he even threatened, "So arrogant, do you think that Tong Tian Tower is owned by your family? I did not say anything, and you, a rotten snake, dare to boast so shamelessly." Even Sky La, one of the 3 great sky demons, smiled sweetly when she saw me. "You are just the weakest 10th sky demon. Do you really think that you can scare people? Is the demonic palace very powerful? I will give you some face, Sky La, if not I would have killed them already. Do you think that just coming out from a small refuge island in the Soaring Dragon continent is very impressive?" This man in white was the Sky Dragon that they met in King Wu Yu's palace. He, who had a crush on Sky La Impatience, was considered as Yue Yang's love rival. At that time, he was extremely jealous of Yue Yang. This was because not only did Yue Yang possess the world-exterminating wheel, he was also close to Sky La. He was appreciated by the Night Empress, and his introducer was even Ji Zun. However, the current him could no longer recognize Yue Yang as his love rival. After the battle in the prison Emperor Divine Palace, Yue Yang's power had increased by leaps and bounds. If the current Sky Dragon were to fight against Yue Yang again, it would be impossible for him to fight against Yue Yang like he did in Zhengwu Yu's palace. What? The man in white was furious. This level 6 elder actually dared to talk nonsense to him. Chapter 390 Inches You're courting death. The two beauties beside Sky Dragon were furious. In their eyes, this weak fellow had offended their master. Even an innate rancor would have to die, let alone an innate rancor. The face of the beauty on the left started to change. Her red lips split to her ears and sharp teeth extended from her mouth. Her eyes flashed with a green light. Her originally delicate hands were now covered with white scales, and her 10 fingernails had turned pitch black, forming a pair of incomparably poisonous killing claws. She had the strength of a lesser innate. When she stomped her scaly feet, the sandalwood floor cracked. She was faster than lightning and appeared in front of Yue Yang in an instant. Her black claws danced in the air and the sky was filled with claw shadows. It was hard to tell which one was real and which one was fake. The most powerful attack was a heart-piercing claw. It pierced through the cover like a poisonous snake coming out of its hole and went straight for Yue Yang's heart. Xiaoyi screamed. She tried her best to save him, but she was only a level 6 elder. Her strength and speed could not be compared to a lesser innate rancor. Before she could pull out the dagger from her waist, the enemy's sharp claws had already pierced towards Yue Yang's heart. Xiaoyi pounced over frantically and tried to push Yue Yang away. Perhaps it was because she wanted to use her body to block this bad-tempered, awkward, arrogant, but actually kind-hearted master. She had never thought about why she had to do this. Previously, she had wanted to kill him so badly, but now that she was in danger, her body moved faster than her mind. No, Xiaoyi realized that she was still too slow. When she pounced towards him, the black-clawed lady had already pressed her claws on his chest. In the next second, her claws pierced through his heart. She could even see the cruel smile on the enemy's face. Other than a cry, Xiaoyi realized that she could not do anything else. No, as Xiaoyi's tears flowed, she vaguely felt something explode. Fresh blood splattered all over the sky. Some of the blood splattered on Xiaoyi's face and body. It's over. Xiaoyi painfully closed her eyes. Tears that she had never shed for a man gushed out, forming 2 hot streams that rolled down her cheeks. When he was still alive, she hated this lecherous guy and despised him for being a breast maniac. She felt that if this guy didn't have a good brother to protect him, he would have been beaten into a meat patty. But when he was instantly killed by the enemy, her heart was not happy at all. On the contrary, she was very sad. An indescribable sense of loss and difficulty to accept crazily invaded her heart, like a worm gnawing at it. It made her want to immediately roll on the ground and torture herself. She was unwilling to accept reality. From the bottom of his heart, boundless anger and hatred suddenly erupted. Destroy that damned enemy and avenge him. Kill. A crazy murderous aura exploded from Xiaoyi's body. She felt as if something in her body had shattered, and her soul was about to explode. A strange yet powerful force surged from her dantian and instantly spread throughout her body. Her limbs trembled from this strange yet powerful force, as if they were about to break. However, Xiaoyi couldn't care less and gripped the dagger tightly. She gritted her teeth and used all the strength in her body. She ruthlessly slashed at the enemy's position. She had never learned how to use a dagger to slash at the enemy, but it was an instinct. Or rather, it was a kind of hatred, a destructive hatred. She would destroy the enemy at all costs. Ah 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 ah. An angry roar exploded from Xiaoyi's mouth. Even though she didn't have time to open her eyes, the long dagger had already carried a terrifying force and cut the black-clawed woman's body into 2. The bronze-ranked long dagger couldn't withstand such a crazy and angry force and broke into pieces. After cutting the black-clawed woman's body, it broke into pieces. After killing the enemy, Xiaoyi seemed to have lost all her strength and sat on the ground softly. She was so sad that she was ready to cry out loud. As for whether the remaining enemies would slash her into a meat patty, she didn't care anymore. She just wanted to cry to her heart's content. She just wanted to vent the pain in her heart. Tears fell like rain. But before she could cry out loud, a familiar voice suddenly sounded. Hey, what are you doing? Xiaoyi opened her teary eyes and was stunned when she saw who it was. Mr. Little Titan, who had his heart pierced by the enemy just now, didn't die. He was still alive and well. He was holding the headless corpse of his enemy and was glaring at him. He then looked at the black-clawed woman that he was holding. Half of the corpse had been chopped off by him, but the black claws on the upper half of the body were still pressed against the wyvern armor on Mr. Titan Jr.'s chest. Xiaoyi was instantly happy and jumped up from the ground, screaming in surprise, "You didn't die." Of course. Yue Yang casually threw the corpse that had its head smashed by him and cut in half by Xiaoyi out of the window. Wah wah wah, Xiaoyi felt a flood of emotions in her heart. She was driven by surprise and immediately broke through her endurance barrier. She originally wanted to rush towards Yue Yang and hug him tightly. But for some reason, she quickly rushed to the corner of the wall and squatted down. She covered her face with her hands and cried out loud. Tears flowed out from the gaps between her fingers and stained her clothes. Yue Yang had never seen a girl with such a weird personality before. If she wanted to cry, she could just cry. Why did she have to run to a corner and cry secretly? If it wasn't for the fact that the sky dragon was fuming with anger and looked like he wanted to eat someone alive, he would have teased her. Sky Dragon now knew that this brat was pretending to be weak. This brat definitely had innate strength, but he was pretending to be a level 6 elder. If this brat wasn't an innate ranker, would he dare to challenge Demon Eye? Demon Eye could kill a level 6 elder with just one finger. Why would he need his help? Sky Dragon couldn't wait to unseal his innate strength and kill his opponent. But as a ranker, he could sense that this opponent who dared to provoke him was not simple. The other black-clawed woman besides Sky Dragon was trembling in fear. If it wasn't her sister who attacked just now, she would have been the one to die. She looked at her sister's corpse, which was slowly turning back into a silver python on the ground, and felt like she had lost control of her bladder. Demon Eye's expression turned extremely ugly. He heard that the great titan of the Titan brothers was an innate and could kill Nightmare and Tiger Nian in front of everyone. He didn't expect that little Titan, an ordinary level 6 elder, was actually pretending. His real strength was also an innate. Looking at this brat's fearless expression, it seemed like he wasn't any weaker than him. No wonder he dared to challenge him. These two brothers were innates, and they were innates who were similar to him. Mountain Elf and Blood River's expressions were different. They almost clapped and cheered. They never expected that little Titan was also an innate ranker. But they couldn't be more welcoming of such a miraculous change. Now, they felt that their decision to ally with the Titan brothers was the right one. Although Demon Eye had Sky Dragon as his backup, the Titan brothers were two innates. If they really fought, it was hard to say who would win. Moreover, Sky Dragon was an outsider after all. He couldn't stay in the Thunder Fortress forever. Even if the Titan brothers were slightly weaker, once Sky Dragon left the Thunder Fortress, would Demon Eye be able to survive? The hatred of killing my concubine is irreconcilable. Since you and I are both innates, then let's talk with our strength. Let's fight it out. Sky Dragon definitely couldn't take this lying down. As an innate ranker who was at the peak of innate level 6, his concubine was killed in front of everyone. If he didn't seek justice, would he still have the face to walk in Tong Tian Tower? He had many concubines, but he had to get his revenge. Your concubine maliciously attacked me, an innate. I had the right to kill her. Since you want to stand up for your concubine, I'll fight you to the end. Yue Yang laughed coldly. Even if he had joined the innate alliance, he would still have the right to do so. Anyone who maliciously attacked an innate would be seen as offending the dignity of an innate. The strong had the right to fight while the weak had no justice. It would be fine if Sky Dragon won. If he couldn't win, then Yue Yang could just kill him. Blood River and Mountain Elf were ecstatic when they saw that Mr. Little Titan was not afraid of Sky Dragon, who was at the peak of innate level 6. These two brothers were really arrogant. They could even fight against Sky Dragon, who was at the peak of innate level 6. They were definitely going to be allies. The two looked at each other and stood up immediately. Mountain Elf raised his voice and said, "A battle between innates is very destructive. Why don't we move it to the blood fighting arena so that the innocent and weak won't be affected?" Blood River nodded in support. "If the two of you can't wait for King Chongni to host the battle personally, Mountain Elf and I, as well as the underground city master Ma Long, can be the witnesses. Let's go." Sky Dragon's expression changed slightly. But in an instant, he regained his original arrogance. His hands slightly shook downwards, and the entire auction house seemed to have been hit by a giant and invisible demonic hand. All the windows were shattered, the tables and chairs were flipped over, and all the merchants and martial artists were thrown to the side, looking extremely miserable. The heavenly dragon brought with it a huge aura and flew straight into the sky. It broke through the roof of the auction house and turned into a meteor as it flew towards the blood-colored arena. The black-clawed woman also followed closely behind. She shot out of the auction house like a bird and turned into a silver python that was more than 30 meters long. It slithered in the air and followed its master. Yue Yang glanced at Jada and Yan Zheng and ordered, "You guys don't have to go." Fat-toed Jada used to think that Mr. Little Titan was a young master who relied on his brother. Although he was respectful towards him, he did not admire Little Titan as much as Big Titan. Now that he saw it, both brothers were powerful people. It was just that Mr. Big Titan was cooler and did not like to manage things. This Mr. Little Titan was more extroverted and was in charge of various things. Maybe the strength of the twins were the same. Jada immediately felt extremely respectful and apologetic. He knelt down and begged for forgiveness. "I will return immediately and report to Mr. Big Titan." Of course, Yan Zheng was also shocked by the fact that Mr. Little Titan was an innate. But he knew that in order to fight against Sky Dragon, the two brothers had to work together to have a chance of winning. 2 against 1, Demonic Palace will say that we are bullying. I alone am enough. Yue Yang waved his hands. The twin specters could hide from non-innates, but they would definitely be seen through by Sky Dragon and the rest. He didn't need the Great Titan to fight against the Sky Dragon. Wasn't the effect even more explosive? Even if Chong Ni wanted to help, he would have his reservations. Yue Yang did not want to touch Chong Ni for the time being because he did not understand Chong Ni at all. Yue Yang felt that it would be the best time to touch Chong Ni after he obtained the Mother Earth potion and contracted Zhang Ying the Hornless Dragon. As for his love rival Sky Dragon, he came knocking on his door. If Yue Yang did not beat him up, he would be an idiot. Among the 10 great sky demons of Demonic Palace, other than Sky Execution, who was abnormal and he was not confident, Yue Yang was not afraid of any of them. Furthermore, Sky Law was still on his side. Would Sky Execution and Sky Law punish him for beating up a Sky Dragon who was ranked last in the Dragon Clan? That's impossible, especially Sky Law Impatience. She had always been annoyed by Sky Dragon's pestering. Now that he had beaten up Sky Dragon who was like a fly, Impatience would definitely be happy. She might even reward him with her breasts. Is he actually Mr. Big Titan? Seeing Yue Yang leave the auction house, Underground City Master Ma Long came over and asked. No, he is definitely Little Titan. After crying, Sha Yi, who had just recovered from her tears, said with certainty, Mr. Titan Jr. is very cool. He's completely different from Mr. Titan Jr. Sister, I see that your dagger is broken. I have a demon-killing dagger, it is just right for you. Ma Long's wife walked over. She immediately played the sentimental card and tried to win Sha Yi over to her side. Her actions were rather forceful as she tied a top-grade silver dagger around Sha Yi's waist. She then affectionately called Sha Yi, the female slave, as her younger sister. Her voice was filled with sugar, as sweet as a family. Sha Yi wanted to decline, but she pretended to be angry. She hugged Sha Yi and comforted her. Mr. Little Titan is an innate ranker. You will definitely become famous after fighting Sky Dragon. I am so envious of you. Don't worry. That person in my family will definitely not stand idly by. Let's go and watch their battle. Chapter 391. Sha Yi was very worried. A peak innate level 6 was an existence she could not imagine. Forget about a peak innate level 6 Sky Dragon, even an innate level 1 or a lesser innate could kill her in a second. Why was she able to use her strength to cut the lesser innate ranker's body? Sha Yi could not understand. However, she felt that it was probably because Little Titan had already killed the lesser innate ranker in a second. That was why she could cut it so easily. The situation was tense and she did not have time to think. Sha Yi felt pain all over her body. It seemed that she had used too much strength just now and injured her tendons. Are you okay? Ma Long's wife saw that every step this little girl took, she would make a hole in the hard sandalwood floor. If not, she would leave an obvious footprint on the green stone floor. What was even stranger was that she did not seem to notice it at all. I'm fine, I'm just a little nervous. Sha Yi did not notice the abnormal reaction of her body at all. In the past, she would have to use all her strength to break the green stone floor. To leave such an obvious footprint on the hard green stone floor, even if she borrowed the strength of her beast, it would be very difficult to achieve. Now, every step she took left a footprint on the green stone floor. After she ran quickly, She left a trail of footprints on the entire green stone floor. It was just like the footprints on the beach. When the fatty Jada saw this, his toad mouth opened so wide that a hippopotamus could be stuffed inside. What was wrong with this Xia Yi? In the blood battle arena, Yue Yang and Sky Dragon were ready to fight. Yue Yang summoned the Reaper Mantis. He did not summon the Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen, Bloody Queen Red or the Barbarian Cow Shadow. He slowly released his innate level 1 power. Opposite him, Sky Dragon, who had released his innate level 3 power, realized that he could not match up to his opponent in terms of aura. His cold aura was being swallowed by his opponent's yin and yang whirlpools. He gritted his teeth and continued to increase his strength, releasing his innate level 4 and innate level 5 power. A platinum rank level 9 Thunder Dragon was summoned by Sky Dragon. This was Sky Dragon's guardian beast, a strengthening type beast. It quickly merged with its master. In the midst of the thunder and lightning, the Thunder Dragon and Sky Dragon fused into one. The Sky Dragon's body rapidly increased in size, and the dragon horns on its head emerged. Its lips split to its ears, and its teeth elongated like sharp knives. Silver dragon wings grew out from the Sky Dragon's back bit by bit. It flapped its wings against the wind, and its huge dragon wings pointed arrogantly at the sky, as if it was declaring the majesty of the tyrant-level giant dragon. His body, arms, and legs were covered in silver dragon scales. At first, there were very few silver dragon scales, but in less than 2 seconds, they had covered his entire body, tightly protecting the heavenly dragon's body. The electric current flowed on the Sky Dragon's body and crackled. His 10 fingernails were sharp and curved, forming dragon claws that could tear apart anything. His legs were the same. Dragon claws broke out of his shoes, revealing his robust skin. His thighs and calves bulged, filling his legs with explosive power. Finally, when Sky Dragon slowly opened his tightly shut eyes, a bolt of lightning shot out from his eyes and into the sky, like a sharp sword piercing through the heavens. It looked really awesome. The Sky Dragon caressed the platinum grimoire with its 5 claws, and flames appeared from its mouth and nose. Hoo, come. Let me see what kind of power you, who is so arrogant, have. I hope that your power is as sharp as your mouth. Double-headed dragon, come out. That Reaper Mantis is your prey today. The platinum grimoire flashed with a brilliant golden light, and another double-headed giant dragon was summoned. It was twice the size of a normal giant dragon. It had 2 heads and 4 wings. On the left was a dragon head that spat venom, and on the right was a dragon head that spat out sulfuric fire. When this double-headed giant dragon appeared, it immediately roared towards the sky, its voice resounding through the clouds. The piercingly cold dragon's might made all the non-innate rankers and weaker beasts tremble in fear. They feared this platinum rank level 9 double-headed giant dragon from the bottom of their hearts. Although the Reaper Mantis was the giant dragon's nemesis and was also platinum ranked, its level was too far apart. It was only platinum rank level 4, the difference was too great. No one thought that the Reaper Mantis could defeat the double-headed giant dragon that was more than 5 levels higher than it. Only Blood River and Mountain Elf felt that since Mr. Little Titan dared to challenge the Sky Dragon fearlessly, he must have other stronger beasts. If it's an idiot, no matter how many heads it has, it's useless. Yue Yang laughed coldly. He did not summon his grimoire, but a spirit of flame and smoke that was burning with raging flames appeared beside him. This spirit of flame and smoke was of a higher level than the Reaper Mantis, but it was only platinum rank level 5. However, its appearance made Sky Dragon's expression change. If it wasn't for the fact that it lacked enough intelligence, it could be called a holy beast, which was almost humanoid in shape. Looking at the spirit of flame and smoke's origin flame, even Sky Dragon felt a chill in his heart. This was definitely not an ordinary spirit of flame and smoke. Facing the spirit of flame and smoke, the double-headed giant dragon was no longer as powerful as it was against the Reaper Mantis. All of its attacks were useless against the spirit of flame and smoke that was purely elemental. The double-headed giant dragon's poison was useless against the spirit of flame and smoke, and the flames that it spat would only increase the opponent's power. Water dragon that can overturn rivers and seas, come out. Sky Dragon pressed his grimoire with his claws and summoned a gold-ranked level 10 single-horned water python. Insignificant skill. Yue Yang loved to compete with beasts the most. Both sides summoned all of their beasts and started a full-scale battle. This way, they would obtain the most spoils of war after winning, and the possibility of the opponent changing their formation would be the lowest. More importantly, their beasts could grow in battle. Boom! The barbarian cow shadow. Aw man, who was originally a female barbarian cow, now looked more and more like a female Draenei. She somersaulted 3 times in the air and landed on the ground agilely. Her eyes were already shining with wisdom. She was completely different from the dumb barbarian cow shadow from before. She had been remolded and evolved many times. She had also been cleansed and reborn by the Nirvana flame many times. With the support of her innate chi and ancient runes, her close combat strength was only below Xiao Wenli's. Even Wei Tai Lang, who was a divine beast, didn't dare to compete with her easily. Of course, the scariest thing was still her Doom's Eyes and Blood Pupil double kill. The probability was not very high, and it required luck to trigger them. But once it was successfully triggered, not only would the beast die a horrible death, even the master would be unlucky. As soon as Man appeared, her trample skill shocked everyone present. The single-horned python that was about to rush forward and use water to spray the spirit of flame and smoke was actually stunned. Its head swayed for a long time, but it still could not wake up. Sky Dragon's expression was very ugly. Holy beast, this female barbarian cow had definitely reached the level of a holy beast. All beasts would have a qualitative leap after reaching the level of a holy beast. Normal level characteristics could no longer directly determine the strength of a holy beast. For example, this female barbarian cow shadow was diamond rank level 1, but her strength would definitely make the gold rank level 10 single-horned python very uncomfortable. This was because she was accurately assessed as a holy beast 1 star. That was equivalent to an innate level 1 existence. Furthermore, some special beast's abilities could even surpass an innate ranker. This female barbarian cow shadow was a guardian beast, so she must have leveled up along the way. She was not born naturally. Then, how did she become a diamond-ranked existence? After leveling up to gold-ranked, there was a threshold that restricted all beasts from leveling up. How did this female barbarian cow shadow skip gold-ranked, platinum-ranked, and leveled up to diamond-ranked existence? One must know that diamond-ranked was completely different from the previous levels. This little titan definitely had some kind of method to raise a beast to diamond-ranked. If he was forced to reveal this secret, it would definitely be the greatest reward. Thinking about this, Tian Long's eyes could not help but shine with greed. He had longed for a diamond-ranked beast for a long time. To be more accurate, he had longed for a holy beast for a long time, but he had never been able to obtain one. Holy beasts were not something that everyone could have. It required opportunity and enough luck. It must be acknowledged by the holy beast before it could contract a holy beast. As for nurturing it, Tian Long had put in a lot of effort. His guardian beast was only platinum rank level 9. He had consumed close to 100 wisdom fruits, but the holy beast's intellect could not be awakened. Come, supreme battle, let the two of us fight it out. Seeing Yue Yang's holy beast, and a guardian beast at that, Tian Long felt that this battle would be a little tricky. The only thing he was confident about was that the little titan did not seem to have reached innate level 6, and was still below him. His beast was stronger than him, but in terms of battle strength, he was stronger than him by a level. This battle could still be fought. After all, a battle between innate rankers was not only about their beasts, but also their own strength. Tian Long summoned an earthquake dragon that weighed more than 100 tons and a lizard head dragon that had the plague virus. Each of them was gold rank level 8. Since he could not surpass his opponent's beasts in terms of quality, he could only make up for it with quantity. Then, he would focus on attacking the little titan who was slightly weaker than him. This was the only way to win. To catch the bandits, first catch the ringleader. That was how Sky Dragon thought. The earthquake dragon could temporarily resist the powerful female barbarian cow. The lizard head dragon and the two-headed dragon could defeat the reaper mantis completely. The horned python could probably fight the spirit of flame and smoke to a draw because of its attribute. As long as it was not caught by the female barbarian cow, Tian Long felt that he could accept the result of 1 win, 1 loss. After all, his opponent had a holy beast. Kill that reaper mantis. Tian Long roared like thunder. Before he attacked Yue Yang, he ordered all his beasts to attack. Dream on. Yue Yang did not retreat. Instead, he advanced and faced him head-on. Releasing the power of an innate level 5, Sky Dragon's heavy fist landed on Yue Yang's chest. At the same time, he was also hit by Yue Yang's heavy fist. Sky Dragon felt a heart-wrenching pain as if his bones were being torn apart. He realized that his dragon claws that could shatter gold and stone could not penetrate his opponent's skin. On the contrary, This little titan's fist could shatter the dragon scales that protected his body. How was this possible? In the midst of their shock, under the gazes of Demon Eye, Blood River and Mountain Elf, Yue Yang tightened his grip on Sky Dragon's fist and used his strength to lift Sky Dragon's entire body. With his innate level 1 strength unsealed, Yue Yang performed a beautiful shoulder throw on Sky Dragon, who was releasing the strength of a level 5 innate, smashing him heavily onto the blood-colored battle arena. The entire arena was shocked. The shockwave from the collision was like a hurricane, causing the buildings around the arena to collapse. Other than Demon Eye, Blood River, Mountain Elf and Ma Long, the other warriors like Butler Yan Zheng, Fat Toad, Sha Yi and the others who were watching from afar were all sent flying a few meters back. The weaker ones were even sent flying hundreds of meters away while screaming in fear. This was the power of one attack from the little titan. Sky Dragon actually lost to an innate level 1 with the power of an innate level 5. Why? Yue Yang did not bother to explain. After summoning his grimoire and using the giant shadow, his power increased crazily, reaching a level that shocked Sky Dragon. With just a punch to the chest, Sky Dragon, who could not dodge in time, was heavily injured and vomited blood. The blood shot out more than 10 meters away. The arena made of obsidian fell behind the Sky Dragon, plowing a deep pit in the ground. The scales on his legs flew off and the dragon claws that were grabbing the ground broke. This was the power of one punch. You think you're awesome, I'll beat you until you vomit 3 liters of blood. Yue Yang jumped up again and raised his fist to chase after Sky Dragon. Sky Dragon was so scared that he immediately dodged and did not dare to take it head-on. Sky Dragon dodged Yue Yang's continuous attacks in a sorry state. He looked even more miserable than a stray dog that was fleeing for its life. After a minute, the effect of the giant shadow disappeared completely and Yue Yang stopped attacking. Sky Dragon, who was vomiting blood, finally stopped panting and calmed his heart that was about to explode. This opponent was too strange. His beast support was too strong. Luckily it was not long, otherwise he would not be able to fight. You forced me to do this. Don't blame others even if you die. You asked for it. Sky Dragon finally decided to unseal his innate level 6 power. Otherwise, he would not be able to turn the situation around with his heavy injuries. Come, continue to brag. Yue Yang was overjoyed. The best way was to provoke his opponent's anger and find the best opportunity to kill Sky Dragon. Of course, he must grasp the best opportunity. Rankers who could reach innate level 6 and above were not fools. If they could not win, they would definitely escape. Demon Eye, Blood River, Mountain Elf and Ma Long were all dumbfounded. This kind of battle had completely subverted their common sense. How could a low-leveled person win against a high-leveled one? A level 1 innate fighting against a level 5 innate and vomiting blood on the spot. Who would believe this? Of course, Little Titan's beast was really powerful. They had never seen such a terrifying beast before. It could even increase his strength by 10 times or even 100 times. With such a powerful beast, it would be hard for Little Titan not to be powerful. If not for the short time, Sky Dragon would have probably crushed his teleportation stone in fear and escaped. Jada was in tears. This kind of master was really powerful. He could beat a famous person like Sky Dragon until he vomited blood on the spot and even ran away like a dog. To be able to follow such a powerful master, it was really. Sha Yi clenched her fist tightly. She knew that Sky Dragon was a level 6 innate ranker. Innate level 6 was completely different from innate level 5. It was a qualitative change. Even 10 level 5 innate rankers might not be able to defeat a level 6 innate ranker. Now that Little Titan had defeated Sky Dragon, what would happen next? Could he continue to beat his opponent until he vomited blood? Rumble. A deafening tremor shook the entire place like an earthquake. Everyone could not help but turn their heads to look. They realized that the barbarian cow lady had already knocked the 100-ton earthquake dragon to the ground. The dizzy one-horned python was like a huge whip in her hands. She held it up and whipped it on the ground, making a terrifying rumbling sound. In the blink of an eye, the one-horned python had lost its ability to fight. Its spine was broken and it was on the verge of death. In the end, it could only wait for death. Everyone fainted. Even if it was a 1-star holy beast, the barbarian cow lady would not be able to kill a gold-ranked level 8 earthquake dragon and a gold-ranked level 10 one-horned python so quickly, right? This was too abnormal. Chapter 392 Inches Roar. Sky Dragon roared towards the sky as he clawed deeply into the hard obsidian ground. His originally tall body expanded by a few times, and at the same time, he strangely lengthened, turning into a monster with the body of a python. His legs closed and transformed into a long tail. The wings on his back were also elongated, forming strange fin-like wings. On the top of the sky dragon's head, fiery red fleshy horns that looked like a coxcomb grew. The original horns became black, thick and wrinkled, and twisted like the horns of a buffalo. This was Sky Dragon's true form, demon-winged sea dragon. Different from beasts that could transform into humans, Sky Dragon was a hybrid of goblin and human. He was born with two forms. One was in the form of a beast, and the other was in the form of a human. Lightning flashed on his summoning grimoire. Sky Dragon's domain of power, raging thunder, exploded instantly. In the midst of the violent shockwave, 12 gigantic thunder balls surrounded Sky Dragon's body, slowly rotating. Any living creature that stepped within 50 meters of Sky Dragon's domain of power would be mercilessly attacked by these thunder balls. The electric current on his curved horns sizzled. Sky Dragon, who had leveled up to innate level 6, had enough confidence. He felt that he could easily defeat his opponent and win this battle. In terms of beasts, he was indeed inferior to his opponent. However, he had the power and realm that his opponent could not reach. Domain of power was an important symbol of an innate. Only an innate ranker who possessed domain of power could be considered as a true innate and have the hope to reach a higher realm. Ha! Sky Dragon shook his arms and a strong aura exploded from his body, causing the spectators who were a few hundred meters away to fly away. Even Demon Eye, who had unsealed his innate strength and had the power of innate level 5, couldn't help but sway a few times and almost fell to the ground. Blood River, Mountain Elf and Ma Long, who had not completely unsealed their innate strength, were forced to take a few steps back. Their power was not inferior to Demon Eye's, but the battle situation was still unclear. They didn't know if Little Titan could defeat Sky Dragon, so they couldn't use all their power to fight against Sky Dragon. In other words, they were still waiting. As long as Titan Jr. displayed enough strength to fight against Sky Dragon, they wouldn't mind attacking Demon Eye while he was down and getting rid of him. Is this all you've got? Yue Yang didn't have any feelings towards innate level 6. All along, the people he had fought against were extremely powerful people, like the Great Emperor of Ziwei Shuntian and the Black Prince, the Thousand Goblins sect leader and the Great Demon King Baruth, or the Heaven Realm rankers from the Prison Emperor Divine Palace. For example, the innate level 8 Huang Sha, who had an immortal body, was killed by Yue Yang and Shui Wuxia in the second hall. Innate level 6 was indeed very powerful. For example, Green Summit sect leader Duan Mu Long Cheng was a level 6 innate. However, he was once chased by Yue Yang to the point of wetting his pants and fled to the demon abyss to seek refuge. In the end, he was still killed by the Phoenix Sisters. Yue Yang, who had fought against the three great leaders of the Heaven Realm, felt that fighting against a level 6 innate was child's play. After receiving the Heavenly Sword Goddess's guidance and undergoing Nirvana rebirth, Yue Yang's innate level 1 had already surpassed other innate level 5 innate level 1 without the help of his beasts. Sky Dragon was now an innate level 6 innate. Unseal! Yue Yang shouted loudly. His voice was deafening and resonated through the clouds. A piercingly cold aura exploded from his body. The power of his yin and yang abilities formed a whirlpool that could devour all energy, surrounding Yue Yang's body. The power of Star Explosion filled Yue Yang's body, making him look like a star that was emitting blazing light, dazzling everyone's eyes. The Star Explosion that could only form a ball of light slowly expanded. It turned into little stardust. Specks of light floated around Yue Yang's body like the Milky Way. Although it was not as big as other people's Star Explosion, it still had a radius of 5 meters. It could be considered as Yue Yang's most successful breakthrough recently. If he did not train in the Prison Emperor Divine Palace and only trained normally, he would need at least 2 to 3 years of hard work to expand his Star Explosion to this level. Purple flames and blue frost appeared on both sides of Yue Yang's hands, splitting the sky into 2 halves. On one side was a fiery hell filled with heat, and on the other side was an icy hell filled with snowflakes. Everyone who was in the middle of it was sweating profusely from the heat, or shivering from the cold. The strangest one was the fat toad Jada. He was standing right at the intersection of the two energies. On his left side, his clothes and hair were covered with frost, causing half of his face to turn purple from the cold. On the other hand, his right side was sweating profusely from the heat. Sweat poured down like a waterfall, making him miserable. He could not hide anywhere. In the end, the fat toad chose to hide in the icy hell. After all, he was a fatty, so he could resist the cold with some fat. Hot hell, everyone knew that fatty was afraid of heat the most. How can a mere innate level 2 use the power of star explosion? Demon Eye's face distorted when he saw this. Jealousy and hatred burned deep in his eyes. What a strong aura. A mere innate level 2 could fight against a level 6 innate. Little Titan's battle. Blood River was overwhelmed with shock. He did not continue his sentence and looked at Mountain Elf, nodding their heads secretly. From the looks of it, Little Titan could at least fight Sky Dragon to a draw. Now, they should stand by Little Titan's side and support him in getting rid of Demon Eye. Having an ally was 100 times better than having an enemy. Demon Eye was an ambitious person. He would definitely not be satisfied with being the substitute city master of the Thunder Fortress. When Changni ascends to the 7th floor of Tong Tian Tower, he would remove all obstacles and become the real master of the Thunder Fortress. Blood River and Mountain Elf could not let Demon Eye stay in the Thunder Fortress any longer, no matter if it was to protect themselves or their future. On the contrary, the newly arrived Titan brothers did not seem to be interested in fighting for power. These two brothers were similar to Changni. They were only using the Thunder Fortress as a springboard, so they definitely wouldn't stay in the 6th floor of Tong Tian Tower for long. They would go to the 7th, 8th or even higher floor of Tong Tian Tower. Allies like these were definitely the first choice for cooperation. Blood River and Mountain Elf knew that their potential was almost depleted. It was impossible for them to level up any further. They were already satisfied with becoming the rich masters of the Thunder Fortress in the 6th floor of Tong Tian Tower. With such a mentality, Blood River and Mountain Elf believed that the Titan brothers would definitely be happy to form an alliance. After all, no one liked ambitious people. An ally with strength and contentment was the most welcomed. Divine Dragon Spitting Pearl. Sky Dragon raised a ball of lightning from his star explosion. The image of his guardian beast, Thunder Dragon, flashed in the sky. With the Thunder Dragon's dragon breath and Sky Dragon's full strength, the ball of lightning flew towards Yue Yang like a meteor. Even a small hill would be leveled to the ground if it was hit head-on. Sky Dragon absolutely believed in his own strength and the power of the ball of lightning. This was not something a human could withstand. At least, an innate ranker who was of a lower realm than him would not be able to withstand it. Just as Yue Yang stretched out his hand, preparing to receive the ball of lightning, Sky Dragon's python-like body disappeared and appeared behind Yue Yang. Countless lightning energy transformed into a dragon's head. It shot out from Sky Dragon's hand. It opened its huge mouth and charged towards Yue Yang to devour him. A pincer attack. Sky Dragon had yet to see any survivors under this attack from the front and back. A gigantic pillar appeared. It looked like a pillar that supported the dome of a palace. It was huge and round. No one in this world had ever used this kind of thing as a weapon, other than Yue Yang. The Prison Emperor's 7 stars pillar appeared in Yue Yang's hands. He swept it horizontally from the front to the back. First, he hit the lightning ball away like a baseball. Then, he directly smashed the lightning ball's illusory dragon head into pieces, shattering it into countless electric snakes, forming an electric net in the sky. This was the Prison Emperor's training pillar. Even Heaven Realm rankers and Heaven Realm great leaders wouldn't be able to destroy it. It was simply a joke for a small lightning ball and illusory dragon head to go against it. Sky Dragon, who was hit by Yue Yang's Prison Emperor's 7 stars pillar, was sent flying 100 meters away. It crashed into the ground, scattering rocks and mud everywhere. He flew out from the pile of rocks. In the sky, the Prison Emperor's 7 stars pillar smashed down heavily on his head. If it hit, then Sky Dragon would not be called a demon-winged sea dragon anymore. He would have to change his name to a turtle. 10,000 lightning strike. Sky Dragon luckily dodged this heavy strike and retreated 100 meters. He summoned a sky full of lightning and bombarded Yue Yang. Tisk, insignificant skill. Yue Yang sneered. Millions of star explosion broke through the lightning and attacked Sky Dragon. However, this was only on the surface. The real killer lay in Yue Yang's left hand. A strange light flashed. Demon Eye, Blood River, Mountain Elf and the others could not see clearly what kind of treasure it was. They could only see Yue Yang waving his hand. Sky Dragon froze as if he was in a daze, allowing the strange light to cut his throat easily. Ah! Sky Dragon held his throat in pain as blood spurted out. If it was a normal human, Sky Dragon would probably be dead already. Luckily he was a demon clan innate. Sky Dragon crushed the teleportation crystal in his hand. He realized that if he continued to fight, his life would definitely be in danger. That little titan had too many strange skills and treasures. For example, that strange rainbow light just now. He did not know what kind of treasure it was, but it could easily cut his throat. What was more terrifying was that his strong self-healing ability could not heal him. His wound continued to worsen and the tear became bigger. The highest grade escape item, the teleportation crystal, shattered. However, Sky Dragon did not teleport away. The Prison Emperor's 7 stars pillar and the Prison Emperor Divine Sword could even suppress the most mysterious and powerful Ming Yu Guang among the 3 great leaders of Heaven Realm. It would be strange if Sky Dragon could escape from the Prison Emperor's 7 stars pillar. Sky Dragon felt that something was wrong. He immediately used all the energy in his body and shot towards the sky like an arrow. With the help of the Raging Thunder Domain, he escaped out of the Thunder Fortress as fast as lightning. In terms of attack, Sky Dragon felt that he was slightly inferior. But in terms of speed, Sky Dragon, who had the Raging Thunder Domain, was confident. Was there anything faster than lightning in this world? At this moment, not only Sky Dragon, even Demon Eye was escaping. Blood River and Mountain Elf had been waiting for a long time. Even the underground city master Ma Long had changed his neutral stance and unleashed his innate strength. He was the first to stop Demon Eye, who had become a drowning dog. Ma Long has not trained with you for a long time. Since we are in the mood today, why don't we spar and improve together? The black-clawed girl who had been standing outside the arena did not dare to fight because of her sister's death. When she saw that her master, Sky Dragon, had escaped, she immediately turned around. She prepared to escape in the opposite direction. However, there was already a person standing in front of her. It was Sha Yi. The black-clawed girl raised her sharp claws angrily. Sha Yi was like a tigress as she swung her demon-killing dagger. Using the dagger as a sword, she slashed at the enemy. In the sky, the lizard-head dragon that was preparing to escape was howling in pain. It was sucked into the body of the spirit of flame and smoke that was a combination of storm, flames, thick smoke and spirits. It was rolling around in the flaming tornado. It was not far from death and its defeat was already decided. Furthermore, the spirit of flame and smoke even had the time to create small tornado clones to absorb the lightning energy released by Sky Dragon. It seemed to like this kind of food very much. The only thing that was still able to resist was the battle between the 2-headed giant dragon and the Reaper Mantis. The Reaper Mantis had the advantage in terms of attributes and flying speed, while the 2-headed giant dragon had the advantage in terms of size, level and power. For the time being, neither of them could do anything to the other. Man ran over with a loud bang. Her hands were actually holding up the corpse of the Earthquake Dragon. When she threw the corpse of the Earthquake Dragon, her eyes shone with a blood-red glow. Flames and thick smoke came out of her mouth and nose. Before the corpse of the Earthquake Dragon could hit the 2-headed giant dragon, the 2-headed giant dragon let out a miserable howl and fell to the ground first. Without even twitching, its soul was directly annihilated and it died. Eyes of Death had been triggered. The 2-headed giant dragon that was killed on the spot was not the only unlucky one. Sky Dragon, who was flying at high speed more than 10 kilometers away, suddenly felt a headache. It was as if his soul had been ruthlessly slashed by a sharp sickle. Although he did not faint on the spot and did not fall to the ground dead, that kind of pain made him want to die. His mind was in a mess and blood was flowing out of his mouth and nose. What exactly happened? Sky Dragon felt that it was strange. He was already more than 10 kilometers away from the Thunder Fortress and was preparing to use the teleportation crystal to leave. He did not expect that he would still be attacked by the enemy from a long distance. Moreover, this kind of attack came from the soul and he was unable to defend against it at all. It's the Blood Eyes double kill. However, you don't need to know. It's meaningless for a dead person to know. Behind him, Yue Yang's voice rang out. First, his right hand that was holding the teleportation crystal was forcefully cut off by the crescent moon blade. Then, his head was hit by a sword and the innate sword chi broke through his defense and entered his head. Under Little Wen Li's binding inherent skill, Sky Dragon did not move at all. He could only watch as Yue Yang's world exterminating wheel slid across his neck lightly. A small ball of light escaped from Sky Dragon's body. That was Sky Dragon's orb. It contained his soul, consciousness and all of his energy. However, before it could escape even a meter away, it was caught by Yue Yang's right hand that was burning with Nirvana's flame. 10 seconds later, the orb that had lost the protection of its physical body, its soul and consciousness were incinerated and disappeared. All that was left was a level 6 innate orb. This victory was the result of Yue Yang's plan for a long time. However, killing Sky Dragon was just the beginning. Chapter 393. After killing his former love rival Sky Dragon, Yue Yang pretended to be annoyed that he let his enemy escape and returned to the Scarlet Battle Arena. He did not have the arrogance of a normal warrior after a victory, but a kind of anger. Yue Yang's reaction made everyone think that, although Sky Dragon was in a sorry state, he still managed to escape from Little Titan's pursuit with his speed. Everyone thought that it made sense. After all, Sky Dragon had the Raging Thunder domain and was good at flying. Once he flew out of the spatial shackles, there was a high chance that he could escape using the teleportation crystal. Blood River, Mountain Elf and Ma Long were not surprised that Sky Dragon escaped. A level 6 innate was not someone that could be killed easily. The fact that Titan Jr. was able to force the Sky Dragon to flee showed that Titan Jr. was freakishly strong. The three of them did not think much about Sky Dragon's life and death as it had nothing to do with them. What was important was how to kill Demon Eye. Now that they had fallen out, Demon Eye must die. Demon Eye's face turned pale when he saw Yue Yang return. He rolled his eyes, as if he was thinking of a way to escape. Mr. Little Titan, even if I did not play the role of a host and did not welcome you, there is no need for you to kill me, right? Demon Eye knew that life and death was a fine line. If the other party attacked, with Blood River, Mountain Elf and Ma Long working together and this Little Titan joining in as the main attacker, he would definitely die if he was not Sky Dragon. The only way was to make sure that Little Titan had no reason to attack. You stole my assets and disgraced my reputation. Yue Yang's voice was like an ice bead bursting, chilling to the bone. Demon Eye was extremely regretful. If he didn't purposely give Tai Tan a show of strength and let him know that a strong dragon cannot suppress a snake in its own territory, he wouldn't have gone over to Indong's treasure vault and plundered all the money and treasures. Then, he wouldn't have attracted such a disaster. He found more than 3 million gold coins in Indong's treasury, as well as some ores and treasures. Demon Eye was willing to return these immediately. He was even willing to make compensation, but would the Little Titan be willing to accept his apology? Blood River shouted in a deep voice, Demon Eye, I respected you as the #1 leader under King Chongni and used you as a role model for an elder brother. I didn't expect that you would actually do such a shameful thing. Not only do you not have respect for a powerful innate, you even intentionally insulted him and stole his property. I really despise you. Today, I, Blood River, draw a clear line with you. The three chiefs are officially disbanded. You can call yourself the #1 chief. I, Blood River, disdain to be associated with you. Mountain Elf raised his long arms and counted on his fingers. Demon Eye, your annual income from the mines, business taxes, and the tributes from your subordinates is no less than 10 million. You are as rich as a country, yet you are still so greedy. It really makes me speechless. The underground city master Ma Long also shook his head slowly. Demon Eye, there's no need to talk about who's right or wrong. You're definitely wrong. The Thunder Fortress is unreasonable. If you have the ability, then speak with your strength. The incident of Demon Eye stealing people's treasures was not limited to the time when Yue Yang entered Indong's mansion. In the past hundreds of years, it had happened countless times. Demon Eye would steal the treasures whenever he had the chance. This included Ma Long, Blood River and Mountain Elf who had just arrived. They had suffered quite a number of losses. It was just that they were not as powerful as Demon Eye back then. Even though they were angry, they did not dare to say anything. They could only silently endure the losses. Now that the past was brought up, they would still explode with anger. Blood River, Mountain Elf and Ma Long all knew about Demon Eye emptying the treasure vault in Indong's mansion and the fact that Indong's shop was ransacked by Demon Eye's subordinates. They also thought that as an innate who could kill Nightmare and Tiger Nian, the Titan would definitely not let the matter rest. That was why they cautiously restrained their subordinates and did not allow them to participate in the robberies. They did not want to fish in troubled waters. Now, they realized that they had made an extremely smart move. The powerful Titan brothers were indeed not kind people. Compared to the cold Great Titan, the flamboyant Little Titan seemed to hate such evil deeds even more. They would definitely seek revenge for the smallest grievance. Stealing the treasures of an innate rancor wasn't that a slap to the face. To an innate rancor, money was a small matter. This kind of slap to the face was absolutely intolerable. If it was Demon Eye, he would definitely fight to the death if someone ransacked his house. He was not afraid of the little titan who had the support of the entire demonic palace. Would the little titan let go of Demon Eye who did not have the support of a powerful force? Let me leave. I only want to leave the Thunder Fortress. You can have all my properties in the pits. Consider it my apology to you. Demon Eye quickly begged for mercy. As long as he had the strength, he could develop anywhere he wanted. He was a level 5 innate, and he would be a tyrant wherever he went. So what if he had money? Those were things that he could easily get. Chop off your right hand, blind yourself, then kneel on the ground and beg for mercy. I will consider it. Yue Yang stated his conditions. What? Demon Eye was stunned. He was very clear about what chopping off his right hand meant. If he could leave after chopping off his left hand, he would do it without hesitation. However, his right hand was where his true strength was hidden. After 100 years of training, he had successfully moved the magic crystal in his brain to his right palm. This was to prevent the enemy from hitting his head, which had the weakest defense, from causing a fatal blow. If his right hand was chopped off, it would undoubtedly destroy half of his body's energy. His strength might even drop to innate level 1. As for his eyes, that was the place where he could unleash his greatest strength. If he was blinded, then the rest of his strength would be destroyed. He might not even be an innate ranker anymore. The last point was to kneel and beg for mercy from the enemy and beg for his life. If this great humiliation were to spread, there would probably be no place for him in the entire Tong Tian Tower. I will leave my left hand. Demon Eye moved the platinum-ranked ring on his left hand to the middle finger of his right hand. He moved his feet slightly, waiting for an opportunity to escape while bargaining. Talking to you is a waste of my saliva. Yue Yang saw that this guy was actually unwilling to part with a platinum-ranked ring even when he was about to die. He immediately took out the crescent moon blade and used the power of yin and yang to fly towards Demon Eye. Blood River and Mountain Elf looked at each other. They felt that Demon Eye's action of moving the ring was laughable. Not only was he unwilling to cut off his right hand, he even wanted to move the platinum-ranked storage ring to his left hand. This kind of person really died in the eyes of money. Ma Long made a hand gesture to hide his eyes. He knew that other than being unwilling to part with his treasures, Demon Eye had another intention. He wanted to use this platinum-ranked storage ring to escape. A light brighter than the sun shone from Demon Eye's hand. The brightest light came from the platinum-ranked storage ring. With the help of the energy from Demon Eye's right hand, it shone 1,000,000 times brighter. It was so bright that everyone could not open their eyes. Soul Hunter's Eye. Demon Eye's guardian beast was a huge evil eye. It was extremely ugly, covered with thin tentacles and eyes. The huge eye in the middle suddenly opened and shot a purplish-black spiritual light beam towards Yue Yang's body. As long as they were hit by this spiritual light beam, warriors who were weaker than Demon Eye would have their souls injured. There was even a possibility that their souls would be captured by the gold-ranked level 10 Soul Hunter Evil Eye. Within a minute, Demon Eye would be able to do whatever he wanted without any resistance. Demon Eye did not expect his guardian beast to be able to kill Little Titan. As long as it could freeze him for a minute, it would be enough. If not, it would be enough to make him dizzy for a dozen seconds. Blood River, Mountain Elf and Ma Long were stimulated by the strong light. While Little Titan was also frozen by the spiritual light beam, this was the best chance for him to escape. Compared to Sky Dragon, who had to run more than 10 kilometers to escape, Demon Eye, who was familiar with the Thunder Fortress, was confident that he could escape within a minute. After all, Demon Eye was also a level 5 innate ranker. Even if he had to fight 1 against 3 or 1 against Little Titan, it did not mean that he did not have the ability to escape. Success. Demon Eye realized that Little Titan was using the crescent blade to cover his face in the strong light. He did not notice the spiritual light beam at all. He immediately turned around, using all the strength and speed he had ever used in his life. However, before he could even take a step, before his feet even left the ground, a finger pressed on the back of his head. A terrifying sword chi easily pierced through his protective chi and pierced through the back of his head and out from his forehead. Before the scream of extreme pain could even come out from his throat, an extremely sharp crescent blade had already pierced through his back, piercing through his throat, piercing through his chin, and fiercely shoveling out between his 2 rows of teeth. His severed tongue flew into the air. Demon Eye naturally waved his hands. His right hand, which was shining like the sun, was cut into the air by another magic blade that was burning with demon fire. Demon Eye, who was in despair, wanted to turn around and use the last bit of power in his eyes to self-destruct and perish together with his enemy. But, when he turned around, all he saw was endless darkness. The Eye Destroyer Silver Dagger, which had a special effect on the eyes, mercilessly slashed across. The soul-reaping evil eye that was trying its best to save its master was easily killed by the gold-ranked dragon-slaying spear before it arrived. The gold-ranked dragon-slaying spear could even kill a giant dragon. To a soul-reaping evil eye that was proficient in spiritual attacks, it was definitely an existence that could instantly kill it. Moreover, the spear tip had accurately pierced through the magic core in the soul-reaping evil eye's body. One hit kill, there was absolutely no other possibility. At this moment, the right hand that was flying in the air, along with the platinum storage ring that was still glowing, slowly descended and landed in Yue Yang's hands. Demon Eye slowly fell to the ground. Both his eyes were blind, and his strong body was still struggling on the verge of death. However, a thorny flower stalk appeared, rolled him up, and directly swallowed him into its stomach. As the thorny flower stalk and the glowing right hand were kept by Yue Yang, the blood battle arena returned to its original state. The innate level 5 Demon Eye seemed to have disappeared without a trace, as if he had never appeared in this world. Maybe one day in the future, people would talk about how arrogant, greedy and ridiculous he was when he turned into fertilizer. Blood River, Mountain Elf and Ma Long looked at each other. They knew that Demon Eye couldn't escape, but they didn't think that Demon Eye would die so quickly and so miserably. Not even his corpse was left, as he became food in the stomach of a beast. Among the innates, Demon Eye was probably one of the unlucky champions. Other than the soul-reaping evil eye that disappeared, Yue Yang also kept the corpses of the earthquake dragon, two-headed giant dragon, single-horned python and other beasts. As for the lizard-head dragon, it had already become minced meat. The spirit of flame and smoke had become even stronger. After the battle, not only did she possess the power of storm, flame, smoke, and specter, she had also gained a type of lightning. That was the energy that she absorbed from the raging thunder domain and the thousand lightning strike. Although she wasn't strong yet, if the spirit of flame and smoke continued to grow, her future would be limitless. Now, the specter was her form, the flame was her body, the smoke was her coat, the storm was her mount, and the lightning was her hair. Although she wasn't a holy beast yet, she was now one step closer to becoming one. Chapter 394 After the battle, Man and the spirit of flame and smoke returned to the grimoire world. The golden crown thorny flower queen only released a vine flower stem and left after eating the demon eye. Only the reaper mantis stayed behind to accompany its master. The battle between the inborn experts had ended. However, the battle between ordinary martial artists had just begun. Blood River and Mountain Elf's subordinates fiercely pounced on Demon Eye's subordinates, and both sides started a bloody battle. Demon Eye's subordinates had no morale at all. All they wanted to do was to escape from the Thunder Fortress. When the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. Since their master, Demon Eye, was already dead, they wouldn't have a good ending if they continued to stay here. However, how could Blood River and Mountain Elf's men let them leave? Now was the best time to prove themselves. The Thunder Fortress had changed to a new power, and the Titan brothers had replaced Demon Eye. If they didn't please them now, when would they do it? Furthermore, Blood River and Mountain Elf's subordinates had enough of Demon Eye's subordinates. I've wanted to chop him for a long time. Get lost. In another battle, the black-clawed woman and Xiaoyi were covered in blood. Both of them were covered in injuries. In terms of strength, the black-clawed lady was much stronger than Xiaoyi. However, she had already lost her will long ago. Furthermore, Xiaoyi had mysteriously gained a powerful force that allowed her to fight on par with Ma Long's wife and Yan Zheng the butler. Furthermore, she was extremely brave and fought with all her might. The black-clawed lady was actually unable to defeat Xiaoyi. This made the fat toad Jada, the useless merchant who was kicked away by the black-clawed lady, dumbfounded. Dream on. Xiaoyi did not take a step back. She also did not understand how she could contend against a lesser innate. Originally, with her strength, she would have been killed instantly if she fought the black-clawed woman. But the strange thing was that when they fought, they seemed to only be slightly inferior. It looked like this battle could go on for 3 days and 3 nights without a clear winner. Of course, Xiaoyi didn't have the time to think about why. She just clenched her teeth and fought hard, swearing to defeat the enemy. The black-clawed woman had already torn hundreds of wounds on Xiaoyi's body, but this extremely stubborn woman was still persisting. The demon-slaying dagger also left dozens of bloody wounds on the black-clawed woman's body. One side was terrified, and their strength was greatly reduced, the other side was not afraid of death, and their combat strength increased by several times. As time went by, both sides ended up in a tie. The battle was in a stalemate. The furious and terrified black-clawed woman could no longer bear the psychological pressure. When she saw that Demon Eye had also fallen to the ground and died, she immediately gave up the battle. She spat out a mouthful of poisonous mist, blocking Sha Yi's vision. Then, it quickly transformed into a giant silver python. It knocked away Ma Long's wife and Yan Zheng's butler, who were trying to stop it, and fled. Just as the black-clawed woman was about to escape, a black shadow flashed in the sky. The Reaper Mantis appeared and swooped down. Previously, the reason why the Reaper Mantis could not defeat the two-headed giant dragon after a long battle was not because it was not strong, but because the two-headed giant dragon was a platinum-ranked level 9 powerful beast. The fact that the Reaper Mantis was able to fight evenly with the two-headed giant dragon was already very impressive. It was important to know that the Reaper Mantis was much weaker in terms of level, size, and strength. Although the Reaper Mantis had grown, it had yet to reach its peak size. Compared to its mother, the Reaper Mantis was much smaller. Just because the two-headed dragon couldn't take it down didn't mean it couldn't deal with the black-clawed female silver python. Seizing the opportunity, the Reaper Mantis leapt down like lightning and slashed with its scythes, clamping down on the silver python's head tightly. Its sharp teeth bit down on the silver python's head, tearing the magic crystal in its brain on the spot. The silver python curled its body in panic, intending to strangle the Reaper Mantis. However, to the Reaper Mantis, this kind of strangulation was just a joke. It flapped its wings and flew, making different movements every second. It cleverly avoided the curling strangulation completely, and its scythes shook the snake's head continuously. Its strength penetrated through its spine. Through its spine, it slowly dislocated the snake's joints. The snake's weakness was its spine and 7 inches. Once it was attacked, it would immediately lose its strength. The silver python's body rolled on the ground. It was very intense at first, but gradually, its neck couldn't move anymore. Only its tail was left, and its tail also slowed down. In the end, its belly turned white, and it stopped moving. Although it wasn't dead, it had no strength to struggle, and could only let the Reaper Mantis tear it apart. Seeing this, Sha Yi relaxed. She, who was covered in blood, fell to the ground with a thud. Ma Long's wife immediately carried her up and smiled. Congratulations on defeating such a strong enemy. If you don't mind, I can help you treat your wounds. The quick-witted fat-toed Jada had already found the best healer for him. As for how to clean up the mess, Yue Yang didn't need to worry at all. Everything would be done by someone else. Blood River, Mountain Elf and Ma Long all wanted to befriend a strong person like Yue Yang, especially when they thought that there were 2 brothers who were as strong as Yue Yang. With 2 brothers, it would be even more impressive. Blood River invited Yue Yang to his Blood River Palace as a guest, and said that he could leave the small matter of dealing with Demon Eye's property to his subordinates, and guaranteed that not a single gold coin would be missing. Of course, Yue Yang didn't care about the small amount of money. The best things of Demon Eye would definitely be kept in the platinum storage ring. As for the pits, shops in Demon Eye's Evil Eye Palace, he would leave it to the fat-toed Jada and Yan Zheng the butler to take care of it. We brothers passed by the Thunder Fortress and saw that there weren't many rules and regulations here, so we decided to stay here for a while. We will head to the 7th floor of Tong Tian Tower later. Yue Yang expressed that he wasn't interested in a small place like the Thunder Fortress. After he said that, Blood River, Mountain Elf and Ma Long were really happy. The Titan brothers will definitely be famous in the whole Tong Tian Tower. Although the Thunder Fortress is small, it will always be the base camp of the strong. Blood River quickly replied, if you need anything from us, just let us know. Mountain Elf also knew how to communicate. How can there be no wine on such a day? I happen to have a bottle of Qi Lan wine, please have a taste. Underground City Master Ma Long took out the Qi Lan wine that he had kept for a long time. This was a precious wine and Dong gave to Ma Long in the past. It was said that there were only 10 bottles of this wine in the whole Qi Lan continent, and it was sealed with the sand of time for 1,000 years. It was worth tens of thousands of gold coins. Of course, money was easy to get, but good wine was hard to come by. Ma Long was even reluctant to give it to King Chongni, but he felt that he didn't contribute much today, so he decided to take it out to please Yue Yang. Brother Ma Long, Why didn't you take out such a good wine earlier? Haha, the wine of the wine saint, it's a world treasure. When Blood River and Mountain Elf heard this, they were instantly moved. This bottle of Qi Lan wine was definitely a top-quality wine that couldn't be bought with money. It would definitely take some time for them to take over Demon Eye's inheritance. As for Indong's underground mansion, it couldn't be compared to Demon Eye's Evil Eye Palace. Fat Toad used all his manpower to remove all the Demon Eye's insignia from the Evil Eye Palace and threw it away, replacing it with the Titan Commerce's Gemini insignia. Of course, this required time. While he was busy, the maids were tidying up the Evil Eye Palace, turning it into the Titan Brothers' Titan Palace. As for Demon Eye's original servants, they either ran away or were captured. The female slaves were also locked up, waiting for Yan Zheng to slowly filter out the loyal ones to become the servants. When Yue Yang came out of the Blood River Palace and walked to his new residence, the Titan Palace, he discovered that the Evil Eye Palace had been changed into the Titan Palace. There were as many people as ants busily working. Even the slaves who were mining were happily painting the walls. Pai Ping, the old slave, was especially proud of himself. His wrinkled old face was smiling so widely that a chrysanthemum blossomed. The Sha Pu brothers were drenched in sweat as they painstakingly removed the huge and sturdy Demon Eye's insignia bit by bit. On the other hand, Sha Yi, who had just recovered from her injuries, fell asleep at the doorstep with exhaustion. A few female slaves were guarding at the side, but they didn't dare to persuade her to go in and rest. They also felt that she was waiting for her master, Little Titan. All the slaves that passed by bowed slightly to Sha Yi. The Titan brothers were good masters, that was for sure. But if it wasn't for Miss Sha Yi constantly asking for benefits for the slaves, Mr. Little Titan might not have given them so many things, at least not so quickly. Because they were all high and mighty innate rankers, they didn't care about the slaves' lives at all. It was her who told them what the slaves needed. Send someone to send her into rest, what's with her lying here? Yue Yang casually covered Sha Yi with one of his clothes. Just this one piece of clothing was enough to move all the slaves. There was no other master in the world who was this good, only Master Little Titan would care so much about the slaves. If it was any other innate ranker, it would be weird if he took a second look at them. The half-elf girl was also busy decorating the new bedroom. She didn't choose Demon Eye's original luxurious and huge bedroom. She was sensitive to smells and felt that the bedroom had too much of a bloody and rotten smell. Although it had been a while, she still felt that letting her master live in that kind of place was a kind of blasphemy. Thus, she decided to choose an elegant little hall with a nice view beside the man-made lake as her master's temporary residence. Yue Yang received the half-elf girl's dinner, patted her head lightly and returned to the grimoire world. After a night's rest, there were too many things in Demon Eye's platinum storage ring. Yue Yang was dazzled and decided not to sort them out for the time being. As for Sky Dragon's treasures, they were all kept in the grimoire. If Yue Yang wanted to get his collection, he would probably have to spend a lot of effort. The people outside were still busy. Yue Yang, who was the most idle person, walked around with nothing to do. Everywhere he went, the slaves' morale was greatly boosted and they were full of energy. However, Yue Yang was bored. He didn't have the habit of being a leader and inspecting places. In the end, he decided to go to the warrior guild to receive his reward. After killing Demon Eye, he was worth a lot of money. Yue Yang felt that he should not get the wisdom fruit for the time being. He should ask the warrior guild for the immortal spring. This thing was a treasure that was as high as rank 8. No matter how much money one had, it could not be bought. It could be used to forge, refine, concoct medicine or strengthen beasts. The most important point was that the immortal spring had an extremely strong enhancement effect. When some temporary items were added with the immortal spring, there was a high chance that it would become an eternal item, if the giant shadows that were summoned could exist forever, and all of them were stacked on top of each other. With a single punch, even a level 10 innate would be knocked down. Of course, the immortal spring was a little difficult to get. The warrior guild might not be willing to give it to him just for killing Demon Eye. Even if they gave it to him, it wouldn't be much. As for Sky Dragon, Yue Yang hid the truth for the time being. After all, Sky Dragon was the last of the 10 major sky demons of the demonic palace. If Sky Execution and the others knew about it, wouldn't they have some thoughts? Anyway, since he had killed Sky Dragon, the reward would not be lesser even if he went to collect it later. The moment he teleported to the plaza in the 6th floor of Tong Tian Tower, he saw Bao running towards him from afar before he even took 2 steps, shouting, "Cook." Yue Yang was overjoyed. "You should be calling him husband." Seeing that the golden elf lowly was sweating profusely and that her whole body was emitting a fragrance that was unique to a virgin, it was light and extremely pleasant to the nose, Yue Yang walked towards her impolitely and rubbed his body against Bao. "However," he said, "little girl, stay away from me, I don't think I know you. We found a sealing circle in the jadeite forest. No one could recognize it. Sister Anna and brother said that it might be a very old seal, so everyone was trying to remove it. Brother asked me to come back first and bring you to take a look." Bao introduced proudly, saying that she was the one who found the sealing circle first. "Damn, who allowed you to touch it? Is that something you can touch?" When Yue Yang heard this, he sweated profusely. What did the ancient sealing circle represent? What was sealed inside was either a demonic beast that brought disaster, a demon that had lost all humanity, or some kind of terrifying curse. He carried Bao on his shoulder and flew towards the warrior guild. He did not even bother to collect the immortal spring reward and rushed towards the teleportation room, shouting, "Jadeite Forest, it's urgent, quickly activate the teleportation room." Chapter 395. Inside, Elder Ma Tai, who was Yue Yang's guarantor to sign up for the anti-dragon hunter volunteers, immediately activated the teleportation circle when he saw Yue Yang carrying Bao rushing over. He even asked, "Young man, did you meet the dragon hunters? Do you need the Iron Blood guards from the guild?" "Thank you, but no need." Yue Yang teleported away with Bao as soon as he finished his sentence. In the jadeite forest, Fatty Hai, Yi Kong and the others were sitting on the ground listlessly. The Li brothers were polishing their weapons, Shui Tan Lang and Prince of Tian Luo were meditating and reading a book. The 4 orc girls were eating the barbecued meat, Captain Oxhead Liao was on guard, and Fan Lun Tai the Oxhead girl was drinking wine. Only Lin En and Anna were studying the seal on the stone wall. According to their research, the sealing circle had existed for a long time, and the surrounding area was covered with moss. If it wasn't for the energy of the sealing circle, this place would have become a paradise for plants. The seal circle was huge. It was 10 meters tall and 10 meters wide. It was a circle with different heaven runes at the top, bottom, left, and right. They were interconnected and restricted each other. In the middle, there was an extremely complicated pattern. Even the knowledgeable Anna and Lin En could not understand what it meant. The heaven runes on all 4 sides can be moved, but can the one in the middle be moved? After some research, Anna realized that the crystal inlaid with heaven runes could be rotated, but no matter how it was rotated, it was still connected to the sides. There's a depression in the middle. Don't tell me we need to put a magic crystal in as an energy source. Lin En also realized that there was a circular hole in the middle. Don't bother. When your cook comes, he will definitely understand. That brat can use heaven runes to write love poems. This is child's play to him. As for magic crystals, he can have as many as he wants, and they are all of the highest quality. Fatty Hai was a lazy guy. He was willing to let Yue Yang handle everything he didn't understand. He might not be free today. We will look for him after we finish our research. The Oxhead Fan Lun Tai refused to admit that she was wrong. She only said that Yue Yang lied to everyone. What if something happens? Yi Kong advised the Oxhead Fan Lun Tai not to move the stones. Isn't there still Grey Wolf? It's a divine beast. The 4 orc girls were full of confidence. They felt that divine beasts were omnipotent existences. Meow. Grey Wolf was very humble now, expressing that he could not bear the heavy responsibility. The curious Lin En really put a level 3 fire element magical crystal into the small hole. He didn't know if it was because the level was too low or the energy was too little. There was only a flash of light, and the level 3 magical crystal shone for a second. Then, it fell silent, and there was no more reaction. However, this flash of light ignited everyone's desire to study it. Ah, there's a way. There really are magic crystals here. Fatty Hai and the others surrounded them, digging out magic crystals and turning stones. After some fiddling, the seal suddenly flashed with a dazzling light, enveloping everyone within it. Under the watchful eyes of Fatty Hai, Yi Kong and the others, a ball of light suddenly expanded in the center of the sealing circle, forming a teleportation door. Anna and Lin En wanted everyone to back off, but the most courageous Oxhead Fan Lun Tai and the 4 orc girls acted as if they had seen a legendary treasure. They gripped their weapons tightly and approached cautiously, staring at the teleportation door. Lin En warned, "Fan Lun Tai, I think we should report this to the warrior guild. We don't know what's inside, we can't take the risk. Oxhead Fan Lun Tai looked at the teleportation door reluctantly, then turned back and said to Anna, maybe there's a treasure inside. If we report it, we can only get 5% of the reward. We should go in and search for the treasure first. When we get the treasure, we can report it to the warrior guild. Anyway, the treasures in this world belong to the fated. If we can open this teleportation door, it means that we are fated with the treasure. Once she said this, the 4 orc girls all agreed. Fatty Hai and the others were also a little tempted. They felt that if there were treasures inside, it would be a pity if they reported it to the warrior guild and let them take it. Even if there weren't any good treasures, it was still a kind of adventure, a kind of training. There might be all kinds of traps inside, but they weren't weak. As long as they worked together and dealt with it carefully, the danger shouldn't be too high. Moreover, they had the divine beast Wei Tai Lang with them. If they really couldn't do it, they could use teleportation stones or teleportation scrolls to leave and look for Yue Yang. It would be a waste to open the teleportation door and go back without finding anything. This was the best chance, they had to go in and take a look no matter what. Anna and Lin En were more inclined to report to the warrior guild. Fatty Hai and Yi Kong felt that it was better to look for Yue Yang immediately than to report to the warrior guild. If Yue Yang knew that they opened the teleportation door and didn't take any treasures, but gave them to the warrior guild for free, he would definitely go crazy. Oxhead party leader Liao, Shui Tan Lang and Prince of Tian Luo thought that they should wait for Bao to bring Yue Yang over. Fan Lun Tai and the others felt that they should first send people in to take a look, otherwise Yue Yang would look down on them and think that they were useless. Everyone had different opinions, so they decided to play rock paper scissors. Oxhead Fan Lun Tai was lucky to win. She waved her hand and decided to go in to take a look. The first batch to enter was Fan Lun Tai and the 4 orc girls. They were followed by Oxhead party leader Liao, Fatty Hai and Yi Kong, followed by Shui Tan Lang and Prince of Tian Luo. Anna, Lin En and Wei Tai Lang were the last. The Li brothers stayed behind. If there was any special situation, they could look for Yue Yang to save them. Half an hour later, when Yue Yang rushed over with Bao, Fatty Hai and the others had already entered and couldn't stop them in time. Damn, your guts are really bigger than a water tank. Yue Yang admired these guys. They dared to enter without knowing anything. Even if there were treasures, would they be so easy to take? The heaven runes here actually meant the door of death. It was a clear warning for future generations not to enter. However, they didn't understand it and just rushed in. He really didn't know if they were brave or reckless. The Li brothers stayed behind as usual. The reason why Yue Yang asked them to stay behind was to prevent people from destroying the teleportation gate. If Fatty Hai and the others came out, they could support them. They didn't know if the teleportation gate was two-way. It seemed like a two-way teleportation gate, but Fatty Hai and the others didn't come out immediately. This meant that even if it was two-way, it wouldn't be on 2 teleportation points. Bao wanted to stay behind at first, but she wouldn't let go of Yue Yang and insisted on going in to take a look. If he didn't bring her along, she would probably drown the jadeite forest in tears. Anyway, there was the grimoire world. If it really didn't work, he could just throw her into the grimoire world. Yue Yang was still confident in protecting Bao. In the end, he agreed to bring the big lowly elf along. He held her hand and walked into the teleportation gate. After a short dizziness from the teleportation, Yue Yang found himself in a very special space. This space felt similar to the 12 zodiac temples. It was filled with the power of a seal. Even with his innate strength, it was completely useless. Yue Yang summoned his grimoire and found that he could only summon one beast, no more. He couldn't help but be astonished. The seal here was definitely more severe than the 12 zodiac temples. What was going on? After trying for a while, Yue Yang found that anyone who entered this mysterious space would meet a tragic end. The seal here was so strict that it made one's hair stand on end. No one could use their main strength. Even if they could summon a beast, they could only summon one. Furthermore, strengthening type and element type beasts were ineffective. Special type beasts' effects were weakened by 10 times. Only beast type beasts could unleash half of their battle power. What was the meaning of this goddamn mysterious space? What kind of powerful person was sealed inside? What kind of beast was sealed inside? It actually required strengthening type and element type beasts to be ineffective. The more Yue Yang thought about it, the more confused he became. Could it be that there was an extremely powerful strengthening type and element type beast sealed inside? In front of him, there were no footprints of Fatty Hai and the others. There was also no scent left behind by Wei Tai Lang. Looking at the maze-like passage, Yue Yang could immediately deduce that the entrance of this teleportation door was completely random. There was no fixed teleportation point. From this, it seemed that everyone could be separated. Only Yue Yang's group, who was worried about Bao and were teleported in together, were an exception. Yi Kong and Fatty Hai were fine. Even if they lost the support of their beasts and couldn't use their own strength, they could still defend and escape. However, Anna and Lin En were tragic. The two pure element-type golden elves were useless in this mysterious space. Ox-head Liao, Ox-head Fan Lun Tai and the four orcs were also tragic. They were all purely strengthening-type beasts. Shui Tan Lang and Prince of Tien Luo couldn't use their strongest beasts, Storm Giant and Skyfire Meteor. However, they still had beast-type beasts. In addition to their strength, it wasn't a big problem. Luckily the Li brothers didn't come in, otherwise they would also be in a difficult situation. This mysterious space was too abnormal. Yue Yang had never seen such a restriction before. The Reaper mantis that had its strength reduced by half could not control its body. It kept crashing into the cave as it flew. Yue Yang had no choice but to recall it and change it to a puppet-type silver-ranked Storm Battle Eagle. Unexpectedly, the puppet-type Storm Battle Eagle was not restricted at all. Instead, it had an inexplicable increase in strength, doubling its strength. Yue Yang only understood now. In this damned mysterious space, other than puppet-type beasts, all other beasts were restricted by the laws of this place. From the looks of it, there must be puppet-type beasts guarding this place. What would puppet-type beasts guard in a sealed land that had existed since ancient times? Was there really a treasure? Or was it a demon? Yue Yang's curiosity was also aroused. After walking in the winding maze-like passage for half an hour, Yue Yang realized that the front suddenly became clear. There was an incomparably wide platform. The luminous pearls illuminated the platform as if it was daytime. On the platform, groups of puppet-type beasts were patrolling in a regular pattern. Every puppet soldier was bronze rank level 10, and their leader was silver rank level 10. In the middle of the platform, there were 4 taller gold-ranked beasts in the form of a tiger, leopard, lion and wolf. All of them were gold-ranked level 10. Under their feet, there was a lid decorated with heaven runes. It was probably the entrance to the next level. Or maybe, it was a secret room to store treasures. Something's wrong. I keep feeling that something's wrong here. Yue Yang frowned as he thought hard. Looking at the scene in front of him, he seemed to have understood something. However, he could not grasp the main point. Just a little bit more, but he still could not understand the truth. Bao hid behind Yue Yang. She did not know what danger was at all. She even complained in a low voice, "It's so boring not being able to attack. My archery skills are useless. There are too many puppet-type beasts. They look like an army. Could this be an emperor's tomb? There are so many tomb guards." She spoke without thinking, but when Yue Yang heard it, it was as if he had been enlightened. He understood now. This place was very similar to Yu Gong's puppet palace, the legendary 5-elemental palace. This should be the 5-elemental palace mentioned in the Inheritance of Knowledge. This could be the metal palace of gold, wood, water, fire and earth. Chapter 396 Inches. What the hell is this place? Fatty Hai realized that his hippo meteor punch was completely useless as he was beaten black and blue by a wind breath seabird that could only shoot wind blades. If this wind breath seabird was a high-leveled beast, it would be fine, but it was only bronze rank level 5. Usually, bronze rank level 5 beasts would just be looking for trouble in front of Fatty Hai. Now, he had nowhere to run. The place where Fatty Hai was teleported to was different from Yue Yang and Bao. He was teleported to an underground beach with an unscalable cliff at the side. The dome was very high and there were even some clouds, but above it was the stalactites of the karst cave. In the distance of the underground sea, there was a small island that was faintly glowing. There seemed to be treasures hidden there. Treasures. Fatty Hai didn't want them anymore. He just wanted to get rid of that damned wind breath seabird. This vengeful little thing thought that Fatty Hai was easy to bully when he entered, so it was prepared to roast and eat some bird meat. Unexpectedly, the wind breath seabird had shot out hundreds of wind blades. Although it was exhausted, it still persistently chased after Fatty Hai. It continued to attack this wretched Fatty who looked stupid on the outside but was extremely agile on the inside. Fatty Hai was mad, but he couldn't do anything. He could summon iron-skinned rhinoceros and hippopotamus, but they couldn't fly, so they could only be beaten. More importantly, this wind-breath seabird was very smart, it only attacked Fatty Hai. Lin En and Anna were also in a dilemma. The two of them found themselves in a lava river full of flames. Here, other than fire-type beasts, nothing else could be summoned. Lin En had a fire-type beast, but it was only for illumination and had no fighting power. If it wasn't for Wei Tai-lang teleporting nearby to protect them, they would probably be dead already. Thousands of fire monsters were active on the lava river. Their levels weren't very high, most of them were bronze rank level 6, a small number of them were silver rank level 6 and gold rank level 6, but their numbers and unique terrain were enough to overwhelm all enemies. They didn't dare to provoke Wei Tai-lang, and Wei Tai-lang didn't dare to leave Lin En and Anna too far, for fear that some fire-type beast would seize the opportunity. It could only bring Lin En and Anna all the way to the upper reaches. Lin and Anna hoped to find an exit so that they could leave this scary place as soon as possible. The strangest thing was that they couldn't use the teleportation stone, so they could only find the teleportation formation to leave. Scram, scram, Oxhead Fan Lun Tai and the 4 orc girls were in an underground wilderness. A large group of coyotes and sand spiders were chasing after them. Some of them were only bronze rank level 5, but the Oxhead Fan Lun Tai was unable to retaliate and could only flee. The same situation also happened to Oxhead party leader Liao and Yi Kong. Luckily Yi Kong was able to summon his beast. Once the Herculean rhinoceros beetle appeared, although its strength was reduced by half, it was still invincible. Coyotes, sand spiders, rock giants, gnomes, and other monsters were numerous, but they could only follow from afar, not daring to attack the Herculean rhinoceros beetle. Of course, it was useless even if he attacked. The Herculean rhinoceros beetle's unparalleled defense could make most beasts' teeth and claws become mere decorations. Shui Tan Lang and Prince Tian Luo frowned as they walked into a forest. Prince of Tian Luo's silver rank level 5 sharp claw tracker puppet battle doll opened the way for them. There were man-eating flowers, man-eating vines and man-eating trees everywhere. It was as if the whole forest was alive and could devour life. For the first time, Shui Tan Lang realized that if there were too many plant-type beasts, it would be quite a headache. As for his companions' predicament, Yue Yang didn't know the situation, but he could imagine it. They had to find Fatty Hai and the others as soon as possible. If they stayed here for too long, their lives would definitely be in danger. Especially if they were to run around without knowing anything. If they were to run into the death zone of every palace, they would be finished. Under Yue Yang's control, the Storm Eagle lured away the guardian puppet warriors. Yue Yang, who was carrying Bao on his back, lured away the 4 gold-rank beasts that were guarding the palace. Faster than lightning, Yue Yang turned around in midair and landed on the metal lid that was filled with heaven runes. Bao urged him repeatedly, hurry up, those 4 beasts are coming back. I told you to hide first, but you wouldn't listen. Yue Yang was very angry. He wanted to put Bao aside and hide, but she refused to listen no matter what. I won't be tricked by you anymore. If you go in, you will leave me behind. Ah, danger. Bao realized that the gold rank level 10 tiger had actually grown a pair of wings. It could actually fly, and the golden panther could actually climb rocks. It was preparing to attack from the sky. Don't be noisy. Yue Yang cleverly dodged the golden panther's attack. He danced in the air and hit the rock wall. At the moment when he was a few millimeters away from hitting the wall, he made a sharp turn and tricked the golden panther into hitting the rock wall. The golden lion and golden wolf chased closely, but their speed was too slow compared to Yue Yang, who was an innate ranker. 10 minutes later, Yue Yang finally succeeded in unlocking the rune circle on the metal lid. The metal lid popped up, revealing a deep tunnel. Yue Yang carried Bao on his back and jumped down without hesitation. The 4 gold-ranked guardian beasts stopped and did not chase after them. A minute later, the metal lid slowly closed. The 4 gold-ranked guardian beasts returned to their original positions and crouched down, as if nothing had happened. Not far away, the Storm Eagle had already turned into a pile of scrap metal. This was the result of the golden flying tiger's attack. Among the 4 gold-ranked guardian beasts, the golden flying tiger was definitely the main force. Hearing the metal lid close with a bang, Bao asked heartlessly, will we be trapped here forever and never be able to get out? I don't know whether you will or not, but I definitely won't. Yue Yang loosened the straps and led Bao, who was hugging him like an octopus, down. No, Bao felt that it was very comfortable to carry him like this, so she was determined not to get down. She did not think about how tiring it was for Yue Yang to fly with her on his back. Fortunately, Yue Yang was an innate ranker. If it was a level 6 elder, he would probably be as tired as a dead dog after flying for half a day in a restricted space. Flying alone and flying with a person on your back. Those were definitely two different things. For example, the battle eagle could easily fly 1,000 miles, but if it carried a person, even if it was a baby, it would not be able to fly more than 100 miles before falling to the ground. It was extremely uncomfortable to carry two life forms with different energy, especially when the weaker one was carrying a life form that was stronger than himself. Before Yue Yang learned how to fuse his innate chi into energy fusion, the Bloody Queen could not carry Yue Yang for a long period of time even with her superb flying ability. Of course, it was different now. After the Bloody Queen Redology became one with her master, she could almost live with Yue Yang in the sky, which was 10 times better than her original flying state. This energy fusion secret skill was taught to Yue Yang by the Qilin girl. She said that it was easy for the Eastern fairy tribe to ride on beasts. The stronger the master, the easier it would be for the beast to ride on. It was completely different from the soaring dragon continent, which was extremely backward. Get down quickly. Seeing that the big lowly elf refused to get down no matter what, Yue Yang fiercely slapped her butt twice. It hurts. Bauer twisted her body and said pitifully, I've never been beaten before in my life. Isn't it because I'm afraid of the dark? Isn't it because I want you to protect me? She acted like a spoiled child, arousing Yue Yang's desire to teach her a lesson. Having a big lowly on his back was a blessing that others could not hope for. The buds in front of her chest were not big, so it did not feel big when she was pressing on him. However, this green and astringent feeling was the best of a lowly. As for her butt, it felt pretty good. Yue Yang couldn't help but hit her again, sighing in his heart. The big golden elf lowly's body was already tempting enough. If she grew up, with that suffocating little face, that golden ratio figure, that perky and bouncy little butt, not to mention touching it, just looking at it would probably be enough to kill someone. Of course, he scolded her on the surface, but Bauer did not care about Yue Yang's scolding and refused to get down. She immediately fell in love with the feeling of leaning on his back. It was strong, safe and exceptionally comfortable. He gave her a sense of protection that she had never felt before. I don't have a father, you might as well be my father. When Bauer said this, Yue Yang spurted out water. Why don't you have a father? Yue Yang thought it was strange. Could it be that this little girl was born from a rock-like monkey son? Golden elves usually only have a mother. I don't know who my father is, but my mother knows, but she said that he died in battle a long time ago. I've never seen him before. Bauer hugged Yue Yang's neck and intimately pressed her face against Yue Yang's. She happily leaned on his back and sighed, I think, being on my father's back should be the same as now. You can carry me on your back, but you can't just call me your father. Yue Yang suspected that this girl had a father complex, but forget it. She didn't even have a father, so she couldn't control him even if she wanted to. It could only be a kind of longing, a kind of reminiscence, a kind of substitution. Furthermore, her father complex was only controlling herself. This father complex was also not bad. Bauer stuck out her tongue, but did not reply. She closed her eyes and enjoyed this comfort, happily sniffing the scent emitted from Yue Yang's back. When Yue Yang walked a few hundred meters away, he called out to her softly, but there was no response. When he turned around, he realized that the big lowly had already fallen asleep. She looked as quiet as a baby. With the experience of entering the puppet palace, Yue Gong's knowledge and the control bracelet, Yue Yang easily passed the puppet beasts and checkpoints. To him, who had the Heaven Eye's divine vision, mechanisms and traps were like floating clouds. Finally, Yue Yang arrived in front of a gigantic runic circle. This runic circle was carved on a precipice. The precipice was 100 meters tall and as smooth as a mirror. Yue Yang went around the guardian beast, but he realized that he couldn't fly. There was also a law that forbade flying. It seemed like the treasure of the Golden Palace was inside this runic circle. Of course, there could also be a terrifying demon sealed inside. Yue Yang guessed that the possibility of the latter was not high. There should be some kind of treasure inside that would be extremely useful for creating puppet beasts. With regards to creating puppet beasts, the previous Yue Yang did not have enough enthusiasm. However, after the incident with Yue Yang, who had promised Yue Gong to help him complete the third secret treasure, felt a sense of responsibility. Behind this runic circle, there might be a treasure that would be extremely useful for completing the third secret treasure. He must take this opportunity to take it out from the seal. Furthermore, how could he not take the treasure when he saw it? Yue Yang was like a dragon swimming on a wall, slowly climbing up the smooth wall. This was the most ingenious use of his innate qi. His innate qi formed a whirlpool-like suction force between his 10 fingers, supporting his body to climb up bit by bit. The treasure was right above his head. Chapter 397. When Yue Yang barged into the gold palace of the Five Elements Palace, the Li brothers who were guarding the teleportation gate noticed a group of people coming from afar. They were adventurers who were attracted by the light. At first, they did not go near, but stood at a distance in disgust. Not long after, some people crushed the teleportation gate and left, as if they were calling for their friends. The Li brothers panicked. This way, the secret of the teleportation gate could no longer be kept. They were still hesitating whether to kill these people or not. The other party had a few level 7 overlord rankers. It would be hard to kill them in one go. If they let them escape, they would form a deep grudge and things would become even worse. The Li brothers did not know what to do. They only took out their weapons and decided to guard the teleportation gate first. Suddenly, there was a commotion. Almost 100 Iron Blood guards ran over under Zhen's lead. What happened here? Tai Tan and that golden elf are your teammates, right? Could it be that he entered this teleportation gate? Zhen's memory was very strong. He recognized that the Li brothers were Yue Yang's teammates and immediately went forward to ask. Zhen did not go to work previously. Elder Matthew told him that Tai Tan and the golden elf had teleported to the Jadeite forest. They might have met the dragon hunters. Hence, Zhen, who could not bear to see a junior like Tai Tan die prematurely, immediately summoned the Iron Blood guards to help chase away the dragon hunters. After searching for a long time, the dragon hunters did not find them. However, when he saw the twin brothers who had come to the soaring dragon continent guarding the teleportation gate, he immediately understood the situation. The elder of the Li brothers, Li Qi, nodded. However, he was secretly on guard. Even if the other party was from the warrior guild, he was not 100% at ease. The leader of the Iron Blood guards frowned. Zhen, this seal has been here for a long time. We did not know anything about it before. Today, it was suddenly activated. Maybe a monster has appeared and broke the seal. With this, Zhen's face darkened. If that's the case, the people inside will be in danger. Li Jie hurriedly waved his hands. That's not right, we were the ones who unsealed the seal. There are no demonic beasts or monsters in the teleportation door. According to the guild's rules, we are the first to discover a new space, a new territory, and a new region. We have the right to explore and explore first. We will not occupy it for a long time, but we must enjoy the right to explore and adventure. I think this rule set by the innate alliance is unquestionable. Whoever wants to pass through here will have to ask the weapons in our hands first. The captain of the Iron Blood guards coldly snorted. Who wants to steal your treasures? We only came to help out of goodwill. If you don't appreciate our kindness, then forget it. Oh, Zhen hurriedly tried to smooth things over. Everyone, don't get angry because of this. Perhaps danger is lying in ambush beside us. It's a good thing that Titan and the others have entered to investigate. Our warriors guild needs their information. As long as you don't go in, I will suggest to the leader to share the information with the warrior guild. Li Qi nodded solemnly. How long has the Titan been in there? Yujin asked. 1 hour. The Li brothers didn't tell them the truth. In reality, Fatty Hai and the others, who had been in there the longest, had already stayed for more than 3 hours. There are monsters coming out from inside. The number of adventurers who were getting closer was increasing. Within half an hour, there were actually more than 200 adventurers who had arrived. However, due to the strength of the warrior guild's Iron Blood guards, they did not surround and attack. If it was only the Li brothers, they would have already rushed forward. As the number of people increased, the situation became more and more serious. Suddenly, the light from the teleportation gate fluctuated. A gold-ranked level 10 flame demon commander squeezed out from the teleportation gate. Its entire body was covered in raging flames. When it saw people, it immediately spat out flames that filled the sky. Not good. Zhen's expression changed for the second time. The monster inside had actually come out, and it was such a strong gold-ranked level 10 monster. It seemed that Titan and the others were in grave danger. Kill the flame demon commander, then go in to save them. Although he was dissatisfied with the Li brothers' reason for stopping the Iron Blood Guards outside, the leader of the Iron Blood Guards still reacted immediately. He ordered his subordinates to surround and attack the Flame Demon Commander, charging into the teleportation gate to save them. The Li brothers' hearts were in a mess. If they didn't believe in Yue Yang, they would have fallen to the ground in despair. A monster had appeared in the teleportation gate. What did this mean? Did it mean that everyone who entered was completely annihilated? Right now, they could only assume that Yue Yang was protecting everyone and that all of their teammates were safe and sound. How about this? You guys still retain the right to explore. First, allow us to enter to save them. The situation is extremely urgent now. Money and treasures are all just personal possessions. Human lives are the most important. Ogen persuaded the Li brothers as he ordered one of the Iron Blood Guards to return to the Warrior Guild to report and request for reinforcements. Boom. The gold-ranked level 10 Flame Demon Commander was very strong, but there were more than 100 Iron Blood Guards. Under the siege, the Flame Demon Commander was in dire straits. In the end, he couldn't escape back into the teleportation gate in time and was killed on the spot by Ogen's giant sword. The leader of the Iron Blood Guards ordered his subordinates to enter. He thought for a while and exchanged opinions with General. In the end, he decided to leave 20 Iron Blood Guards behind and 80 Iron Blood Guards to follow the team. In the end, he added to the Li brothers, "You guys stay behind. It's dangerous inside. You guys are strong, but if you don't integrate into our battle formation, you won't be of much help." How could the Li brothers not enter? On one hand, they were burning with anxiety. On the other hand, they wanted to inform Yue Yang that a large group of people was coming in so that Yue Yang could make preparations. Without saying anything else, they rushed into the teleportation gate. The leader of the Iron Blood Guards was so angry that he stomped his feet and scolded, "Nonsense. These two fellows don't even care about their lives when they see money." Ogen smiled with tolerance. "Young people are always like this. When you and I were as young as them, even if we killed a level 3 deer, we wouldn't let anyone touch it. Forget it, who hasn't been young before? Let's go. What we are doing is to save people. Young people will gradually grow up after suffering a few more losses." The Iron Blood Guards rushed into the teleportation gate, leaving only 20 of them outside. Although their numbers were small, the reputation of the Iron Blood Guards made the 200 to 300 adventurers not dare to surround and attack them. After all, becoming enemies with the Iron Blood Guards was equivalent to becoming enemies with the Warrior Guild. Not many people dared to do such a thing. Some people in the crowd cursed, while others sighed that they were not fated with the treasures. There were more and more adventurers, and in the end, there were more than 500 adventurers. A group of fallen warriors, who were obviously the dragon hunters, came from afar. They laughed sinisterly and pounced forward. With the help of a fallen innate from the dragon hunters, the Iron Blood Guards were no match for the dragon hunters and were forced to retreat. The few hundred adventurers saw that there was a chance to take advantage of the situation and rushed forward. Some participated in the massacre, some sneaked into the teleportation gate, and some helped the Iron Blood Guards to escape. The dragon hunters did not kill the Iron Blood Guards. Under the leadership of the fallen innate, they swarmed into the teleportation gate. Of course, once they entered, it was the beginning of their tragic fate. Some landed in the wood palace of the man-eating forest, where countless man-eating vines welcomed them with their fangs and claws. Some landed in the fire palace, which was filled with lava. The weaker mercenaries fell directly into the lava river and turned into ashes. They escaped back to the shore and faced the fire monsters that grew to tens of thousands. They screamed in fear. Miserable cries sounded not only in the wood palace and the fire palace, but also in the quicksand trap of the earth palace, in the huge waves of the sea demons in the water, and in front of the puppet warriors of the gold palace. Those who entered wanted to resist, but the law of imprisonment here doomed them to a tragic fate. Unable to use element type and strengthening type beasts, unable to use their own strength, weakened special type beasts, and have the number of beast type beasts. This result made the strength of the mercenaries fall to the bottom. The monsters that they could kill before were now easily beaten until they cried for their parents and had nowhere to hide. The leader of the Iron Blood Guard saw that his team members had no ability to resist the bite of the weak hyenas. He almost went crazy and roared loudly, "Go, leave this place, everyone leave immediately, damn trap, no, save them immediately, oh my god, we're finished." At first, he wanted to save his team members who were dragged into the quicksand trap by the sand spiders, but he realized that it was futile. A large group of sand spiders was surrounding them. Every second of delay could mean total annihilation. He only had a dozen iron blood guards by his side. Facing thousands of sand spiders and hyenas, he, who had always been brave and fearless, could only choose to escape, because he was a pure strengthening type beast. Ojen's eyes were also twitching. He had a dozen iron blood guards by his side, and hundreds of mercenaries were scattered everywhere. The gold rank level 10 flame demon's territory, the lava river, was practically an undefeatable existence. Furthermore, not many mercenaries, beasts were useful. The dozen or so of them were also drowned by the attacks of thousands of fire-type beasts. Facing such a situation, he, an honorable warrior who would rather die than retreat, could only choose to lead his team and escape. This battle could not be fought, because it was basically suicide. Yue Yang had just unraveled the runic circle. A strange light flashed. A beam of light shot from the center of the runic circle towards the opposite stone wall, making a loud rumbling sound. The opposite stone wall collapsed. In the center of the runic circle, a dark rock cave appeared. It was cylindrical, deep, and mysterious. Yue Yang immediately stopped. He did not climb in to search for treasures like a normal person. Instead, he stayed outside the cave and waited. After a while, a dreamy voice floated out from inside the cave. "Clever young man, how did you know that there was someone inside? I am very grateful to you for unraveling the 1,000-year seal for me. I am willing to repay you with the best treasures, as long as you help me with one small matter." "What matter?" A ray of light flashed in the depths of Yue Yang's eyes. It seemed to be filled with killing intent, but also seemed to be ridiculing him. It was extremely strange. "You might not know this, but this is the Five Elements Palace. Help me make a bottle in the Water Palace. As long as you bring it here, I will give you the best treasure I have on me. Or, if you want a treasure that you have been longing for a long time, that's fine too." The voice was filled with temptation. With Yue Yang's willpower, he had to struggle a little before he could break free. "Who are you? Why are you sealed here? Why do you need a bottle in the Water Palace?" Yue Yang asked. "My name is too old, you must not have heard of it. As for the bottle I want, it contains a bottle of precious God's wine that can help me regain my original strength. Go and get it, I will use treasures to exchange for it. Don't worry that I will hurt you. I swear in the name of the gods that if I hurt you or your companions, I will be imprisoned here forever. You must know that freedom is what I want the most. I just want to leave, why would I hurt you? Also, you should know that here, strengthening type and element type beasts are useless. All of my beasts are element type, so you don't have to worry about me. We are fated, why don't we become friends? We will take what we need. You want the treasure, I want the god's wine." That seductive voice was filled with emotions and was extremely infectious. It made Yue Yang's heart involuntarily give birth to an impulse to help him. "All right, but I hope that you can give me the box next to you. This is the treasure of the Golden Palace, and also my target." Yue Yang stated his conditions. "Why not? This thing is harmful to me." Before the voice finished speaking, a small golden box flew out. Yue Yang looked at it and reached out to catch it. Suddenly, a giant golden hand came out of the golden box and transformed into a demon king's claw. It slashed towards Yue Yang's body at an unimaginable speed. Yue Yang, who was carrying Bao who was sleeping soundly on his back, could not dodge at all. Yue Yang summoned his grimoire and raised his protective shield to block this fatal attack. However, the Demon King's claw slowly penetrated the protective shield and closed in, preparing to crush Yue Yang to death. The voice sneered complacently, "I knew you wouldn't be able to resist asking for the golden box. No one can escape the greed of treasures. I spent 1,000 years to transfer my soul into the golden box just to wait for this day. Do you know, as long as someone asks for it, the rules will not restrict my ability. Hehe, when I take over your body, the whole Tong Tian Tower will tremble because of my return. Don't be too happy, even if you are a little smart, don't think that others are idiots." Yue Yang's eyes shot out an extremely cold killing intent. A clear cry of a phoenix resounded through the sky. Nirvana's flame soared into the sky. Chapter 398 One's cleverness may lead to one's own downfall. If the rancor hiding in the golden box knew that not long ago, there was also a dark golden specter sealed in the white jade beetle that attacked Yue Yang after breaking out of its cocoon and was instantly killed by the Phoenix sisters, he would definitely not do such a stupid thing again. Immortal beasts were extremely strong and kind by nature. Normally, they would not take the initiative to attack other living beings. However, Once they were attacked by an enemy with malicious intent, they would immediately retaliate without mercy, completely displaying the dignity of an immortal beast. Similarly, the Phoenix Sisters, who were his guardian beasts, were also the same. When their master, Yue Yang, was attacked by an attack that he could not defend against, they would immediately wake up from their deep slumber and ruthlessly attack the enemy. The law of confinement in the Five Elements Palace was extremely powerful even for an innate rancor like Yue Yang. However, to the Phoenix Sisters, they could completely ignore the law of confinement in the Five Elements Palace. The Nirvana flame pillar soared into the sky and instantly turned into a gigantic Nirvana flame phoenix. Although the Phoenix Sisters did not appear, the Nirvana flame that they controlled was equally powerful. When the transformed Nirvana fiery phoenix spat out a mouthful of raging flames at the golden box, the expert who had lost his physical body and only had his soul energy hidden in the golden box was so frightened that he immediately escaped from the box. The golden box quickly melted and the Demon King-like figure hurriedly escaped, attempting to break through the Nirvana flame's encirclement. However, everything was futile. His soul energy was like snow falling into a bonfire under the Nirvana flame, quickly melting into nothingness. The Demon King-like figure rolled continuously under the flames, suffering so much that he wished he was dead. "Let me go, I can work for you," the Demon King-like figure struggled with all his might. Before his body melted, he made a compromise to Yue Yang. "This idea is not bad. Looks like I have to consider it carefully." Yue Yang pretended to be thinking seriously. "No, spare me." After shouting this, the Demon King-like figure could no longer make any sound, because his entire body had already melted. The Nirvana flame burned even brighter. The flame revolved slowly as if it had a life of its own. It formed a whirlpool, hunting, purifying everything within its range. In less than half a minute, the Nirvana flame had completely purified the Demon King's image. In the end, only a small silver-gray bead was left. It fell with a thud and landed in Yue Yang's palm. Yue Yang took out the pitch-black bead left behind by the dark golden specter and compared it. He felt that the two were about the same. From the looks of it, they were all ancient experts who had been sealed. It was just that he didn't know if this seal was done by the same person. When would he also have this sealing ability? Yue Yang was really looking forward to it. If he could also learn that kind of sealing skill, then Shun Tian, the Black Prince and the Thousand Goblins sect leader would all be useless. In the sky, the fire phoenix flew down with a glittering ball of golden spirit liquid in its beak. This was the treasure in the golden box, and it had already turned into liquid. Yue Yang was overjoyed. He hurriedly stored it in a jade bottle and observed with his heaven eyes divine vision. He immediately exclaimed, "My God, it's actually divine molten meteorite metal." Molten meteorite metal usually referred to melted metal. Divine molten meteorite metal was actually the liquid formed from the fragments of legendary divine equipment or the treasures used by extremely strong warriors. Divine equipment were all indestructible existences, especially those that had consciousness. They were similar to the Prison Emperor Divine Sword and Prison Emperor Divine Staff. They were all indestructible existences. Divine equipment that could be melted into molten meteorite metal was 1 in a million. This meant that the owner could reforge the divine equipment. Yue Yang could confirm that the golden box originally contained the divine equipment's fragment. As for how it was broken, he didn't know. However, the Phoenix Sisters had helped him a lot. They actually used Nirvana's flame to melt this divine equipment's fragment into liquid. If it was Yue Yang, he would probably collapse from exhaustion. Even if he worked continuously for a month, he might not be able to refine it. The most important thing was that after the Phoenix Sisters refined it, not only did they not destroy the original essence of the divine equipment's fragment, they even raised its rank. Yue Yang didn't have this confidence. He would be happy if he could guarantee that the divine equipment's rank wouldn't drop. Now that the Phoenix Sisters had helped, Yue Yang was overjoyed. With the immortal beast in hand, the world was mine. The Phoenix Sisters, who were still small now, were already so powerful. When they grew up, how powerful would they be? Yue Yang really wanted to hug the Phoenix Sisters and kiss their cheeks fiercely. However, they didn't come out and didn't give him the chance to express his feelings. Looking at the divine molten meteorite metal in the bottle, Yue Yang's eyes almost turned into a heart shape. Actually, he couldn't be blamed. If it was a dwarf grandmaster who saw this, they would probably take off their clothes and run around naked. Then, they would stand at the highest point of the dwarf castle and shout against the wind for 3 days and 3 nights. Divine molten meteorite metal was something that could be used to forge divine equipment. If one added a legendary martial soul or a few drops of God's blood, they could immediately create a divine equipment. Moreover, it would be a high-quality divine equipment. Even if there wasn't a martial soul or God's blood, sacrificing a psychic beast or embedding a soul pearl or dragon crystal would also make it a beginner divine equipment. At the very least, it would be a holy ranked equipment. The only regret is that it's a little too little. There's only a small bottle. It would be great if there was a big vat. Yue Yang sighed. Divine molten meteorite metal wasn't mineral water. Having a small bottle was already enough to make others envious. To be more accurate, divine molten meteorite metal was more precious than divine equipment. Divine equipment chose its own master. It wasn't that the owner couldn't use it, but divine molten meteorite metal could be used to forge a divine equipment that was suitable for the owner. Comparing the two, even a fool would choose divine molten meteorite metal. Hoo-hoo. Bao was still heartlessly sleeping soundly. Yue Yang used a needle to lightly prick the girl's finger. She only shrunk slightly, but didn't wake up at all. Yue Yang grabbed her finger and squeezed a drop of blood into the divine molten meteorite metal. Immediately, a rainbow-like radiance glowed. The blood of virgins could keep the divine molten meteorite metal in its liquid state for a longer period of time. Moreover, it was said that if the blood of 9 pure virgins was collected, when forging a divine equipment, the divine equipment would be upgraded by 1 grade. Bao contribution was her blood. Of course, Yue Yang wouldn't tell this big lowly elf lowly, lest she became complacent in the future. He put away the divine molten meteorite metal and collected the silver beads. Yue Yang then entered the long cave after the seal was undone. There were ancient words inside, as if they were recording something. Yue Yang didn't recognize the words, but he believed that if he brought it back, Sickly Beauty would happily flip through the book to help him solve his doubts. After making a copy, Yue Yang also found a seal at the bottom of the cave. Unfortunately, after the seal was undone, it was already broken in many places. Otherwise, Yue Yang would try to seal an innate if he had the chance to practice. As usual, he made a copy of it and gave it to Sickly Beauty to study slowly. After exiting the cave, Yue Yang discovered that on the opposite side of the mountain wall where the beam of light had shot out, there was a huge teleportation circle on the collapsed mountain wall. This should be the teleportation circle that led to the center of the 5 elements or the next palace. Yue Yang stood on the teleportation circle and inserted energy. Instant teleportation. In the next second, Yue Yang found himself on the surface of an underground sea. Dozens of sea demons and water monsters that were hiding in the water were swimming towards him. In the middle of the underground sea, there was a small island that was faintly glowing. Far away on the beach, countless mercenaries were being attacked by tens of thousands of wind-breath seabirds, fleeing in panic. If it weren't for the fact that these wind-breath seabirds were only bronze ranked level 5 and their attack power was really weak, these people would have died long ago. Yue Yang saw those mercenaries that looked like black dots, but he ignored them. He turned around and walked towards the small island, treading on the waves. Before those sea demons and water monsters that intended to attack him could even get close to him, they suddenly realized that a little Lamia had appeared. Immediately after, Stone Element Medusa and Storm Mermaid appeared, causing them to flee in all directions in fright. Stone Element Medusa didn't chase after them, instead, she summoned the gold tiger shark for Yue Yang to ride on. The Storm Mermaid stirred up huge waves, pushing the golden tiger shark towards the small island with a rumbling sound. The sea demons and water monsters along the way all fled in all directions in fright. Although they didn't have intelligence, their instincts told them what danger was. Fatty Hai, who was more than 10 kilometers away, was having a headache now, because that wind-breath seabird was chasing after him relentlessly. Both the man and the bird were exhausted. When Fatty Hai stopped to rest, the wind-breath seabird also stopped, as if it was extremely tired. However, when Fatty Hai stood up, it immediately flew into the sky and continued to chase after him, unwilling to let go of this fatty. "I'll call you ancestor, all right? I beg you, please let me go." Fatty Hai was about to cry. What the hell was this place? His companions weren't by his side, and he didn't even know where the teleportation exit was. Staying here was already miserable enough, but there was still a wind-breath seabird chasing him relentlessly, insisting on fighting him to the death. Didn't he just want to catch it and roast it for a meal? He had already been beaten up a few hundred times, and he still couldn't forgive himself. "Help! Help!" Fatty Hai suddenly heard someone shouting for help, and it was directed at him. Running around the corner, he saw a sky full of wind-breath seabirds chasing after a group of mercenaries. This scared Fatty Hai to the point where his hair stood on end. One wind-breath seabird had already tortured him for half a day. It would be strange if tens of thousands of wind-breath seabirds didn't eat him up. Fatty Hai didn't have the habit of learning from Lei Feng to do good deeds. When he heard someone shouting for help, he thought that it was more important to save his own life first. He spread his legs and used all his strength to run back. That wind-breath seabird chased him relentlessly. An hour later, Yue Yang relied on Little Wen Li, Stone Element Medusa and Storm Mermaid to defeat the guardian of the Water Palace, the Tide Demon Fang, and easily obtained the Water Palace's treasure, the Dragon Trapping Pearl. As for the divine wine that was mentioned before, there was no trace of it at all. It was probably a lie told by the Gold Palace ranker to dispel Yue Yang's wariness. He rode on the golden tiger shark and swam in the underground sea. Suddenly, he found Fatty Hai lying on the beach like a dead dog, with all 4 feet facing the sky. Beside him, there was also a wind-breath seabird with the same stomach. "What are you doing here?" Yue Yang was very curious about Fatty Hai lying on the beach, exhausted. Was this guy's head caught in a door? Could a teleportation door catch a person's head? It's like this. This damned bird kept chasing me, so of course I ran. It kept chasing me, so I kept running, that's why I'm so tired. Fatty Hai was speechless. Forget about Yue Yang, even he couldn't believe it. Was it possible for a bronze-ranked level 5 wind-breath seabird to beat him up so badly? Who would believe it? Oh, then you can continue to play. Yue Yang expressed his understanding. Before he left, he even said, "This bird is not bad, it looks quite smart." Did you hear that? He said you're smart. Yue Yang rarely praises people. Fatty Hai shouted at the wind-breath seabird that was so tired that its stomach turned upside down. He tiptoed closer and suddenly pounced on it, preparing to catch it. Unexpectedly, the wind-breath seabird flapped its wings and flew into the sky, leaving Fatty Hai helpless. Seeing that Yue Yang had really left, Fatty Hai was scared out of his wits. He hurriedly ran and chased after it. The wind-breath seabird spat out a wind blade and hit Fatty Hai's big butt, knocking him down and almost making him fall flat on his face. Fatty Hai was seething with anger. "Damn it, don't let me catch you, or else I'll pluck out all your feathers one by one. If you have the guts, fight me outside. What's the use of bullying me here? Come, if you have the guts, come with me. Damn, I forgot that I have a contract scroll. You're dead. When I succeed, I'll roast you. If you have the guts, don't run." Seeing Fatty Hai take out the contract scroll, the smart wind-breath seabird realized that something was wrong and immediately ran away. Fatty Hai looked at the direction that Yue Yang left and gritted his teeth. He decided to deal with this seabird first. He took big strides and chased after it. This time, it was the bird chasing the man, but now it was the man chasing the bird. At this time, Yue Yang had already teleported to the wood palace. The whole forest was filled with man-eating flowers and man-eating vines. However, when the golden-crowned thorny flower queen appeared, they were 100 times more obedient than an obedient child. Moreover, the man-eating trees that he passed by used their branches to point out the location of the 10,000-year-old tree to Yue Yang. Chapter 399 inches. What did you say? 100,000 gold coins. Do you think I'm a millionaire? Prince Tian Luo shrieked hysterically. He and Shui Tan Lang stood under a giant tree that was over 100 meters tall. The giant tree looked a little like a human face. It had eyes, a nose, and a mouth. It looked a little evil, with 2 giant hands on its chin. It did not have a neck, and its body was very short and thick. Below its knees, it was deeply embedded into the ground. Compared to the soles of its feet, the top of its head was unusually lush. It looked a little like a skinny dwarf wearing a giant hat made of leaves. It was very comical. This was the guardian of the wood palace, the evil Millennium Ancient Tree. Of course, this evil Millennium Ancient Tree was not like humans who would turn into a homicidal maniac once they became evil. It was just a bit greedy and stingy by nature. When Shui Tan Lang and Prince of Tian Luo arrived in front of it and asked it where the teleportation point was, it asked for 100,000 gold coins. This price made Prince of Tian Luo, who was originally rich and had a lot of spare cash, cry out in pain. "No money. If you don't have money, you can't tell me the teleportation point." When the evil 10,000-year ancient tree heard that there was no money, it immediately closed its eyes and ignored Prince Tian Luo and Shui Tan Lang. Prince Tian Luo was speechless. If they were outside, he would have already summoned a meteor to smash this old tree to death. Unfortunately, he couldn't summon beasts in this mysterious space. In the wood palace, other than plant-type beasts, even if they could summon other beasts, it would be a tragedy. Shui Tan Lang's face was cold and he did not say a word. His storm giant and Prince of Tian Luo's Skyfire meteor were both elemental types. They couldn't be summoned here, and their main bodies couldn't attack either. They could only wait here. He would wait for Fatty Hai, Yi Kong and the others to gather here. If it was not possible, he would wait for Yue Yang to come over. Shui Tan Lang's patience had always been very good. He simply closed his eyes, sat cross-legged under the tree and began to cultivate. Seeing this, the evil ancient immediately shouted, "Hey, wait, you have to ask this master's opinion before you cultivate here. If you want me to allow you to stay here and cultivate, it's very simple. Give me money. You don't have 100,000 gold coins, but you should have 10,000 gold coins, right? Take it out, or else I won't allow you to cultivate here." Prince Tian Luo was speechless. If this ancient tree stayed here for its entire life, what use would it have for money? Now, what if he gave it another 10,000 gold coins? The evil Millennium Ancient Tree urged him a dozen times and finally angered Shui Tan Lang. The Ice Man angrily roared, "So noisy." This evil Millennium Ancient Tree bullied the weak and feared the strong. Seeing that the Ice Cube guy was really angry, it made a slight concession. It used its black and slender arms to scratch the leaves on its head, pulling off a lot of tree bark, just like a person scratching their head. "Alright, I'll be merciful and allow you to pay later, but you have to include interest, understand? The interest must not be reduced." "What interest?" When Yue Yang heard Shui Tan Lang's angry roar, he thought that his brother-in-law had been attacked. He ran over and saw a comical-looking tree ant standing in front of him. He couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. "You look so creative. I have to say that this is a masterpiece of heaven and earth." "Thank you, but I prefer money to compliments. Do you have any money? Give me 1,000 gold coins and I will be even happier. At the same time, I will welcome you on behalf of the entire wood palace. Do you want to leave? I can tell you where the teleportation circle is, as long as you pay me. Also, do you need treasures? Use money to exchange with me. I have all kinds of treasures. As long as you have enough money, I dare say that you will be able to obtain the treasures that you yearn for even in your dreams." The evil Millennium Ancient Tree thought that Yue Yang was praising it when he said it looked creative, so it opened its huge mouth and laughed loudly. It then extended its slender arms and branched fingers, trying to sell business to Yue Yang. Yue Yang did not find it strange that such an ugly tree ant was so ugly, because forget about tree ants, even plant-type beasts did not look good. However, it was Yue Yang's first time seeing such an ugly and greedy tree ant. Upon hearing about money, Yue Yang's reaction was not as helpless as Prince of Tian Luo. He immediately clapped his hands and laughed loudly. Yue Yang lightly knocked on his Gemini mask. "Tree ant, please pay attention, you are currently talking to a tycoon." When Prince of Tian Luo saw Yue Yang, he was extremely surprised. However, when he heard that Yue Yang wanted to make a deal with the tree ant, he immediately pulled Yue Yang to the side. "This damn tree ant is a vampire, asking for 100,000 gold coins. If you ask me, don't talk nonsense with it. Just directly burn it, or let the golden crown thorny flower queen come out and swallow this guy. I just don't know if swallowing this guy will cause indigestion." Golden crown thorny flower queen. When the evil Millennium Ancient Tree heard this, sweat started to form on its face. It knew that the golden crown thorny flower queen was the strongest plant-type beast, and this was no joke. "Do you want me to let her come out and greet you?" Yue Yang laughed as he asked. The evil Millennium Ancient Tree shook its huge head rustling, the branches and leaves on its head trembling. "No, no, my dear Rancor, from the report of the tree ants sent, I have already received news of the golden crown thorny flower queen's arrival. I sincerely welcome her. Of course, I also welcome you, because you are the queen's master. Let's return to the topic of trading. Are you interested in buying treasures from me? No matter what treasure you want, I have it. As long as you can afford it, I have a cyan tree sprout. No matter where you plant it, you will be able to obtain a tree city and an endless amount of wood. How about it? Do you like this treasure? I will only sell it for 10,000 gold coins." Yue Yang nodded his head. "The Warriors Guild outside only sells it for 1,000 gold coins. You are 10 times more than them. Black-hearted profiteer, no, black-hearted ancient tree. The evil Millennium Ancient Tree did not respond to Yue Yang's criticism at all. It shamelessly haggled. You get what you pay for. My cyan tree sprout that sells for 100,000 gold coins is different. This is an ancient tree sprout, understand? This is a tree from 10,000 years ago. Yue Yang suddenly asked, can a tree from 10,000 years ago still live? The evil Millennium Ancient Tree was a little sweaty. It coughed. Of course it can, as long as you spend another 30,000 gold coins to buy a bottle of geocentric dew. This is the condensation of spiritual energy in the Earth's core for millions of years. It is the most delicious spring water in the world. If a normal person drinks a drop, even if they are exhausted, they will immediately recover all their strength. Yue Yang clapped his hands. Geocentric dew is indeed a good thing. The problem is that one bottle is only worth 600 gold coins. In the sky garden of the Night Empress, the spiritual energy under the rainbow waterfall is all this stuff. I usually use it to bathe and water my plants. Asking for 30,000 is not wrong, but whoever wants to buy it from you is the world's #1 idiot. You want me to sell it to you for 600 gold coins? Smart tree ant, alright, I can give you the geocentric dew for free, but the cyan tree sprout must be bought for 10,000 gold coins. This price cannot be changed. The evil Millennium Ancient Tree insisted on its principles. Seeing that Yue Yang was unmoved, it quietly changed its words. Cough, I found out that there are actually 2 cyan tree sprout, 10,000 for each, how about this price? Add another 10 bottles of geocentric dew. Yue Yang's attitude was ask for a sky-high price, pay as low as you can. Don't you have a lot of geocentric dew? The evil Millennium Ancient Tree was angry. It's my business that I have it. I can even use it to flush the toilet if I like, what can you do about it? If you can't, then forget it. Moreover, it's not like I don't know where the teleportation circle is after leaving the Wood Palace. The Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen had already asked for me. Yue Yang prepared to slip away. This was a necessary move when buying things from a shop. Seeing that the customer was about to leave, the shop owner would definitely rush up and drag the customer back to the shop to discuss. Most of the time, the shop owner would agree to the customer's counteroffer. Otherwise, no matter how the customer counteroffered, the shop owner would still kill the customer. It was only a matter of how much he earned. Then let's hurry up and leave. I can't stand seeing this thing. Prince of Tian Luo agreed with Yue Yang's counteroffer. Wait, there's no hurry to leave the Wood Palace. Look, we haven't finished our transaction yet. Alright, I'll agree to it. However, I only have 3 bottles of geocentric dew. 3 bottles of geocentric dew and 2 cyan tree seedlings, the price will be 9,999 gold coins. How about it? The evil Millennium Ancient Tree probed. I'll give you 10,000 gold, you beggar. Yue Yang was furious. He almost kicked the ancient tree to the ground. Thank you for your reward. The evil Millennium Ancient Tree shamelessly agreed. Damn, Prince of Tian Luo almost fell to the ground. After exchanging the cyan tree seedlings and geocentric dew, the evil Millennium Ancient Tree happily swallowed the 10,000 gold coins. Its body emitted traces of golden lines, making it extremely happy. It laughed loudly and asked, let's continue our transaction. Do you still have money? Yue Yang arrogantly raised a finger and shook it. I feel that your attitude isn't right. You should know that there's a billionaire standing in front of you. When the evil Millennium Ancient Tree heard this, it immediately bowed slightly, causing its leaves to rustle. Yes, I want to express my apologies to you. Yue Yang took out a chair and sat like a master. The only thing missing was the 2 maids standing behind him waving their fans. What treasures do you have? Tell me, there's no need to talk about the low-leveled ones. The trash that I swept out from the corner of my house are all gold-ranked treasures. When he said this, the evil Millennium Ancient Tree's breathing became hurried. I won't hide it from you. I really do have treasures, but they're priceless treasures. You have to give me at least 10 million gold coins. Yes, not a single gold coin less. You must give me 10 million gold coins. Because, that is, I want to confirm if you have 10 million gold coins. If you don't, then quickly go back and get it. If I don't see the money, I won't tell you what treasure it is. When Prince of Tian Luo heard this, his heart was moved. Looks like the tree ant was really an incredible treasure. However, he knew that if Yue Yang expressed his desire, the greedy tree ant would definitely increase the price. He gave Shui Tan Lang a look. What treasure is so expensive? Shui Tan Lang deliberately snorted. This guy is definitely a liar. The evil Millennium Ancient Tree's body shook continuously, as if it was extremely angry. The secret in its heart blurted out, "You two loathsome paupers, I'll let you know how sincere I am. Have you heard of the wishing Dutchman's pipe? As long as you make a wish to it, it's possible for your beast to level up and become a holy beast, or even a divine beast. Such a magical thing, do you two country bumpkins know about it? I'm afraid that if I say it, you'll be scared to death. To think that you still dare to doubt me. Tisk, who doesn't know about the wishing Dutchman's pipe? It's a 7th-rank treasure. If the wish is too small, it's not worth it. If the wish is too high, it won't succeed. It's just a useless treasure. Most importantly, no matter if the wish is fulfilled or not, it will immediately wither. It's a one-time use item. What use is it?" Prince Tian Luo obviously knew the value of the wishing Dutchman's pipe. It's just that this kind of thing was a rare treasure. It was not something that could be bought with money. Even if it had the smallest chance of turning a holy beast into a holy beast, it was still a treasure that warriors yearned for even in their dreams. "What do you know? My wishing Dutchman's pipe is grown using God's dew, God's wine and God's water. Its flower mud is the source of eternity, do you understand? That is the wishing Dutchman's pipe that will never wither. Whoever obtains it can make a wish forever. Of course, this has to happen every 3 years, but this is still the best treasure in the world. No, I have to ask you for 100 million gold coins. I won't sell it for a single cent less." When the evil Millennium Ancient Tree said this, Prince Tian Luo almost drooled. Prince Tian Luo pulled Yue Yang, "Brother-in-law, we must get this thing. If we don't have enough money, I'll go to the Tian Luo treasury to make up for it." Shui Tan Lang was also stunned when he heard this. The wishing Dutchman's pipe that could make a wish forever could actually be sold. There was actually such an idiot in this world. But thinking about it, the evil Millennium Tree Ant had no use for it, because the wishing Dutchman's pipe must be given to a beast by its owner. It was only an evil tree ant, not a divine beast. Holding the wishing Dutchman's pipe was like a beggar with a treasure vault but no keys. It would still starve to death. Yue Yang poured all the gold coins that he obtained from the Indong treasury and the gold coins that he obtained from Demon Eye's platinum ring onto the ground, forming a small mountain of gold coins. He stood on top of the small mountain of gold coins, and his attitude was extremely arrogant. "As long as you say yes, then all these gold coins will belong to you. On the contrary, if you dare to hesitate, or try to bargain with me, I will immediately take the money and leave, never to return again. I will start the countdown now. If you don't say anything within 10 counts, then I will leave." The evil Millennium Ancient Tree's entire body was trembling. It had never seen so many gold coins before. Let alone it, even the Tian Luo prince who had entered the Tian Luo treasury had never seen so much money before. Even if there wasn't 10 million gold here, there would at least be 8 or 9 million gold. Where did Yue Yang rob so much money from? 10, 9, 8, 7, Yue Yang counted very quickly, so quickly that the evil Millennium Ancient Tree didn't even have time to think. The evil Millennium Ancient Tree's eyes flashed with the light of, and it shouted, don't count, I get anxious when you count. Don't count anymore, I agree, let's exchange. Now leave the pile of gold coins, leave immediately. Don't try to take any more gold coins from the pile, because they are all mine now. Forest divinity above, I have been poor for 10,000 years, I finally have money. Ahaha, I finally have money. After obtaining the wishing Dutchman's pipe, in the crystal bottle, Yue Yang, Tian Luo Prince and Shui Tan Lang used their fastest speed to leave. Firstly, they were afraid that the evil Millennium Ancient Tree would go back on its words, because the wishing Dutchman's pipe that would never wither was too important and too precious. Secondly, they couldn't stand this fellow's greedy look. Tian Luo Prince said that he had seen the greediest rich person, but compared to the evil Millennium Ancient Tree, they were simply incomparable. When they were about to teleport out of the Wood Palace and head towards the Fire Palace, Tian Luo Prince asked, can the ancient cyan sprout tree really be bought with 1,000 gold? Yue Yang smiled but didn't answer. In reality, the ancient cyan sprout tree's base price was 500,000, and it was impossible to buy it without 2 or 3 million. As for the Earth's core dew, that was what Yue Yang wanted the most. The space garden didn't have it at all. Moreover, how could the Earth's core dew be used for bathing and watering flowers? This thing's price in the black market was 1 million per bottle, and even if he wanted to buy it, it wasn't available. Many treasures were priceless existences that could only be found by chance. Chapter 400. The Wishing Dutchman's pipe could be said to be the best treasure in the world, but it could also be said to be of little value. This depended on whether wishes could be fulfilled. If wishes could be fulfilled, no other treasure could be compared to it. Of course, this also depended on whether the person making the wish was greedy or not. If the wish was too high, for example, wishing for a bronze rank level 1 beast to become diamond rank level 10, needless to say, it would definitely fail. After thousands of years of historical records, as well as the experience of countless people making wishes, it was concluded that the Wishing Dutchman's pipe's ability to make wishes had extremely strong restrictions and a mysterious probability. It was said that a virgin with a pure body and a pure heart had the highest success rate. If it was a schemer with a dark heart, wanting to use the Wishing Dutchman's pipe to make a holy beast would be as difficult as letting a mammoth pass through a needle hole. As for the probability, countless people had concluded many experiences. Almost everyone believed that wishes that were close to the requirements had the highest success rate. In other words, if a beast's strength was already close to a holy beast, and only lacked intelligence, making a wish like this would have a high chance of becoming a holy beast. The other possibility was that the lower the wish, the higher the chance. For example, 2,000 years ago, there was a warrior called Go Wa who made a wish in front of the Wishing Dutchman's pipe. He wished that his beast, the dog with scabs, could change into a glossy and smooth fur. In the end, his wish was fulfilled. That dog with scabs evolved and became a howling celestial dog. Many years later, that Go Wa who made a wish also became a famous innate ranker, Tengu. He once fought with howling celestial dog against the great demon king in the demon abyss, resisting the invasion of the demon army. Although he died in battle, Tengu, who perished together with the two demon kings, was a human ranker that shook the demon abyss. Ordinary people did not know that Go Wa was only a level 2 braveman. Before making a wish, to the demon kings, he was just an ant. After making a wish, the dog became a howling celestial dog, and Go Wa became a Tengu, able to fight against the two demon kings. This was the power of the Wishing Dutchman's pipe. Brother-in-law, don't go to the wood palace ever again, or else the evil Millennium Ancient Tree will kill you, definitely. Prince Tian Luo felt that Yue Yang was too evil. He had never seen such an evil person. Even if the evil Millennium Ancient Tree was 100 times more evil, it still could not compare to him. That's good. Shui Tan Lang's cold lips curled into a rare smile. The ever-withering Wishing Dutchman's pipe was definitely something that surpassed a god equipment. Even if you offered 10 god equipment, no one would be willing to trade it. Make a wish every 3 years. There were 10 chances in 30 years, and 100 chances in 300 years. Could it be that not 1 out of 100 attempts had succeeded? If it succeeded once, then the Wishing Dutchman's pipe would be worth it. If it succeeded twice, then it would be worth it. As for 1/10 of the success rate, that was enough to make all the treasures in the world, including divine weapons, pale in comparison. One must know that not everyone in this world could be like the abnormal Yue Yang, who had so many guardian beasts, so many holy beasts, and even a divine beast like Wei Tai Lang. Other martial artists could only dream of a sacred beast for their entire lives. Having a holy beast was already the dream of every martial artist. Don't worry, let me study it slowly and find the method with the highest success rate. Then, we'll test it one by one. Actually, Yue Yang did not expect to be able to mass-produce holy beasts. That was impossible. However, it was definitely possible to use the Wishing Dutchman's pipe to raise the level of his beasts and help them break through some kind of bottleneck. The biggest obstacle for a beast to become a holy beast was its own potential, or some kind of natural bottleneck that could not be broken through. As long as it could break through, there was still hope for it to level up step by step. For example, a beast that had never had any intelligence, if it had a trace of intelligence, even if it was a very faint spiritual sense, it would still be the beginning of its growth into a holy beast. Whether it could become a holy beast in the end, at least it had the chance to do so. Leaving the wood palace, they entered the fire palace. The huge lava river had caused Shui Tan Lang's battle power to drop to its lowest point. On the contrary, Prince of Tian Luo had recovered his battle power. This was because his guardian beast, Skyfire Meteor, was of the fire attribute. It could unleash its godly might in this fire palace, or even become stronger. The two of them temporarily separated from Yue Yang. Yue Yang, the treasure-hunting maniac, naturally went to the center of the lava river to fight the boss. Prince of Tian Luo and Shui Tan Lang could not help here, so they followed the flow of the river, hoping to find their lost companions. Along the way, they left various markings, hoping that their companions would see them and follow them quickly. More than 10 kilometers away from them, Anna and Lin En were resting on a rock, exhausted. With Wei Tai Lang around, the two golden elves were very safe. However, the mercenaries who were further away were in big trouble as they ran away pathetically. Zhen led the Iron Blood Guards and dozens of adventurers who were following him and quickly flew forward. The fire monsters and flame demons followed behind them in the lava river, chasing them relentlessly. 5 minutes later, Zhen found Anna and Lin En. Although he was in danger, the helpful Zhen still raised his voice and shouted, "Don't move, I'll come and save you immediately. Don't move, wait for me." Under Anna and Lin En's dumbfounded gaze, Zhen personally lured away the flame demons and fire monsters that were chasing them. He quickly turned back and flew in front of Wei Tai Lang, panting a little as he said to Lin En, Quickly bring your pet dog, we have to leave. Those monsters in the lava river will catch up to us soon. Why are they not chasing us anymore?" All the fire monsters and flame demons stopped 1,000 meters away. Their beasts' instincts told them that this place was very dangerous, especially the fire monsters that Wei Tai Lang had missed. After they came out from the lava river and communicated with each other, the large group of flame demons and fire monsters quickly stopped. The gold-ranked level 10 flame demon commander also growled softly. A few flame demon commanders walked back and forth, but facing the lazy Wei Tai Lang, they did not dare to rashly attack him. This was because too many of their companions had been killed nearby. The remaining aura of death made them deeply afraid. The only thing that puzzled them was that the source of the threat was actually a bronze-rank level 3 ironback demonic wolf. Without any verbal communication, not knowing what had happened, and not having enough intelligence to understand the truth, the few flame demon commanders stopped 1,000 meters away. They were confused, angry and fearful as they surrounded Zhen's Iron Blood Guards and many adventurers from afar. "Don't worry, it's already safe. Wei Tai Lang will protect everyone. Don't stray too far from him, wait for our teammates to come and rescue us." The kind-hearted Anna comforted Zhen instead. "What? Using a pet dog to protect us?" When the mercenaries heard this, some spat, some rolled their eyes, and some laughed out loud. Woof. Wei Tai Lang expressed his disdain towards these people's reactions. "I'm guessing that there's some kind of treasure here that prevented the fire monsters from approaching." A few mercenaries even fantasized that they had found the place where the treasure was kept. Fire-type monsters require ice-type and water-type beasts to restrain them. However, among us, these two types of beasts are the least. Even if they are all healing-type beasts. It's fine if the fire monsters don't attack us now, but I'm afraid that there might be changes. Zhen didn't really care about Wei Tai Lang. Not to mention that Wei Tai Lang's level was low, the most important thing was that it was lazy and lacked spirit. It didn't look like a strong beast at all. Furthermore, it didn't have a contract, so how could they count on it when its loyalty wasn't guaranteed? Zhen really didn't dare to believe Anna's words. Anna and Lin En were different from Bao, the big loli who had just entered the 6th floor of Tong Tian Tower not long ago. The two of them had been training in the 6th floor of Tong Tian Tower for a long time, so they knew that people's hearts were complicated and unpredictable. They also wouldn't reveal Wei Tai Lang's true situation in front of everyone. As for its identity as a divine beast, they didn't even mention a word about it. Thinking that there was a treasure restricting the fire monsters, some of the mercenaries who could summon fire-type beasts started to think. They tried to run to the periphery, but when they saw that the fire monsters really didn't dare to come in, they immediately became complacent and regained their confidence. They commanded their fire-type beasts that were good at long range to attack the fire monsters and flame demons, thinking that this was a heaven-sent opportunity. With the protection of the treasure, they could just attack the monsters and not retaliate. How good would that be? Unfortunately, this naive idea didn't even last for a minute. The flame demon commander that was being attacked waved its flaming arms, and hundreds of flame demons and fire monsters charged forward, dragging the mercenaries who thought that they had gotten a great bargain into the lava river, tearing them apart and eating them alive. There were even a few lava fire snakes that didn't have any intelligence that crawled greedily towards Zhen's group. The mercenaries scattered like ants on a hot pan, scurrying everywhere. Zhen and the Iron Blood Guards secretly gritted their teeth, preparing to fight to the death with the little strength they had on hand and break out of the enemy's encirclement. At this moment, General said to Lin En and Anna, "Wait for me to lead the team out, you guys escape to the west immediately. I will send 2 Iron Blood guards to cover you guys. Anna hurriedly waved her hands to prevent these people from dying in vain. All of you don't move. With Wei Tai Lang here, those flame demons wouldn't dare to attack us. It will protect us. If you guys don't leave this place, it might also protect you guys. If you guys stay by our side, it will be the safest. What? Oh, General was stunned when he heard Anna say it so seriously for the second time. Golden elves wouldn't lie, but it was too ridiculous previously, so he didn't take it to heart. Now that he heard it again, he couldn't help but look at Wei Tai Lang seriously. Could this bronze rank level 3 Ironback demonic wolf really protect people? It wasn't strange to say that it was a fire type. After all, fire and earth were the attributes that most beasts possessed. However, forget about a gold rank level 10 flame demon commander, it wouldn't even be able to defeat a bronze rank level 6 flame demon. The opponent's level was high, and they had the geographical advantage. This Ironback demonic wolf was a living being. Although it was also a fire type, it would definitely die if it fell into the lava river. In this kind of situation, it would be good enough if it could protect itself. Not only Zhen couldn't believe it, even the stupid mercenaries who were usually stupid couldn't believe it. Bronze rank level 3 versus bronze rank level 6, it was obvious. A black shadow flashed. Boom, boom. 2 loud explosions shook the entire mountain wall. The lava river also stirred up a wave of lava. 2 lava fire snakes that were about 10 meters long were easily killed by Wei Tai Lang on the rocks. The snakes' heads exploded, and lava splashed all over the ground. Everyone's jaws dropped to the ground. The lava fire snakes were bronze rank level 8. Forget about this fire palace, even if they were outside, normal mercenaries wouldn't dare to provoke them. This was because they were basically the same as lava, except that they were in the shape of a snake. They were a fire-type beast. If it wasn't for the fact that their attributes countered each other, it would be extremely difficult to fight against these lava fire snakes. Usually, they would have to grind away all the lava in their bodies, then use a large amount of cold water to harden them, and dig out the magic crystals in their skulls before they would die. However, the lava fire snakes that were extremely difficult to deal with were instantly killed. The one that killed them was a bronze rank level 3 Ironback demonic wolf. How could they dare to believe their eyes? Impossible. A few mercenary leaders cried out. They couldn't accept this fact. Wei Tai Lang dug out 2 fiery red magic crystals from the lava and swallowed them in one gulp. Then, it slowly walked back. Wherever it passed, the remaining lava fire snakes quickly escaped, scared to the point that they didn't know where they were going. The mercenaries were also shocked to the point that they split apart, revealing a passage in the middle. Wei Tai Lang slowly walked back to the tallest rock and lazily lay down to take a nap. Everyone looked at its eyes again. Their disbelief had turned into shock. Including Zhen, it was the same. The truth was right in front of their eyes, they had no choice but to believe it. This instant kill had caused the flame demon commander to immediately retreat 1,000 meters. Many of the fire monsters were so scared that they hid into the lava river, not daring to come out for a long time. Is it a holy beast? Zhen swallowed his saliva with difficulty after a long time and asked with a hoarse voice. I don't know either, because it's not my beast. Lin En smiled and shook his head. He really wanted to say that it was a divine beast, a divine beast. So it's a holy beast, no wonder it looks so powerful and handsome. Look at its shiny fur, you can tell that it's a holy beast with one look. The mercenaries who recovered from their shock immediately started to flatter. I've already said that it looks extraordinary. Have any of you seen a bronze rank level 3 Ironback demonic wolf appearing in the 6th floor of Tong Tian Tower? No, except for this holy beast. Tisk tisk, this holy beast really has a personality. Look at its ears, it looks too majestic. There's no other way. I've decided to change my mercenary team's name to Demon Wolf Mercenary Team, another mercenary leader praised shamelessly, causing Wei Tai Lang to almost vomit when he heard it. In terms of corny, this fellow was 100 times more corny than Fatty High's flattery. Fatty High only flattered because he had a request, unlike these fellows who were born to be flatterers. In the middle of the lava lake far away, a tornado suddenly erupted. Countless amounts of lava were sucked into the sky by the tornado, forming a terrifying yet magnificent spectacle. Wei Tai Lang felt it and immediately jumped up in excitement. He was no longer sleepy. Master. His master was in the middle of the lava lake far away. He was fighting, and that tornado was the spirit of flame and smoke's body. Wei Tai Lang's blood boiled as he howled towards the sky. His whole body emitted the aura of a demon king. Black hellfire rose from his body and formed a pair of flaming wings that were more than 10 meters long. In an instant, the flaming wings flapped and he soared into the sky. Like a meteor, he shot towards the lava lake far away, heading straight for his master. Chapter 401 Inches. Oh my god, all the mercenaries were almost scared to death. Many of them almost suffocated to death when Wei Tai Lang emitted a demon-like aura. Oh no, it flew away. Some of them realized that something was wrong. The wolf had grown wings and flew away. What would happen to them? If it wasn't for its protection, the flame demon commanders wouldn't mind eating orc meat or human meat for dinner. They wouldn't even mind eating coarse tauren meat. Quickly think of a way. Someone shouted at Anna and Lin En in desperation, asking them to think of a way to save everyone. Call it back. Some shameless fellows thought that Wei Tai Lang was their watchdog. Sorry, we are not its master. Call it back if you have the ability. Lin En felt disgusted when he saw how selfish these fellows were. He spread his hands, indicating that he could not help even if he wanted to. Don't worry, its master is fighting over there. Didn't you see that the fire monsters and flame demons are rushing back to help? Anna sneered. The mercenaries turned around and realized that it was true. The fire monsters and flame demons that surrounded everyone in the lava river seemed to have received some kind of order and rushed to the place where the firestorm rose into the sky. Even some fire eels that were hiding at the bottom of the river came out. Seeing that the crisis was over, everyone heaved a long sigh of relief, including O Zhen, who was a seasoned warrior. He felt as if he had escaped from death. After all, the restriction of the Fire Palace's rules was too strong. Almost everyone's combat power had been reduced to the lowest. Only a small number of warriors with fire-type beasts had some combat power. After the danger passed, these fellows started to have evil thoughts again. That holy beast has a master. No, it doesn't seem to have a contract. When this sentence was said, many people were shocked. If we can contract that holy beast. Some of them knew that it was impossible, but they could not help but fantasize. Moreover, those who fantasized too much were already drooling. Seeing their shameless looks, O Zhen felt disgusted. He felt ashamed that he was associated with these greedy fellows who overestimated themselves. He ordered the Iron Blood Guards to surround Lin En and Anna. Although these people had not launched a sneak attack, it was hard to predict a person's heart. He had to take defensive measures. Fool, a dragon hunter hidden among the mercenaries summoned a scarlet flame flying dragon and laughed. Although it's a little regretful that I can't get the treasures here, it's still a good harvest to be able to take this opportunity to kill you all. Die. This red flame flying dragon was a gold rank level 7. If everyone could attack it, it would not be hard to defeat it. Unfortunately, under the rules, the Iron Blood Guards, who mainly had strengthening type beasts, were unable to retaliate. Even if they were beaten, the consequences would be unimaginable. O Zhen's heart sank. Oh no, I forgot that there are still evil dragon hunters hiding in the team. When Grey Wolf arrived at the lava lake, Yue Yang was hovering in the air. The spirit of flame and smoke was using her tornado to absorb the lava below, stirring up the flames in the sky. She was fighting against 2 Fire Palace Guardians at the King Stage. The King Stage Guardian below that could not fly was the Purgatory Flame King. Its body was as big as a mountain giant. It was 30 meters tall and weighed 100 tons. It was Platinum rank level 7, and its entire body was made up of lava and lava. Its temperature was so high that no living creature could get close to it. Compared to the King of Black Light, the Purgatory Flame King's killing power was much more terrifying. Under normal circumstances, it would also be a powerful beast that would cause a headache. In this fire palace where only fire-type beasts could fight, it was an invincible existence. In the sky, the other King Stage Guardian was the Red Spirit Fire Demoness. Although she was only Platinum rank level 6, her battle power was not any weaker than the Purgatory Flame King. She who had evolved into a humanoid form had more intelligence than the Purgatory Flame King. After a long period of time and slow evolution, although she was not yet a King Stage Guardian, she might be able to evolve into a holy beast in the future. As for the stronger Purgatory Flame King, it would never be possible. This was the fundamental difference between the 2 King Stage beasts. The Red Spirit Fire Demoness was 5 meters tall and her whole body was covered in raging flames. Although she was not very agile when she flew, and her speed was also slowed down because of her heavy body, a king stage beast that could fly was completely different from a king stage beast that could not fly. Not only could the red spirit fire demoness fly, she also knew how to use weapons. She waved a gold-ranked fire scythe in her hands and continuously slashed at Yue Yang. Of course, this was futile, because Yue Yang's speed was 100 times faster than hers. He could even stand on the tip of the fire scythe and take a leisurely stroll. The fire scythe was useless against Yue Yang, and it was even more useless against the spirit of flame and smoke who was in her hurricane state. The red spirit fire demoness was originally depressed, but when she saw Wei Tai Lang flying towards her, she immediately changed her target and fiercely rushed towards Wei Tai Lang. Howl! Wei Tai Lang, who wanted to show off in front of his master, why would he be afraid of her? That was exactly what he wanted. Wei Tai Lang's claws transformed like mercury, extended and tore towards the red spirit fire demoness's head. The red spirit fire demoness retreated slightly, and the fire scythe slashed down heavily, cutting Wei Tai Lang's back in half. Not only that, the red spirit fire demoness even used the lava to form a whip, sending Wei Tai Lang's severed body flying. This time, she thought that Wei Tai Lang was dead for sure. Who would have thought that Wei Tai Lang would not care at all? He who already had an immortal body like xianxia, the severed body turned into golden sand and danced in the air as if it had a life of its own. It returned to his body and transformed back into his original body, instantly recovering to its original state. The fire scythe that had severed half of his body was held tightly by his mercury-like front claws. The flames of the fire scythe were completely ineffective against him. After absorbing the level 8 innate xianxia's star core, Wei Tai Lang had an immortal body. Unless the star core in his body was completely destroyed, it was impossible to kill the current Wei Tai Lang. After leveling up to a divine beast, he had the ability to mimic, transform and fly. His battle power had also increased by 100 times. A mere red spirit fire demoness wanted to kill him. Easier said than done. Possessing gold, dark and fire attributes, Wei Tai Lang was much stronger than xianxia's immortal body. xianxia's immortal body's weakness was water. Wei Tai Lang's weaknesses were water and light. On the surface, it seemed that Wei Tai Lang had more weaknesses than xianxia, but it was not a fatal weakness. Water and light would definitely not be able to kill Wei Tai Lang, because his body had the gold attribute. The two attributes complemented each other and complemented each other's weaknesses. Wei Tai Lang's body could be considered as an immortal body. And this was only the current stage. In the future, when he could fully unleash the power of his origin, combined with the heaven runes and innate qi, he believed that he would reach an unimaginable realm. Yue Yang's nurturing of Wei Tai Lang was no longer satisfied with being a divine beast. He hoped that one day, Wei Tai Lang would be able to surpass a divine beast like Xiao Wenli, and become an existence like a transcending divine beast. Wei Tai Lang and little Wen Li's growth direction were different, so their starting points were also different. When little Wen Li was born, she already had a diamond grimoire. Yue Yang was not too sure, but he reckoned that little Wen Li was already a transcending divine beast when she was born. Wei Tai Lang was trash from the start. He might never become a transcending divine beast like little Wen Li, or an immortal beast like the Phoenix Sisters, but Yue Yang still hoped that he could surpass all other divine beasts in the world and become the strongest beast in the world. Just like how not every thorny flower could become a golden crown thorny flower queen, not every wolf could become a world-exterminating demon wolf. These creatures were the pinnacle existences, and they were all unique. The golden crown thorny flower queen was unique, the world-exterminating demon wolf was also unique. Wei Tai Lang did not need to become someone else, it did not need to become an existence like little Wen Li, Red, Duo or A-Man. It only needed to be itself. This was because it was Wei Tai Lang, the only and irreplaceable Wei Tai Lang in the world. The Wei Tai Lang today was able to surpass all other wolves in the world and become the only world-exterminating demon wolf in the world. It could even continue to improve in the future. Its growth process was definitely a legend, a miracle among miracles. Of course, if it was not for Yue Yang, this abnormal guy from another world, giving it everything, Wei Tai Lang would definitely not be the Wei Tai Lang that it was today. Seeing that Wei Tai Lang had an immortal body, the red spirit fire demoness was terrified and quickly retreated. The huge fire scythe was swallowed by Wei Tai Lang, which had turned into mercury. Suddenly, it flew in front of Yue Yang, seeking its master's help. Yue Yang stretched out his hand and drew a heaven rune circle on its body. He also injected a large amount of innate qi into it, helping it to swallow and assimilate the fire scythe. A dark golden light emitted from Wei Tai Lang's body, illuminating the heaven and earth. The devouring fire scythe slowly appeared on Wei Tai Lang's back. Every time Yue Yang drew a heaven rune, it would be slowly absorbed by the fire scythe. The first rune's characteristic was assimilation, the second was transformation, and the third was return. After the fire scythe was fixed, the fire scythe emerged from Wei Tai Lang's back and flew towards the sky with raging flames. However, when it landed, it avoided its original owner, the red spirit fire demoness, and returned to its new owner, Wei Tai Lang. The red spirit fire demoness panicked. She never thought that the treasure that she refined would be swallowed and assimilated by the enemy on the spot. Howl, 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 howl. Wei Tai Lang let out a proud roar. The deafening roar shook the heavens and the earth. The entire fire palace was reverberating with the roar, lingering in the air. Black hell flame spurted out from its body, forming a long flaming tail. It wrapped around its new weapon, the gold-ranked, true essence fire scythe. As if it was waving its arm, it ruthlessly slashed towards the shocked red spirit fire demoness, extremely fast. The red spirit fire demoness could not dodge in time, and was already cut into half by the true essence fire scythe, just like Wei Tai Lang. The red spirit fire demoness who possessed the heart of raging fire was also not in danger. As long as she returned to the lava lake to recuperate, she would be able to recover in a month. However, the situation on the battlefield changed rapidly. The spirit of flame and smoke that attacked the Purgatory Flame King just now suddenly floated out from the tornado and transformed into a flaming woman. She rushed down and hugged the severed body of the red spirit fire demoness, absorbing the fire energy crazily. The red spirit fire demoness screamed when she saw this. However, she did not dare to get close to the spirit of flame and smoke at all, because the source of the spirit of flame and smoke contained a trace of nirvana flame that she was afraid of, as well as the lightning that paralyzed her. In less than half a minute, the severed body that had lost control of its consciousness was completely absorbed by the spirit of flame and smoke. It gradually turned into jet black rocks and fell into the lava lake. The body of the spirit of flame and smoke became clearer. Originally, half of her legs below her waist were flames and thick smoke. Now, she gradually had a human form. She had 2 legs. With just a little more fire energy, she could level up. Eager to level up, she looked at the injured red spirit fire demoness. In the instincts of the spirit of flame and smoke, the other party was not a living thing, but a delicious and nourishing food. The red spirit fire demoness was shocked and angry. She really wanted to kill the spirit of flame and smoke, but in the fire palace, it was impossible to kill the spirit of flame and smoke. This was not something that could be decided by level and power. When creatures of the same element fought in the same environment, it would depend on the skills of both parties. Or, it would depend on the intelligence of both parties. Whoever was smarter, who knew how to seize the opponent's weakness and make use of their own advantages, would be able to obtain the final victory. Wei Tai Lang, who had switched opponents, turned into a meteorite and curled up into a ball, crashing towards the head of the Purgatory Flame King. The force of the collision shook the entire lava lake. The Purgatory Flame King fell into the lava lake, stirring up lava that was a few hundred meters high. As for Wei Tai Lang, who had used his new form to collide with an enemy for the first time, he was dizzy from the impact. After returning to his original wolf form, he flapped his fire wings and flew askew on the surface of the lake, looking very much like a drunken mercenary. Yue Yang was overjoyed. He had never seen such an idiot before. He reckoned that only Wei Tai Lang would be able to collide with a lava giant like the Purgatory Flame King. However, Yue Yang did not correct him. He did not care how Wei Tai Lang attacked. Because this was battle, this was growth, this was the process of learning. Chapter 402 The Purgatory Flame King stretched out his giant hands, grabbed Wei Tai Lang and dragged him into the lava lake. Any living beast would not be able to fight against the terrain of the fire palace. The right time and the right place could change the outcome of a battle more than a beast's strength. For example, the gold-ranked level 10 golden mammoth was invincible on the battlefield, but if it fell off a cliff that was thousands of meters high, it would die immediately. Another example would be the Purgatory Flame King, who seemed to be invincible. If it fell into the lake, it would die without a fight and turn into a pile of rubble. It was easy to defeat the spirit army that could not be attacked. All it needed was a ray of warm sunlight. There were countless examples like this. Wei Tai Lang was definitely not willing to take a lava bath. As it flapped its wings, it swung its true essence fire scythe at the Purgatory Flame King's head with its tail. Sparks flew and rubble flew all over the sky. Gold-ranked weapons did little damage to the Purgatory Flame King's stone body. Moreover, the force of the flapping wings was incomparable to the pulling force of the Purgatory Flame King's giant arms. After struggling for a few seconds, Wei Tai Lang was dragged into the lava lake. It struggled with all its might, but to no avail. Yue Yang looked on quietly without any intention to stop it. The flame demon commanders and various fire monsters that rushed back to help appeared in the distance. Only a few of them knew how to attack from a distance. They spat lava and fireballs at Yue Yang. Of course, these were meaningless. Although Yue Yang was restricted by the ancient code and did not need to fight personally, he still had his abilities. He could even ignore these harmless attacks. When he was in the air, Yue Yang only needed to move his body slightly to avoid all the fireballs and lava. When the spirit of flame and smoke saw Wei Tai Lang being dragged into the lava lake, she seemed to be a little angry. She released an earth-shattering tornado that almost sucked the Purgatory Flame King's body into the air. The Purgatory Flame King grabbed onto the red-hot rocks at the edge of the lake and stabilized himself in the tornado. If it was not for its 100-ton weight, it would not have been able to escape the strong suction of the tornado. Countless amounts of lava were sucked into the sky and splashed everywhere. It formed a rain of lava. Some of the nearby flame demons and fire monsters couldn't escape in time and were instantly sucked into the sky. Within the center of the whirlwind, their bodies fell apart and exploded, dying miserably on the spot. In the distance, there was a rather large red-hot rock. A fireball covered in magma climbed up and shook its body like a drowning dog. After a long time, when the lava splashed onto the surface of the rock, what was revealed was the battered and exhausted gray wolf. This lava lake was unable to kill him who possessed an immortal body, but it made him sneeze a few times, and it seemed to be very uncomfortable. The Purgatory Flame King pounced over and grabbed Wei Tai Lang's body, preparing to drag it into the lava lake. However, the same trick was ineffective against Wei Tai Lang. Its body turned into flames, and the giant hand couldn't catch its body that was made of pure flames. Its fingers pierced through the middle. The fiery gray wolf meowed proudly, meow. In other words, it was probably saying, "Small fry, this move is already outdated." It was a pity that even cats couldn't understand its foreign language. The Purgatory Flame King punched the rock under Wei Tai Lang's feet into pieces, but the fiery gray wolf was still floating in the air, unharmed. The long tail of fire wrapped around the True Essence Fire Scythe and struck the Purgatory Flame King like raindrops. The True Essence Fire Scythe made many shallow cracks on the hard rock. Of course, these wounds were insignificant to the Purgatory Flame King and didn't cause any harm. Just like that, Wei Tai Lang couldn't do anything to the Purgatory Flame King, and the Purgatory Flame King couldn't do anything to Wei Tai Lang. For the time being, the two of them were tied. Wei Tai Lang barely had the upper hand, as it still had the possibility of defeating the Purgatory Flame King, as long as it could find a useful method. However, the Purgatory Flame King definitely had no chance of defeating the fiery gray wolf. On the other side, the spirit of flame and smoke was bullying the red spirit fire demoness, which was of a higher level. The injured red spirit fire demoness wanted to hide in the lava lake, but the spirit of flame and smoke had the ability to chase her into the lava lake, and she liked to live in the lava. Although the red spirit fire demoness was stronger than the spirit of flame and smoke, her attacks were completely ineffective on the spirit of flame and smoke. On the contrary, the spirit of flame and smoke's nirvana flame and lightning could hurt the red spirit fire demoness, especially the trace of nirvana flame, which made the red spirit fire demoness fear it even more. The two of them chased each other and left the central region in the blink of an eye. The spirit of flame and smoke looked at Yue Yang and realized that he didn't stop her, so she immediately chased after him, swearing to devour his fire energy completely. The Purgatory Flame King was beaten up by Wei Tai Lang. Whenever there was a chance, Wei Tai Lang would fly into the sky and turn into a meteor, causing the strongest guardian of the fire palace to have a headache. It decided to hide in the lava lake and temporarily hide from the enemy. Although this would damage the demeanor of a king, it was still better than being beaten up by the enemy. When the Purgatory Flame King retreated, Wei Tai Lang's anger soared. "If you can't win, just admit defeat and hand over the treasures. Why are you acting like a coward?" Wei Tai Lang was really angry this time. Seeing that the flame demon commanders and fire monsters were standing around in a daze, he turned around and killed those small fries. He couldn't beat the big ones, but the small ones were definitely a piece of cake for him. Other than the flame demon commanders, the rest of the fire-type monsters were all killed by Wei Tai Lang. The flame demons and fire monsters scattered, and almost all the fire-type monsters dove into the lava lake. No matter how Wei Tai Lang killed their companions, they refused to come out. Wei Tai Lang howled to the sky, feeling extremely depressed. Although he wasn't afraid of the lava lake's heat, he couldn't catch the enemy if he dove in. Although the fire monsters were weak, once they dove in, they were more agile than the fish and prawns in the lake. Wei Tai Lang chased after them for a long time, but could only stare helplessly. "Ha, idiot!" Yue Yang laughed when he saw this, but he didn't give Wei Tai Lang any instructions on how to fight, and let Wei Tai Lang think for himself. Awoo! Wei Tai Lang realized that his master wasn't willing to help, so he turned his eyes and transformed into a pair of fire wings to help the spirit of flame and smoke attack the injured red spirit fire demoness. This was indeed the best way. When the red spirit fire demoness saw Wei Tai Lang coming, she was so scared that she didn't know where to run. If she chose to escape back to the Purgatory Flame King's side, with the Purgatory Flame King's huge body as a cover, she believed that there would be a chance for a long battle. The red spirit fire demoness panicked and fled, completely losing her target. In the end, it was the beginning of a tragedy. Her strength was far from Wei Tai Lang's, her speed was slightly slower, and her intelligence and ability were worlds apart. The only advantage she had was that she could enter the lava lake to recover her energy. However, this advantage was completely meaningless in the presence of the spirit of flame and smoke. In the lava lake, the spirit of flame and smoke was much stronger than the red spirit fire demoness, and she could even directly absorb the pure fire energy in her opponent's body. In less than a minute, the red spirit fire demoness was hit by Wei Tai Lang's heavy attack. In the midst of her dizziness, Wei Tai Lang threw her onto the rock wall, and the red spirit fire demoness' body sank deep into the rock wall. The spirit of flame and smoke quickly pounced on her and absorbed the opponent's pure fire energy crazily. The red spirit fire demoness also wanted to struggle, but Wei Tai Lang was like an accomplice of a rapist, firmly holding her down, allowing the spirit of flame and smoke to go berserk and steal everything from the red spirit fire demoness. In the end, even the fire crystal core was sucked out and directly refined with the Origin's nirvana flame. After completely absorbing the fire energy and devouring the fire crystal core, the spirit of flame and smoke's body shone with a golden light. Raging flames soared to the sky. Thick smoke rose to the sky like a volcano eruption, covering half of the fire palace. Thunder and lightning flashed in the smoke, rumbling and exploding. After absorbing the red spirit fire demoness energy, the spirit of flame and smoke gradually started to evolve, changing into a new form. The new form was more human-like, her 10 fingers were very clear, and even her feet started to grow toes. Although it was not perfect yet, her form had changed. It could be said that this was a new birth. Whether it was the surface of her body or the inside of her body, there were many human-like organs. Of course, all of these were formed by the fire energy, they just looked similar. The red spirit fire demoness's crystal core was refined, and gradually became a heart. It was very different from a human's heart. It was a ball of pulsating earth core flame, with a high temperature of thousands of degrees. Yue Yang's grimoire appeared, and the pages turned automatically. The spirit of flame and smoke had evolved and changed her class, but she could not level up. She had evolved into the spirit of earth fire. Looks like the evolution is just the beginning. Yue Yang remembered that she was initially the spirit of flame and smoke, then she became the spirit of flame and smoke, and now she had evolved into the spirit of earth fire after absorbing the earth core flame. Could it be that she could become the spirit of heaven fire in the future? Or even the spirit of nirvana? The future evolution was still unknown, but Yue Yang was looking forward to the future evolution of the spirit of earth fire. In other words, evolution was definitely a good thing. No matter which direction the beast evolved in, as long as it could evolve, it would be a good thing. Now, the spirit of earth fire's black hair, flames as her body, windstorm as her mount, and lightning as her weapon appeared. The tragic fate of the Purgatory Flame King had also started. Although the spirit of earth fire's body was still very far from a human, her black hair was still blurry, her windstorm was more like a spiral than a human's horse, and her lightning was not as solid as a weapon. Most of the lightning was flickering on her arms, but Yue Yang was overjoyed. No evolution of a beast could compare to intelligence. The spirit of earth fire's intelligence and control were still lacking, but her soul sense had already been opened. As long as she persisted in evolving, She would definitely follow the Bloody Queen Red and Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen duo in the future, becoming a holy beast. She was at least consciously moving towards the direction of becoming a human. The Purgatory Flame King could barely resist it previously, but after evolving into the spirit of Earth Fire, the Purgatory Flame King immediately jumped out the moment she entered the lava lake. The Purgatory Flame King realized that he was no longer the master of the Earth Fire against a spirit of Earth Fire that could directly absorb fire energy from the lake. Most of the fire energy in the lava lake was controlled by the other party. If he did not come out, he would probably be frozen at the bottom of the lake forever due to the loss of temperature. The result would be that the enemy would slowly absorb all the fire energy and die of exhaustion. Boom boom, the Purgatory Flame King hit the surface of the lava lake angrily, waving both of his arms as he swam away with all his might. Meow. Wei Tai Lang was overjoyed, thinking that this day had finally come for you. It reminded the opponent not to forget about itself. Together with the spirit of Earth Fire, they attacked the stupid Purgatory Flame King from the top and below. Even if the Purgatory Flame King could hold on for a while, it would definitely be a tragedy in the future. Yue Yang did not need to continue watching to know that the outcome of the battle was already decided. The only problem was whether Wei Tai Lang could eat the Purgatory Fire Crystal in the Purgatory Flame King's brain before the spirit of Earth Fire. With Wei Tai Lang's cunning, the spirit of Earth Fire, who was not intelligent enough, would most likely succeed. If it was the Bloody Queen or the Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen, Wei Tai Lang would definitely not succeed. Even the Barbarian Cow Shadow's chances were not high. The loyal Barbarian Cow Shadow would probably snatch it forcefully and give it to her master. Alright, Wei Tai Lang could still bully the spirit of Earth Fire and the Reaper Mantis, at least for now. After absorbing this Purgatory Fire Crystal, Yue Yang believed that Wei Tai Lang's battle power would increase a little. He did not expect it to increase in a short period of time. It would be good enough if its bronze grimoire could level up. After all, rice had to be eaten one bite at a time. After finding the Fire Palace's teleportation circle, Yue Yang left the Scorching Fire Palace and teleported to the last palace of the Five Elements Palace. Earth Palace. As soon as he teleported, before he even landed on the ground, he found a large group of people below him. All of them were cowering on the back of the Herculean rhinoceros beetle. They were surrounded by thousands of coyotes and sand spiders. The funniest thing was that there was a platinum-ranked level 10 King of Earth that was more than 50 meters tall. It was shaking its huge stone head and waving its huge arms as it made a bet with a skinny human. The person who was especially skinny and small in comparison was obviously Yi Kong. If you lose, 10 people will belong to me. Come here immediately and we will bet again. If you win, I will return you 20 people. If you lose, you will lose another 10 to me. Come, don't hesitate. You are not a man if you hesitate. If you don't come down, I will catch you myself. If I accidentally break your bones, don't blame me for being violent. This King of Earth was so intelligent. Needless to say, it was definitely a holy beast. It was only 3 levels higher than the Purgatory Flame King, but its power was at least 100 times stronger. Not to mention that it was an invincible existence in the Earth Palace. Even outside, Yi Kong, Fatty Hai, Li Brothers, Shui Tan Lang, Prince of Tian Luo and all the adventurers that came in together might not be able to defeat this King of Earth. The King of Earth had a skill. As long as its feet were on the ground, the earth would continuously send energy to it. In other words, it would never run out of energy. It was the same as the thorny flower rooting. In fact, it was even more convenient and direct than the thorny flower rooting. In addition to the King of Earth's gigantic body that was 50 meters tall and weighed a few hundred tons, let alone its attack power, it could even roll on the ground and crush a large group of people to death. If they really fought, Yi Kong would probably die even if he had 100 lives. Even if he had the Herculean rhinoceros beetle, he would definitely not be able to withstand more than a few punches from the opponent. However, the gamble was still sloppy. Yi Kong gambled for a long time. With some wins and some losses, he managed to tie with the Holy Beast King of Earth. It was just that his luck was a little bad this time. Before Yue Yang came, he had already lost more than 10 rounds. Other than losing the sand spiders that he won, he had also lost 60 of his companions to the King of Earth. Why would the King of Earth gamble with Yi Kong? This really made Yue Yang extremely puzzled. Could it be that this King of Earth had stayed in the Earth Palace for too long and was bored to death? Rock paper scissors. Wow, I'm rock, you're scissors, you lost again. Ha ha ha, Come, give me 10 more people. When Yue Yang saw that the bet between the King of Earth and Yi Kong was actually rock paper scissors, he almost fell to the ground. Idiot! Yue Yang flew down like lightning and kicked Yi Kong, who had a bitter face. He rolled up his sleeves. I love rock paper scissors the most. I'll bet with you. Chapter 403 Fire Palace, by the Lava River. Zhen thought that they were doomed this time. The evil dragon hunter had the red flame flying dragon. Even if he could escape easily, the Iron Blood guards and mercenaries would suffer heavy casualties. What worried him the most was the golden elf girl in front of him. The evil dragon hunter would definitely not let her go. You guys leave quickly. I can hold them off for at least 3 minutes. Let's go. Zhen clenched his teeth and made a decision that surprised even himself. He decided to use his body's defense to resist and let Anna and Lin En escape from the dragon hunter's hands. The Iron Blood guards were quite strong, they should have no problem escaping. As for those shameless mercenaries, Zhen couldn't care less. He only hoped that the most tragic ending would not happen in front of him. Although he couldn't attack or summon his beasts, Zhen still had the strength of a level 1 in 8. It was true that he couldn't summon his beasts and his strength was greatly reduced, but as long as he resisted, he would be able to hold off the gold-ranked level 7 red flame flying dragon for quite some time. Zhen himself wasn't sure if he could survive this fight against the enemy. Not being able to summon beasts meant that his strength had been greatly reduced, and he wouldn't be able to retaliate anymore. It was really. Zhen took out a bag from his storage bracelet and passed it to Lin En and Anna. If you can leave safely, please pass this to Elder Matthew of the Warrior Guild. He will pass it to my family. Lin En and Anna were touched when they saw this. In the 6th floor of Tong Tian Tower, other than teammates who had gone through life and death together, who would be so noble to sacrifice themselves to save others? Even if it was the rescue team sent by the Warrior Guild, they would first think of their own lives in such a helpless situation. This middle-aged uncle was not bad. He had a noble character and a heart of honor that surpassed normal warriors. Just this sentence alone made Lin En and Anna respect him a lot more. Although Anna was nervous facing the dragon hunter, she did not panic. She advised Zhen instead. The red flame flying dragon is strong, but its weakness is as obvious as its strength. We shouldn't panic. If everyone fights together, then it won't be able to do anything. I believe that Wei Tai Lang will be back soon, don't be discouraged. Lin En didn't know that Yue Yang had already left the Fire Palace. He believed that with Yue Yang around, nothing would happen to him. As long as everyone could delay for time and wait for Yue Yang and Wei Tai Lang to return, a gold-ranked level 7 red flame flying dragon would not even be able to fill the gap between Wei Tai Lang's teeth. Boom! The dozen or so Iron Blood guards raised the giant shields on their backs and forcibly blocked the scarlet flame flying dragon's arrogant dive and spit. The scarlet flame flying dragon was a creature that had both advantages and disadvantages. Its advantage was that it was stronger than ordinary wyverns. Its body was covered in flames, and it was similar to the magma wyvern. It was almost the strongest wyvern. The scarlet flame flying dragon was faster than the magma flying dragon, but its size was slightly smaller, and it couldn't live in magma. Moreover, it liked to live in groups, and taking turns to spit flames at its prey was its specialty. Other than fire-type beasts that were immune to flames, there were almost no other creatures that could defend against a large group of red flame flying dragons. However, a single crimson flame flying dragon wasn't too scary. This was because the flames it spit were in a straight line, and it was easy for people to dodge. The most important thing was that because its body was relatively small, its whole body was covered in flames, and it lived in groups for a long time, so the scarlet flame flying dragon didn't need to fight in close combat. Gradually, their claws and teeth had deteriorated over the years, and they no longer had the strong close combat abilities of ordinary wyverns. Everyone knew that the scarlet flame flying dragon wasn't good at using its teeth and claws. It was completely different from the close combat and venom-type wyverns. This meant that once it lost its ability to fly and fell to the ground, its battle power would be greatly reduced. If everyone worked together to fight against the scarlet flame flying dragon, they could definitely delay for time. However, when those mercenaries saw the scarlet flame flying dragon diving down, they immediately ran for their lives. Anyway, the dragon hunters weren't looking for them, but the Warrior Guild's Iron Blood guards and the 2 golden elves. Since there were people who were going to die for them, they naturally didn't want to meddle in other people's business, so they scattered. Those well-trained Iron Blood guards knew that they would lose their lives if they scattered, so they all stayed in front of O General. They worked together and raised their shields to defend. Continue to spit fire, roast these iron turtles. That dragon hunter also knew that his scarlet flame flying dragon was not very effective in close combat. He had to keep diving down and spitting fire to kill the enemy, and at the same time, create more panic. Only then would it be easier to kill the enemy. He wasn't in a hurry, because the wolf-shaped holy beast, Wei Tai Lang, had already left. It was probably fighting with the guards here, and wouldn't be able to return anytime soon. Defend. O Gen put down the heavy sword on his back, stood at the front of the team, and shouted. Although they would die if they defended, this was the only way. He had to take a gamble. If the wolf-shaped holy beast returned, then everyone would be safe. If not, then everyone would die here. The dragon hunter laughed coldly. You're courting death. In the sky, a meteor suddenly came crashing down, smashing the arrogant dragon hunter into the ground with a boom. Although the dragon hunter didn't die immediately, he was heavily injured. When the dragon hunter shook off the meteor and crawled out in a daze, he saw two men standing in front of him. One of them had a face as cold as ice, his hands behind his back, not even looking at the dragon hunter from the corner of his eyes. The other man was so handsome that it made people jealous. He snorted coldly. It's not bad to have a gold-ranked beast, but this is definitely not the right to be arrogant. Bastard! When had the dragon hunter ever suffered such a loss? Who, the scarlet flame-flying dragon, who was eager to avenge its master, swooped down and spat a mouthful of flames on the two men's bodies. When the flames touched the handsome man's body, his body immediately ignited with a sky fire that was even hotter and more intense. He completely ignored the spitting flame pillar. What was even more terrifying was the cool man. Although it couldn't be seen on the surface, the moment he was attacked, his body would immediately emit a bone-chilling cold air. The moment the pillar of flame hit the ice cube man's body, it was frozen into an icicle in the shape of a flame. If it wasn't for the fact that physical attacks were forbidden in this space, the scarlet flame-flying dragon would probably be killed on the spot by this ice man. Tan Lang and Prince, it's you guys. Anna and Lin En shouted in surprise. I'll talk to you after I kill this idiot. Prince Tian Luo finally had a chance to show off, so he summoned his Skyfire meteor with great motivation. The dragon hunter was so scared that he immediately turned around and ran. His instincts told him that these two men were not to be trifled with. If he didn't run, he would lose his life. It was too late. Prince Tian Luo's Skyfire meteor was already very strong. Especially after Yue Yang taught him the great totem battle technique and trained with Wei Tai Lang, its original weakness, weak control and slow summoning speed, had been solved. In the ranking of fire-type beasts, if it wasn't for the fact that it hadn't evolved to have intelligence, Skyfire meteor would probably be one of the strongest existences. If the dragon hunter wasn't in this fire palace, in the space outside where there weren't any restrictions, he might still have a chance to escape. Right now, the dragon hunter could only take a beating and couldn't retaliate. Under Prince Tian Luo's control, the Skyfire meteor in the sky fell to the ground. It made a mysterious turn in the air and smashed the dragon hunter, who was trying to escape, into the ground for the second time. This time, no matter how strong the dragon hunter's body was, he couldn't withstand the Skyfire meteor's two merciless smashes and died on the spot. The scarlet flame-flying dragon exploded because of its master's death. The magic crystal in its body flew into the air and fell into Shui Tan Lang's hands. Prince Tian Luo quickly rushed over. He wanted to see if the dragon hunter still had any treasures on him. They had all been led astray by Yue Yang. Every time an enemy died, they would subconsciously look for treasures, forming a battle mentality of kill monsters to level up, pick up the treasures. O Gen sweated profusely when he saw this. He couldn't see through the youngsters these days. Wood Palace. At this time, Fatty Hai was standing in front of the evil Millennium Ancient Tree, waving his hands and shouting, "Who do you think I am? I am the young master of the Hai clan in the Soaring Dragon continent. Do you know about the Hai clan? I can tell that you haven't heard of us from your ignorance. Our Hai clan is the richest family in the Soaring Dragon continent. What? I have a lot of gold coins. I don't know what treasures you don't have. This is not good. I hate poor people without treasures. I don't usually talk to poor people, do you understand? This is the style of a rich young master. Alright, if you have something like the Millennium Ancient Tree heart, you can take it out. You said evil tree roots. What's the use of that? Can it turn a big tree into an evil tree ant warrior? It's useless. I don't need it. I don't need this kind of useless thing. If you really want to sell it, I, the benevolent and generous young master, will give you 100 gold coins. You should know that I usually tip beggars the same amount. You actually dare to say that you don't want to sell it. You blockhead, do you know how much the evil tree roots are sold for outside? You will definitely cry if you hear it. This thing is not worth money at all. Plant-type beasts are already outdated now, no one cares about them. Do you think that everyone is as stupid as Titan? He had nowhere to spend his money. Coupled with the fact that he was heartbroken, he gave up on himself to despair. Have you ever seen a fool who would give up his entire fortune for a lousy flower? No, he probably wanted to use the flower to coax his girlfriend, otherwise he wouldn't even be interested in that broken flower of yours. I can at most offer 200 gold coins for the evil tree root, I don't want any more. You are too greedy, you actually dare to say 500 gold coins, be careful that I don't fall out with you. You still have the face to say 500 gold coins for this kind of broken thing. After meeting Yue Yang, he met Fatty Hai again. The evil millennium ancient tree was once again in a tragic state. Of course, it thought that it had made a huge profit and was satisfied. With a base price of 500 gold coins, it sold another 10 evil tree roots. Fatty Hai's face was filled with pain, as if his flesh had been cut off, but his heart was blooming with joy. He really couldn't extort any more good things out of them. He strode towards the next palace, and behind him, a wind-breathed seabird that he hadn't contracted yet followed. It wasn't that Fatty Hai's contract scroll was ineffective, but this little bird was especially smart. Every time the contract was successful, it would betray him. Fatty Hai decided not to contract it anymore, but this wind-breathed seabird still followed him. Every time it didn't like him, it would reward him with a wind blade. Rock, paper, scissors, King of Earth, you lost again. This is the 1008th time you have lost to me. Do you still have coyotes and sand spiders? If you don't have anything to gamble with, then let's end this meaningless gamble. You keep losing, you haven't even won a single round. I win unfairly, there's no pleasure at all. Furthermore, a small gamble is good for the mood, a big gamble is bad for the body. You can't gamble too much, you have to know when to stop. Yue Yang criticized the King of Earth for not living up to his expectations. He looked as tall as a mountain, while the King of Earth, who was as tall as a small mountain, looked like a child who had done something wrong. It lowered its head and sincerely accepted his criticism. Yi Kong and the others were all dumbstruck. They had never seen such a situation in their entire lives, and they couldn't believe it. Let's gamble one last time. I don't have coyotes and sand spiders anymore, I'll use treasures to gamble with you. The King of Earth pleaded weakly. It felt that no matter what, it had to win against this human, or else it would regret it for the rest of its life. It really couldn't accept the fact that it had never won a single time. As long as it could win just once, it would definitely not gamble anymore. It had enough intelligence, it knew that it wasn't this ridiculously smart human's opponent, but it wasn't willing to admit defeat. It had to win. Then, it would win just once. Yue Yang seriously muttered to himself for a long time. Alright, seeing how pitiful you are and how you're about to cry, I really can't bear to see you lose so pitifully. Then let's gamble this best round and give you a chance to win. King of Earth, what treasures do you have? Chapter 404 Fire Palace. Facing the Fire Palace's treasure, the Earth Fire Magic Ball, that was so huge that a normal person couldn't even wrap their arms around it, the spirit of Earth Fire's first instinct was to absorb the fire energy within. Because of the existence of the Earth Fire Magic Ball, the Fire Palace was able to produce 2 king-level guardians. The number of fire monsters that were born were also higher and stronger. All of this was due to the power of the Earth Fire Magic Ball. If the spirit of Earth Fire could completely absorb its fire energy, she could definitely level up or even higher. The spirit of Earth Fire, who didn't have much intelligence and mainly acted on instinct, was facing a test. This test was secretly set up by Yue Yang. He discovered the Fire Palace's treasure but didn't keep it like usual. Before the battle ended, Yue Yang left the Fire Palace as if he didn't see the treasure. After the battle ended, Grey Wolf swallowed the Purgatory Flame. King's magic crystal before the spirit of Earth Fire could. The spirit of Earth Fire only absorbed a small amount of fire energy. She, who had some intelligence, felt that she was at a disadvantage. Now, facing the Fire Palace's treasure, the Earth Fire Magic Ball, her instinct was to swallow it immediately. Grey Wolf didn't. He knew that it was a taboo to absorb treasures without his master's permission. It was something that his master hated the most. His master allowed him to compete with the spirit of earth fire for the Purgatory Flame King's magic crystal because it was a reward for the battle. Each of them could absorb the energy of 2 king-level enemies. However, he had to get his master's permission before he could swallow a treasure, even if it was something that was suitable for him to level up. If not, his master would definitely be angry. Wei Tai Lang's intelligence was higher, and his self-control was stronger as well. He shouted at the spirit of earth fire who was absorbing the fire ability, using all sorts of languages including the howling of wolves, barking of dogs, meowing of cats and roaring of dragons. The spirit of earth fire couldn't speak and couldn't understand what Grey Wolf was saying. She could vaguely understand what Grey Wolf was trying to say. What Grey Wolf meant was that this thing couldn't be eaten. She couldn't understand why, because she didn't have enough intelligence, she could only follow her body's instincts. To her, the earth fire magic ball was like a sweet candy to a child. This was Yue Yang's test for her. A test of intelligence and control. Humans had IQ and EQ. IQ determined whether a person's brain worked well or not. The higher the intelligence, the better. EQ and EQ sometimes determined a person's fate and career direction. This was because the biggest difficulty in EQ was a person's self-control. If one's EQ was not high and self-control was weak, then even if one had a smart brain, it would be easy for them to go astray. For example, some outstanding intellectuals would jump off a building to commit suicide when they encountered a small setback, such as a failed relationship. Another example would be some high-ranking officials who knew that they were breaking the law, but they could not resist the temptation of power and money. They would make a wrong decision that they would regret later, or even get lost and sink deeper and deeper. These were all due to a lack of EQ and weak self-control. Even if one had high intelligence and excelled in all aspects, without self-control, one would not be able to withstand the test of time. It could be said that the biggest difference between humans and animals was the superiority of intelligence and emotional intelligence. Intelligence and emotional intelligence were usually combined together. People with high emotional intelligence would usually have high intelligence too. This kind of person would be very knowledgeable and have good moral character. When faced with problems, they would have strong self-control and would not be easily tempted. However, it was not the opposite. High intelligence did not equate to high emotional intelligence. Animals had almost no emotional intelligence, except for those that had little contact with humans. For example, some loyal and devoted watchdogs, some war horses that would go through life and death with their masters, some domesticated falcons, they would surpass their instincts. Through long-term relationships, they would do things that other animals could not do. For example, they would not hurt their masters when they were hungry, they would not abandon their masters when they were in danger, they would face strong enemies with their masters when they were afraid and so on. Because they had emotional intelligence, they would have a closer relationship with their masters and could become their masters' good helpers. The holy beasts of the soaring dragon continent, when they turned into humans, their main goal was not to turn into a human's body, but to become a complex life like humans. They would become a life form with high intelligence, high self-control and high learning abilities. Humans had almost unique moral character. This was the most intangible but most visible aspect of self-control, because moral character was a kind of extreme self-restraint. Without moral character, it was equivalent to letting go of one's instincts and having weak self-control. This kind of human's emotional intelligence would not be too high, and their actions would also be abnormal. Usually, the phrase, "worse than beasts" could be used to describe these immoral people. Animals had no moral character to speak of. They had poor self-control and would completely rely on their instincts to do anything in their lives. There were very few exceptions. This point was more obvious in the soaring dragon continent or Tong Tian Tower. If a beast wanted to be reborn and evolve into a holy beast, one thing that must be done is to move closer to the human race. It had to have intelligence, be able to distinguish right from wrong, have emotional intelligence, and control its own words and actions. With these as the foundation, the beast would be able to continuously learn and gain intelligence. It would replace its instincts with skills, replace its instincts with moral character, and replace its thoughts with chaos. If it could improve further, it would be able to be like humans, learn higher skills and understand stronger abilities. For example, it could contract beasts, contract grimoires, and improve endlessly. The earth fire magic ball that Yue Yang had purposely left behind was a test. He did not care about this treasure, he was more interested in the spirit of earth fire's improvement. In the past, the spirit of earth fire would definitely not be able to control its instincts and would uncontrollably devour it. After evolving from the spirit of flame and smoke to the spirit of earth fire, she had gained intelligence. Although it was only a little, Yue Yang felt that it was worth a try. Through continuous strict training, the beast could expand its intelligence, just like how Yue Yang trained Wei Tai Lang in the past. Wei Tai Lang would slowly form a form of restraint, changing its instincts and using its own will as the basis for its actions. Yue Yang succeeded. Wei Tai Lang's self-control was very high, and its intelligence increased rapidly. Although its intelligence was not as high as humans, its self-control had far surpassed many humans and holy beasts. Hence, with Yue Yang's help, it successfully contracted a grimoire. Bloody Queen Red and Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen Duo were undoubtedly smarter than Wei Tai Lang and closer to humans. However, they were only holy beasts and could not become divine beasts. There were many reasons, other than the fact that Yue Yang was not in a hurry to let them contract a grimoire. Another important reason was that their self-control was not perfect. Of course, Wei Tai Lang's self-control was not perfect as well. He was also a glutton and a sleeper, but his code of conduct was to follow his master's will. Hence, Yue Yang could help him to become a divine beast earlier. In other words, he and Yue Yang were more in sync and their wills were as one. Hence, Yue Yang had a greater influence on him. This was where Wei Tai Lang was superior. The barbarian cow shadow Ah Man was similar to Wei Tai Lang. However, Ah Man's intelligence was far from that of Wei Tai Lang, whose intelligence was almost monstrous. The spirit of earth fire stopped devouring and looked at Wei Tai Lang. Ah Wu. Wei Tai Lang wanted to tell her that she had to give this treasure to her master. If her master was happy, he would reward her and then she could only absorb its energy. Otherwise, her master would be very unhappy. This was a stupid thing to do. It shouted for a long time, but the spirit of earth fire did not understand at all. Her intelligence was not enough to think about these things. The spirit of earth fire was like a child who saw candy. How could she not eat it when there were no adults around? This was Yue Yang's test. If the spirit of earth fire could really control herself, even if it was just an attempt, it would be an improvement. If she did not realize that it was wrong to do so, she would still be following her instincts. Her intelligence and EQ would not be trained and improved. The wisdom fruit could awaken the intelligence of beasts and increase their intelligence. This was for sure. Why were there so many beasts who had eaten close to 100 wisdom fruits and had high intelligence, and could even learn many skills, but still could not become a holy beast? The reason was simple. These beasts only had intelligence, but they did not have self-control. They would never be able to reach the realm of humans. They would always follow their instincts and act like wild beasts. They would never be able to become a higher-level lifeform. Woo-woo. Seeing that the spirit of earth fire was still sucking on the earth fire magic flame ball, Wei Tai Lang could not help but cry out in disappointment. He had thought of attacking and snatching the earth fire magic flame ball to stop her from doing so. However, his higher EQ made him stop this action. Instead, it turned into deep disappointment. It was a complicated emotion that only humans and a few higher-level lifeforms could have. Of course, the ability to stop attacking was an excellent growth. Wei Tai Lang had also improved unknowingly. It was not in terms of energy, but in terms of intelligence. It was not reflected on the surface, but it was closer to human nature. Through this continuous improvement, Wei Tai Lang would become smarter and stronger. The spirit of earth fire turned around again. She saw Wei Tai Lang's dejected and unhappy look, as if he was confused. Especially when he saw a gray wolf ignore him and slowly leave, a very strange emotion appeared in his newly awakened intelligence. She did not know why. Maybe it was her instinct, or maybe it was her consciousness, but the spirit of earth fire picked up the earth fire magic flame ball that she treated as a treasure. She chased after Wei Tai Lang and passed it to him. She looked like a child sharing candy with her best friend. She wanted most of it, but she was still willing to share. Meow. Wei Tai Lang shook his head to show that he did not need it. He still left. Quote. The spirit of earth fire was confused. She could not understand why the other party did not want such a good thing. Woof woof woof, woof. Wei Tai Lang wanted to tell her that he had to hand it over to his master. However, when he saw the spirit of earth fire pouncing on the ball and sucking it, he knew that he was wasting his breath. She was just a fool. He left in disappointment. He felt that the barbarian cow who wanted to snatch his treasure was smarter. The spirit of earth fire, who could not resist sucking the fire energy, turned around and looked at Wei Tai Lang. Her companion's actions made her feel extremely puzzled. Why did her companion leave? Why didn't he share it with her? She could not understand. For some reason, the spirit of earth fire decided to follow her companion. Of course, she could not bear to let go of the earth. Fire magic flame ball. She hugged the treasure and followed behind her companion. She tried her best to resist the urge to suck and followed Wei Tai Lang. When Wei Tai Lang saw that there was a way, he quickly brought her to find his master. Although this fire girl was stupid, she was not so stupid that she could not be cured. Maybe his master had a way. The two beasts started their journey to find their master. They did not know that this was the result that Yue Yang was looking forward to the most. In fact, this kind of training was the best for their future evolution. Because this was a change. There would be a turning point here. The instincts of the beasts would deviate here and they would gradually become more rational. That was something that only humans had. Once they had a beast, they would not be far from becoming a holy beast. Once humans lost their beasts, they would become animals. Chapter 405. When Fatty Hai met up with Lin En, Anna, Shui Tan Lang and Prince of Tian Luo, following the claw marks left by Wei Tai Lang along the way, they left the Fire Palace and headed towards the Earth Palace. Yue Yang patted the King of Earth's shoulder and comforted him. Winning or losing is a small matter, a man should be able to accept and let go. How about this? I'll leave all 5,000 coyotes, sand spiders and other beasts for you. They are all your little brothers, why would I take them away? I was just scaring you just now. Also, I don't want the 10,000 gold ingots that I won from you. You know, I don't lack money, but the treasures that I won from playing, plane jumping, 5 in a row, and 3 passes by the well, with you just now can't be lacking. Especially the heart of the earth, that I won against you in, who pees farther. You still have to give it to me. A man can't go back on his words. Of course, I also know that you're not that kind of person. I've long heard from the 10,000-year-old ancient tree that you're a professional gambler who keeps his promises. The King of Earth even had the intention to commit suicide. He was very regretful. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have competed with this brat to see who could pee further. He didn't think that he would still lose in the end. The heart of Earth was the Earth Palace's treasure. Whoever fused with this thing would have the ability to absorb unlimited energy from the ground. Such a rare treasure actually lost in a competition of who could pee further. The King of Earth really couldn't take this blow. Fortunately, the other party still had some conscience and didn't take away the coyotes, sand spiders, rock-horned lizards, earth-drilling snakes and other beasts. Otherwise, he would be left alone. Yi Kong, the Ox-Head Fan Lun Tai, the Ox-Head Party leader Liao, the 4 Orc girls, the Iron Blood Guards leader and the group of mercenaries were all staring blankly at the scene, unable to regain their senses. Never in their dreams would they have thought that the invincible King of Earth in the Earth Palace would actually end up in such a tragic state. Alright, take out the heart of Earth. I know it's very important to you, but you've still lost after all. How about this, aren't you bored? I'll let more people come into play with you in the future. Those guys are all pig heads, they'll definitely lose if they play rock paper scissors with you. I guarantee that you'll win, just like how you beat that idiot Yi Kong. Also, you definitely don't know that I'm an expert in heaven runes. Your bald head, shoulders, chest, arms and knees, I can draw heaven rune circle on them. Do you want a diamond body? I have a way. Yue Yang didn't hesitate to spend to get the King of Earth. True, to the King of Earth, the diamond body was really a temptation, and the heaven runes made his heart palpitate even more. If I don't give you a diamond body, I won't be able to show off my abilities. Yang's Tian's king, Yang, and said, Tian, Jin, Yang, Tian, Yang, Tian, I, Yang, dragon, I, Yang said. Yang, Tian Ling Tian dragon, translator Yang, king, Yang. Lu Lian, Yang, Dong Tian Yang, S, Yang, Tian Tian's. His hands were trembling, and he didn't dare to look. He passed the heart of Earth to Yue Yang. Yue Yang, on the other hand, moved faster than the speed of light. He quickly kept the heart of Earth and put it back into his grimoire world. At the same time, he ordered the barbarian cow Shadow Aw Man to fuse the heart of Earth into her body, not giving the King of Earth any chance to regret. What kind of treasure was the heart of Earth? For flying beasts, it was of little value. But for beasts that weren't good at flying and were good at fighting on the ground, it was the best of the best. It was unparalleled and unparalleled. Beasts that had fused with the heart of Earth would be immune to all Earth-type attacks, such as sand burying, earth concealing, landslide, sandstorm and so on. They wouldn't be harmed at all. They could absorb all Earth-type energy, such as Earth-type magic crystals, ores, gems and so on. All Earth-type puppet beasts, such as rock puppets, stone silk snakes, mountain giants and so on, wouldn't have any hostility towards them. The most important thing was that beasts that had the heart of Earth would be able to absorb the Earth's energy continuously as long as they stood on the ground. They would never run out of energy. The Bloody Queen Red might not be very effective if she used it, because she mainly fought in the air. However, once the barbarian cow Shadow Man fused with the heart of Earth, she would definitely become a female barbarian cow who would never stop fighting. In the Grimoire world, under the envious gazes of the Bloody Queen Red and the Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen Duo, the barbarian cow Shadow Man started to absorb and fuse with the heart of Earth. This treasure might need a lot of time to completely fuse with her, but once it was fused, the barbarian cow Shadow would level up to become a 2-star holy beast. Her strength would increase exponentially, and she would become a female barbarian cow who would never tire. She would become the nightmare of all her enemies. There was nothing more terrifying than a guardian beast that could fight on the ground and had the Doom's eyes and trample skills obtaining the heart of Earth, the female barbarian cow who would never tire. Even the great emperor of Jiwei, Shun Tian and the Black Prince would feel their scalps go numb when they heard this. Of course, in order to obtain this, Yue Yang had sacrificed a lot. Other than racking his brains to win against the King of Earth, Yue Yang had even thrown out heaven runes and diamond body as an exchange in order to coax him to take out the treasure. In Yue Yang's eyes, everything could be exchanged. As long as he could obtain the heart of Earth, anything could be negotiated. After spending half a day and wasting countless innate qi on the King of Earth's head, shoulders, chest, back, arms and knees, Yue Yang drew the heaven rune pattern on it. He left the heaven rune, balance, in between the King of Earth's eyebrows, diamond, in its heart and energy storage, in its navel. With the help of these 3 heaven runes, the King of Earth's body would gradually turn into a diamond. When the diamond body was completely formed, its battle power would probably increase by at least 10 times. As for whether it could become a diamond ranked, Yue Yang felt that the chances were not high. A diamond body did not equate to a diamond ranked body. One was the body, the other was the realm. It was the same logic as an item made of gold was not a gold ranked treasure. The best time for the King of Earth to become a diamond-ranked beast had passed. If there were no accidents, it could only continue to increase its battle power. Its rank and level were probably fixed. Even so, the King of Earth with a diamond body would probably be an invincible existence even in the Earth Palace. Seeing that Yue Yang had given it all these, the King of Earth's mood became a little better. Golden light flashed. After Yue Yang used his innate qi to connect all the rune circles, the King of Earth's body gradually changed. The original rock body gradually condensed into diamonds. Although it was not much, with the passing of time, the King of Earth's body would definitely become diamond stone. Many people could not help but shiver at the thought of a King of Earth that was 50 meters tall and weighed a few hundred tons of diamond. Fortunately, this King of Earth had always stayed in the Earth Palace. If it ran out, even the Golden Mammoth, Battle Kodo, Ancient Behemoth and even the Black Hell Dragon would run away with their tails between their legs. When Fatty Hai and the others found Yue Yang had already turned the King of Earth's subordinates into rock giants with gold, silver and bronze bodies. Not only that, Yue Yang also instigated the King of Earth. Listen, my friend, you will collect taxes here from now on. Do you know what taxes are? You will collect toll fees from every adventurer that passes by. Don't worry, this is definitely legal. Think about it, you are the owner of this place. If you don't even collect toll fees and let them leave, wouldn't you lose face? Of course, collecting toll fees is one of them. Aren't you usually bored? When you have money, you can gamble with them. Take note, don't bet on anything else. Don't bet on the sand wolves and sand spiders just like you did just now. They can lose your treasures, but you must leave your subordinates and treasures behind. Yes, you are very smart, it seems like you completely understand what I mean. When you have treasures, I will come back to exchange with you. I am currently studying heaven runes, believe me, as your most sincere friend, I will definitely not lie to you. Oh Jen, the Iron Blood guards and the others were sweating profusely. Fatty Hai and the others nodded their heads furiously, proving that Yue Yang was a good boy. He would even help an old lady cross the road on every Monday, Wednesday and Friday, but only on Tuesday, Thursday and Friday would he commit murder, arson and rob. Everyone looked on, not daring to make a sound. The reason was simple. Even an idiot would know that offending Yue Yang would be worse than being beaten to a pulp by the King of Earth's fists. Wei Tai Lang reported the battle at the Fire Palace to Yue Yang and handed over the 2 fire eye stones from the prison flame king's eyes to his master. It received Yue Yang's affirmation and praise. As for the spirit of earth fire, she was like a little kid stealing candies to eat. She would suck a mouthful of energy from the earth fire magic flame ball from time to time and secretly look at Yue Yang's reaction. Seeing that Yue Yang didn't object to her doing this, she would secretly suck another mouthful. Her behavior was a little like Yu Shuang, who was secretly licking lollipops under her mother's prohibition. Finally, when she saw Wei Tai Lang handing over the 2 fire eye stones, she also wanted to hand over treasures and receive praise from her master. But other than the earth fire magic ball, she had nothing else. Hesitating and struggling in her heart for a long time, Yue Yang pretended not to see it. It was only when the spirit of earth fire reluctantly handed over the treasures in her arms with a pitiful look that Yue Yang finally nodded his head. He placed the earth fire magic fireball back into her hands. Seeing Yue Yang nod his head and return the treasures, the spirit of earth fire's heart was filled with a strong excitement. She hugged the treasures and rushed up to the sky, reaching a height of 1,000 meters. Then, she flew everywhere in the sky. It was as if she was using this to express the excitement in her heart. She did not realize that this action was very similar to a human's reaction. Although she was still very far away from being a holy beast and having complex human emotions, but after passing Yue Yang's test and training, she already had a new beginning. What's wrong with this little bird of yours? Yi Kong pointed at the wind-breath seabird on Fatty Hai's head. Don't mention it. Fatty Hai wanted to cry when he talked about this little bird. It looks very smart. Prince of Tian Luo and Shui Tan Lang both realized this. Oh my god, it's just too smart. I would rather it be a little more stupid. Before Fatty Hai could finish his sentence, the wind-breath seabird spat out a wind blade, hitting Fatty Hai's head. Now that it knew how to control its strength, it did not hurt Fatty Hai's skin, but also messed up his hair like a chicken nest. Fatty Hai hid in a corner and drew circles. After being interrogated by everyone, he finally told them the story of him and the little bird. In the end, everyone laughed crazily when they heard it. It was not that this wind-breath seabird could not be contracted, but it betrayed him too quickly. Its loyalty was originally very high, just like a normal contracted beast. However, as long as Fatty Hai nagged or complained, its loyalty would immediately drop and it would betray him. This action made Fatty Hai's idea of torturing it fail. It even tortured Fatty Hai to the point of wanting to die. This was because even if Fatty Hai did not contract it, it would still follow him closely. The ox-head Fan Lun Tai looked down on Fatty Hai's idea of roasting bird meat and rewarded him with a, "Serves you right." After another hour, Yue Yang finally saw the Li clan brothers, who had arrived late. They were all present and did not wait for Zhen and the others. There were 2 teleportation points in the underground palace. One was to teleport to the Gold Palace, and the other was to teleport to the center of the 5 palaces. You guys go first, we will wait for another 3 hours. If our teammates don't arrive by then, we will return to the Warriors Guild and send out an elder to bring them out of the 5 palaces. Of course, I think there is a high chance that they will be sacrificed. Zhen's voice was a little sad. However, he knew that if it was not for Yue Yang, the Iron Blood Guards would have suffered even more casualties. They might have been completely annihilated and would never be able to rise again. Young Titan, you must bring more adventurers here. I am very lonely. I hope that you can bring these friends to visit me when you are free. The King of Earth was very grateful to Yue Yang. After all, not everyone would be as generous as Yue Yang and return most of the things that they won. Of course, just wait to receive the money. Yue Yang decided to advertise the 5 Elements Palace once he got out. He had already taken the treasures anyway. Many mercenaries secretly swore that they would never come to this damned 5 Elements Palace again. However, Zhen and the others felt that this was actually a very good place to train. If they could pass through the 5 Elements Palace, they believed that the whole 6th floor of Tong Tian Tower, or even the 7th floor, would be able to come and go as they pleased. In the Five Elements Palace, reality would tell every adventurer that without a beast, a warrior would be nothing, with only one beast, a warrior would still be nothing. To be truly strong, one had to take care of everything. Or, an adventurer team with all kinds of talents, working together and going through life and death together, would be able to successfully train. Treasures. Don't even think about that. Being able to walk out of this Five Elements Palace alive was already the biggest reward in life. There was only one abnormal person like Yue Yang in this world. After leaving the Jadeite forest, Fatty Hai bragged about his great act of exploiting the last treasure of the evil Millennium Ancient Tree, the evil tree root, and was looked down upon by everyone. Hearing this, Yue Yang's mind moved. Don't say, this evil tree root might still have some use. You're saying that these will be useful to Bing-er. Fatty Hai was very excited after hearing this. His excited look was as if he had been injected with chicken blood. There's no use, but it might be useful to you guys. Yue Yang waved his hands and said to Fatty Hai, who had immediately withered, I want to buy the antiaris poison wood and the incomparably hard Sai Jin tree at a high price. In short, buy all the good trees. I'll try to use these evil tree roots to make some strong tree ants. Even if it's not convenient to fight monsters, it's not bad for defending the city. Why don't we ask the Warriors Guild if this Jadeite forest is for sale? Why don't we buy a large piece of land around the Five Elements Palace to build a city? Normally, you guys would have a place to stay. Later, when people from the Soaring Dragon continent or your family or friends come over, you guys would also have a place to greet them. Don't tell me you want Zheng Wuyu and the other old men to stand in the plaza and chat with you guys. Building a city, where do we have so much money? Prince of Tian Luo was very dizzy. Building a city was not easy. Money, this is not a problem. Yue Yang had never worried about not having enough money. If he had no money, he could just rob others. He waved his hands, assign a task to everyone, collect 100,000 gold. I'll take care of the rest. Collect from who? Ox-head Fan Lun Tai couldn't understand. Who would give money to others to build a city? Collect from people we don't know. When Yue Yang said this, everyone fell to the ground. As expected, this brat was a bad person from head to toe. Chapter 406. During this adventure in the Five Elements Palace, Lin En, Anna, Ox-head Liao and Ox-head Fan Lun Tai were scared half to death. Fatty Hai, Yi Kong, Shui Tan Lang, Prince Tian Luo and the Li brothers were also tested. The only one who was at a loss was the lowly Bao-er, who slept from the Gold Palace until they came out. Of course, the reason she could sleep for so long was because of the Fallen Flowers city mistress who planted the fragrant sleeping flower. The whole team's harvest was light, especially in terms of treasures. Only Fatty Hai obtained 10 evil tree roots. However, he had provoked an extremely smart wind breath seabird that had been torturing him all the way. According to Fatty Hai, this was not worth it. However, Yue Yang had a great harvest. In the Gold Palace, Yue Yang obtained the divine molten meteorite gold that could be used to forge divine weapons. With this, Yue Yang was confident that he could continuously perfect and even complete Ghost Genius Yu Gong's third treasure. In the Water Palace, Yue Yang obtained the Dragon Trapping Pearl. On the surface, it was useless, but it was a treasure that could be used to capture dragons. The prerequisite was that one had to have enough ability to capture dragons. In the Wood Palace, because of Yue Yang's glib tongue, the evil Millennium Ancient Tree met a tragic end. Its treasures, the ancient cyan tree sprout, the earth's core dew and the wishing Dutchman's pipe, were all swindled away by Yue Yang. What was even more shameless was that Fatty Hai even threw stones at the evil Millennium Ancient Tree when it was down, swindling away the last 10 evil tree roots. There were 2 guardians of the Fire Palace, and they were twice as tragic as the others. The evil Millennium Ancient Tree still had some income, but the Purgatory Flame King and Red Spirit Fire Demoness of the Fire Palace both became the stepping stones for Wei Tai Lang and the Spirit of Earth Fire's evolution. The gold-ranked Fire Scythe was assimilated by Wei Tai Lang, becoming a true essence Fire Scythe. Wei Tai Lang finally had a weapon. As a divine beast, although a gold-ranked weapon was a little inferior, it could still be used. Not only had the Spirit of Earth Fire evolved by absorbing the fire ability, she had also gained intelligence. At the same time, she had also obtained an Earth Fire Magic Ball. She would probably level up again in the future. As its master, Yue Yang only managed to obtain 2 of the Purgatory Flame King's eyes, the Fire Eye Stone, in the huge Fire Palace. It was better than nothing, but it was the smallest harvest out of all the 5 palaces. However, Yue Yang was very satisfied with the harvest from his beasts Wei Tai Lang and the spirit of earth fire. Of course, the one who obtained the most was not Wei Tai Lang and the spirit of earth fire, but the barbarian cow Shadow Awe man who had been quietly contributing for a long time. After obtaining the heart of the earth, a man would become a female barbarian bull that would never tire. Yue Yang's plan to nurture a goddess of war had officially begun. Looks like you guys still need more experience. Yue Yang threw out a few bronze-ranked weapons and silver-ranked armors from Demon Eye's platinum-ranked storage ring. Then, before anyone could react, he immediately slipped away, afraid that they would ask him about the treasures he had obtained. What a joke! If they knew that he had obtained the divine molten meteorite gold, it would be weird if they didn't pester him for the divine equipment. This Brad must have obtained a lot of good things, otherwise he wouldn't be so generous. Heavens, these are all bronze-ranked. There are only 2 silver-ranked, they are all trash. Fatty Hai was the person who understood Yue Yang's temper the most. He knew that Yue Yang must have obtained a lot of treasures, otherwise he wouldn't have left the 5 Elements Palace so quickly. You don't want it, fine. Yi Kong decided to split the treasures equally, but not to Fatty Hai. What, did I say that I don't want it? Fatty Hai stared back. Isn't Master Hai the young master of the richest family in the Soaring Dragon continent? Why would he be interested in these small trash? Yi Kong sneered and snatched the silver-ranked great axe from Fatty Hai's hands, throwing it to party leader Liao. Fatty Hai immediately squealed like a pig being slaughtered, but everyone pretended not to hear it. No one sympathized with this fellow. Who asked this fatty to proudly show off the evil tree root just now? Everyone got nothing, but he got a very smart wind breath seabird. This was illogical. They really didn't know why the wind breath seabird would like him. I'm so poor that my pockets are jingling, aren't you guys too heartless? There are no treasures, not even a consolation. Fatty Hai was about to cry and complain, but who knew that everyone would turn around and leave, not giving him a chance. Fatty Hai was so angry that he stomped his feet. Gaga, the wind breath seabird loved to see Fatty Hai's unlucky look the most. It happily flew around in the sky, cackling. I suddenly want to pluck its feathers, I really want to eat roasted bird legs. Fatty Hai stared at the wind breath seabird sinisterly. The little bird immediately rewarded him with a wind blade, then quickly ran away. Yue Yang's next goal was to go to the secret place where the Bloody Queen's mother had ascended. He explored for a while. It was said that Golden King beasts could level up there. Yue Yang decided to bring the Bloody Queen there to have a look. He wanted to see what was going on. The other was one of the 2 secrets mentioned in 4th Uncle's will. There was a gift that Yu Chu left for his son in the 5th floor of Tong Tian Tower. However, 4th Uncle didn't know the exact location, he only heard Yu Chu mention the approximate area. Yue Yang still needed to find it himself. What gift did Yu Chu leave for the pitiful guy? Yue Yang was also very curious. After finishing these 2 items, Yue Yang prepared to explore the Death Canyon by himself. At the same time, he would look for the secret in the treasure map left behind by the Ares Temple thief, to see if there was really any information about the hidden treasure. If he couldn't make it in time, he would definitely go all out to collect the Mother Earth potion in the 7th floor of Tong Tian Tower with Spider Empress Zhang Ying. After all, that was the most important thing. It wouldn't be too late to explore the Death Canyon later. As for the Heaven Stairway, Yue Yang decided to find a time to have a good talk with 4th Mother. Yue Yang felt that 4th Mother should know the secret of the Heaven Stairway. It was just that she didn't take the initiative to tell Yue Yang. Maybe, she would tell him when the time was right. What was the Heaven Stairway? Could it be that the Heaven Stairway could allow one to directly ascend to Heaven Realm? Yue Yang secretly guessed that there was such a possibility. He felt that the Heaven Stairway was a secret passage to Heaven Realm. Of course, he would only know the truth after exploring it. Back at the Warrior Guild, Yue Yang went up to the Hall of Honor on the 3rd floor and asked if he could use the Immortal Spring to exchange for the innate ranker's reward on the Bloody Fall list. The beautiful receptionist was so shocked that she looked at Yue Yang with her mouth agape. After a long while, she waved her hands and said that there was no such treasure. I need the Immortal Spring. If you guys are ready, then I will exchange it with the Warrior Guild for the related honor. The innate level 5 Demon Eye, the leader of the 3 leaders of the Thunder Fortress. Yue Yang said coolly and then left. Wow, the beautiful receptionist stared blankly at Yue Yang's back. After 3 minutes, she screamed, oh my god, this is too exciting. What happened? Another very serious manager scolded. This is the Hall of Honor, please pay attention to your image. You don't know, the innate level 5 demon eye is dead. He was killed by that masked handsome guy. The receptionist accidentally revealed Yue Yang's secret. The manager who didn't know the truth was shocked. After a long while, he said in disbelief, really? You said he wants the immortal spring. This is a little difficult. I need to report to the innate alliance immediately. Remember, this is a top secret. Other than you and me, don't let anyone else know about this. Otherwise, it will be the greatest harm to the brave warriors who are trying to get rid of evil. He really said Demon Eye just now. Are you 100% sure? Demon Eye of the Thunder Fortress, the leader of the 3 leaders. How could I have heard wrongly? Oh my god, he is so cool. The beautiful receptionist's eyes had already turned into 2 hearts. Yue Yang returned to the Thunder Fortress. This time, he didn't need to return to Endong's mansion. Demon Eye's Evil Eye Palace was being rebuilt in a hurry. The new Titan Palace would be expanded based on the Evil Eye Palace. Combining Demon Eyes and Endong's territories, as well as the lakeside area that Mountain Elf and Blood River gifted to Yue Yang, the new Titan Palace would become the largest building complex after Changni Palace. Countless slaves were happily busy. Among them, the slaves who first followed Yue Yang were the most energetic. Although Demon Eye's slaves and servants were abnormally diligent, they were still cautious. Fortunately, the Titan brothers had a good reputation. Otherwise, there would be a lot of slaves who escaped. Master. Among the voices calling Master, the fat toad Jada's voice was the loudest, proudest and most respectful. Demon Eye's property has been successfully taken over. There are a total of, you and manager Yan Zheng will handle these. I am assured that you have the ability to do it well. If you don't have enough manpower, ask the Sha Pu brothers to help you. Oh right, if you want to add anything in the future, you don't need to ask me. Just do it directly and report to me when you are done. Yue Yang wouldn't care about these people's daily life. Anyway, it would be fine as long as they operated normally. Moreover, the fat toad Jada didn't have the guts to lie to him. Yes, the fat toad Jada was so happy that his face turned red. This was the trust and recognition of his master. Merciful, great and invincible master, the new ores we found in mine number 5 have produced high-quality ores again. It is all thanks to master's luck. The other person who was extremely proud was the old slave Pai Ping. This fellow was very easy to praise. Once he was praised, the bones in his body would become lighter by a few kilograms. Well done, everyone has worked hard. This time, the reward will be doubled. Those who excavate high-quality ores will be rewarded once. Everyone who excavates the ores will be rewarded with 1 gold coin. As for those of you who built the houses, all of you will be rewarded. As for the specifics, you will be rewarded according to your contributions. Butler Yan Zheng will be in charge of this. Remember, the reward will never be less. When your contributions have accumulated to a certain level, I will consider awarding you a loyalty or contribution medal. All of you, work hard. Yue Yang waved his hand and rewarded close to 10,000 gold coins. Of course, his rewards were even greater. Not only now, but also in the future. Master's grace is as high as the heavens and as deep as the earth. Old Pai Ping was so touched that tears streamed down his face. He led the slaves to kowtow continuously. Get up. Yue Yang was speechless. The emperor's love for bootlicking was probably caused by this kind of people. However, he who knew the art of leadership still helped old Pai Ping up and patted his shoulder lightly. With this pat, old Pai Ping's body immediately became a few kilograms lighter. After the slaves kowtowed 3 times, Yue Yang raised his hand in the air. Immediately, they started to clatter. Their faces were still stained with tears. It was unknown if they were really touched or if they were acting like a movie king. Entering the hall, he found that butler Yan Zheng was extremely busy calculating something. Even when Yue Yang came in, he couldn't divert his attention to greet him. On the other hand, the large group of merchants who surrounded butler Yan Zheng all gave him a flattering and respectful smile. Yue Yang waved his hand and left by himself. These people felt that Mr. Little Titan was really amiable and easygoing. Ordinary innate rankers wouldn't even look at merchants. Everyone gave him a thumbs up and praised him non-stop. Ah, master is back. I was only focused on drawing and didn't have time to cook. I have really neglected my duty. Please punish me, master. A half-elf girl with a child's face and big breasts ran out from the inner room with a little panic. The power of her breasts trembling caused Yue Yang's heart to be put to a test. Her white orchid-like fingers were still stained with paint, but her little face was blushing, as if she had done something shameful. You drew pretty well. Yue Yang knew that this little girl was definitely drawing him. He glanced at it from the corner of his eyes. It was really her, but there was an additional drawing of her. On the white cloth, there was a drawing of Yue Yang wearing a Gemini mask, while the half-elf girl drew herself hugging Yue Yang's arm, smiling happily. Seeing that Yue Yang wasn't angry, the half-elf girl naughtily stuck out her little pink tongue. Yue Yang patted her head and rewarded her with a fresh fruit. Are you hungry? Eat this first to fill your stomach. The half-elf girl was so excited that her little face turned red. She took the fruit, lowered her head and nodded. When Yue Yang returned to the grimoire world, she clenched her little fist and cheered herself on with tears streaming down her face. I'm such a failure, I actually forgot to cook. Luckily Master wasn't angry, but Master is really gentle. I must work hard tomorrow. The next day, after settling the matters in the Thunder Fortress, Yue Yang prepared to go down to the 3rd floor of Tong Tian Tower to find the mysterious place that could allow a golden king beast to ascend. Suddenly, Butler Yan Zheng came in to report that Mr. Chen from the Qi Lan continent had arrived. Chapter 407 Inches Mr. Little Titan, you really surprised me. Mr. Chen was still wearing that wide-brimmed hat, but his face looked much better now. It was probably because Yue Yang had exchanged 2 martial arts pills previously, allowing his son and daughter to successfully break through their bottlenecks. Mr. Chen's complexion looked very good, he was in high spirits. When he saw Yue Yang walking out, he immediately bowed deeply to him like a gentleman. My friend, could it be that you have brought me a piece of good news this time? Yue Yang looked at his expression, as if something good had come to find him. That's right, Mr. Chen smiled. However, please forgive me, I'll leave the good news for last. It's like this, regarding the thunder ores, I wonder if we can still keep our promise. What I mean is, if possible, I want to buy all the ores in the West Wind Pit. You can pay with gold coins, or you can exchange with magic crystals and treasures. Of course, if you are willing, we can even pay with the Qi Lan continent's unique wine. Other than being an exceptional wine, the Qi Lan wine is also a good recovery potion. It has a certain effect on recovering a warrior's qi and blood, replenishing strength and healing external injuries. In the Qi Lan continent, the annual production of the Qi Lan wine does not exceed 30,000 bottles. Most of them are transported to Tong Tian Tower to be sold by merchants. It is a very popular wine. How much Qi Lan wine do you have? Yue Yang went straight to the point and asked. At the very most, I should be able to get 10,000 bottles. Among them, there are 100 bottles of 5th rank, dragon blood wine, 1,000 bottles of 4th rank, tiger bone wine, and the remaining 9,000 bottles of 3rd rank, beast blood wine. Mr. Chen knew that Yue Yang had a lot of ores. 10,000 bottles of wine could only make up a small part of it. He would mainly use treasures like the wisdom fruit and magic crystals to pay for it. As for gold coins, Mr. Chen did not think that the other party would be short of money. Yue Yang muttered to himself. He somewhat understood why Mr. Chen wanted to buy the thunder ores so urgently. It should be fed to some kind of thunder-attributed beast to increase their level and battle power. Supplying ores to the Qi Lan continent for a long period of time would inevitably affect the development of the soaring dragon continent. However, going back on his words made him feel a little awkward. Furthermore, Yue Yang had occupied Demon Eye's mind. He did not have to worry about not having ores. Mr. Chen probably wouldn't want the top-grade ores, and he wouldn't be able to afford them. The best Yue Yang would keep it for himself. It was just right to sell ordinary ores to the other party. What Yue Yang wanted the most right now wasn't the Qi Lan wine. It was a consumable item, so what if he drank it? What he wanted the most was the recipe for the wine, as well as the method to create weapons and armors using the thunder ore. With these techniques, Yue Yang would be able to replicate them immediately and apply them on the soaring dragon continent. It wasn't impossible to research on it himself, but it would take too much time. This kind of thing wouldn't help him much, so Yue Yang was too lazy to use his brain. He had too many things to do. It would be best if he could obtain the technique directly. If he copied it, it might even be better than the original. Yue Yang reckoned that Mr. Chen would not take out the technique to create the thunder ore to exchange. As for how to feed the beasts, even if Mr. Chen said this method, the soaring dragon continent might not have those special beasts that ate ores. The supply of ores wasn't something that could be done in a year or two. In the end, Yue Yang decided that it would be better for him to put some effort into researching the thunder ores. He would then give this method to Zheng Wuyu as the betrothal money for marrying Princess Xianxia. This way, his future father-in-law Zheng Wuyu would definitely be overjoyed. Yue Yang made up his mind and nodded. All right, no problem. We'll do as you said. The Qi-Lan continent can use the wine as collateral for a portion of the ores, but our main exchange will still be with magic crystals. When Mr. Chen saw that Yue Yang was deep in thought, his heart was still beating like a drum. He also knew the value of the thunder ore. His conditions were definitely not the highest. Now that there were so many competitors, he quickly showed his sincerity and made a win-win situation. Mr. Little Titan, in order to thank you for your trust and friendship, we are willing to give you the technique to create the thunder armor from the thunder ore for free. Furthermore, we can cooperate fully. Mr. Little Titan, please forgive my frankness. Our technique is not the highest. The demon abyss's usage of the thunder ore and the dwarves' forging technique are the most perfect. However, those are top secret and we are unable to obtain them. Another point, because only the Qi-Lan continent has the thunder beast that can be used to increase the attributes of the thunder ore, we are willing to use the mature and tame thunder beast as the collateral for the ores. The technique to extract the ores. Butler Yan Zheng was stunned. Mr. Chen's generosity was definitely huge. The thunder beast is an extremely powerful mount. Its speed is as fast as lightning and its attacks contain lightning which can paralyze the enemy. If it can surpass the bronze rank and reach the silver rank, a level 6 elder or a level 7 overlord would also be suitable to ride on. The fat toad Jada was afraid that Yue Yang would not agree, so he quickly reminded him in a low voice. Our Qi-Lan continent will provide 2 gold rank thunder beasts and 10 silver rank thunder beasts every year. As for the rest, the lowest is bronze rank level 4 and the highest is bronze rank level 6. The limit is 300 to 500 of them every year. We will not force you to give us top-grade ores. Every high-grade thunder ore can be exchanged for at least 2 silver rank thunder beasts. Mr. Chen passed a trade agreement that he had prepared long ago to Yue Yang. Very good, Mr. Chen, your frankness is worthy of respect. The trade is established. Yue Yang knew that the other party would definitely not tell him how to raise and train the thunder beast. Every race had their own secrets. For example, it was impossible for the elves to tell him how to make bows, the gnomes to tell them how to embed gems, and the dwarves to tell them how to forge weapons. Would the Yu clan tell outsiders about the puppet-making technique? Of course not. The source and supply of the thunder beast was still in the hands of the Qi-Lan continent's rankers. However, Yue Yang had also benefited a lot from it. It was impossible to monopolize everything in business. Being able to monopolize the most valuable thing was already enough. Moreover, this thunder mine was snatched from others. It was basically a profit without any capital. Yue Yang's main task was to gain experience and increase his cultivation. He did not need to be distracted too much with these things, as long as he could earn the most profit. Sha sha sha. Yue Yang signed Titan's name on the trade agreement. He then drew a Gemini mask symbol on it. At this time, Mr. Chen's heartbeat finally stabilized. He knew that to everyone, this was a win-win situation. However, the other party might not necessarily want to win with him. Little Titan could choose someone else, because the initiative to obtain the thunder ore was completely in the hands of this unfathomably strong young man. If he decided to cooperate, then it would be a win-win situation. If he refused to cooperate, then he would still have a chance to cooperate with someone else. Mr. Chen gratefully bowed to Yue Yang. Thank you very much. I believe that our Qi-Lan continent will be able to get a chance to breathe because of your support. We will be able to obtain a better chance of survival. You must know that we have always been living under the shadow of the demon abyss. Before we proceed with our trade, I can guarantee you that the assets that I handed over to Butler Yan Zheng in the Qi-Lan continent will not be counted as part of our future trade. They will belong to you completely. If you do not want to receive Indong's assets in the form of gold coins, then we can exchange them for other things at the same price. For example, Qi-Lan wine and thunder beast. We can also provide a small amount of thunder armors. I am very curious about the products of your continent. I really want to see it. Give me a little of everything. Yue Yang looked like he did not care and laughed it off. But in his heart, he thought that this Mr. Chen was too honest and old-fashioned. If he was from the Soaring Dragon continent, would he take the initiative to hand over the assets of Indong's hometown to an unknown person? Definitely not. It would be weird if he did. Even if he had to hand it over, he would not hand it over completely. He would definitely hide a large part of it. On the contrary, looking at this Mr. Chen, before he returned, he had already handed over the assets to butler Yan Zheng. It seemed that hiding other people's assets was an especially shameful action. Seeing this scene, Yue Yang's heart was slightly moved. He remembered that Lin En, Anna, Bao Liao and Fan Lun Tai all had good morals. It seemed that other than humans, many other races had shocking morals. Forget about the elves, but how could an ox head, a pig man and a toad be more virtuous than humans? This was really dizzying. If he were to use the standards of the Hua Tian dynasty, these people were all FC king idiots. Brainless and a pain in the ass type, Yue Yang secretly sweated in his heart. Of course, he would definitely support others to be virtuous and treat others sincerely. It would be best if everyone in Tong Tian Tower behaved like a gentleman, but he would definitely not do that. Compared to being a good person, Yue Yang felt that it was more comfortable to be a bad guy who did whatever he wanted. Let others be the good guy, do the bad guy himself. This was Yue Yang's way of thinking. Mr. Chen happily bid farewell and left. He was prepared to bring his hometown's good wine, mounts and armors to the Thunder Fortress to trade. To be able to cooperate with the Titan brothers, who were strong innates, was undoubtedly the luckiest thing for the Qilan continent. Before he left, he gave Yue Yang a piece of parchment paper. On it was a map, marking a location. Yue Yang's heart palpitated when he saw it, because the location marked on the map was called Evil Dragon Lair. This was found by a thief who was extremely good at concealment. He almost lost his life because of it. According to his information, there is a black dragon, 2 red dragons and close to 100 red flame-flying dragons inside. If you need more information, you can go to the Silver Bullhorn Tavern and look for a man named Dark Blade. He is my most respected friend, I wish you good luck. For this information, Mr. Chen paid a total of 10,000 gold coins, but he gave it to Yue Yang without hesitation. Because he felt that this young man was more suitable than him, and had more confidence in venturing into the dragon lair. If you succeed, I will repay you with a bottle of dragon blood. Yue Yang naturally understood how dangerous and difficult it was to find the evil dragon lair, and how valuable this piece of information was. Mr. Chen was also an innate ranker. If he was willing to give this opportunity to slay a dragon to Yue Yang, it meant that he had enough sincerity to cooperate with Yue Yang. Let alone the evil dragon lair, there were even dragon hunters in the Jadeite forest, where giant dragons temporarily passed by. From this, it could be seen how hard it was to find a giant dragon. Furthermore, giant dragons were not to be trifled with. Giant dragons were not like flying dragons, they were definitely invincible on the battlefield, causing all living creatures to flee at the sight of them. Returning to the 6th floor of Tong Tian Tower, Yue Yang pretended that he did not know Fatty Hai and the others. He found a teleporter and teleported to a continent 10,000 miles away. On that continent, he teleported to another place 10,000 miles away. After teleporting 3 times, Yue Yang finally arrived at a huge city called Ta Ji Yu. He spent money to hire a blue-winged white-backed gull and flew directly to the Silver Bullhorn Tavern like a taxi. This was a medium-sized tavern. There was a huge silver bullhorn as the tavern's logo. It seemed that this was the base of the Silver Bullhorn mercenary group. There were many similar taverns in the 6th floor of Tong Tian Tower. Yue Yang pushed the door open and entered. Those who saw Yue Yang were a little surprised. Many of them even sized up the Gemini mask on Yue Yang's face and the long bag on his back that was wrapped with the gold-ranked dragon-slaying spear. A weak level 6 elder actually wore a gold-ranked mask on his face. The eyes of many people who were drinking at the table flashed, but for some reason, they did not dare to snatch it. It was much better than the people near the entrance of the 6th floor of Tong Tian Tower. It seemed that the Silver Bullhorn mercenary group had some reputation, at least they could suppress their customers. Yue Yang ignored those greedy gazes and walked directly to the wine cabinet. He threw a handful of gold coins and said, "I'm looking for Dark Blade." Chapter 408 inches. There is no one called Dark Blade here. The beauty standing at the wine counter smiled politely. There is a type of wine called Dark Night Temptation, do you want a cup? Ask him to come out, now. Yue Yang grabbed another gold coin and placed it on the counter. There is really no such person. I also want to earn your gold coins, but I'm sorry. The beauty returned the gesture. My patience is limited. Yue Yang's gaze was very serious. Customer, I'm sorry, please allow me to serve you. A half-bald old man stood at the side. He reached out his hand and patted the beauty's shoulder, hinting for her to leave as soon as possible. Then, he took over her original position and asked with a face full of smiles, "Dear customer, she is new here and doesn't know anything. If you want to ask for news of Dark Blade, I will tell you a piece of unfortunate news. Dark Blade is already dead." "How did he die?" Yue Yang asked. "A month ago, Dark Blade received news of a secret treasure. He told his best friend, but who knew that his best friend betrayed him and secretly spread the news of the secret treasure? A strong mercenary group found Dark Blade and escorted him to the location of the secret treasure. Along the way, they met even more adventurers. It turned out that his greedy friend sold the news to a few mercenary groups. In the end, before they could get the secret treasure, a few mercenary groups started to fight, and in the end, they even lured the strong dragon hunters. The dragon hunters took advantage of the fact that both sides were injured and captured them in one fell swoop. Including Dark Blade and his friends, everyone was annihilated. As for the news of the secret treasure, because of Dark Blade's death, no one knows anymore." The half-bald old man sighed. "Many people think that this is a conspiracy deliberately spread by the dragon hunters. They deceived Dark Blade and let him bring the news back. In the end, it caused the mercenary groups that coveted the secret treasure to fight, and they took the opportunity to take advantage of it." "Is it really like that?" Yue Yang smiled faintly. "This matter, everyone in the Pagoda Ancient City knows about it." At that time, our Silver Horn mercenary group also had a meeting, but the leader felt that there was something fishy about it and gave up on the treasure hunt. Later on, it was proven that it was indeed so. The half-bald old man's words were very convincing. The events, process, and contradictions were almost impeccable, but Yue Yang did not believe a word of it. The closer the description was to the truth, the more fake it was. There was no need to read detective novels to know this. Just by watching TV, one would know that a guy who looked like a good guy on the surface was definitely a bad guy. Of course, Yue Yang believed that the main reason why the half-bald old man lied to him was because of his senses. As a powerful innate ranker, his senses were extremely sharp. Yue Yang already knew that this old man was going to spout a bunch of lies before he even opened his mouth. On the other hand, the outsider beauty didn't dare to speak casually. Because she wasn't used to lying. She was afraid that Yue Yang would see through her lies and expose her. Her clumsiness was in stark contrast to the old man's slickness. If Dark Blade was really dead, this old man shouldn't be sighing. Instead, he should be happy, a kind of gloating happiness. Then, he would brag about it vividly and make this topic the laughingstock of the tavern. Therefore, the calmer this old man acted, the more abnormal the matter was. "Is Dark Blade really dead?" Yue Yang finally asked. "The one who collected his body was my nephew. Although Dark Blade wasn't my friend, he never owed me money for drinks. In fact, he was a good customer." The half-bald old man pretended to bemoan the state of the universe and pity the fate of mankind. He did not know that in the world of the wuxia dynasty, there was a character in a novel called Yu Bukchun. This character told the readers not to easily trust others, especially a species called gentleman. Let him come back to life and appear in front of me as soon as possible. Yue Yang took out another gold coin and placed it in front of the half-bald old man. "But he's really dead." The half-bald old man's gaze turned slightly cold. He didn't expect that after talking for so long, the other party still wasn't moved and stubbornly believed that Dark Blade was still alive. "In 10 minutes, if he doesn't appear, I will burn down this tavern," Yue Yang said as if it was a matter of course. "Brat, are you looking for death?" Behind Yue Yang, a tall and sturdy man with a round waist stood. He patted Yue Yang's shoulder with his big, furry hands and shouted sternly, "Get the hell out of here right now. Don't ever appear in Tower GU ever again. Otherwise, I will beat your dog legs. Why don't you ask around? Is this a place where you can behave atrociously? Even if Captain Taurus isn't here, this friend of his will not let others behave atrociously in his territory." The customers in the tavern also denounced Yue Yang along with the burly man. One by one, they stood up and began cursing loudly. Some were even prepared to roll up their sleeves and rush forward to beat up Yue Yang. The half-bald old man hurriedly pretended to be a good person. "Everyone, don't be angry. It's all a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. Thank you everyone for your praise of our silver bull horn. But we open a tavern to do business, not to cause trouble, but to make a fortune. Everyone, calm down. Come, serve wine to the customers. This round is on me. Turning around, he smiled at Yue Yang. This esteemed customer, please don't be angry. We understand that you are anxious to find Dark Blade, but he is really dead. If you don't believe me, I can get someone to bring you to see his grave. Everyone here can also prove that Dark Blade has already been dead for half a month. His corpse has already rotted. The customers laughed loudly. Idiot, only coming to look for treasures now. If there were really treasures, would we still be waiting for a fool like you? Another person mocked. Luckily he came late. Otherwise, if he met the dragon hunters, he would probably pee his pants on the spot, boasting shamelessly, a mere level 6 elder wants to behave atrociously here. Do you want me to die of laughter? Standing behind Yue Yang was a tall and sturdy Bear Clan man with a loud and clear voice. He was overjoyed. Did you guys hear that? Just now, when he said that he would burn this silver bullhorn tavern, he almost scared me to death. This brat must not have woken up yet. Even in his dreams, he would never have thought that this silver horn tavern was actually opened by the strongest innate ranker, the Ox tribe warrior, Silver Horn. Brat, you want to behave atrociously in the innate rankers territory. Are you even an innate ranker? Why, did you pee your pants in fright? Touch your crotch. Little bird, don't be scared. Is it still there? Ahahaha. Boring. Yue Yang shook his head. He casually threw a punch behind him, nonchalantly. It was as if a bored friend of the tavern was chasing away a fly. Although the burly man from the bear tribe was laughing wildly, he was already prepared. He reacted in an instant. His huge fist retaliated with an explosive force, smashing towards Yue Yang's back. He knew that a fight was inevitable. Although he was laughing arrogantly on the surface, he was secretly on guard. Seeing that it was real, he immediately counterattacked. It wasn't just him. The other customers also felt that under such ridicule, even if the masked brat had a good temper, he wouldn't be able to take it. All of them held their cups and watched the show. Some of them were even prepared to give the masked brat a flying kick after the man from the bear tribe defeated him to vent their anger. Just when everyone was prepared to see Yue Yang suffer, the situation changed beyond their expectations. The moment the huge fist smashed into Yue Yang's back, Yue Yang's hand hit the chin of the man from the bear tribe 1/10 of a second earlier. Immediately, the bear tribe man shot up into the sky like a rocket. His huge body shot straight to the roof, smashing through the second floor with a boom, then smashing through the third and fourth floor, as well as the roof of the fifth floor, flying dozens of meters into the sky. 10 seconds later, the man from the bear tribe fell down. He fell back into the hole he had created and accurately landed in front of Yue Yang. The wooden floor on the ground was completely shattered. Wood chips flew everywhere. The entire Silver Horn Tavern was shaking. The windows were broken, and the mud and dust were rustling down. The customers who were squatting on the long benches to watch the show were all turned into clay puppets. Many of them poured the wine in their hands onto their chests or pants, but they didn't notice it at all. Everyone's eyes were wide open, just like toads that had been stepped on. Even though the truth was right in front of their eyes, they couldn't believe that it was true. A level 7 advanced overlord was sent flying by a level 6 beginner elder with a single punch, and even fainted on the spot. Was this even possible? If it was the other way around, it wouldn't be possible. That half-bald old man was so scared that he shivered. He quietly hid in the wine cabinet and prepared to sneak away. Come out and lead the way. If I can't see Dark Blade in 10 minutes, I can guarantee that this Silver Horn Tavern and everyone here will evaporate in the 6th floor of Tong Tian Tower. Yue Yang knocked on the counter, scaring the half-bald old man into sticking his head out. Bang! The half-bald old man was so flustered that his head hit the edge of the cabinet. He didn't dare to cry out in pain and quickly led the way. 5 minutes later, Yue Yang finally saw Dark Blade. He was a skinny thief with an extremely ordinary appearance. If he was thrown into the crowd, it would be like throwing a grain of sand into a sandpit. He would definitely not be found. Of course, his looks weren't enough to be a celebrity, but to be a thief, his looks were practically a cheat code. People like thieves and assassins didn't need to be handsome. The more ordinary they were, the more battle power they could unleash, and the higher their chances of survival. There were a few other people standing with Dark Blade. There were 3 men of different races, 2 dwarves, a half-naked ox-head warrior with a golden belt, and a skinny old scholar. The half-bald old man introduced these people. They were the leader of the Taurus mercenary group, Taurus, the think tank sage Ba Jiyu, and the 5 core members of the elite group. Yue Yang only glanced at the leader of the Taurus mercenary group. This guy had the strength of a lesser innate, but it was difficult for him to enter Yue Yang's eyes. The skinny scholar sage Ba Jiyu, on the other hand, was sized up by Yue Yang. This old fellow was also a lesser innate, but his brain structure was different from the leader of the Taurus mercenary group. It was worth Yue Yang looking at him for a second more. The 2 dwarves were level 7 overlord, but they were probably very strong. The axes they were holding were actually made of black gold. Of course, Yue Yang was curious about them because he had never seen dwarves before. The 3 men of different races were wolf tribe warriors with bulging muscles. They were extremely tall, and they didn't wear shoes. Their sharp claws extended out. It seemed like they were agile warriors who were good at running. This is Dark Blade. The half-bald old man first introduced the thief to Yue Yang, then bowed to the leader of the Taurus mercenary group. I'm sorry, leader, I really couldn't stop this esteemed guest. It's all right, it's good to have one more person join the treasure hunt. The leader of the Taurus mercenary group signaled the skinny thief to come forward. Tell this friend about the situation first, maybe we can cooperate. The evil dragon lair isn't something that we, the Taurus mercenary group, can set our sights on. We need more helpers, but they must be friends who are sincere in searching for treasures. Is this how you treat a friend who is sincere in searching for treasures? Yue Yang didn't look at the thief. Instead, he walked to the front of a wolf tribe warrior. You are the real Dark Blade, right? Yue Yang's words shocked everyone. Even Sage Ba Jiyu, who was originally calm and collected, looked at Yue Yang in shock, as if he wanted to get to know this masked man again. Chapter 409 Normal people would not be able to see through Dark Blade's identity. This was because people would think that if Dark Blade was a thief, he would definitely look like a thief. The biggest possibility was that his appearance would not be shocking and it would be easy for him to hide his tracks. However, the best way to hide was not his appearance, but his identity. No one would have thought that a thief would actually look like a warrior. Especially when he hid among 3 warriors, it was even more flawless. Dark Blade, the super thief whose identity had never been recognized, was exposed by Yue Yang for the first time. Everyone was shocked. With Heaven Eye's divine vision, Yue Yang did not explain. Even if he did not have Heaven Eye's divine vision, Yue Yang would not be fooled. Being suspicious was definitely a common problem for smart people. Only those with a one-track mind would easily believe others. Yes, I am the real Dark Blade. The Wolf Clan warrior's aura changed. From the original level 7 overlord, it instantly rose to a lesser innate. Waving his claws, his movements were as fast as lightning. In the blink of an eye, Dark Blade had already changed into a Fox Clan thief. Not only did he change from a warrior to a thief, even his race was not a Wolf Clan, but a Fox Clan. Yue Yang felt that the saying, pretending to be a big-tailed wolf, was probably referring to this guy. However, pretending to be a big-tailed wolf was the best way to cover up. Mr. Chen had said that Dark Blade was an expert in concealment. It was indeed true. Yue Yang looked at Dark Blade's waist and saw a silver dagger. The dagger's blade was dark green, and there were even heaven runes decorations on it. It was obviously a gold-ranked dagger, but half of it was wrapped in cowhide, pretending to be a bronze-ranked dagger. He was really talented. Tell me about the information. If it is useful, I will pay you. Yue Yang acted as if he was buying information from a thief's guild. Don't say, this guy doesn't look like a good person. The 2 dwarves objected in unison. I'll say it first. The evil dragon lair definitely exists, but the current situation is that the evil dragon lair is the base of the dragon hunters' allies. There are more than 2 groups of dragon hunters that often appear nearby. They are collaborating with the evil dragon inside. Normally, the evil dragon would search for the traces of the dragon hunters, while the dragon hunters would move out. Both sides would kill the good evil dragon and split the loot equally. With our current strength, not only can we not kill the strong evil dragon, we can't even defeat the dragon hunters. There are at least 2 innates outside the innate alliance. They are the leaders of the dragon hunters. The naked ox Jin Niu looked at Yue Yang. With his 8-pack. Jin Niu looked at Yue Yang. If there is at least an innate, we can try. We also have an innate ranker on our side. He is the pride of our clan, Silver Horn. Blade. Blade, not. Jin would like to wait. Blade. Dragon. Dragon. Don't be anxious. Let's listen to the specific information first. Let's hear the information first. The sage Ba Jiyu tried to smooth things over. When he heard that Yue Yang had the support of an innate, his eyes immediately lit up. Having the support of an innate and not having the support of an innate were two completely different concepts. HMPH. Hearing that Yue Yang had the support of an innate, the two dwarves no longer objected to sharing information. The entrance to the evil dragon lair is not like a normal dragon lair. It is not on top of a high cliff. Instead, it is hidden in a rocky forest. The peak is extremely steep and the terrain is harsh. Normal warriors would not be able to get close to the dragon lair. The harsh terrain stretches for tens of kilometers. There is a high peak in the middle. The entrance to the dragon lair is halfway up the peak. Below it is a smooth cliff. There is no way to enter unless you fly. In the surroundings, there are countless red flame flying dragons. I think most of the adventurers would fall under the attack of the red flame flying dragons. The red flame flying dragons are a headache. Most of them are bronze rank level 9, and there are also silver rank level 8. Luckily, other than the red flame flying dragon king, there are very few gold rank level 7 existences. Dark Blade looked at Yue Yang and slowly reported the information. From what I know, there is one black dragon and 2 red dragons. The black dragon is not a hell black dragon, nor is it a holy beast. However, it is very powerful. Although it and the 2 red dragons are gold rank level 10, its power is a few times higher. It is very terrifying. I think that warriors below innate level 5 would not be able to shake this black dragon. The red dragon also needs the power of an innate level 3 to fight against it. Now, I can't guarantee that there are not more evil dragons in there. Maybe there are more, or even stronger existences. If it is an innate, we need to work together in order to win. The sage Ba Jiyu suggested to Yue Yang, we will distribute the spoils of war according to strength and battle achievements. My tribes, Lord Silverhorn, is a level 5 innate ranker. May I ask what is the strength of your innate ranker? Party leader Taurus was openly negotiating. If you are weaker than the power behind me, then I'm sorry, but you have to listen to me. Level 6 innate. When Yue Yang said this, the other parties' expressions were different. Some were happy, some were sad, some were excited, and some were worried. On the surface, it seemed like a good thing to have a super strong ally, because a strong ally meant the success of the mission. However, a strong ally also meant that they would have to share more treasures with others. As a level 6 innate, ordinary things would definitely not be able to catch their eye. Party leader Taurus and the sage Ba Jiyu looked at each other. Then, party leader Taurus said, it's not that I want to be disrespectful to an innate. I just want to ask for an innate's name, so that I can report to Lord Silverhorn. Yue Yang looked at him indifferently and said 2 words, Titan. When this name was said, everyone was stunned again. Because, they had never heard of it before. As a level 6 innate ranker, he should be famous in the entire 6th floor of Tong Tian Tower. Unexpectedly, this masked man in front of them said an unfamiliar name. It's fake. The 2 dwarves were the most hot-tempered and immediately retorted loudly, we have never heard of any Titan. May I ask what glorious deeds this Titan has done, so that we can worship him? Party leader Taurus' first thought was that it was a fake. However, it was fine if he was an innate ranker, but if he was a level 6 innate ranker, it would be extremely easy to see through him. If he knew this, why did he still want to fake it? A level 6 innate ranker definitely could not be offended. Hence, before he was 100% sure that it was a fake, he did not dare to make it up. He just killed Nightmare and Tiger Nian of the Bloody Ranking, and the head of the 3 leaders of the Thunder Fortress, Demon Eye. You guys can go to the Warrior Guild to find out about this. Yue Yang turned around and left, leaving behind a sentence, I will depart in 3 hours, regardless of whether you guys cooperate or not. What about that respectable Lord Titan? The sage Ba Jiyu asked anxiously. When the time comes, he will appear. Yue Yang's figure disappeared. Hearing this, everyone looked at each other, not knowing if they should believe him or doubt him. This brat was too arrogant. If he was not confident, would he go to the evil dragon lair to die? With his level, if he did not have the protection of an innate ranker, going to the evil dragon lair would be like sending food to the enemy. However, they had never heard of the name Titan. Normally, a level 6 innate ranker should have been famous for at least 1 or 200 years. How could they not have heard of him? If he was hiding his strength, he should have heard of his name, right? The few of them looked at each other and rushed to the Warrior Guild in the Pagoda Ancient City to find out the truth. However, the answer they got from the warrior guild made them speechless. They did not know whether to laugh or cry. After the record keeper collected 100 gold coins for the inquiry, he went into the inner room and found the records. He then came out and told them, "Titan, there is such a person. He is a newbie who came to the 6th floor of Tong Tian Tower from the Soaring Dragon continent." After hearing this, the two dwarfs fell to the ground. A newbie dared to boast about being a level 6 and 8. Dark Blade and the Golden Bull were disappointed. If there was really a level 6 and 8 ranker helping them, they would have the confidence to take down the evil dragon lair. Who would not know that he was a liar? Elder Ba Ji Yu was expressionless. No one knew what he was thinking. Just as the few of them were about to leave, the record keeper flipped to another page. A few days ago, the newbie Titan killed Nightmare and Tiger Nian in the Thunder Fortress. Oh my god, a newbie killed Nightmare and Tiger Nian. I seeing things. The record keeper must have recorded the innate ranker's contribution here wrongly. However, how could such a thing be recorded wrongly? Looking at the next page, Titan exchanged his reward at the Warrior Guild number 1 in the plaza of the 6th floor of Tong Tian Tower. Oh my god, is the record wrong? I'm going to faint, I must be dreaming. There's another page. Titan claimed to have killed one of the 3 leaders of the Thunder Fortress, Demon Eye, and requested to exchange his reward for the treasure Immortal Spring. This news was verified. One of the 3 leaders of the Thunder Fortress, Demon Eye, was indeed killed by Little Titan. One of the 10 sky demons of the demonic palace, Sky Dragon, was also present at the scene. At the same time, he was defeated by Little Titan and escaped from the Thunder Fortress, his whereabouts unknown. After this battle, all the people in shops whose names were related to Titan changed their names to show their respect to Titan, the new super ranker. Oh my god, how is this a newbie? Please forgive my mistake and my foul mouth. I definitely did not mean to disrespect an innate ranker, I definitely did not. The record keeper was so scared that he quickly put down the record book in his hands and bowed continuously. He was afraid that he would become the subject of gossip and attract the hatred of the innate ranker. Even if the innate ranker did not have time to deal with him, the warrior guild would probably fire him immediately. The ones who were the most shocked were the Golden Bull and Ba Ji Yu. All of them covered their mouths tightly, trying their best to recall if they had said anything disrespectful to Titan, the newbie who killed 3 innate rankers in a row. They must not, otherwise, they would be in deep trouble. The 2 dwarves were also so scared that they broke out in cold sweat. Luckily they did not shout that Titan was a newbie in the warrior guild, or that Titan was a fake trash. Nightmare and Tiger Nian were murderous demons that could stop children from crying. Both of them not only had the strength of innate level 3, but because their beasts were extremely strange, even innate rankers who were higher than them did not dare to provoke them. As for Demon Eye, he was one of the 3 leaders of the Thunder Fortress. He was also a murderous demon, his hands were stained with blood and he killed people like flies. With the strength of innate level 5, he could practically do whatever he wanted in the 6th floor of Tong Tian Tower. Who would have thought that Demon Eye would also be killed by Titan? The most ridiculous thing was that Sky Dragon, one of the 10 sky demons, was actually defeated by Titan, a newbie. Sky Dragon's reputation in the 6th floor of Tong Tian Tower had spread far and wide. Although he was the weakest of the 10 sky demons, what did it mean to be one of the 10 sky demons? Even the weakest among them was an innate level 6, the leader of the 10 sky demons. Sky Execution was a powerful person that could make the entire Tong Tian Tower tremble with a stomp of his foot. Sky Execution was an innate ranker that even the most arrogant demon Abyss Great Demon King would bow down to show his respect. Sky Dragon, who was one of the 10 sky demons with Sky Execution, was actually defeated by a newbie. Who would dare to believe this? In short, Sky Dragon was defeated by a newbie who had just entered the Tong Tian Tower. The shock of this news was no less than a golden mammoth being overturned by an ant. It was no less than a small shrimp eating a shark. Now, the Golden Bull and the others completely understood. Why was the masked man so arrogant? The reason was because he had enough capital to be arrogant. The person behind him was Titan, who had killed Demon Eye, Nightmare and Tiger Nian the moment he entered the Tong Tian Tower. He was the supreme innate ranker who defeated Sky Dragon in front of everyone. The 2 of us were almost scared to death. The 2 dwarves wiped the cold sweat off their foreheads and secretly thanked their lucky stars that their mouths did not cause them to be killed. Phew, the half-bald old man also heaved a sigh of relief. Luckily, they did not offend an innate. There's hope now. Dark Blade suddenly felt that Yue Yang's arrogance was very impressive. Strong people should be arrogant. If they were to be humble, how would the weak feel? I'll report to Lord Silverhorn immediately. With this strong support, I believe that the evil dragon lair will be conquered in one battle. The Golden Bull waved his huge fist excitedly. Sage Ba Jiu was a little worried. It was not that he thought that the other party was weak, but he was afraid that the other party would think that he was not strong enough. Moreover, in order to attract more cannon fodder, the Silverhorn mercenary group had already secretly spread the news. It was estimated that no less than 200 people had already set off for the evil dragon lair. If anything went wrong and the other party found out, it was inevitable that they would resent him. 3 hours later, when Yue Yang walked to the teleportation point and was ready to teleport to the nearest evil dragon lair, the Golden Bull mercenary group, Sage Ba Jiu, Dark Blade and the others all rushed over with smiles on their faces. They crowded around Yue Yang as if they were familiar with each other. Lord Silverhorn replied and sincerely invited Lord Titan to cooperate with us. The ratio between both parties is 4-6 feet. We will take 40% and you will take 60%. I wonder if Lord Titan will agree to this ratio. No one can tell what will happen in the future. It's still better to distribute according to merit. If both parties do their best, a ratio of 4-6 is acceptable. Yue Yang pretended to be a spokesperson. The Golden Bull mercenary group was overjoyed. He could see that this masked man was a representative of Lord Titan's trust. Perhaps he was a brother, or a nephew. In any case, he was the most trusted relative. A burst of excitement surged in him. If he wanted to build a good relationship with this masked man, it would be equivalent to climbing the high branch of another innate. Moreover, that Lord Titan was a supreme innate. Dark Blade also wanted to flatter Yue Yang, but he was holding a level 6 magic crystal in his hand, so he couldn't do it. He could see that the other party was wearing a gold rank mask, which proved that the other party was not someone who could be moved by a level 6 magic crystal. Moreover, in the long bag on the other party's back, Dark Blade, who had sharp senses, could faintly feel a kind of energy wave. That was definitely emitted by a gold rank treasure. A level 6 elder actually had 2 gold rank treasures. If this young man didn't have a strong innate ranker backing him up, he would probably be robbed the moment he stepped out of the house. What was the use of giving a level 6 magic crystal to such a young man? Dark Blade clenched his teeth. He felt that he should go all out and find a chance to give that treasure to this young man. With him giving it to Lord Titan, then he would have an innate to protect him in the future. His future would be bright. Of course, among his teammates, he would definitely not show goodwill to the other party, especially in front of the Golden Bull mercenary group. Otherwise, Silver Bullhorn would hate him to death. In the sky, the Reaper Mantis circled downwards. When it appeared, it immediately scared the blue-winged white-backed gulls that were carrying passengers, causing them to panic and flee in all directions. The beasts on the ground were trembling and whimpering incessantly. Wherever the platinum rank level 4 Reaper Mantis passed, all the beasts would bow their heads. When it retracted its wings and landed lightly on Yue Yang's back, the Golden Bull mercenary group finally dared to swallow his saliva. He pretended to be calm and asked, This is your beast. Chapter 410 The attack on the evil dragon lair was surprisingly smooth. This made Yue Yang feel an inexplicable sense of danger. It was too smooth, there must be something wrong. On the surface, attacking the evil dragon lair was not a problem. More than 200 mercenaries took the risk together. Before attacking the evil dragon lair, everyone fought together. Although there were dozens of red flame flying dragons, they were quickly defeated. Most of them escaped and a few of them were killed on the spot. Most importantly, 2 innates had appeared. One of them was the Sword and Shield mercenary group's innate level 3 feat Spitfire. The other was Spitfire's good friend, who was said to be a level 2 innate, Hurricane. With the addition of these 2 innates, victory was very easy. Yue Yang had even kept the Reaper Mantis in advance and hid among the mercenaries in a low-profile manner. He did not stand out to kill the red flame flying dragon instantly. Party leader Taurus and the others looked at the sky far away. Silverhorn did not appear. The other stronger innate, Titan, did not appear either. This made party leader Taurus a little worried. The red flame flying dragons were defeated and escaped without a trace. Other than a few injured mercenaries who returned to Bo Nan ancient town with the dragon's corpse, the rest decided to charge into the evil dragon lair. Under the leadership of the 4 innates, not to mention the evil dragon lair, they could even go anywhere in the 6th floor of Tong Tian Tower. As the people flew closer to the evil dragon lair on the cliff, a meteor-like ray of light rapidly approached from afar. Party leader Taurus and the others cheered. That was Silverhorn, an innate ranker who had reached innate level 5. Everyone hurriedly greeted him, even the two innates Fire Breath and Hurricane were no exception. The conversation between innate rankers could not be heard by bystanders. The three innates discussed for a while and quickly entered the evil dragon lair. The mercenaries fought to be the first. The sword and shield mercenary group, which had the most people, rushed to the front. Yue Yang frowned. He felt a strong sense of uneasiness. This feeling was only felt when he entered the Demon Palace and the Prison Emperor Divine Palace. Could it be that this evil dragon lair was another Demon Palace? Could it be another Prison Emperor Divine Palace? Yue Yang really wanted to turn around and leave. He felt that things weren't looking good, and it wasn't wise to force his way in. However, if he left, he might miss out on something. It was very difficult to find an opponent that could help him in his training. Every adventure and every battle was an opportunity for him to improve. A man should face difficulties head-on. If he was scared by the 6th floor of Tong Tian Tower, then he wouldn't need to go to the Heaven Realm anymore. Evil Dragon Lair, no matter what kind of place it was, even if it was hell, Yue Yang decided to enter and break out. He slowly clenched his fist. Dark Blade looked at Yue Yang, who had stopped in his tracks, and suddenly asked in an extremely soft voice, "Will Lord Titan really come?" "Yes." Yue Yang turned to look at the strange thief. "If he really will come, then I'll go in. If he doesn't, I think it's better for us to leave. This time, the feeling I get is even more terrifying. Something must have happened inside. I feel like I've fallen into an ice cellar." Dark Blade had goosebumps all over his skin. He didn't have any innate senses, but as an outstanding thief, his senses weren't weak either. Although he couldn't tell what was strange, Dark Blade instinctively felt that something was wrong. If it wasn't for Yue Yang's confirmation, he would definitely not enter the evil dragon lair again. Those who left could have already. Yue Yang looked at the distant horizon. The mercenaries who left with the wyvern corpses instantly disappeared. "What?" Dark Blade broke out in cold sweat. "Let's go in, this might be an interesting place." Yue Yang jumped down from the mountain peak and flew into the group of mercenaries. "No, this place isn't interesting at all." Dark Blade wiped his cold sweat and immediately chased after Yue Yang. He felt that the only safe place in the evil dragon lair was beside this masked man. If he lost him, it would be equivalent to losing his life. The evil dragon lair was very hot, and there was a unique smell of sulfur. The deeper the lair went, the hotter the waves became. He was sure that this was not a volcano cave or a lava cave. The only explanation was that there were living creatures that emitted high heat from their bodies. Yue Yang was very careful with every step he took. He had never been so cautious before. Even when he was alone in the Ares Temple of the 12 Zodiac Temples, he was not this nervous. Because, with every step he took, he felt that he was walking towards death. That feeling of being strangled by someone was extremely uncomfortable, almost suffocating. If Yue Yang left the evil dragon lair now, he believed that no one would be able to stop him. But Yue Yang clenched his fist and didn't do so. He believed that this would be an extremely difficult adventure, and at the same time, an unexpected battle. If he could break through, it would greatly improve his cultivation. On the contrary, if he left, he might leave behind a heart demon. Just like the warriors who couldn't pass the Gemini Temple and Virgo Temple, he could only run away from the weakness in his heart forever, unable to face it directly. The ancient runes in his body trembled in his mind, faintly resonating. Maybe, there was also an ancient rune circle here. The last time Yue Yang encountered one was at the precipice of the Cloud Peak Lake. That was a space where flying was forbidden. What would be forbidden here? On the precipice of the Cloud Peak Lake, Yue Yang understood the power of the runes and gained a lot. Today, in this evil dragon lair, would he be able to gain the same thing? My beast! The mercenaries suddenly started to panic. Heavens! No, how could it be like this? Yue Yang's gaze turned cold. He now knew what was forbidden in this evil dragon lair. This place completely forbade the use of beasts, which was the opposite of the Five Elements Palace. Countless beasts rolled around in pain. In the end, without waiting for their masters to summon them back, they automatically turned into various kinds of light and disappeared. Even strengthening type beasts fell from their masters' bodies and quickly disappeared. The depths of the evil dragon lair was filled with this kind of law that forbade summoning. Without beasts, with only the main body, Yue Yang's heart trembled. Could it be that he had a bad feeling before? If he lost the support of his beasts, his strength would be greatly reduced. Compared to Yue Yang, those mercenaries who lost their beasts were even more pitiful. In any case, Yue Yang was an innate who was proficient in battle techniques. Even without the support of little Wen Li and the giant Shadow, he could still fight in close combat. However, some strengthening type and elemental type mercenaries were completely unable to do so. Once they lost their beasts, it was equivalent to losing all their fighting strength. Amidst the shouting and cursing, about 30 people had no choice but to leave. This was because they had already lost their fighting strength and could no longer explore. 5 minutes later, Yue Yang felt that the 30 people who left had all died instantly. Their breaths disappeared as if they were cut by a knife. The mercenary group who did not know anything continued to move forward. Yue Yang walked among them, concealing his breath as he observed secretly. There were fiery red ores in the cave. They were not bright enough, but it was enough for people to see. The most irritating thing was a kind of smell in the scorching hot air. This smell made many races who had a sensitive sense of smell very afraid. It was the smell of the giant dragon. If this place did not forbid summoning, just the smell of the giant dragon would cause many beasts to be afraid and even flee. Will Lord Titan definitely come? Dark Blade walked to Yue Yang's side and asked quietly. Yes. Yue Yang ignored him and picked up a stone to look at. This was a very ordinary stone, but it was mysteriously filled with the power of the law. Yue Yang had seen this kind of situation at the precipice of the Cloud Peak Lake before. It seemed that it had nothing to do with the ores here. The real thing was the ancient rune circle here. In Yue Yang's heart, he could not help but feel a sense of anticipation. If he could absorb the power of the second ancient rune circle and obtain more ancient runes, he believed that it would be of great help to his world-exterminating wheel and runes. The more Yue Yang walked, the more he felt the power of the law. After walking for a few thousand meters in the cave, he realized that there was a huge space in front of him. It was as big as 10 football fields. The whole space was blood red, and it was made of the same kind of starfire ores. At the top of the cave, there was a layer of red sand, blood clouds and red mercury swirling around. Dark Blade shook his head in despair. No, this is a red sand blood cloud whirlpool. I have been here before. There was no red sand blood cloud. It was said that the red sand blood cloud whirlpool could increase any kind of fire attribute energy. The more evil the fire attribute energy, the greater the increase. However, every user had to sacrifice a large amount of human blood to use it. This was unique to the demon abyss. He did not expect it to be here too. What caught Yue Yang's attention was not the red sand blood cloud whirlpool above his head, but the ground. The power of the law seeped out from the ground, proving that the ancient rune circle was hidden underground. In front of the adventuring party, in front of a huge rock wall, 3 innates, Silver Horn, Spitfire, and Hurricane, were standing in front of the rock wall, looking up at the ancient rune circle. Other than Yue Yang, no one else would know that this ancient rune circle was fake. Although there was energy in it, in Yue Yang's heart, this ancient rune circle did not resonate with him at all. That was definitely fake. Unfortunately, even Silver Horn was easily fooled by the ancient rune circle in front of him. Welcome, everyone. It seems that we have quite a number of guests. A huge black dragon popped its head out from the east side of the rock wall and spoke in human language. Unfortunately, we will not be sharing this ancient rune circle with you. Of course, we do not mind using your blood to awaken it. When the sacrifice is successful, I will definitely tell you the secret of this ancient rune circle left behind by our ancestors. The number of people is still a little small. It would be great if there were 1,000 people here. A similarly huge red dragon popped its head out from the west side of the rock wall and spoke in human language as well. However, its words were unclear and far away from the black dragon. Roar, roar. A red dragon that was slightly smaller than the red dragon, but its head and tail were more than 25 meters long, flew out of nowhere. After circling in a circle, its claws hung upside down on the stalactites that popped out from the red sand blood cloud whirlpool. Its head looked down and it let out a deafening dragon roar towards the adventuring party. The sound reverberated in the huge space like a clap of thunder. The weaker adventuring party already had blood oozing out of their ears and fell to the ground. A red dragon that did not know how to speak had such a terrifying power with just one roar. All the adventuring party's hearts sank and they no longer had the courage they had before. Outside the cave, 2 groups of more than 20 dragon hunters silently arrived. Their faces were filled with madness and bloodlust as they sneered. It was as if the adventuring party had already become the sacrificial victims, like pigs on a chopping board, waiting to be slaughtered. Yue Yang swept a glance outside, and his pupils immediately contracted slightly. He saw an absolutely unexpected person. This person, it was impossible for him to appear here. However, this person appeared. Was it really necessary for this person to appear to deal with 200 adventuring party? Was it a conspiracy against him? Was this a trap? However, this person appeared so openly. Was he not afraid of alerting the enemy and allowing him to escape? If this person did not come specifically for him, then what was this person trying to do in the evil dragon lair? What attracted him here? Shun Tian, the great emperor of Ji, the 3 innates, Silverhorn and Spitfire, were all scared to the point that their bodies turned cold. The great emperor of Ji, Shun Tian, who had not appeared in the 6th floor of Tong Tian Tower for hundreds of years, actually appeared in this evil dragon lair. Even a fool would not think that Shun Tian was here to simply kill the giant dragons to rid the world of evil. I am not the owner of this place. I am also a guest. The one who invited me here was the Black Prince. Once Shun Tian said this, everyone felt that the situation had reached the point where a widow and her only son had died. Their hearts were in complete despair. Chapter 411 Inches. We didn't mean to offend the dignity of the strong. This is a misunderstanding. Please let us leave. We are willing to use the best treasures to express our sincerest apologies. Silverhorn hoped that Shun Tian would let him go. There was no way he could fight. He believed that Shun Tian could defeat everyone here with one finger. He realized that he had broken into a place he shouldn't have. His only hope was to leave before the secret was revealed. Otherwise, the other party would kill him without hesitation, because the real secret could only be kept by the dead forever. When speaking, Silverhorn skillfully used the word, we. First, even at the last moment, he didn't forget to unite his companions. Even if Spitfire and Hurricane only had the strength of innate level 3 and innate level 2, in Silverhorn's view, they were a force worth using. He knew that if he faced Shun Tian alone, even if he was 10 times stronger, he would still be easily killed by the other party. In Spitfire's palm, he held the best teleportation crystal. As long as he squeezed it lightly, he could leave. But he didn't dare to gamble. Once he crushed the teleportation crystal, if it didn't work, he would definitely die. Or, if the teleportation crystal worked, but the teleportation time needed 1 second. For Shun Tian, 1 second was enough. As the great emperor of Ji, he could kill any warrior below innate level 5. I'm not the host. Like you, I'm also a guest. Shun Tian laughed and didn't accept the apology of Silverhorn and the others. In other words, he wasn't going to let Silverhorn and the others go. Regardless of whether the intruder was intentional or not, as long as he entered and discovered the secret of the ancient rune circle, Shun Tian would only trust one kind of person, and that was the dead. Since I'm the host, how can I not do my duty as a host when there are honored guests? If this gets out, outsiders will definitely laugh at me for not knowing etiquette. Rest assured, as long as you finish viewing the secret of the ancient rune circle, I will entertain you warmly and personally send you off. The Black Prince's eerie and terrifying voice rang out coldly. No one could tell where he was. It seemed to be very far away, but also seemed to be right behind them. It was ethereal. Black Prince's words made everyone's heart stop for 3 seconds. His meaning was obvious. It seemed that he wasn't going to be kind. Let me leave. I can give up one of my hands and one of my legs, as well as my best treasures, and offer you 1,000,000 gold coins every year. Silverhorn made the greatest sacrifice. You don't have to do that. You just have to watch the show quietly. The Black Prince refused immediately. Spitfire used the fastest speed in his life to crush the teleportation crystal. The beam of light flashed, but it did not rise into the sky. Instead, it strangely sank into the ground and disappeared without a trace. Teleportation failed. Although this place didn't prohibit teleportation, even a blind man could see that the teleportation light pillar wouldn't work at all. Such an unforeseen event caused Spitfire, who had failed his last gamble, to feel incomparable despair in his heart. He was like a gambler who had lost all his belongings. His eyes were bloodshot as he laughed maniacally. Wahahahaha, wahahaha, the wide space echoed with the despairing laughter of Spitfire. Including Silverhorn, many people's foreheads were dripping with sweat. Now that he had been driven mad, Who knew if the next person to be driven mad would be them? Yue Yang had been watching all this calmly. The chaotic aura of the surrounding mercenaries due to their fear and anger was the best cover for him. Hiding in the crowd, Xianxia didn't even look at the large group of mercenaries, let alone his existence. Xianxia's gaze didn't even look at Spitfire, who was driven mad, but at Silver Horn and Hurricane. If this wasn't a plot to ambush him, then it must be a shocking secret. Yue Yang thought to himself, an ancient runic circle that couldn't be shown to the public and had to be hidden deep underground, an ancient runic circle that seemed to only be showing its power recently. What did this mean? There were many uses for the ancient runic circle, but there were two main uses. The first was the inheritance. For example, the world exterminating wheel that was inherited from Yue Yang was the best proof. The second was the seal. For example, the dark golden specter that was sealed in the white jade beetle and the golden specter that was sealed in the golden palace's long box could be considered as a small seal. For example, the Prison Emperor Divine Palace's 7-star pillars and Prison Emperor Divine Sword sealed Ming Yu Guang, Prison Emperor Divine Staff sealed Void, and Prison Emperor Divine Seal sealed Zhu Shao. Could it be that there was also a terrifying demon sealed in this place? When Yue Yang thought of this, his heart couldn't help but tremble slightly. Ahahahaha. Spitfire was still laughing crazily. Why don't I find this funny? The giant black dragon with its sharp teeth shook its ugly head and snorted coldly. We didn't even think of alarming anyone. We just wanted to quietly uncover the secret of this ancient teleportation circle. But you guys came here to die. This is really ironic. Do you think that with the strength of 3 low-level innates and small fries, you can kill a dragon? What a joke. I'm not made of tofu. If I evolve again, I'll be a hell black dragon. Even now, I'm still a Hell Flame Black Dragon, a Platinum Rank Level 10 Hell Flame Black Dragon. Do you think that you guys can kill me? Don't talk about you, Boss Black Tooth, even I, Fire Eye and my brother, Flame Tongue, are not people that they can target. The red dragon that could speak ridiculed arrogantly, below innate level 6, we'll kill as many as we can. These people are really stupid. What kind of creature do they think a giant dragon is? Innate level 6. Dark Blade's heart moved slightly. There was still a level 6 innate titan. Although he was far from Xianxia, they might be friends. Use fresh blood as a sacrifice, everyone, the show is about to start. The Black Prince's eerie and terrifying voice rang out. Silver Horn and the rest looked gloomy. Although the Black Prince wasn't in a hurry to kill the mercenaries that had barged in, it didn't mean that he would let everyone go. Perhaps, this supreme innate had left 200 mercenaries behind to prevent any unexpected changes. If there were any changes, he could use the 200 mercenaries and 3 innates to be the scapegoats. Even with the abilities of the Black Prince and Xianxia, he was still so cautious. It was really admirable. Yue Yang was slightly surprised. Because he realized that no matter if it was the Black Prince or Xianxia, they didn't know that the ancient rune circle on the precipice was fake. The real ancient rune circle was under their feet. However, they didn't seem to sense it. In front of the precipice, more than 20 dragon hunters carried water jars and poured a large amount of fresh blood onto the ancient rune circle. They also killed hundreds and thousands of dwarf slaves that they had caught from somewhere in front of the precipice. An old priest chanted crazily and waved his bone staff. Actually, before the old man chanted, the ancient rune circle had already started to shine with a demonic red light. Gold, black, white, silver and other runes peeled off from the ancient rune circle one by one. Every time a rune peeled off, the whole stone room would tremble. Perhaps the whole mountain was shaking. Everyone turned pale. No one would have thought that unsealing the ancient rune circle would cause an earthquake. The ancient rune circle was still far from being unsealed, and this place was about to collapse. What should they do? Not only the mercenaries that had barged in, even the dragon hunters were shocked. However, Xianxia and the Black Prince didn't say to leave, so no one dared to move. Yue Yang's pupils contracted slightly. As long as he had the Heaven Eye's divine vision, he could see that there was a terrifying innate hiding in the fake ancient rune circle. That was definitely not a seal, but a disguise. That terrifying innate was hiding in the ancient rune circle, waiting for some kind of opportunity. Now, this innate who had been hiding for God knows how many years had finally awakened. On the precipice, the demonic red light shone brightly. The red light in the whole space was so thick that even the air seemed to have turned into blood water. Even the legendary blood pool hell was nothing compared to this. When the last huge fake ancient rune fell off from the hanging wall, the whole ground shook. Gravel fell from the sky continuously. Huge cracks appeared on the rock bodies in the east, south, west and north like spider webs. At this moment, everyone was staring at the precipice that was about to collapse. No one paid attention to the relatively intact ground, other than Yue Yang, who discovered that there was an even more hidden, more powerful, and more terrifying energy underneath his feet, stirring restlessly. However, this cunning guy didn't attract any attention with the cover of his companion on the precipice. The precipice, where all the runes had fallen off, exploded with a bang. A ray of red light that was 100 times colder than the sun shot out angrily and did not stop for a long time. Even someone as strong as the great emperor of Zui, Sun Tian, couldn't help but frown slightly. He focused his attention and focused on finding the secret of the ancient rune circle seal. Boom! A slender jade-like hand suddenly stretched out from the stone wall. The movement was gentle, but the power it brought was as strong as a thunderbolt. Gravel that was as big as a millstone flew into the air. Before the person in the stone wall struggled out, the whole mountain was shaking crazily, as if the sky was going to fall and the earth was going to crack. Yue Yang sensed that at the same time, the even more terrifying energy under the ground was also struggling in the real ancient rune circle, as if it wanted to escape from the seal. Rocks that were as big as houses flew off from the precipice. The mercenaries who couldn't dodge in time were directly smashed into meat paste. The rocks that were sent flying by the person in the stone wall, when he broke through the wall, were no less than a blow from an innate rancor. Not to mention the ordinary mercenaries, even the strongest tourist group leader didn't dare to raise his arm to take it head-on. Instead, he hurriedly dodged. Dark Blade was extremely terrified. He had been standing behind Yue Yang and didn't leave for even a second. He had a feeling that his only way out was to stay beside this masked man. If he left, he would die. The one who broke through the wall was a peerless beauty whose body was so good that it made people drool. She had a head full of flame-like hair that danced without any wind. There were 2 small horns on her forehead, which made her look extremely wild. Electric eyes and flaming lips. Anyone who saw her coquettish appearance would immediately have their beastly blood boiling and a fanatical desire to push her down. Her snow-white breasts were soft, her waist was slender and boneless. Behind her sexy buttocks, there was also a tail that was fatally tempting, as if it was the whip of a queen. This woman who was as beautiful as a demon didn't care about other people's eyes at all. Once she broke through the wall, she completely ignored the fact that her naked body was seen by others. She even gave everyone a flirtatious look. Once this seductive electric eyes were released, all the mercenaries immediately turned into berserk beastmen. Those with weak willpower had already started to tear off their own clothes, drooling, as if they wanted to have sex with this demoness immediately. Even those with strong willpower couldn't help but reveal a perverted look, and couldn't wake up for a long time. Sun Tian swallowed a mouthful of saliva and pretended to be polite. First, he threw out a golden treasured robe and passed it to the demoness with his fingers. At the same time, he respectfully said, "Junior Sun Tian, I don't know why Senior was sealed here. Today, I have the fortune to see Senior's heavenly face. Senior, please bestow me with your treasured name so that Junior can worship you." The demoness pointed her jade-like finger and completely eliminated the power transmitted by Sun Tian. Even Sun Tian was moved by the brilliance of her technique. She slowly put on the golden treasured robe. No one knew whether it was intentional or her nature, but even when she was wearing the robe, she didn't forget to seduce others. Many mercenaries couldn't resist the desire in their hearts. Their eyes were red with fanaticism, and they rushed towards the demoness naked. Of course, Sun Tian wouldn't miss this opportunity to court the beauty. He stretched out his fingers and pointed. Void's finger strength was like lightning, exploding the heads of all the crazy mercenaries who rushed out to rape the woman. "This robe is so beautiful, I like it very much." The demoness smiled charmingly and looked at Sun Tian with her sexy eyes. Even though she was looking at Sun Tian, everyone present felt that she was looking at them and talking to them. The demoness giggled a few times, and then said with a seductive voice, "Since this handsome boy called Sun Tian asked, I will reluctantly tell you, my name is Scarlet Concubine, Aya. Thousands of years have passed, I'm afraid you have already forgotten me." Scarlet Concubine. Sun Tian really didn't remember that there was such a beauty in the ancient times. Yue Yang was shocked. Now he completely understood that the terrifying rancor who was sealed under his feet was actually him, the Scarlet Emperor who was as famous as the Prison Emperor but was defeated by the Prison Emperor. This Scarlet Concubine was the Scarlet Emperor's most beloved concubine. If the Scarlet Emperor escaped from the seal, it would be no less than the three great leaders of the Heaven Realm escaping from the prison Emperor Divine Palace. The three great leaders of the Heaven Realm would only return to the Heaven Realm. No matter if it was Void, Zhu Shao or Ming Yu Guang, they wouldn't stay in the human realm. However, the Scarlet Emperor was different. If he broke out of the seal, not only the soaring dragon continent, but the whole Tong Tian Tower would never have a day of peace. The prison emperor had already passed away. Rankers had withered 6,000 years later. Who would be the Scarlet Emperor's opponent? Forget about the Scarlet Emperor who was as famous as the prison emperor. Even the Scarlet Concubine who had just broken out of the wall had the power of an innate level 9, and this was still in her weakened state. If she recovered to her peak, this Scarlet Concubine would at least be an innate level 10. Yue Yang couldn't help but clench his fists tightly. Under the situation where he couldn't summon his beasts, would he be able to stop the Scarlet Emperor from waking up? One Scarlet Concubine was enough of a headache. Adding Xianxia and the Black Prince, this battle would be extremely dangerous. However, no matter how difficult it was, he definitely couldn't let the Scarlet Emperor see the light of day again. Once he broke out of the seal, everything would be over. Chapter 412 inches. Sure enough, it's only been 6,000 years and the world has completely forgotten me. It's so sad. The seductive woman smiled charmingly. There was no sense of inferiority in her tone. Instead, it was as if it was the most stupid and pitiful loss that the world didn't remember her. Senior, please grant us your glorious name. Xianxia found that the woman in front of him was almost as powerful as him even though she was just released from the seal. He was shocked and happy at the same time. If he could join hands with this woman and obtain thousands of years' worth of knowledge and experience from her, it wouldn't be a problem for him to become Jizun in the future. No one knew what the Black Prince, who was hiding in the dark, was thinking. But one thing was for sure, the Black Prince would never make an enemy out of a senior innate like Scarlet Concubine. The seductive woman called Scarlet Concubine giggled. It's okay that people have forgotten me. You are called Xianxia, right? Your name is not bad and your potential is not bad. With some guidance, you might even be able to go to Heaven Realm. Heaven Realm? Have you been to Heaven Realm? Xianxia's expression didn't change, but he was ecstatic. Heaven Realm had become a legend. Even the powerful Jizun couldn't enter Heaven Realm. Could it be that this woman had been to Heaven Realm before? Not to mention Xianxia, even the mercenaries who were still under the threat of death pricked up their ears to listen. After thousands of years, this was the first time the warriors of Tong Tian Tower had the chance to learn about Heaven Realm. How could they not be tempted? Only Yue Yang was an exception. He knew that 6,000 years ago, warriors could enter Heaven Realm as they wished. It was as easy as going from the first floor to the second floor of Tong Tian Tower, and from the second floor to the third floor of Tong Tian Tower. The gate to Heaven Realm was closed only because the prison emperor and the three great leaders of Heaven Realm fought to death. Although the gate to Heaven Realm opened once every 100 years, in reality, no one had actually entered Heaven Realm. Of course, maybe there was, but no one knew the truth. Yue Yang suspected that the reason why the pitiful guy's mother disappeared was because she went to Heaven Realm. The gate to Heaven Realm wasn't easy to enter. For example, the Heaven Stairway. The Heaven Realm is a very interesting place. There are a lot of strong creatures from all kinds of races, but there are very few who have grimoires. If the Heaven Realm's rankers contracted a grimoire, they would immediately be taken to the sect to be trained. I believe that a handsome guy like you, Xianxia, would be a very popular candidate. Even if you didn't have the power of a level 9 innate, and were not an innate, you would still be delighted. According to them, a living being without a grimoire contract would only be a fake innate even if it had the power of an innate. Of course, the Heaven Realm doesn't call them that. They are all called Earth-ranked warriors, which is different from the other kind of Heaven-ranked rankers. Scarlet Concubine smiled charmingly as she introduced the various aspects of the Heaven Realm. Earth-rank warrior, Heaven stage martial artist. Xianxia was very surprised, but after thinking about it, he felt relieved. The Heaven Realm would definitely have their own names, so it wasn't strange. Yes, the Heaven Realm usually calls our innate level 1 rankers as Earth rank level 1 foot. The standard of evaluation is similar, but all Earth rank rankers do not have grimoires. In the Heaven Realm, there are many creatures that are naturally very strong. Maybe an ugly bug that came to the human world would also be a very scary and powerful existence. However, those guys are all fools, they don't have brains, they can't be compared to real innates. Therefore, Even if an Earth rank ranker reaches Earth level 10 and has the power to overturn rivers and seas, he is still looked down upon in the Heaven Realm. The grimoire is the pass to the Heaven Realm. With it, the Heaven Realm will always welcome you. When warriors from the lower realm come to the Heaven Realm, if they have a grimoire, they will immediately be absorbed into a certain sect and receive full nurturing. It's almost like using the pushing method to turn the grimoire contractor into a Heaven rank ranker. Scarlet Concubine's words moved Shun Tian's heart. The Heaven Realm was indeed more beautiful than the legends. As long as he could go up there, his future would be limitless. What kind of existence is a Heaven rank ranker? Shun Tian asked. If you're not afraid of being shocked, then I can tell you honestly that you, the handsome Shun Tian, don't have the strength of a Heaven rank ranker. Although you're very close, you're still limited within the Earth rank. Moreover, you have a huge obstacle. If you can't break through, then you'll be limited below the Earth rank for the rest of your life. As for the Heaven rank ranker you asked about, I was a Heaven rank ranker when I was at my peak. I was a Heaven rank level 2 ranker, but now I've fallen back to Earth rank level 9 due to excessive weakness. Oh right, Heaven rank rankers are also called innate Jizun in the lower realm. Thousands of years later, is there still a Jizun? If there is, then Jizun is a Heaven rank ranker. Scarlet Concubine looked at Shun Tian suspiciously. He didn't even know about these things. It seemed that the warriors after thousands of years had deteriorated too much. Jizun. Shun Tian was shocked. He didn't think that the gap between him and Jizun was so big. No wonder Jizun could ignore all innates. She had already surpassed the warriors in the lower realm by so much. Facing Scarlet Concubine's suspicion, Shun Tian's eyes flashed and replied, yes, but there's only one. What's his name? Is he called Prison Emperor? When Scarlet Concubine said the name Prison Emperor, her hands trembled slightly. Ordinary people wouldn't notice, but Yue Yang saw it clearly. It seemed that 6,000 years ago, Prison Emperor was really a powerful guy. He had been dead for 6,000 years, but Scarlet Concubine was still so afraid of him. One could imagine how powerful he was at that time. When Shun Tian replied that Jizun was a woman, Yue Yang noticed that Scarlet Concubine immediately heaved a sigh of relief. Scarlet Concubine used a coquettish smile to cover up her loss of composure. Aiyo, a woman became Jizun, but made thousands of men stare at her helplessly. It's really amazing. However, 6,000 years ago, although there weren't many Heaven rank rankers in the lower realm, there were still dozens of them. Who would have thought that it would deteriorate to this level today? It's really a pity, dozens of them. Shun Tian was speechless. He couldn't imagine the situation 6,000 years ago when the innate alliance had dozens of Jizun. What kind of world was that? For Tong Tian Tower, could it really accommodate dozens of Jizun? Now, forget about Jizun, there weren't more than 30 people who could reach innate level 8 and above. Innate level 9 and above were even rarer, and innate level 10 were as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. It seemed that the current era was really incomparable to the ancient times. When the Black Prince heard the name, Prison Emperor, he suddenly asked, Senior Scarlet Concubine, have you heard of the Prison Emperor Divine General? Scarlet Concubine covered her mouth and giggled. Of course I know the Prison Emperor Divine General that you are talking about. But he only dares to brag about the Prison Emperor Divine General in front of you guys. If he were to meet me, that lowly slave of the Black Prison would have to greet me respectfully and call me Your Highness. What? Shun Tian and the Black Prince were completely stunned. The Prison Emperor Divine General changed his name to the Black Hell King after he woke up. He ran amok everywhere in Tong Tian Tower with an extremely arrogant attitude. Other than being slightly wary of Jizun, he didn't care about other strong people like Sky Execution and the great demon King Baruth. The Black Hell King who claimed to be able to rush to Heaven Realm after recovering his strength was actually a little slave in front of Scarlet Concubine. Scarlet Concubine's eyes flashed with a devilish light. Is Black Prison still alive? I really didn't expect that. However, I couldn't be bothered to care about this. It was more important to do serious things. The little handsome Shun Tian and the little brother who likes to swim around like a loach, do you want to cooperate with me? Although my strength has not recovered yet, it is definitely not a problem to bring you up to Heaven Realm. Of course, your bottlenecks are also a piece of cake for me. As long as you cooperate with me sincerely, I guarantee that you will have a bright future. Shun Tian and the Black Prince pondered for a moment and didn't reply immediately. It would be a lie if they weren't tempted. However, They didn't know what they needed to do if they agreed to cooperate with Scarlet Concubine. If Scarlet Concubine wanted to challenge Ji Zun and snatch her position, Sun Tian and the Black Prince would definitely not agree. They would never fight a battle that they weren't confident of winning. Scarlet Concubine was very strong, but Ji Zun was definitely not someone to be trifled with. If Scarlet Concubine failed in her challenge, Sun Tian and the Black Prince believed that Ji Zun would kill them without hesitation. She was definitely a person who kept her word. No one who dared to provoke her would survive, never. I wonder what Senior needs us to do. Sun Tian bowed respectfully. If it's a small matter, you can tell me directly. I'm happy to help Senior. It's a small matter, but it's not a small matter either. Scarlet Concubine's expression became serious. My husband is the Scarlet Emperor, who is as famous as the Prison Emperor. 6,000 years ago, he defeated countless strong warriors in the Heaven Realm and was invincible. If he wasn't misled by someone and barged into this forbidden, ancient rune circle, and was sealed by an unknown expert until now, I'm afraid that the entire lower realm today would have belonged to my husband, the Scarlet Emperor. As long as you protect my husband to break out of the rune circle, the road to Heaven Realm, breaking through the bottleneck and ascending to Heaven Realm, all of these can be satisfied, not to mention these, even the entire lower realm can be given to you. Our goal is the Heaven Realm, don't worry, Scarlet Emperor. Sun Tian slightly hesitated at this moment. It wasn't wise to let such a ferocious person out. However, breaking through the bottleneck, advancing to Heaven rank and entering the Heaven Realm were the most basic temptations. Anyway, he was below one and above tens of thousands of people. Even if the Scarlet Emperor didn't come out, there would still be Ji Zun. If the Scarlet Emperor came out, he would definitely fight with Ji Zun. He might even be able to take advantage of it. Most importantly, even if he didn't help the Scarlet Concubine, or even opposed it, he might not be able to stop the Scarlet Emperor from waking up. Becoming enemies with the revived Scarlet Emperor, or allies, even a fool would choose the latter. The Black Prince secretly transmitted a message to Sun Tian, expressing that he was willing to accept this agreement, but to let Sun Tian appear, he was still hiding behind the scenes. It's our fortune to be able to serve Senior, how would we dare to ask for too much? Sun Tian was definitely not a person who was willing to be under others. However, he was very smart, how could he not know in his heart? On the surface, he was definitely polite and had the appearance of a modest gentleman. May I know what I can do for Senior? The Black Prince asked. Just guard here. After a while, you guys don't have to do anything. As long as someone disrupts my summoning ceremony, you guys can stop him. The Scarlet Concubine smiled slightly. She already knew the answer. Breaking through the bottleneck, advancing to Heaven rank and leading the way to Heaven Realm, these three temptations were irresistible to any warrior. Although the other party definitely had their own thoughts, they definitely agreed to the alliance. So simple. Sun Tian and the Black Prince were stunned. No one here knew who would come. It's very simple, but also not simple. The Scarlet Concubine's face darkened. I have a very bad premonition. Although there are no strong enemies around, I still have a bad feeling. I hope it's just an illusion. After my summoning ceremony starts, you guys have to watch over everyone. Don't let anyone disrupt my ceremony. The Scarlet Concubine's gaze swept towards the Silver Horn, Spitfire and Hurricane. At the scene, the only ones who had the ability to disrupt the ceremony were the three of them. As for those mercenaries, the Scarlet Concubine completely ignored them. She could kill a whole bunch of them in seconds. They were like ants, they definitely wouldn't be a threat to disrupt the ceremony. Even so, the Scarlet Concubine still smiled and threw flirtatious glances at everyone. Everyone, I'm going to start the summoning ceremony soon. All of you have to be obedient. When my husband wakes up, each of you will be bestowed with a gold-ranked treasure or gold-ranked beast. Everyone will get a share. I won't go back on my words. Don't worry about me, the ceremony doesn't need fresh blood, and there's no need to sacrifice human lives. As long as I call from the bottom of my heart, my husband will wake up and break through the seal. Those who want to follow me to the Heaven Realm, this is a good chance for you to show your loyalty. Don't let me down. Sun Tian was a little curious why the Scarlet Concubine didn't kill the mercenaries. However, looking at her carefully burning the blood-stained rocks on the ground and dispersing the smell of blood in the air, he vaguely understood that the seal would become stronger because of fresh blood. They definitely couldn't kill anyone at this time, otherwise the Scarlet Emperor's efforts to break through the seal would be in vain. As for chasing the mercenaries away, She was afraid that these guys would leak the news of the Scarlet Emperor's revival and cause trouble. Hence, the Scarlet Concubine chose to coax the mercenaries first. Of course, this action was also to express goodwill to Sun Tian, the Black Prince and the other innate rankers, to show that she wasn't a selfish person who would burn the bridge after crossing it. Yue Yang had been waiting silently, waiting for the moment the Scarlet Emperor broke through the seal. Attacking the Scarlet Concubine now would be the stupidest thing to do. The other party had the Scarlet Concubine, Sun Tian and the Black Prince, these three innate rankers. Even if they could stop him for a while, they definitely wouldn't be able to stop him for long. The best way, and also the only feasible way, was to give the Scarlet Emperor a fatal blow when he was at his weakest after breaking through the seal. Even if he couldn't kill him instantly, he believed that he would be able to injure the Scarlet Emperor severely. After that, he would think of a way to escape and look for Ji Zun, Night Empress and the Impatiens. He could even persuade Elder Nan Gong to use all his innate rankers to surround and kill the Scarlet Emperor. For someone like the Scarlet Emperor, allowing him to revive safely in this world would be the beginning of the collapse of the entire Tong Tian Tower. Since the prison emperor was dead, Yue Yang decided that he would become the new prison emperor. No matter what, he had to suppress the Scarlet Emperor. I will succeed. It would be a lie to say that he wasn't nervous. Yue Yang tried his best to suppress the nervousness in his heart and waited quietly. He didn't leak a single bit of his aura, looking as ordinary as a level 6 elder. Yue Yang's counterfeit inherent skill had reached its limit at this moment, even exceeding its limit. The Scarlet Concubine, the cautious Sun Tian and the cunning and suspicious Black Prince were all fooled by the counterfeit inherent skill. Yue Yang had never thought that the most useless counterfeit inherent skill would actually be the key to his success in the future. There were no useless inherent skills in this world, only useless people. This saying was really true. Chapter 413 Scarlet Concubine started to summon the Scarlet Emperor who was sealed underground. The ceremony was simple, it was enough for her alone. Everyone was silent. The Scarlet Lotus fire in Scarlet Concubine's hands rose slowly. It didn't look like flames, but more like beautiful red lotuses. The Black Prince was shocked when he saw it. He was also a person who could control fire, and his control of fire ability had definitely reached the realm of perfection. His fire ability was green phosphorus ghost fire. It was a type of poisonous ghost fire that was like maggots in one's bones. The victim would be in extreme pain and couldn't be saved. As a trump card, the green phosphorus ghost fire had always been kept a secret by the Black Prince. Other than a few allies like Sun Tian, who knew of its existence, ordinary warriors thought that the Black Prince's trump cards were the 9 Secret Devil's Claw and the Sky Devil's Finger. The Black Prince had enough confidence in controlling fire. Even when facing the great demon King Baruth, who was known as the #1 fire ability in the world and was famous in the entire Tong Tian Tower for his hellfire, or the Black Hell Dragon King Huo Wen who was born to be the King of Fire, the Black Prince was confident that he was not weaker than anyone. However, after seeing the Scarlet Concubine's Scarlet Lotus fire, the Black Prince was shocked. No matter in terms of fire ability or control, the Scarlet Lotus fire was far superior to the green phosphorus ghost fire. A fully formed flame, only the Black Prince knew how terrifying the power and control of this fire ability was. Scarlet Concubine raised her hands up high. Lotus-like flames emerged from her body and scattered in the sky. Anything that came into contact with these lotus-like flames would be burnt into nothingness. The energy light pillar, under the Scarlet Concubine's full power, slowly rose from her feet to her head and went straight to the sky. Her hands kept spinning, condensing petals of Scarlet Lotus fire in her hands, forming 2 huge, red lotuses. Without the support of beasts, and even in a weakened state, the power of Scarlet Concubine's fire ability had already reached such a level. If she recovered to her peak, Yue Yang thought that he wouldn't be able to kill her successfully. Wake up, my love. Scarlet Concubine pressed the 2 Scarlet Lotus fire onto the ground, and the rocks started to evaporate. In less than 3 seconds, the ground around Scarlet Concubine's body had melted into a huge circle that was 10 meters deep and 10 meters wide. The rocks and soil in the middle had completely disappeared. This was the power of the Red Lotus fire. If it hit a human body, even a powerful innate like Silver Horn would be killed on the spot. Seeing this scene, all the mercenaries were so scared that their eyeballs almost fell to the ground. However, she was definitely not the one who created the loudest noise and the greatest power. Instead, it was the Scarlet Emperor who was trying to break out of the seal. Everyone heard it. A deafening roar erupted from the depths of the earth, as if a slumbering prehistoric beast had been awakened. That kind of roar made everyone's head buzz. It was as if he had been struck by a lightning hammer. Even a powerful innate like Sun Tian frowned slightly. Silver Horn and the other two paled. As for the mercenaries without innate strength, the weaker ones were already bleeding from their orifices and fainting on the ground. Even the lesser innates like Taurus, Dark Blade, and Sage Ba Ji Yu were clutching their heads and groaning. If this were to continue, there was no need to fight at all. He would be shaken to death by the sound. The ground shook violently, as if there was an earthquake. It exploded into pieces like a spider web. When party leader Taurus, Dark Blade and the others released their strongest chi to resist the extreme pressure that surged out from underground, Yue Yang quietly bent down and lowered his body as much as possible, hiding among them. While Sun Tian and the Black Prince were staring at the ground, Yue Yang's hands shone with starlight. The starlight grew bigger and denser, shining brightly like the Milky Way. His divine vision inherent skill slowly improved under the disguise of his counterfeit inherent skill in the surrounding environment. Yue Yang was waiting for the last chance. The moment the Scarlet Emperor rushed out from the ancient seal, it would be the time for him to attack. There wouldn't be many chances, there would only be one. If he didn't succeed, he would die trying. A huge pressure that he had never felt before enveloped Yue Yang, causing his body to tremble slightly. It wasn't fear, but unbearable excitement and nervousness. Boom, 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 a series of terrifying explosions sounded from the ground. There was no time to dodge. More than 10 energy light pillars shot out from the ground like a fountain, breaking all obstacles. The first few light pillars only broke the ground, but the energy light pillars grew stronger and stronger. The silver light pillars started to shoot up to the dome, even breaking the rocks and penetrating through. The last 3 energy light pillars even blew through the 100-meter thick dome of the mountain peak in an unimaginable manner. Everyone looked at the 3 skylights above their heads, and everyone was completely petrified. What kind of power was this? Could it be that the Scarlet Concubine said that the Scarlet Emperor could do whatever he wanted in the heaven realm? This kind of power could completely overturn rivers and seas, and could even flatten mountains and hills. Being sealed in the ancient rune circle for thousands of years, he could still have such power in his weakened state. Sun Tian's expression changed. He suddenly felt that releasing the Scarlet Emperor wasn't the wisest move. But what was done was done. It was impossible to regret. The entire evil dragon lair shook. The Black Dragon and Scarlet Dragon that were originally hiding in the lair escaped in fear, in case they were buried by the collapsing rocks. The rocks on the ground were completely shattered, and countless rocks were thrown into the air. Just now when the Scarlet Concubine broke through the wall, everyone felt that the mountain was about to collapse. Now, it was not just a feeling, but the den of evil could really collapse at any time. Maybe in the next second, a second deafening shout was heard. A giant golden hand slowly stretched out from the ground, reaching towards the cracks on the ground, reaching towards the Scarlet Concubine who was crying tears of joy and reaching out her hand to welcome it. Kekeki. Yue Yang clenched his fists so hard that they made cracking sounds. He tried his best to control himself. At this crucial moment, he couldn't act rashly. He tried his best to bend down and hide behind the crowd. The star explosion energy gathered on both of his hands had already covered an area of 1 meter. It rotated continuously, forming a beautiful galaxy. If the Black Prince and Sun Tian were to look at him now, they would definitely notice that something was wrong. The counterfeit inherent skill could no longer support such a large area of energy flash, but Yue Yang still didn't make any sudden moves, because he felt that it wasn't the best time yet. He definitely couldn't fail at the last moment. Persevere, persevere. Yue Yang clenched his teeth, silently withstanding the huge pressure in his heart. The ancient rune circle flashed. A burst of golden light appeared on the ground, interweaving into thousands of mysterious lines, interweaving into a mysterious rune circle. The lines resonated with each other, especially the ancient rune in the middle that represented imprisonment. It shone brightly, emitting thousands of platinum light rays, forming a giant net, pulling the Scarlet Emperor's giant golden hand back into the seal circle. The Scarlet Concubine didn't dare to get close to the golden ancient seal circle. She stretched out her hand towards the Scarlet Emperor, trying to pull him back. Who knew that the Scarlet Emperor's hand would be pulled back? The coquettish Scarlet Concubine screamed in sorrow, but there was nothing she could do. Just when Sun Tian's heart relaxed, thinking that it was a good thing that the Scarlet Emperor couldn't break through the seal, he suddenly saw that within the ancient rune circle, 18 energy fountains continuously erupted. Each energy fountain was more than 1 meter in diameter. The rubble that was caused by the earthquake, or the mercenaries who lost control, would immediately turn into nothingness as soon as they were hit by the energy light pillars. The dome, as if a machine gun had strafed the roof, immediately had more than 10 skylights that leaked light. Sun Tian was speechless. With his strength, it wasn't difficult for him to shoot out the energy light pillars. Even shooting out 3 consecutive shots, like shooting an arrow, was his specialty. However, shooting out 18 energy light pillars consecutively, he really didn't have the ability to do so. What was more difficult was that the Scarlet Emperor had previously released 18 consecutive shots in order to break through the seal. Just from this alone, it seemed that the gap between him and the Scarlet Emperor was already completely not within the same level. Boom! A loud sound was heard, and the giant golden hand once again stretched out from the ancient rune circle. After the 18 consecutive energy light pillars, the power of the seal circle was greatly reduced, and the golden light dimmed. Only the ancient rune, imprisonment, still had a net-like light ray that dragged the Scarlet Emperor's giant hand, and its power didn't decrease at all. The Scarlet Emperor took advantage of the fact that the power of the seal circle had decreased by half, and stretched out his second hand. The Scarlet Concubine was ecstatic as she pulled his giant golden hand, and tears streamed down her face. Yue Yang was extremely nervous. The star explosion condensed in his hands had already lost control and exploded. Every bit of starlight had been compressed 100 times, and it had already reached a level that even Yue Yang couldn't endure. As long as Sun Tian, the Black Prince and the Scarlet Concubine casually glanced around, they would be able to discover the danger. Luckily, everyone was deeply attracted by the Scarlet Emperor's action of breaking through the seal circle, and no one noticed the abnormality of Yue Yang. "Come out, my lover, my emperor!" The Scarlet Concubine was screaming. Her excitement and joy had almost crushed her willpower. 6,000 years had passed, and her lover had reappeared in front of her. How could she not be happy? However, Sun Tian and the Black Prince's thoughts were spinning rapidly. Both of them realized that the Scarlet Emperor was really too strong, and helping him like this was like inviting a wolf into the house. Compared to Jizun, who didn't care about anything, the Scarlet Emperor might be a bigger threat to them. However, the Scarlet Emperor was already about to break through the seal, and it was too late for regrets. Black hair, golden eyes, sharp eyebrows and jade-like lips, a devilishly handsome man appeared in front of everyone. Although only half of his body was revealed, that perfect and flawless body, that unparalleled vast energy, as well as the arrogance that surpassed all living beings in the world, had sufficiently revealed this man's identity. He was the unparalleled rancor of 6,000 years. The Scarlet Emperor. "My beloved, don't cry. Move aside, let me out first." The Scarlet Emperor caressed the Scarlet Concubine's fiery hair, and tried his best to push against the ancient rune circle with both hands, attempting to make a final dash to break free from the ancient rune circle. The ancient rune, confinement, shone with a platinum brilliance, and the net-like light forcefully dragged the Scarlet Emperor back bit by bit. At the same time, the entire seal circle exploded with power, and once again sealed the fugitive. The Scarlet Emperor resisted with all his might, and his shouts were earth-shattering. The evil dragon lair was almost shattered by these two enormous energies. Not to mention the ordinary mercenaries, even innates like Silver Horn, Fire Spitter and Hurricane felt a suffocating dizziness. The ordinary mercenaries, who were below level 7 Overlord, had already fainted. Some of them were even bleeding from their 7 apertures, and were on the verge of death. Yue Yang crouched on the ground, like a ferocious tiger descending the mountain, and was accumulating his energy for the last time. The star explosion energy in his hands had already expanded to more than 3 meters, and was on the verge of losing control and self-destructing. However, Yue Yang still felt that it was not enough, and was still gathering energy crazily. Dark Blade, who was suffocating and struggling to defend, suddenly realized that something was wrong with Yue Yang. His pupils immediately dilated. Shock. As an excellent thief with sharp senses, he could almost immediately smell the huge hidden killing intent from Yue Yang's body. Once it exploded, he believed that it would be like a volcano that would shake the heavens and the earth. Dark Blade turned pale with fright. This weird masked man actually wanted to assassinate someone. Was it Sun Tian, the Black Prince, or Silver Horn? Could this brat's real target be the Scarlet Emperor? When Dark Blade thought of this, he was immediately scared silly, and almost fainted on the ground. He used all his strength to control himself from screaming. Someone is causing trouble here. With just one sentence, he could make this brat's attack completely fail. Dark Blade knew that he still had the strength to escape after sending out this warning. After that, the Scarlet Concubine would definitely reward him with a lot of money. However, he didn't know why, but Dark Blade actually gave up the temptation of this reward. Maybe it was because the power displayed by the Scarlet Emperor was too terrifying, or maybe it was because this brat wearing the Golden Mosque's performance made him curious. Of course, more importantly, Dark Blade felt that he might have already gone crazy. Because he realized that not only did he not send out the warning, but he also stood in front of Yue Yang, filling in the gap left by an elite member who fell to the ground, and covered Yue Yang's body in the flash of the star explosion. Dark Blade was so scared that his whole body trembled. He knew that he was courting death by doing this. If Sun Tian, the Black Prince and the rest were to find out, he would definitely die a horrible death. However, what was even weirder was that not only did he not retreat in front of Yue Yang, but he also used all the energy in his body to explode with the power of a lesser innate, trying his best to use his aura to cover Yue Yang's energy condensation. I'm finished, I must have gone crazy. Dark Blade felt that there must be something wrong with his mind. He completely didn't understand why he still wanted to help this brat at such a dangerous moment. Wasn't this courting death? He couldn't find the answer in his heart. Just when Dark Blade thought that he was going to be scared out of his wits and become a lunatic, Yue Yang moved. He was 100 times faster than lightning. With the momentum of a ferocious tiger, he raised the ball of star explosion that was like the Milky Way and smashed it heavily on the Scarlet Emperor, who was still fighting with the ancient seal. This change made everyone dumbfounded. Only one person collapsed to the ground, and that was Dark Blade, who had covered for Yue Yang for more than 10 seconds. To Dark Blade, every second was equivalent to suffering in hell. Almost at the same time when Yue Yang's star explosion hit the Scarlet Emperor, the Scarlet Concubine pounced on Yue Yang crazily, her Scarlet Lotus fire hitting the back of Yue Yang's head. On the other side, Sun Tian and the Black Prince attacked at the same time. Sun Tian, who possessed the power of 5 transformations, punched angrily towards Yue Yang's back, where his heart was located. There was also the shadow-like Black Prince, whose claws were ignited with green phosphorus ghost fire as he clawed towards Yue Yang's sides. No matter which hit, it could kill any warrior below innate level 6 in a second. Die! Yue Yang shouted crazily. He didn't defend at all. Instead, he exploded, went berserk and used all his strength to attack the Scarlet Emperor. At the moment when the Scarlet Lotus Fire, 5 Transformations Fist, and Green Phosphorus Ghost Fire hit his body, Yue Yang released the Star Explosion with both of his hands. The World Exterminating Wheel in his left hand and the fire blade formed by Nirvana Flame in his right hand completely disregarded his back as he continued to slash towards the Scarlet Emperor, who was hit by the attack. It was as if he wanted to perish together with the Scarlet Emperor. Chapter 414. Even in his weakened state, the Scarlet Emperor was at least a level 10 innate. If it wasn't for the ancient seal imprisoning half of his body and forcefully pulling him back into the sealed space, the Scarlet Emperor would have no choice but to use most of his strength to resist the seal. If it wasn't for this, the Scarlet Emperor would not have let Yue Yang's sneak attack succeed. Even if Yue Yang did a sneak attack, he wouldn't have been injured. Even with his remaining strength, compared to Yue Yang's current strength, he still had a great advantage. If it was someone else, the Scarlet Emperor could completely ignore it. With just a punch, the attacker would be sent flying and fall to the ground. The problem was, Yue Yang was a super strong attacker. It would be more appropriate to describe Yue Yang as strong in attack but weak in defense. It wasn't that Yue Yang wasn't good at defense. The mysterious 3 styles, Crystal Armor, Nirvana Flame Shield, Camouflage, Teleportation, and Binding Chains were all combined together. Regardless of whether it was movement or defense, Yue Yang far surpassed warriors of the same level. However, compared to his attack, Yue Yang's defense was much weaker. This was because his attack was way too strong. Nirvana Flame and World Exterminating Wheel, any one of them was a killing weapon that could instantly kill someone of a higher level. Not to mention the innate invisible sword chi that could kill anyone and even gods. Ever since Yue Yang had started using his sword chi, he had only tried to miss, but he had never tried to miss. The innate sword chi that could break through all defenses in the world, even the 3 great leaders of Heaven Realm had no choice but to dodge it. Other than Nirvana Flame, World Exterminating Wheel and innate invisible sword chi, Yue Yang also had the Heaven Eyes Divine Vision that could see through everything and the power of Star Explosion that was like the Milky Way. He even had the devour hidden in his body that could digest all kinds of energy. With all these added together, as a single target attack, it was like a bug. It was an unprecedented and unparalleled existence. This kind of comparison made Yue Yang's defense seem weak. It was also because he had so many attacks that Yue Yang was confident that he could heavily injure the Scarlet Emperor. As long as the Scarlet Emperor was injured, the ancient seal would drag him back into the sealed space. He didn't ask for much. As long as he could seal the Scarlet Emperor for another 10 or 20 years, Yue Yang would have the power to suppress the Scarlet Emperor like the prison emperor back then. He would be able to eat this arrogant fellow alive. Of course, this was all just a theory. In reality, things would never go as planned. The Scarlet Emperor, who was trying his best to break free from the ancient seal with both his hands, immediately retaliated when Yue Yang's star explosion hit him. His speed was so fast that Scarlet Concubine, Xianxia and the Black Prince's movements became slow, while Silver Horn, Spitfire and Hurricane's reactions became as slow as a snail's. Almost at the same time, his palm pressed on Yue Yang's chest. Boom! A silver light burst out like a silver plate, followed by a beam of energy that was more than a meter in diameter. At this moment, Yue Yang's world-exterminating wheel and Nirvana fire blade had just been unleashed. If the Scarlet Emperor could move, even if he moved 3 meters back, Yue Yang would definitely die tragically. The ancient seal became Yue Yang's greatest helper. It imprisoned the Scarlet Emperor so that he couldn't move at all. The Scarlet Emperor's other hand drew a long silver arc of light that cut through the air. It rotated and streaked across, as if it was going to cut Yue Yang in half. After the silver arc of light was drawn, the Scarlet Emperor could still stretch out his hands calmly and block Yue Yang's attack with his silver hands. What was reflected in the Scarlet Emperor's golden eyes was the world-exterminating wheel that cut through the energy beam, while the other Nirvana fire blade cut through the silver arc of light and pierced towards the Scarlet Emperor's heart. The Scarlet Emperor's golden eyes widened in shock. He never thought that there would be such a pervert in this world who could actually possess the world-exterminating wheel and Nirvana fire at the same time. Just now, he had covered his eyes with the Milky Way star explosion. Furthermore, it was just 1/100th of a second. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Yue Yang resisted the energy beam with all his might. The crystal armor in front of his chest shattered and the wyvern leather armor turned into ashes. As the Scarlet Emperor retracted his hand, the world-exterminating wheel cut through his arm, leaving a long trail of blood. The world-exterminating wheel heavily cut through the Scarlet Emperor's unprotected chest. The Scarlet Emperor's reaction was extremely fast. He twisted his body and tried to dodge this fatal attack. However, the Nirvana fire blade was even faster than the world-exterminating wheel. It had already cut through the silver arc of light and cut into the Scarlet Emperor's chest from his left rib. If the Scarlet Emperor turned his body sideways, he would immediately be cut into half. The Scarlet Emperor's body suddenly turned soft like a noodle as he bent backwards. It was fast and ingenious. Although the world-exterminating wheel had already cut into his chest, after he bent backwards, the world-exterminating wheel lost its target. It could only injure the Scarlet Emperor and not kill him. On the other side, the Nirvana fire blade also cut a deep wound on the Scarlet Emperor's chest, but it was unable to pierce through his heart. Die! Yue Yang stepped heavily on the Scarlet Emperor's waist before he was sent flying by the energy beam. Innate invisible sword chi exploded. The lethality of this sword chi was no less than the world-exterminating wheel and the Nirvana fire blade. Furthermore, it was more hidden, faster and more effective. With a kai sound, the innate sword chi had already shot out from the toe that Yue Yang used to step on the Scarlet Emperor's chest. It entered the Scarlet Emperor's chest and went straight for his heart. The Scarlet Emperor could only use his special ability to forcefully move his heart away, but he was unable to stop the innate sword chi from wreaking havoc. At the same time, the Scarlet Emperor's lungs and back were pierced by the innate sword chi. It was only at this moment that the Scarlet Concubine, Xianxia and the Black Prince's attacks arrived. The Scarlet Lotus fire fiercely hit the back of Yue Yang's head. Because of the Scarlet Emperor's energy jet power, Yue Yang's body was slightly slanted when he was sent flying. The Scarlet Lotus fire's attack didn't manage to make Yue Yang's head explode, instead, it made him spin. After the crystal armor was destroyed, Yue Yang still relied on the mysterious Three Styles elegant sword dance to save his life. With it, he could dodge and deftly defend against most of the attacks. The Black Prince's green phosphorus ghost fire clawed at Yue Yang's back fiercely. His sharp claws tore open 5 wounds on Yue Yang's back. The ghost fire that came into contact with Yue Yang's body was burning fiercely. As long as the energy was not used up, it would never be extinguished. However, what made Yue Yang suffer the most was still Shun Tian's 5 transformation fist. In the sky, the image of the golden giant dragon and the golden mammoth flashed behind Shun Tian. This was one of the 5 transformation powers, the strength of the dragon and elephant. One strike of the strength of the dragon and elephant contained the combined power of the dragon and elephant. The golden fist accurately hit Yue Yang's back, heavily hitting the position of his heart. Even if Yue Yang had a strong defense, he still felt that his heart stopped beating, as if his whole body was going to explode. Puff. Yue Yang's body flew forward and blood spurted out from his mouth. The Scarlet Emperor, who took a hit from Yue Yang's sword, straightened his body at lightning speed. The Scarlet Emperor, whose head was hit by the star explosion, was in so much pain that his handsome face was distorted. There were deep intersecting wounds and bloody holes on his chest. This was the killing effect caused by the world-exterminating wheel, Nirvana Fire Blade and innate sword chi. If it was another ranker, he would have fallen to the ground long ago, but the Scarlet Emperor still had the strength to fight back. Good lad. The Scarlet Emperor's silver fists instantly turned into thousands of shooting stars, raining down on Yue Yang's body. Bang 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 bang, the raindrop-like attacks all hit their target, not a single one missed. At least 3 of Yue Yang's ribs were broken. His chest was already badly mutilated due to the Scarlet Emperor's fists and the energy light pillar. A Nirvana Fire Spear was thrown out from Yue Yang's hands and pierced deeply into the Scarlet Emperor's shoulder. If not for the Scarlet Emperor's extreme speed, it would have pierced through his heart. The Scarlet Emperor had never seen such a perverted and stubborn young man in his life. Why did he have to kill him? A young man like him had a bright future ahead of him. Why did he risk his life to attack him? The Scarlet Emperor couldn't understand this at all. However, he wasn't slow in his attacks. He quickly retracted his hands and formed dozens of rune circles. Finally, he pointed at the space between Yue Yang's eyebrows. With this attack, Yue Yang was in midair and couldn't avoid it. He would definitely die. The Scarlet Emperor didn't deny that he was curious about this young man who was trying to kill him, but it didn't stop him from killing him. No matter who was the Scarlet Emperor's enemy, there was only one ending: death. If there was an exception, it would be the Prison Emperor. Because the Prison Emperor was much stronger and more tyrannical than the Scarlet Emperor. Although the Scarlet Emperor hated the Prison Emperor, he couldn't do anything to him. The fresh blood that Yue Yang spat out spilled onto the ancient ceiling circle. A burst of golden light was as bright as the sun. The ancient rune, imprisonment, seemed to be supported by an extremely strong energy. Spinning rapidly, the web-like light forcefully dragged the Scarlet Emperor's body into the ancient ceiling circle. In the blink of an eye, only his chest and abdomen were left outside of the ancient ceiling circle. Because his body was sinking, the Scarlet Emperor's fatal attack brushed past Yue Yang's cheek, easily leaving a mark on the Gemini mask. If it was just a little bit more, Yue Yang's head would have exploded. The Scarlet Emperor's golden pupils expanded rapidly as he stared at Yue Yang angrily. The reason why the Scarlet Emperor was angry was not that the enemy had dodged his fatal attack. What really made the Scarlet Emperor furious was the fresh blood that Yue Yang spat out. It was obvious that this brat had already planned to use this fresh blood to stimulate the ancient ceiling circle, causing it to explode with energy and drag his body down, making his attack ineffective. The Scarlet Emperor felt a sense of humiliation from being fooled by the enemy. If he could move freely now, the Scarlet Emperor would definitely chase after this sly brat for thousands of miles. No matter what price he had to pay, he would definitely kill him. But now, even though the Scarlet Emperor was filled with anger, he had no choice but to use half of his strength to support the ancient ceiling circle. The other finger pointed towards Yue Yang's direction. The energy light pillar, once again, exploded like a fountain. Behind Yue Yang, the Scarlet Concubine, Shun Tian and the Black Prince attacked together for the second time. This time, the 3 of them had more time to react and accumulate energy. When they attacked again, it would definitely not be the same as before. The power would definitely be many times stronger. With Yue Yang's injured body, he might not be able to take another hit. If it was anyone else in this world, they would escape immediately after fighting to this extent. Shun Tian and the Black Prince both had the intention to let Yue Yang go. Because if they let this brat be the Scarlet Emperor's opponent, the Scarlet Emperor would definitely not burn the bridge after crossing it. Instead, he would always have scruples, which was extremely beneficial to them. Even the Scarlet Concubine had the intention to end the battle. Although she hated Yue Yang, the attacker, she did not wish for Yue Yang to fight to the death. She only wanted the Scarlet Emperor to safely escape from the seal. As long as her lover successfully escaped, everything else was not a problem. Attacker. They could kill him in the future, but they definitely could not let him die together with his lover now. Even the Scarlet Emperor thought that the battle was over. This sly brat would definitely take the opportunity to escape without a trace. However, everyone was wrong. Not only did Yue Yang not escape, he even charged towards the Scarlet Emperor. He was like a mad bull with bloodshot eyes, charging towards the Scarlet Emperor at lightning speed. He forcefully charged out from the energy light pillar. At the moment when the attacking fist was caught by the Scarlet Emperor, Yue Yang's body leaned forward and smashed his head onto the Scarlet Emperor's face savagely. Boom! Two terrifying innate powers collided with each other. The Scarlet Emperor howled in pain. When the Scarlet Concubine, Tong Tian and the Black Prince joined hands to attack his back, Yue Yang, whose Gemini mask was almost shattered, suddenly laughed. His face was covered with blood and his body was covered with cuts and bruises. His laughter was extremely strange. His other hand, at this moment, he was holding the Prison Emperor Divine Seal, completely ignoring the three people's joint attack. With a suicidal stance, he disregarded everything and smashed it heavily onto the Scarlet Emperor's head. At this moment, Tong Tian and the Black Prince's surprised cries, the Scarlet Concubine's sorrowful cries and the Scarlet Emperor's painful howls erupted at the same time. Only Yue Yang laughed silently. His unique mocking smile was revealed from the depths of his eyes, shining brightly. Chapter 415 The Prison Emperor Divine Seal was the treasure that once sealed Zhu Shao. It was one of the three divine equipment that inherited the Prison Emperor's will. The Scarlet Emperor's expression changed immediately. His whole body trembled. His right hand that was originally supporting the ancient seal was raised high. He gathered all his strength and raised both of his hands, trying his best to remove the Prison Emperor Divine Seal that was smashing on his head. The small Prison Emperor Divine Seal was as heavy as a mountain, causing the Scarlet Emperor's hands and spine to creak. His body kept sinking. What was even more terrifying was that the Prison Emperor's image appeared in the sky. It was an image formed completely by energy and will. He swung his sun-like golden fist down, suppressing the Scarlet Emperor even more. Even without the ancient seal, just the Prison Emperor Divine Seal alone was enough to make the Scarlet Emperor suffer. When the Scarlet Emperor was at his weakest, Yue Yang attacked without caring about his own safety and finally managed to turn the situation around. Yue Yang's biggest wish was to reseal the Scarlet Emperor. The moment the Scarlet Concubine's Scarlet Lotus Fire hit Yue Yang, she immediately retracted it. Compared to killing the enemy, she had a more important mission, which was to save her lover. When the Prison Emperor Divine Seal appeared, she knew that it was her lover's greatest enemy. If she didn't help him, he would be in great danger. The Scarlet Concubine cried out in sorrow. She rushed towards the Prison Emperor Divine Seal without caring about her own safety. Even if she had to sacrifice her own life, she would help her lover remove this suppressing divine equipment. The green phosphorus ghost fire and the draconic elephant's power heavily landed on Yue Yang's back. If it wasn't for the fact that the two of them were afraid that the Prison Emperor Divine Seal would endanger their lives and forcefully retracted most of their power to defend themselves, Yue Yang would have been heavily injured and fallen to the ground. The green phosphorus ghost fire burned on Yue Yang's entire back. His skin and flesh were sizzling from the heat. Tong Tian's strength of the dragon and elephant divine fist almost shattered Yue Yang's heart. Yue Yang's shoulder bones cracked under the bombardment, and his ribs were twisted and deformed. When the Scarlet Lotus Fire hit the Prison Emperor Divine Seal, it didn't have any effect on the Prison Emperor Divine Seal even though it could easily burn rocks. The Scarlet Lotus Fire that could shake the earth couldn't even move the Prison Emperor Divine Seal. Yue Yang borrowed the strength of the draconic elephant and pounced towards the Scarlet Concubine at the same time. With 3 consecutive kicks, he transferred the Scarlet Emperor's fist aura and the green phosphorus ghost fire's claw aura onto the Scarlet Emperor's body. At this moment, he did not forget to hit the Scarlet Emperor when he was down, hoping that his attack could be the last straw that broke the camel's back. Roar! The Scarlet Emperor roared like thunder. With a shake of his body, a silver light burst out like a fountain, sending Yue Yang flying. Shun and the Black Prince didn't attack Yue Yang. Instead, he allowed Yue Yang to fly and smash into the stone wall. They didn't know if the Scarlet Emperor could hold on. If the Scarlet Emperor was defeated, there was no need for them to keep their promise. Scarlet Concubine realized that whatever she did was futile. In a moment of desperation, she raised her hands and prepared to take the Prison Emperor Divine Seal for the Scarlet Emperor. Even if she fell into the ancient sealing circle, she wouldn't stop. My love, leave. The Scarlet Emperor didn't allow her to do that, because she definitely couldn't take the Prison Emperor Divine Seal. Let me help you, let me help you, I'm fine. Scarlet Concubine's face was full of tears. She reached out her hands and prepared to take the Prison Emperor Divine Seal for the Scarlet Emperor, even if it was just for a second. Under the double pressure of the Prison Emperor Divine Seal in the ancient sealing circle, the Scarlet Emperor couldn't use his abilities no matter how powerful he was. His body sunk down bit by bit, first to his stomach, then to his chest, and finally only his head and arms were left. Scarlet Concubine bent down and wanted to carry the Prison Emperor Divine Seal to let her lover escape. Yue Yang flew out from the broken rocks. He kept his world-exterminating wheel and flew over, disregarding his heavy injuries. Sun Tian hesitated for a second. There were two paths in front of him. One was to stop him, the other was to watch. With his and the Black Prince's abilities, it wasn't difficult to stop the current Yue Yang. However, Sun Tian didn't really want the Scarlet Emperor to escape from the ancient sealing circle. He didn't like Yue Yang, the young threat, and also didn't like the Scarlet Emperor, the powerful senior from 6,000 years ago. He only hoped that the two of them would fight to the death. It would be best to watch from the side, but Yue Yang wouldn't be grateful to him, and he would anger the Scarlet Emperor. It would be fine if the Scarlet Emperor was sealed again, but if he managed to escape, he would definitely settle the score with him later. There was another way, and that was to help Yue Yang kill the Scarlet Emperor. Sun Tian wasn't sure if the Black Prince would cooperate with him like before, to kill the Scarlet Emperor and then kill the Scarlet Concubine. He rejected this option among the important choices in his life. Wind and thunder. Sun Tian decided to stop them, but secretly let Yue Yang go. He hoped that this brat would work harder and kill the Scarlet Emperor. Sky Demon Finger. The Black Prince also prepared to use his ultimate skill. Yue Yang dodged their attacks in a flash. He completely ignored the situation of the two of them attacking him. The world-exterminating wheel slashed downwards, and this time it went straight for the Scarlet Concubine's neck. Sun Tian's Wind and Thunder Star Fist exploded, and directly attacked the back of Yue Yang's head. He noticed that the Scarlet Emperor's body seemed to have some kind of change, and knew that it wasn't good. He immediately changed his strategy and attacked Yue Yang with all his might. The Black Prince was even faster. He shot out a pitch-black energy beam from his finger, and went straight for Yue Yang's heart. Yue Yang was like a swimming fish. He dodged behind the Scarlet Concubine, and went around the Scarlet Emperor who was holding the Prison Emperor Divine Seal. He waved his hand, and innate sword chi shot out from his two index fingers. The Scarlet Emperor pulled the Scarlet Concubine's calf with one hand, and pulled her down to the ground, allowing her to escape the fatal slash of the world-exterminating wheel. His other hand reached out from the innate sword chi, and pressed towards Yue Yang. When Yue Yang shot out his sword chi, he realized that there was an irresistible force strangling his throat. His whole body was thrown into the sky, and he faced the pincer attack of Sun Tian and the Black Prince. The Scarlet Emperor let go of the Prison Emperor Divine Seal, and it smashed heavily on his forehead. Fresh blood splattered. His skull was shattered. The Scarlet Emperor, who was bleeding from all 7 of his orifices, glared angrily. His golden eyes quickly gathered energy, and they shone brightly, like 2 golden stars. 2 rays of golden light shot out from his eyes. Yue Yang was shocked, and he hurriedly adjusted his body in midair. However, the speed of the golden light was too fast, and it still pierced through Yue Yang's arm and right leg. If he didn't adjust his body, these 2 rays of golden light would definitely pierce through his heart and head. After the golden light passed, Sun Tian's Wind and Thunder Star Fist and the Black Prince's Sky Demon Finger finally arrived. With a combined attack, Yue Yang would definitely die. Behind Yue Yang, a little Lamia loli appeared in a flash. Her eyes were wide open, and her pupils were so strong that even the veins at the corner of her eyes, which were usually invisible, were bulging. Sun Tian and the Black Prince froze in midair at the same time. The Wind and Thunder Star Fist and Sky Demon Finger lost control of their master, and hit the little loli's body uncontrollably. Out of the 6 arms that received the fatal blow, 3 were broken by the Wind and Thunder Star Fist, and one of them was pierced through from the palm to the shoulder by the Sky Demon Finger. She even stretched out her hand behind her back to receive the remaining force. As long as she was here, no one would be able to kill Yue Yang, because she was Yue Yang's guardian beast. She wasn't his daughter, but her existence surpassed that of a daughter. She was little Wen Li. Wrapping her tail around Yue Yang's body, little Wen Li quickly escaped with Yue Yang. If this battle continued, the Scarlet Emperor might die, but Yue Yang would definitely die. Sun Tian was slightly stunned. Didn't the rules of this prison grounds forbid summoning of beasts? How could this brat's guardian beast come out? He didn't think that little Wen Li rarely stayed in the grimoire space, and only hibernated in Yue Yang's body. If it wasn't for Yue Yang's insistence to not let her participate in the battle, she would have come out long ago. Want to leave? The Scarlet Emperor only had his head and arms outside. One of his hands held the Prison Emperor Divine Seal, and the other pointed forward a few times. Boom 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 boom. Numerous energy pillars erupted below and in front of little Wen Li like a fountain, completely blocking her and Yue Yang's path. Little Wen Li swung her tail, but as if she had planned it beforehand, she flung Yue Yang back onto the Scarlet Emperor's head. Yue Yang stretched out his right hand, and the sword chi from his 5 fingers converged into his strongest sword, piercing through the Scarlet Emperor's skull that was already cracked by the Prison Emperor Divine Seal. The Scarlet Emperor howled miserably as his entire body sank into the seal, leaving only his arms outside. The Scarlet Concubine was like a lunatic as she scratched at Yue Yang's body. Yue Yang's body was already riddled with wounds, and his flesh was badly mutilated. He didn't care about adding a few more wounds as he took the opportunity to slash at the Scarlet Emperor's arms when he retracted his world-exterminating wheel. Even though the Scarlet Emperor's left hand retracted into the ancient seal in time, his right hand that was supporting the Prison Emperor Divine Seal couldn't avoid it. The world-exterminating wheel slashed into the Scarlet Emperor's right arm, causing a bright light to shine. The power of the immemorial rune in the middle immediately exploded. Even though the Scarlet Emperor's right arm had a strong defense, it was still severed by the spinning slash. The silver light armor that was comparable to the crystal armor was completely useless under the spinning slash of the world-exterminating wheel. When Yue Yang saw the Scarlet Emperor falling into the ancient seal again, he immediately kept his severed arm in the Prison Emperor Divine Seal. When the Scarlet Concubine attacked him, he spat out a mouthful of blood towards the immemorial rune in the ancient seal. He endured the pain and jumped up. He risked his life to shoot out the innate sword chi towards the Black Prince and Sun Tian. The Black Prince and Sun Tian knew that they couldn't withstand this kind of sword chi. The pain from last time had tortured them for a long time. Under such circumstances, they definitely wouldn't fight recklessly. Moreover, the Scarlet Emperor had already been sealed back into the ancient seal by Yue Yang. It was still hard to say if he could escape again. Hence, this was definitely not the time to fight with Yue Yang with his life. The two of them dodged and easily dodged the two innate sword chi. The Scarlet Concubine pounced forward crazily. She wanted to fight with Yue Yang with her life now. She shot out a huge, scarlet lotus, in desperation, wanting to perish together with Yue Yang. Scram! While little Wen Li froze, the Scarlet Concubine again, Yue Yang sent her flying with a kick. When Yue Yang carried little Wen Li, whose eyes were filled with tears of blood, and prepared to escape from the evil dragon lair, Silverhorn, Spitfire and Hurricane, who had been watching silently all this while, made their move. Silverhorn escaped towards the exit at the first instance. In this battle, no matter who won or lost, Silverhorn felt that he wouldn't benefit from it. In order not to be silenced at the end, Silverhorn abandoned his companions and chose to escape. However, Spitfire felt that this was an opportunity to express goodwill to Sun Tian and the Black Prince. As long as they could stop this heavily injured masked man, their future would be bright. From Spitfire's point of view, Yue Yang was severely injured and on the verge of death. Not to mention himself, even if a baby punched him, this brat might also collapse. Boom! When Spitfire, who was sneaking an attack, was full of confidence that he could defeat Yue Yang and obtain great merits. Suddenly, behind him, Hurricane gave a punch with all his might, hitting Spitfire's back and smashing his good friend into the stone wall on the opposite side. Hurricane, who was merely a level 2 innate, shouted at Yue Yang with great heroism, "Leave quickly, even if it's only for a second. I will block the enemy for you. Although I don't understand why you want to do this, I believe that you have your reasons. Tong Tian Tower needs young people like you." Spitfire flew back at a speed faster than when he was smashed into the stone wall, returning a heavy punch to Hurricane's chest. With a ferocious face, he roared, "PFF, don't think that you are a savior. You idiot, You can't even defeat me. Hurricane vomited blood, but he held onto Spitfire tightly and shouted at Yue Yang. Go, I'm already old, let me sacrifice myself proudly for the young, I'll fulfill your wish. His good friend in the past had turned into a ferocious demon. Spitfire threw punches like rain, hitting Hurricane until he vomited blood. Scarlet Concubine, Xianxia and the Black Prince ignored their actions. The three of them only stared at Yue Yang and the pale little Wen Li. They didn't understand why this brat gave up the chance to escape just now. Could it be that he was soft-hearted because someone sacrificed themselves? Or did he have a conspiracy? Although the three of them hated Yue Yang to the core, no one dared to be careless. After all, Yue Yang had a divine weapon. Without paying a price, it was impossible to kill this brat. The three of them hoped to kill this brat at the lowest price, especially Xianxia and the Black Prince. They didn't want to be the second sacrifice after the Scarlet Emperor. Xianxia, Black Prince, today's hatred, I will return it to you 100-fold in the future. Yue Yang opened his hands. The Nirvana flame turned into a fire bow, and the extreme cold ice and purple lightning turned into arrows. One bow, 3 arrows. The bow was round, and the arrows pointed to the sky. Scarlet Concubine, Xianxia and the Black Prince immediately had the illusion that they were being locked by someone's qi. It seemed that no matter where they escaped to, they wouldn't be able to escape from the arrow piercing through their hearts. Xianxia snorted with a serious expression. The 5 transformations power exploded, and the aura emitted from his body shook the entire evil dragon lair. The Black Prince disappeared as if he was invisible. Although Scarlet Concubine's face was filled with grief and indignation, she didn't lose her rationality. Her feet danced lightly, as if she was dancing on a lotus leaf, swoosh swoosh swoosh. Yue Yang loosened his hand, and 3 consecutive arrows pierced through the air. In the blink of an eye, they were already in front of them. Break! Xianxia forcefully used his fist to deflect the arrows piercing through their hearts. The Black Prince and Scarlet Concubine dodged the arrows by a hair's breadth. Return! Yue Yang waved his hand, and the 3 purple lightning cold ice arrows turned around and shot back. This time, Xianxia and the others dodged it even more easily, dodging the arrows effortlessly. The 3 arrows dispersed in midair. One of the arrows hit the wings of the talking scarlet dragon, and froze it instantly. Layers of frost appeared on its body, especially the wing that was hit by the arrow. It completely sank into the ice wall. The other arrow hit the scarlet dragon that still couldn't speak, and directly pierced through its heart, killing it. The fallen corpse immediately froze into a scarlet dragon ice sculpture. The 3rd arrow whistled across the sky. It accurately nailed Fire Breath's head. His head exploded, and his entire head was sliced open. Hurricane, who fell on the ground, rolled rapidly. Blood spurted out from Fire Breath's neck and dripped onto the ground, turning into ice shards. It was as if a large area of the ground was also frozen. The evil dragon lair had turned into an icy hell filled with cold air. This was the power of Yue Yang's 3 arrows. After the 3 arrows, Yue Yang glanced at Xianxia and the Black Prince. He carried little Wen Li and flew towards the entrance of the evil dragon lair at lightning speed. Scarlet Concubine, Xianxia and the Black Prince rushed over at a much faster speed. However, when the 3 of them saw the treasure that appeared in Yue Yang's hands, they immediately retreated. That wasn't the Prison Emperor Divine Seal. With Yue Yang's current injuries and remaining innate qi, it wasn't enough to activate the Prison Emperor Divine Seal again. However, he still had a frightening treasure, Demon Subduing Tower. This was a treasure that had been sealed in the Da Sha Kingdom's treasury for many years. Its sealing power was probably not weaker than the Prison Emperor Divine Seal. Even a Demon King level ranker wouldn't be able to escape from the Demon Subduing Tower's imprisonment. Although the 3 of them doubted whether Yue Yang had the ability to use it, no one was willing to take the risk. Especially when there was a little Lamia Lolita in his arms who was good at binding. The power of this combination was definitely not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. One day, Scarlet Concubine clenched her teeth in hatred. However, she had no way to kill her enemy now, because she knew that she was actually injured by the Prison Emperor Divine Seal just now. Her internal injuries were already exhausted. Just now, she had no choice but to give chase. Her purpose was to deceive Xianxia and the Black Prince. If the 2 of them saw that she was weak, they might have bad intentions. Yue Yang also fought until he had no innate qi left. He looked relaxed, but in reality, he was seriously injured and on the verge of death. If the 3 of them were to chase after him, he would definitely die. After Sun Tian and the Black Prince looked at each other, their eyes flickered. Both of them were unwilling to take the risk and gave up the last chance to kill Yue Yang and the Scarlet Concubine. If the two of them were sure that the other party would cooperate and work together, then Yue Yang and the Scarlet Concubine wouldn't be able to escape death. It was a pity that the two of them had ulterior motives and each had their own plans. They missed a great opportunity. Less than a minute after Yue Yang left, the ancient ceiling circle on the ground shook again. From extremely light to intense. In the end, the ground shook and the mountains shook. A silver hand reached out from the ceiling circle. Then, under everyone's dumbfounded gaze, the Scarlet Emperor, who was severely injured but still elegant, came out from the ceiling circle. His body was covered with cuts and bruises. One of his right hands was broken. Fresh blood dyed his naked body into a bloody man. Scarlet Concubine's tears fell like rain as she hugged her lover and cried loudly. "Don't cry, my dear, don't cry." The Scarlet Emperor used his remaining left hand to gently stroke the Scarlet Concubine's fiery hair. His golden eyes looked towards Sun Tian and the Black Prince. "Thank you for your help. If the prison Emperor Divine Seal had been suppressed for another minute, there would have been two different results. I will definitely repay the two of you in the future. If you want to step into the Heaven Realm, I can also be your guide." Sun Tian and the Black Prince were extremely regretful. If they knew this would happen, they would have let Yue Yang get rid of the Scarlet Emperor. If they didn't attack Yue Yang but the Scarlet Concubine, the Scarlet Emperor and the Scarlet Concubine would have died miserably. Unfortunately, they had already missed the best opportunity to kill the Scarlet Emperor. When he recovers to his peak, it would be even more impossible to kill the Scarlet Emperor from 6,000 years ago. Sun Tian and the Black Prince didn't show it on their faces. They bowed respectfully to the Scarlet Emperor and said a few humble words. Being able to exchange for a trip to the Heaven Realm was better than nothing. Although Sun Tian and the Black Prince didn't completely trust the Scarlet Emperor, they could at least be sure that they were safe now. This was because they could see that the Scarlet Emperor had also reached his limit and didn't have the strength to retaliate. "All of you leave. Our matter has nothing to do with you. Bring your companions and leave." The Scarlet Emperor suddenly let the mercenaries go. With a unique arrogant demeanor, he said to the mercenaries, "Maybe some of you know that young man. Please pass a message to him. I, the Scarlet Emperor, admire him very much. There has never been anyone who could beat me up so badly. If he is willing to be my disciple, I am willing to take him in as my disciple. I can even let him manage everything in the lower realm. If he is not willing to be my disciple, then please pass a message to him. I will exterminate his entire family and leave no one alive." Quote,